This is your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To Your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, as a departure, we bring you the preview of a sensational motion picture, The House on 92nd Street, produced by 20th Century Fox, with the actual cooperation of the FBI. It reveals the most daring espionage plot of World War II. This dramatic screenplay stars William Eith, Lloyd Nolan, and Signe Hasso, and we have them here in person for our preview. This is Your FBI presents The House on 92nd Street.
Back in 1939, the mechanized legions of Adolf Hitler were overrunning the face of Europe, crowding civilization into a dark corner. The ever-increasing number of Nazi Bunds in this country, the growing network of German spies, clearly indicated that Hitler would not stop at the borders of Europe. And so the FBI, always on the alert to protect the safety of the nation, went to work. Every known suspect was watched, their every move recorded for the files. The FBI could not declare open war against the treacherous Germans in this country, but it could and did keep a 24-hour watch on them, so that when the time came, those Nazis could do nothing to help Hitler make good his threat of yesterday Germany, today Europe, tomorrow the world. As our story opens on an afternoon in the spring of 1939, William Dietrich, a good-looking, husky young man, is standing near a pole vaulting pit on a college athletic field. He's in track uniform, and as he flexes his muscles before making his first jump, he is approached by two men.
Pardon me. Are you William Dietrich?
That's right.
We would like to talk to you.
What about?
My name is William Gross.
How do you do?
And this is August Kaufman. How do you do?
Hello, Mr. Kaufman.
Dietrich, we came here to talk to you about, well, joining our society.
What society is that?
The German-American Society.
Oh?
You're a good German. Your parents came from Stuttgart. You should join us.
Well,
Dietrich, you're going to graduate in June?
Yes, at least I think so.
Well, would you like to take a trip back to Germany after you graduate?
No, I couldn't afford it. I have to go to work when I leave here.
Oh, the trip would cost you nothing. You would be paid, in fact.
Paid? Well, what would I have to do?
Oh, go to school in Germany for 3 months.
What kind of school?
A place where you will learn how to help the fatherland.
Oh.
And when you're finished there, you come back here to work. For Germany.
William Dietrich was a first-generation American, and like most first-generation Americans of German descent, he was a loyal citizen of this country, not a loyal Nazi. He asked the representatives of the German-American Society to wait for his answer, because he had a plan. With that plan in mind, he telephoned the FBI in Washington. The next morning at FBI headquarters, William Dietrich was seated across the desk from Inspector George A. Briggs.
Well, that's just about the whole story, Mr. Briggs.
I see. I've had you checked since you called.
You have?
Yes. I find you can be trusted.
And it's all set. I can really go?
Oh, no, wait. Not so fast. Before you do anything, I have to tell you what you'd be up against.
Well?
If the Nazis should find out that you're working with us, they wouldn't think any more of killing you than of striking a match. And they only kill people they like with bullets.
Yeah, I know that.
And furthermore, the FBI doesn't command anyone to take his life in his hands.
Well, that's why I called you, Mr. Briggs.
I understand. When did your friends, when did you tell them that you'd let them know?
Wednesday night?
Well, you've got almost a full week to make up your mind. After you give them an answer, call and let me know what that answer is.
Mr. Briggs, I think I can save you a phone call. I know what I'm going to tell them.
Then let's go to work.
After his graduation, William Dietrich left for Germany. Arriving at Hamburg, he went to the famous Nazi school in that city, the school for spies and saboteurs. When he had learned his lessons well, he was ready to return to the United States. He was given counterfeit identification papers and some genuine credentials with which to introduce himself to the Nazi contact in New York. While he was still on the high seas, en route back to New York from Lisbon, Inspector Briggs and a special agent named Walker were busy at the FBI headquarters in Washington.
Here's a report you should see, Walker.
Oh? What's it about?
A man was hit by a cab in New York 3 days ago. Some papers were found on him that looked suspicious, so they sent them down to us.
Mm-hmm.
He was carrying a forged passport, but his fingerprints show that he was Captain Franz von Wert.
Well, he's one of their top men.
He was. He died on the way to the hospital.
I see. Anything come out of his papers?
Yes, we sent one of the letters he was carrying to the laboratory. They found some numbers written between the lines in disappearing ink. Cryptanalysis just broke it down.
And?
It said, concentrate on process 97.
Well, that means nothing to me.
It didn't to me either. So I called a meeting this morning of Army and Navy intelligence. I read them the message.
Any response?
Oh, plenty. Process 97 is our new secret weapon.
Oh.
Nobody was even supposed to know that we were working on it.
What's our move?
First, we've got to find out how much the Nazis know about it. And second, how they found out.
Well, young Dietrich ought to be able to help us out on that one.
Maybe, yes.
His German credentials came in on Clipper this morning. I have them here.
Oh, read them to me, will you?
They're in German, and translated they say, William Dietrich is specifically authorized to receive all reports for transmission direct. And that's the first paragraph.
Uh-huh. Leave that one as it is.
Right. Paragraph 2 says you're instructed to look to him for all payments.
Well, that's fine. That means that they've got to come to him. Leave that one alone, too.
Okay. The last paragraph says it is forbidden for him to have any contact with agents known to you.
I don't like that. Now, let's see now. Have it changed to read, he is authorized to contact all agents known to you.
Right.
And after that, pack your bags. We're going to New York.
A few days later, a Portuguese freighter came into New York Harbor. William Dietrich, one of the passengers, brought his luggage down onto the pier, where it was checked by a customs inspector. The customs man was FBI Inspector George A. Briggs. As Briggs went through the bags, he quietly slipped Dietrich the new credentials. The forged credentials, which would give Nazi spy and counter-espionage agent William Dietrich more freedom. When he left the pier, Dietrich took a cab to the house on 92nd Street. There he rang the bell and was admitted into the ground floor dress shop, a dress shop run by Elsa Gebhardt.
You're Elsa Gebhardt?
That's right.
Well, they didn't tell me you were so pretty.
Who are they?
Oh, pardon me, I'm sorry. My name is Bill Dietrich.
Oh, I've been expecting you.
Good. Here's a message for you from Colonel Strassen in Hamburg.
Who's that, Elsa?
This is William Dietrich.
Ah. Is he the new one?
Yes, Max. He brought this message from Felix. He is William Dietrich. He's authorized to receive all reports for transmission direct. He's authorized to pay our seat. He's authorized to contact all agents known to me.
That's what Colonel Strassen said.
But I don't understand. He never sent anybody else with orders like that. I'm going to check these credentials.
Oh.
I'll write to a friend of mine in Argentina. He'll get a message through to Hamburg.
Okay, but meanwhile, I've got to go to work.
What do you want?
Enough parts to build a radio transmitter. Here's a list of what I need.
Why don't you buy them yourself?
I can't afford to be caught buying radio parts.
He's right, Max. Here's the list. Get them.
Okay.
That will be all for now, Mr. Dietrich.
Very well.
Don't go out through the front door.
How then?
Use this back door. And then walk out through the alley into 93rd Street.
Okay. Goodbye, Miss Gebhardt.
Goodbye. Max.
Yeah.
Follow him.
William Dietrich got his radio parts and set up a transmitter in a secluded house on Long Island. He never transmitted to Hamburg, though. Every message he sent was picked up by a nearby receiver, a receiver operated by the FBI. After all harmful portions of the message had been removed, the FBI then shortwaved the rest in proper code to Germany. One day at this radio shack, Dietrich received an urgent summons from Elsa Gebhardt. She had to see him immediately. An hour later, he was in the house on 92nd Street.
Dietrich.
Yeah?
I have something that must be sent as quickly as possible.
Where is it?
Here, in this envelope.
Okay.
If we hadn't done anything else in all the years we've been working, this information would make the whole thing worthwhile.
But these are almost all numbers. They don't make sense.
They'll make enough sense in Hamburg.
Okay.
I must have them back here by tomorrow night.
Well, that's a tough assignment.
Why? What makes it so tough?
I have to put all this in the code before I send it. That takes time.
These are my orders.
Well, why can't I just burn them when I'm finished?
Because sometimes radio messages are garbled. When you're finished, I'll mail them to our drop in Argentina. It must get through.
Can I come in?
Yes, come ahead, Walker.
Anything on those papers Dietrich sent in?
Yes. I spoke to Dr. Appleton. He's head of the laboratory.
Mm-hmm.
Those papers are definitely on Process 97. What's more, he said the experiments took place just 2 days ago.
What do we do now?
Dr. Appleton is going to work on the papers. He says if you change one number, it can throw the Germans off for a month.
You know, I don't get this whole setup. I thought nobody working on the process was allowed to leave the plant.
Nobody but a few of the scientists. They can leave a couple of nights a week. But they're thoroughly searched before they go.
Look, can you tell me what Process 97 is?
Well, I'll give it to you the way it was given to me. From what our scientists already know about its properties, it would devastate any city it was used against.
Sounds like a death ray.
I made the same guess.
Is it right?
No. Process 97 is an atomic bomb.
We momentarily close the Equitable Society's presentation of the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the house on 92nd Street. We will return to this case in just a moment. You know the old saying, there's safety in numbers. Well, that's exactly the kind of safety enjoyed by members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Each member of this society has 3.25 million fellow members. From the premium dollars of this vast number of men and women has been built a gigantic protective fund. In managing this fund, the Equitable Society never forgets the principle of safety in numbers. So equitable dollars are put to work in a large number of different ways. In fact, it's difficult to mention a basic American industry in which equitable dollars do not play an important part. They are invested in farming and shipbuilding, in mining and railroading, in public utilities and steel mills, and hundreds of other worthwhile enterprises. Remember, complex as all these activities may be, the management of the Equitable Society has two simple objectives. First, to make it easy for those who become equitable members to gain security for themselves and their families. Second, to make sure that equitable funds are a force for good, always used to promote the industrial and financial health of this country. Thus, by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now, back to the FBI file on The House on 92nd Street, starring William Ith, Lloyd Nolan, and Signe Hasso.
On December 11th, 1941, Adolf Hitler declared that a state of war now existed between the United States and Germany. The FBI immediately arrested most of the known enemy agents. But Elsa Gebhardt and Max Coburg were allowed to continue their work because the FBI had to know. The very fate of the war we were fighting depended upon locating the leak through which Nazi Germany was getting the benefits of our experiments on the atomic bomb. Inspector Briggs in the FBI office in New York was trying to locate that leak.
Briggs speaking.
Inspector, this is Simmons.
Yes?
One of the scientists working on Process 97 is named Charles Ogden Roper.
That's right.
Well, he went out last night for a walk, and he went into town.
Here in Manhattan?
Yes, to Broadway and 123rd Street. He visited a girl named Louise Vodja.
Who is Louise Vodja?
Who used to be a courier for the Nazis. Shall I pick up Roper? This looks like the goods.
No. Don't pick up Roper, but arrest Louise Vodja. Miss Vodja, we've just been wasting our time.
But I've been telling you the truth.
Listen. You once worked as a hairdresser on the North German Lloyd liner Europa, correct?
Yes.
You used to bring over letters and mail them when you got ashore.
Well, I never knew what was in
They
them.
were letters of instructions to German agents in this country. And you were working as a courier for the German Secret Service.
No.
We also know that you became an American citizen, and that, Miss Vodja, makes you a traitor.
Well, I have done nothing since the war began. I swear
You
it.
have a friend who's a scientist. He's working for the government now. What's his name?
I have no friend.
He was at your home last night. His name is Charles Ogden Roper. Now, let's have your story. Briggs speaking.
This is Bill Dietrich.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Something new has been added, Mr. Briggs.
What do you mean?
I got a message from Hamburg to give to Elsa Gebhardt.
What is it?
It's about a man I never heard of before. The message says, remove the memory expert at the completion of his mission.
Memory expert?
Sorry?
If that means what I think it does, Bill, this is the break we've been waiting for.
Inspector Briggs was almost certain that Charles Ogden Roper was the memory expert, but he had to be sure. He checked Roper's birthplace, his college, his friends. Learning that years before he'd been in show business, he contacted many theatrical booking agents. In the office of one agent, a picture of Roper was found. A picture captioned, Charles Roper, Memory Wizard. That was the name of the act, and that was all Inspector Briggs needed. That afternoon at Dr. Appleton's laboratory.
Dr. Appleton, why have I been brought here?
This gentleman is from the FBI, Mr. Roper.
The FBI?
Mr. Roper, see if you recognize these photostats.
Why, they're photostats of the formula we worked on last week.
I understand that you're one of the scientists privileged to leave the plant.
A few evenings each week. Yes, sir.
A week ago tonight, you went out, didn't you?
A week ago tonight?
Yes.
Last Friday night?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. I did go out. I visited a friend's house.
What for?
To play chess.
What's your friend's name?
I don't remember.
Oh, come now. The great memory experts, Charles Ogden Roper. You can't remember your friend's name?
It's Louise. Louise Vodja.
How long have you known him?
3 years.
A week ago, Mr. Roper, $5,000 was paid into your bank account. Why?
I I sold some securities. Dr. Appleton, why does he ask me all these questions?
This gentleman thinks you memorized parts of the formula before you left here.
That's not true.
And when you got to your friend's house, you set them down.
No.
We know all about you, Roper. We've traced you back to the day you were born. We even know the approximate date that you're scheduled to die.
Die?
Listen to this. It's an intercepted message direct from Germany. It says, remove the memory expert at the completion of his mission.
Oh. What do you want to know?
When did you make your last delivery?
This morning, on my way back to work.
Where did you make it?
At a bookshop.
Which one? Come on now, Roper. Talk up. Talk fast.
Lang's bookshop, 59th Street. I put the material in a book, Spencer's First Principles.
What did you give him? What was it, Roper?
It was the latest data on the final experiments.
After Roper's confession that he was in league with the Nazi spy ring, the FBI went to Lang's bookstore on East 59th Street. Mr. Lang did not know anyone named Roper. He had never heard of anyone named Louise Vajra. His shop contained no copy of a book called Spencer's First Principles. It was gone.
Is that you, Max?
Yeah.
Did you get the book?
Uh-huh. Do you want me to take it to Dietrich?
No.
Why not?
I received a letter from Argentine this morning about Dietrich. His credentials were forged.
What?
He's on his way here. I expect him any minute.
Then I go to work on him, eh?
No.
Why not?
He must be made to talk.
I can make him talk.
You'd kill him. That would serve no purpose. I have a much better plan.
What?
This hypodermic needle contains scopolamine. It drugs part of the brain.
Yeah?
After 3 injections, he'll be answering questions.
Ah.
I'll allow you to put him in proper condition to receive the first injection.
Thanks.
See who it is.
It's Dietrich. He's coming back to this room.
Good. Let him in, Max.
Hello.
Come in, Dietrich.
Oh, thanks.
All right, Max. Now let's go to work.
Talk, you swine. Talk.
Stop it, Max. Give the medicine a chance to work. You see? He's coming out of it. Now he should talk. Dietrich, what is your real name? What is your real name?
William Dietrich.
He's lying.
Wait. Dietrich, you didn't send our messages to Hamburg, did you? Did you?
No.
You see, Max, it's working. Where did you send them?
30 miles.
Boy, that's...
Max. Dietrich, who did you send our messages to? Who were you working with? Answer me. Who were...
The house phone. Someone's in the shop.
I'll take it. Yes?
Miss Gephardt,
Who is this?
I'm an FBI agent. Your house is surrounded.
What's the matter?
It's the FBI. They have the house surrounded.
What?
Quick. Take all the papers. Throw them into the fireplace.
What
Quick.
about him?
Do as I say. We've got to get out of here.
Open up, Miss Gephardt. Open this door.
Now, what'll we do?
Get your gun. Keep them out, Max. Keep them out, Max.
All right. You take care of those two, Simons.
Right.
Bill. Bill.
How is he?
Well, he's passed out. He's evidently drugged. Look, you'd better get a doctor, Walker. I'll stay here.
Okay.
When he comes to, I want to be around to tell him that Process 97 still belongs to us.
Thanks to the courageous work of the FBI, Process 97 remained in the possession of this country. Ultimately, it was used as the atomic bomb. Before and during this war, the FBI was able to protect this secret. But someday an enemy may discover the formula of atomic power in his own laboratories. If he does, and he decides to go to war, then World War III will be over in 15 minutes. The discovery of the atomic bomb places a tremendous responsibility on the people of the entire globe. It was true when the late Wendell Willkie said, "This is one world." Now in this atomic age, the countries of the earth must get along together, because now it will be one world or none at all.
You'll hear the disposition of this case in just a moment. Tonight, will you join the Equitable Society in a salute to an industry which will play a key role in building the better world of tomorrow? A salute to the scientists and workers in America's chemical industry. The outstanding wartime achievements of this industry are too numerous to mention. So let's take only one, the atomic bomb. The chemical industry made a major contribution toward unleashing the enormous power of the atomic bomb. Right now, this industry enters into your daily life in 1,000 different ways. Consider the food you eat. Its growth was aided by chemical fertilizers and insecticides. The clothes on your back, the shoes on your feet, the ink in your fountain pen, the paint on your walls. To all these and scores of other articles of everyday use, chemicals and chemical research make vital contributions. And it is to the chemical industry that thousands of other industries look for expert aid in developing the improved post-war products that will make life happier and easier for all of us. Members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will be proud to learn that their premium dollars have helped finance this great industry, and that over the years, Equitable Society funds have been invested in many of the great chemical plants that did so much to help win the war and will do even more to win the peace. Just as Equitable Society dollars were fighting dollars in wartime, so at all times they are security dollars for you, your home, and your country.
Elsa Gebhardt and her Confederate Max Coburg, upon trial and conviction, joined their fellow Nazi agents in a federal penitentiary.
The incidents in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the 20th Century Fox exciting drama, The House on 92nd Street, soon to be seen in all the nation's motion picture theaters, starring William Ith, Lloyd Nolan, and Signe Hasso. This breathtaking story was adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Leith Stevens. The radio adaptation was by Jerry Lewis, and your narrator was Reed Hadley. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Dick Joy speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time for This Is Your FBI.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight's file, the marriage racket.
In the years that have just finished their parade into the history books, the people of the world became accustomed to the cruel reality of having the earth fertilized with the blood of millions of soldiers. Sudden violent death became the normal thing. The pages of every newspaper carried their mournful honor rolls. But that was war. That was a crime all of civilization was guilty of having committed. That was a crime the FBI could neither prevent nor solve. But now we've come upon a period of peace. A period when the FBI can and does prevent crimes. Above all others, it's most important that the FBI and all law enforcement agencies prevent one certain crime. Because once that crime has been committed, all that remains is catching and punishing the criminal. The victim is beyond saving. This crime is murder. Our story tonight takes us to a pleasant farming community in Iowa. Chris Newton, who owns 200 acres of the best land in the county, has just returned home from the city with a new wife. This is their first day together at home.
Della?
I'm in the kitchen, honey.
Oh. Well, something smells good.
Chicken.
With dumplings?
With dumplings.
Golly.
You just get over there and wash up. Everything's just about ready.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
I got something for you. Kind of like a surprise.
For me?
Mm-hmm. Here.
Chris.
Go on. Open it.
Sure. Chris.
It ain't much.
Why, it's the most beautiful set of feathers I ever seen in my life.
The man says you can wear them on your head or around your neck. It don't make no difference which.
Oh, they're just beautiful. Chris, you're so awful good to me.
Well, I just feel lucky I got you.
Even in spite of what folks in town will say?
What do you mean?
Well, I know they're thinking you ought to have picked your wife from around here instead of marrying a stranger.
Della, a man's got a right to marry whoever he wants to, if he can get her. I wanted you, and I got you.
You mean I got you?
Then we're even.
Oh, Chris. Now you go over and get cleaned up, and I'll set... Who's that?
Must be Jeff Holmes. I asked him to drop by. Come in.
Hiya, Della.
George.
Who's he?
George, it's my brother. Come in, George. Come in.
Okay.
For heaven's sakes, how'd you get here?
Hitchhike.
Chris, this is my brother, George. George, this is my husband, Chris.
Hello, George.
Well, this is a surprise.
It is to me, too, Della. I didn't know you had a brother.
Well, she probably forgot. I ain't seen her in a couple of years.
You been in the Army?
No, working in war plants up and down the coast.
How'd you find out where I was?
Well, Uncle Ben told me. I hear you two have just been married.
Uh-huh.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
George, you look very peaked. Have you been sick?
No, just tired. I need a little rest and some fresh air. That's why I came here.
Well, bless you, George. I'm glad you did.
You think you'd like some company for a while?
Oh, of course. We'd love to have you, wouldn't we, Chris?
Sure,
You're just in time for
sure.
something to eat.
Let me have your coat, George.
I'll keep it on. Which room do I use?
You take the one at the end of the hall on the left.
Can I give you a hand with your suitcase?
No, thanks. I'll go change my clothes, sis.
Della,
Yeah, Chris?
you don't suppose your brother's in some kind of trouble, do you?
Trouble? What do you mean?
Well, you saw how he acted when I offered to take his coat.
Yeah?
You notice that bulge in his coat up near the shoulder?
No, why?
Della, your brother's packing a gun.
The smallest clue may lead to solving the biggest crime. And so the FBI is always careful to check every lead supplied them by alert local police forces. The day that Della's brother George came to visit his sister, the police in Des Moines picked up an abandoned car bearing an Oregon license plate. Checking, they found that the car had been stolen the week before in Portland. The Des Moines office of the FBI was notified, and within a matter of minutes, special agents Adams and Kendall were on the scene, going over the car with a fine-tooth comb.
I say whoever abandoned the car intended staying in the vicinity a while. What do you think, Bob?
Uh-huh.
You find anything in the back?
Oh, just a couple of newspapers so far.
Well, while you're looking around, I'll start getting a few fingerprints. Ought to get some clear ones off the doors, anyway.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh? What'd you find?
Marry Me.
What?
Yeah, it's a magazine slipped behind the seat.
Marry Me?
One of those, Lonely Heart things published in Chicago.
I can't imagine a car thief having a magazine like that.
Here's the name of a woman subscriber stenciled on it.
Now, who is she?
Well, it was originally addressed to Adela Williams in Chicago, but it was forwarded to, Mrs. Henry Lewis, Portland, Oregon.
Well, Lonely Heart must have found a mate.
But it wasn't the owner of this car. His name's Hancock. You know, we'd just better take this magazine along with us.
Okay. Help me get a few fingerprints, Bob. We'll get them off to Washington.
Where did your husband go, Della?
Outside to look after the stock.
Oh. Then it's time we did a little talking.
Oh, but he may come back any minute, George. And he's already very suspicious of you.
What do you mean?
He knows you're carrying a gun.
How?
You gave it away acting like you did about your coat.
Ah, I'll fix that. You think you got a good sucker this time?
Chris is such a wonderful man, George.
I don't mean that, stupid. How's the dough department?
Oh, they say he's worth more than any farmer in the county.
Oh, good. Then we'll go right to work. I don't want to stay around here any longer than I have to.
But it's very nice here, George. I like it.
Shut up and listen, will you?
Okay.
I ran into a drug the other day that's out of this world. Now, you do what I tell you to do when I tell you to do it, and everything will be...
Oh, everything all right out back, Chris?
Yeah, just fine, Della.
Oh, say, Chris.
Yes?
I brought a little present for you.
So? What's that?
A gun I used on a night watching job out west.
A gun? Oh.
It might be useful to you around here.
Well, thanks, George, but I don't think I need it.
At least you know why George was carrying it now, don't you, Chris?
Yeah, sure. Well, I'll be getting on to bed. Coming, Della?
Right away, Chris.
Night, George.
Night. Well, that took care of that. And tomorrow, honey, we break in the new drug.
Sorry I took so long for lunch, Bob. Anything from Washington on those fingerprints?
No, not yet. But I just finished talking to Portland about Della Williams.
Oh? What'd you get?
She married a man named Henry Lewis 3 months ago. He died suddenly 1 month ago. She collected $3,500 in insurance and left Portland right away.
Anything strange about the death?
Mm-hmm. Overdose of sleeping tablets. They let her go as a suicide.
Ah. But what's that got to do with the stolen car?
Della Williams met Lewis through that Lonely Heart magazine.
Yeah?
And Della has a brother who lived with him for a time.
What's his name?
They didn't know.
You think maybe the brother stole the car because we found his sister's magazine in it?
Certainly seems plausible.
Yeah, that's right.
There's Washington's report on those fingerprints.
Oh, thanks, Tom.
Well, what's the verdict?
You hit the jackpot, Bob.
How?
The man who stole the car is George Williams. Served 2 years for robbery. Last lived with Sister Della Williams in Chicago. He's 35, 5'10", and... Bob.
Yeah?
Maybe Lewis didn't commit suicide after all. Listen to this. Williams and sister suspected of murder in connection with death of her 4 former husbands, but not enough evidence was ever found to warrant their indictment.
Marry and murder for profit.
Yes. And if that's their business, they've probably already started on the next victim. And since Williams abandoned his stolen car in Des Moines, their next victim must be somewhere in this area.
Right.
If we want to save somebody's life, Bob, let's get busy.
What a supper.
Oh, Chris.
I mean it. George, your sister's about the finest cook that ever hit these parts.
Yeah, she does okay.
Oh, now stop that talk, both of you. How about some more coffee?
Yeah, just fill it right up, Della.
Okay. You want some, George?
No, thanks. I had enough.
I think I'll take another biscuit if you got some more handy.
Why, sure.
They're the best doggone.
Oh, Chris.
Oh. What's the matter, Chris?
Oh, my heart. I can't.
Can I do anything?
Get Dr. Matthews.
He's out.
Shall I call the doctor?
Sure, why not? This has got to be a very legitimate murder.
We momentarily close the Equitable Society's presentation of the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the marriage racket. We will return to this case in just a moment. One of the best things about being in the life insurance business is that you get to know a lot of different people. For instance, in the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, our circle of friends is a very wide circle indeed. It consists of 3.25 million individuals. That's the number of men and women who have become members of our society. And since the Equitable Society is a society in fact, as well as in name, and is entirely owned by its policyholders, our members never hesitate to speak up when they have something on their minds. They tell it to our agents or write personal letters to President Parkinson. Farmers give us their ideas on our farm insurance programs. Heads of great industrial enterprises volunteer their opinions on our group insurance plans. Fathers of families tell us their special needs in regard to home protection, the education of the children, or retirement income for themselves. Here in the Equitable Society, we consider it a great advantage to have our fingers constantly on the public's pulse. Thanks to these contacts, we are able to modernize and liberalize our life insurance policies and annuity contracts. We have streamlined them to give our members protection and security exactly suited to their needs. That is why the Equitable Life Assurance Society's many services are always up to date, planned with an eye to the future. On the same principle, in investing Equitable Society dollars, our management always keeps in mind the future economic health and prosperity of the entire nation. And so, by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now, back to the file on the marriage racket.
George Williams, with that sublime ego which drives all criminals to the belief that they're too smart for the police, had stolen a car and driven it across a state line. That was a mistake, a serious mistake, because it invited the FBI to take a hand in stopping his career. This was not the ordinary chase after a criminal. This was not a race between Williams and the FBI. This was a race between the FBI and death. On the Newton farm, Dr. Matthews has been treating his patient, and now he emerges from the bedroom.
Doctor, how is he?
Is he going to pull out of it, Doc?
Well, I have relieved his pain. His pulse seems to be a little more regular.
Then he's going to be all right.
I think he'll get over this attack. But he must have quiet and rest for a few days.
Oh, we'll see that he gets it, Doc. My sister will take good care of him.
Of course. Chris is such a wonderful man.
There's not a finer man in the whole community, Mrs. Newton. And I'm doubly sorry that this should happen so soon after your marriage.
I can't understand it. Chris is as strong as an ox. He told me himself he'd never been sick a day in his life.
Well, he's worked mighty hard all his life. I guess the strain is beginning to tell.
Anything especially you want us to do, Doc?
No, just keep him quiet. I'll drop by to see him tomorrow.
Oh, thank you for coming, Doctor.
Well, I'm glad you could reach me. Good night, Mrs. Newton.
Good night.
Doc.
Yes?
Suppose he has another attack and we can't reach you. What do we do?
Well, there's not much you'd be able to do except hope for the best.
Yeah, I guess so.
Good night.
Good night, Doc. Well, honey, we just have to give the sucker one more dose.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah?
Any police reports on that alarm we put out on Williams yet?
No, and time is ticking away fast.
Yeah, I know.
If Marion murder is their game, we're racing against the death of their next victim. If we haven't already lost the race. Well, we're not getting anywhere waiting for reports.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Why haven't we thought of it before?
What?
That Lonely Heart magazine. If they contacted their other victims through the magazine... Give me the phone.
Calling Chicago?
Yeah. I'll get the editor to give me a list of all the men in this area who've been trying to find a bride through the magazine. Hello, operator. Get me the editor of a magazine published...
How's he doing, sis?
Chris is sleeping, George.
That's good. We want a little time for the news to get around that he had a heart attack, so nobody will be surprised when another one kicks him off.
I know.
Ah, that's beautiful stuff in those little capsules.
What's in them?
It's a drug we should have been using all the time. A little bit kicks the pump around, and too much stops it for keeps. And it's scientifically impossible to find a trace of it in the body.
George.
Yeah?
Chris is such a wonderful man.
Okay, you said that before. So what?
Would you be awful mad if I asked you to do something for me?
Like what?
Well, Chris is such a
wonderful man. All right. You said that.
He's been so good and kind to me. I wish you'd let him alone.
Nothing doing.
Please, George, I want to stay married this time.
I said nothing doing.
But, George,
Look,
you
Della, you got a crush on a couple of your other husbands, too, but you got over it.
Yeah, I know. But Chris is different.
You said the same thing about that guy, Brown.
Well, they both touched the mother in me, I guess.
And that last guy, Lewis. You had a big thing for him, too.
I couldn't help it. He was such a gentleman.
Look, honey, this is strictly business, see? Chris has got a lot of rocks salted away. And we can sell the farm for another pile.
George, please.
No dice. We gotta go through with this, Stella. But I'll tell you what. I promise you, the next guy you like, you can keep. Okay?
You mean it, George?
It's guaranteed.
Oh, you're the sweetest brother a girl ever had.
Well, here we are, Bob. The names of 4 marriage prospects in this area scattered all over the state.
Well, let's get on them right away.
And we better try telephoning.
And ask them what? If they found a mate?
We won't be that blunt about it. Let's take them right on down the line. Reeves, Johnson, Mason, and Newton.
George.
Yeah?
The telephone's ringing. What'll I do?
Leave it alone. No, wait. I'd better answer it. You stay here. Hello?
Is this the Newton residence?
Yeah?
I'm sorry to bother you this time of night, but...
Who is this?
Are you Mr. Newton?
No. Mr. Newton's sick. Very sick. In bed.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Good night.
Hey, wait a minute. Who are you? Hey. Hello. Hello.
All right. Keep your shirt on. I'm coming.
Hello.
If you want Dr. Matthews, he's not here.
Then maybe you can help me.
I'm not a doctor. I'm just the housekeeper.
Now, we're very sorry to disturb you, but we're special agents of the FBI.
The FBI? But gracious, what's the matter?
We want to ask you about a patient of Dr. Matthews, Mr. Newton.
Oh. Well, the doctor went out there about supper time.
The station agent said Mr. Newton had a heart attack.
Maybe so. The doctor don't discuss his patients with me. You'll have to wait till he gets back.
When will that be?
No telling. He drove 50 miles out in the country to deliver Mrs. Weaver's baby.
Could we reach the doctor by telephone?
You could, if the Weavers had a telephone.
Do you know if Mr. Newton got married recently?
I said the doctor don't discuss his patients with me. You'll just have to wait for him.
You got his tray ready, sis?
All I have to do is pour his coffee.
Wait a minute. Let's sweeten the cup a little bit.
Oh, George, I hate to do this.
Yeah, I know. Now, pour in the coffee.
Okay.
This one's going to last him a long time. Come on.
Okay. Chris, honey, I got something to eat for you.
Thanks, Della. I'm real hungry, too.
How you feeling, Chris?
Fit as a fiddle. I don't see why I have to stay in this bed.
Well, it's a doctor's orders, pal, and you're going to stay there if we have to stand over you with a shotgun.
It's nice of you, George, to want to do what's right about me.
Now,
but...
look, Chris, look. Della's a happy dame, and I want to see her stay that way.
Here's your tray, Chris.
Thanks. Now, who's that?
Oh, probably a neighbor.
Well, Chris ain't supposed to have company. I'll get rid of him. Go on, eat, Chris. I'll take care of him. Okay. I'm coming.
Hello. Are you Mr. Newton?
Mr. Newton's sick and can't have company.
I don't think it'll be necessary for us to see him.
Then what do you want?
I think we want you, Mr. Williams.
Huh?
We're special agents of the FBI. Where's your sister?
I don't know what you're talking about. No, you drop that gun.
George, who are these men?
We're special agents of the FBI.
Huh?
You and your brother are under arrest.
Oh, dear.
Where are you going?
I've got to throw out some coffee.
Murder in any form is offensive to the civilized mind. We are incensed by the killing committed in a fit of passion, by the bank robber's killing of an innocent teller, by the brutal murder committed by the mental or moral degenerate. But there are no words to describe our revulsion for the persons who commit deliberate, cold-blooded murder for profit. Investigation into the deaths of the former husband of Della Williams proved conclusively that murder had been committed in each case. Thanks to the speed with which the FBI worked, the life of Chris Newton was saved. And George Williams and his sister were tried by local authorities and convicted of murder in the first degree. In the long roster of criminals, they were fairly unimportant people. But the file on their case proves once again that crime is not a profitable profession and can never become profitable so long as lawbreakers are being fought relentlessly by the FBI.
You'll hear about next week's case in just a moment. Tonight, will you join the Equitable Society in a salute to America's dairy industry? To the farmers, milk companies, and their tens of thousands of employees. Above all, a special salute to the boys and girls of the dairy farms. During the war, while a father or elder brother was at the front, these patriotic kids got up at dawn to feed the cows and gave up their playtime hours to get the milk through to the milk processing plants. Thanks to tireless efforts of both youngsters and old-timers on the dairy farms, it was never necessary to point ration the milk that means so much to the nation's health. In fact, per capita consumption of milk went up 25% during the war, and wherever it was humanly possible, milk and milk products were regular parts of the Army ration. Milk and ice cream were symbols of home, the things our boys wanted most. Now that peace is here, America's dairy industry is looking forward to making greater contributions to our country's nutrition and health than ever before. In the future, also, there will be an increasing number of appetizing new food products, even wearing apparel, all made from milk. Over a long period of time, funds of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States have played an important part in dairying. Hundreds of dairy farmers in all parts of the country have taken advantage of the Equitable Society's many plans for the business of farming. In addition, the premium dollars of Equitable members are invested in a number of the leading dairy companies. Just as Equitable Society dollars were fighting dollars in wartime, so at all times they are security dollars for you, your home, and your country.
Next week's colorful and exciting story will be based on the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the serviceman swindle.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Leith Stevens. The author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Reed Hadley, who appears through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Dick Joy speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This Is Your FBI. Friends, for your unfaltering courage during the war years, you've won and you deserve your country's highest citation. Through the days of conflict, your contributions were limitless and your victory decisive. But the only complete victory is victory with responsibility, and to that end our work continues. Every individual in America has a stake in the job of converting to peacetime economy as smoothly and as quickly as possible. Soon, price controls may no longer be necessary to our economic well-being, but until that time, go on doing your level best. Spend sensibly and avoid buying goods which are still in short supply. Cooperate with the remaining price and rationing controls. And if a question arises over any point of cost, refer it immediately to your Office of Price Administration. America's war against inflation is still raging. Remember, the most important single contribution we can make to world prosperity and peace is a stable economy here at home.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight's file, the serviceman's fraud.
The war is over and the fighting men are coming home. But for the FBI, the war, the fight against fascism, is not over. In a sense, it still goes on, because the fight against democracy still goes on. Not only overseas, but right here in this country. In a Midwestern state, for example, where a thin, white-haired man named Martin Bessemer was trying to form an organization called the United Brotherhood of America. Bessemer made his speeches in a large hall, and in his audiences were many veterans of our war against fascism. Directly behind this hall, he had his offices, a large outer reception room and a small inner office used only by Bessemer, by his red-haired secretary, and by his business manager, a hard, quiet-faced man called Frank Kingston.
Leila, you finished typing that letter?
It's right over there.
Oh, okay.
When's Bessemer going to sign it?
As soon as he finishes rousing the rabble. Oh, you know, baby, 1 million copies of this ought to open a few thousand vets with plenty of separation pay.
They could all hear him talk. You know something funny, Frank?
Hmm?
I listened to him the other day.
And you almost believed him.
Almost? If I'd had my purse, I would have handed over the membership fee and joined up.
The more suckers who feel that way, the more money in the bank for us.
For us?
Yeah. We're in it together, baby.
Frank.
Huh?
When are you going to get him to sign that check?
I told you that
when the time comes.
Yeah.
And I told you I'm not going to sit around here waiting for dollar bills to start...
Hello, Mr. Bessemer.
Hello, Frank. Hello, Lila, my dear.
Hello, Mr. Bessemer.
You've been working hard today, haven't you?
Pretty hard.
Well, I'll take your dinner tonight and make sure you're getting enough to eat.
Oh, here's the letter we drew up, Mr. Bessemer.
Thank you. The United Brotherhood of America has a particular appeal for our veterans. I realize their plight and promise to give every honorably discharged man who joins the Brotherhood a battle bonus amounting to... I've never promised anything of the kind, Frank.
Well, there are a couple of million vets waiting for somebody to lead them someplace, Mr. Bessemer. You know, vets with dough. You want to get them to join, don't you?
Well, naturally.
Then sign here.
Oh, now look.
You hired me to boost your membership. Sign here.
Kingston, nobody tells me what to do. Nobody.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Bessemer. I didn't mean to sound as though I were giving orders. I was just thinking that if we can pull in the vets, the organization ought to get big enough to swing your election at the state legislature. Or maybe even Congress.
Well, in that case, let me have your pen, Frank.
Okay. Here.
Thanks. There we are. I'll pick you up about 6, Lila.
Okay.
Goodbye, my dear.
Bye.
Goodbye, Frank.
Goodbye now.
He'll pick me up at 6.
So what?
So we'll have dinner and he'll slobber over me again.
All right.
All right, nothing. What kind of a guy are you to let someone else take your
You
girl?
won't be bothered much longer.
No?
No. Our friend just signed his last will and testament.
This letter?
Yeah. It's going to mean a killing for us and the finish for him.
How?
Well, it's going to hook a lot of poor fish, baby. But it's also going to make somebody start an investigation.
For instance?
I don't know. But when they come around, we're going to be gone. And Mr. Martin Bessemer is going to be left holding the bag.
It's easy to get a mailing list of veterans, and it's easy to stir up some of those veterans. The end of the war doesn't mean peace for the country. It means a period of transition, reconversion, change. Many fighting men who have come home want that period to be swift and sure and right. So when they read a letter like Martin Bessemer's, many veterans get excited. Some want to join his organization. And some react the way a boy like Eddie Butler did. Eddie is calling on his girl.
Sorry I
I kept you waiting, Eddie. Like my new dress?
Huh?
I asked you if you liked my new dress.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, new, isn't it?
Eddie, when we get married, my clothes
That
won't...
bird ought to have his head handed to him.
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, honey. A letter came this afternoon. I didn't get a chance to read it.
You read it now. Put it away.
But look at it.
I don't want to.
It's from a gent named Martin Bessemer. He's the head of an outfit called...
The United Brotherhood of American Wars. I know.
How do you know?
My brother Bobby got one this morning.
What'd he say?
Oh, I don't know. Said he wants to join.
Join this?
Yes.
Well, he can read, can't he? Listen to this. The United Brotherhood is an organization restricted to members of the Caucasian race. That's a fancy way of saying Aryans.
All right, Eddie.
And this juicy little warning that we veterans have to rise up and throw the foreigners...
All right, Eddie.
But, Nora, don't you
Give
see...
me that letter.
Nora!
I'm sorry.
I don't get it, honey.
I don't get you.
Me?
Eddie, sit down. No, here by me.
Okay.
Darling, I know it was pretty bad overseas, and you went through a lot. But you're home now, darling, and the war's over.
The fighting's over, you mean?
What?
As long as there are weasels like this Martin Bessemer around, it's not over. Look, honey, I get mad, but don't try to chalk it up to combat fatigue or anything like that. I get mad because I see that maybe there's a chance all that fighting was for nothing.
Eddie, that's silly.
Silly, yeah, and your kid brother joins a peachy little group restricted to members of the Caucasian race.
He's a kid, and it's a small, unimportant organization.
There are a couple of million kids and plenty of these small, unimportant organizations for them to join.
Eddie.
No, I am mad. I don't like it, Nora. I don't like that it's going on and we let it go on.
What can we do?
I know what I'm going to do.
What?
I'm going to join Mr. Bessemer's little restricted bunch.
What?
It'll get me into one of his meetings so I can find out what he's up to. If he's up to what I think he is, Mr. Martin Bessemer better watch out.
Martin Bessemer did not know that the FBI had been checking on his activities. But he'd been smart enough to stop just short of a violation for which he could be arrested. And now one of his letters come to the FBI's attention.
Martin Bessemer.
Yeah. According to the files, Dan, he's been spreading his poison since 1937. He was mixed up with a bun, but he went into hiding as soon as we invaded North Africa.
Smart boy.
Uh-huh. But now he's out again. We've never been able to get anything on him. Even this new organization he's trying to get started has a bona fide setup legally.
Well, maybe this letter is what we've been waiting for.
I think it is. As a matter of fact, I think he's bitten off more than he can chew in this one sentence right here. Look.
He promises to give every honorably discharged man a battle bonus.
Yeah. Probably sucked in a lot of members that way. But if he can't pay off...
We can put him out of business.
Right. Beats me how a rat like that can keep going anyway. It's a wonder that someone doesn't get so mad at him that... Well, let's get moving. We'd better take a good look at Mr. Martin Bessemer's books.
Well, it's about time you showed up.
I've had my hands full, Lila.
Who was she?
Oh, stop being cute. I just had a big session with some vet named Eddie Butler. He's out to knock Bessemer's block off.
I know. He was here before. But we've got a bigger problem.
What do you mean?
I had a visitor. A gentleman named Sherman.
Sherman?
From the FBI.
What do you want?
To look at the books.
You didn't let him?
No. But he said he'd be back at 3.
It's almost that now.
I know. What are we going to do, Frank?
Oh, it's going to be all right, baby.
It says here.
I tell you, it's going to be all right. All this means is that we clear out a little ahead of schedule.
Without the money.
With the money.
Well, he hasn't signed that check yet.
You will.
Hello, Lila, my dear.
Hello.
Frank.
Oh, I'm glad you're here, Mr. Bessemer.
Anything wrong?
Well, yes, we've gotten some disturbing news.
What?
Well, the FBI was here to look at our books.
The FBI? Why?
Well, I guess it's because of that last letter you sent out. One where you promised the boys a battle bonus. You see, if they look at our books and find that you can't pay that bonus, they could send you up for fraud.
Go on.
Well, I've got a check here already for your signature, Mr. Bessemer. It's for the money in our account.
Well, what do you plan to do with it?
We can take the money and run.
take it and run.
Yeah.
You cheap gangster.
Don't be so easy with your hands, Mr. Bessemer.
You've got everything ready, haven't you? You knew this was coming and you planned for it.
So what?
You cheap little racketeer.
Easy, Bessemer.
Uneducated scum that'll do anything for money.
I warned you.
You are scum. You're from the slums, and your parents were...
Now, maybe you'll keep your hands to yourself.
He's dead, Frank.
I don't care.
What are you going to do?
What are we gonna do, you mean?
What?
We're in it together, baby. Remember? And we're good.
Shh.
What's the matter?
Somebody's in the outer office.
Huh?
I heard him.
We'll see who it is. Just open that door a crack.
Oh, Frank.
Go on.
It's that boy.
What boy?
That veteran, Eddie Butler. The one who wanted to knock Bessemer's head.
We're both thinking the same thing, baby.
Frank.
It'll work. Come on. Help me lift Bessemer's body behind the desk.
Oh. Why?
You don't want the kid to see him when he walks in.
No.
Now, where's that check?
It's here. What are you going to do?
Get out the back door into the bank before it closes.
Oh, the check's not signed.
That's okay. I know his signature.
Frank.
Stop worrying, baby. I'll get in touch with you and let you know where I am.
You won't forget.
We're in it together, aren't we?
Yeah. We're in it together, all right.
Okay. Here.
What?
Take my gun. You know what to do with it, don't you?
Yeah.
So long, baby.
Mr. Butler,
Yeah?
come in, won't you?
Thanks.
You're waiting to see Mr. Bessemer?
Yeah, I saw him come in here, and then... Say, did I hear a couple of shots?
Shots? Why, no. Not from here. Oh, what you must have heard was...
What's the matter?
Look behind the desk.
Huh? Holy... It's Bessemer.
And isn't this yours?
What?
This gun. Here, take it. But it's yours, isn't it?
No.
Oh, yes, it is. Come in. Oh, Mr. Sherman, I'm so glad you're here. This man just shot Mr. Bessemer.
We momentarily close the Equitable Society's presentation of the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the serviceman's fraud. We will return to this case in just a moment. There's something about the name of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States that seems to arouse quite a lot of interest. Again and again, people say to us, by the way, why is the Equitable Society called a society? Well, that question is easily answered. The Equitable Life Assurance Society is called a society because it is a society, in every sense of the word. It is an association of men and women who share the conviction that contentment and security depend on practicing the basic American virtues of thrift and self-reliance and cooperation. We who are members of the great Equitable Society family know that it isn't enough to work for ourselves alone. We know that we do better when we lend each other a helping hand. And that is why we have joined forces in the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. We have combined our dollars into a common protective fund, which gives each of us far more security than he could attain by his own unaided efforts. The fact that 3.25 million Americans think this way and have become Equitable Society members gives our organization tremendous stability and safety. At the same time, the fact that this is a society means that we individual members receive personal consideration and warm, friendly attention in all our dealings with the management. Finally, we have the satisfaction of knowing that our premium dollars are constantly invested in ways that benefit the entire nation. For by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now back to the file on the serviceman's fraud.
A murder is committed. A murder that's buried in the back pages because the victim is seemingly unimportant. The killer seems to be unimportant, too. Seems to be a boy named Eddie Butler. A boy with a motive, with a gun marked with his fingerprints. A boy who was actually seen by an eyewitness. The case seems open and shut, seems to be as simple as ABC. Nevertheless, the FBI, working with local police, investigates. And investigates thoroughly.
You say Butler was here earlier, miss?
Oh, yes. He was raving about getting hold of Mr. Bessemer and knocking his head off.
But you got rid of him.
Well, I thought I did. But then he came back about an hour ago. He just stormed in here and made a wild speech, and then he took out his gun and fired.
That was a few minutes before 3.
Yeah. Well, I feel sorry for the kid, but that happens.
What happens?
Well, you know. Those boys are trained to kill. They go overseas and do a lot of killing, and it just gets in their blood. They come home, see something they don't like, so they kill.
Is that what Mr. Bessemer thought?
Why?
It sounds like something he might have said. I guess you liked Mr. Bessemer.
No. But it was a job, Mr. Sherman.
You didn't mind working for a man like that?
Well,
I'm sorry. It's really none of my business. If there's anything else we want, I'll let you know.
A murder is committed. But it was a letter which brought the FBI to this case. A letter involving a plan to defraud veterans. And so the books of the organization called the United Brotherhood of America are turned over to a special agent, while the agent in charge aids the local police to follow up the murder. Follow it up by sending the gun in the case to the FBI laboratory in Washington. Follow it up by interviewing Eddie Butler in his cell.
Doesn't make any sense, Mr. Sherman.
The murder?
None of it. You know, I was thinking, suppose I really had shot Bessemer. He was a fascist. In the Army, they taught us what a fascist is, and overseas, we saw him and killed some of them. Bessemer wasn't any different, Mr. Sherman, except maybe he was born here.
Don't try to make any sense out of that, Eddie. It'll go out of your head.
You think I'm going out of my head anyway. Mr. Sherman, I didn't kill Bessemer, but I'm glad he was killed. And even if it hangs me, I'll keep saying that. So maybe I am out of my head.
Eddie, you're sure there wasn't anybody else in that office when you walked in?
Just a girl.
What about earlier?
I thought I saw that guy go in, but I don't know.
What guy?
Some gent who'd been trying to get rid of me.
What was his name?
I don't know.
What did he look like?
Oh, pretty solid. A little taller than me. Kind of a thin, hard face. Dark hair. That's all I remember.
And you don't know who he was?
Well, he said he was Bessemer's business manager.
Business manager?
Yeah.
Thanks, Eddie. Thanks very much. What'd you get out of the books, Dan?
Oh, pretty much what we figured. Bessemer couldn't have paid off that battle bonus if he stood on his head. Not that he had any intention to.
Of course not.
Matter of fact, all the money was drawn out of the bank.
When?
About 1 minute before 3. The teller remembered because he was ready to close up.
Well, Bessemer was dead by then.
Sure. But I don't know who the man was who cashed the check.
Probably countersigned with a phony.
Yeah, that's what I figured. The check's on its way to the lab.
Good.
I got a description of him, though. Slightly over medium height, dark hair, thin face.
Say, that sounds like the same man Butler described.
Really?
Yeah. This is beginning to make sense, Dan. There's somebody else in this. Somebody who was possibly double-crossing Bessemer. Somebody who possibly murdered Bessemer or helped the girl murder. Hello? Sherman speaking. Yeah. Yeah. Where?
Thanks.
What was that?
Report just came in on the gun. Serial number was filed off, but the lab got it anyway.
Could they trace it?
Well, the last place they traced it to was a pawn shop over on the south side. Now, look, we don't want to arrest you for selling the gun. We just want to know who you sold it to.
I told you. I don't know his name.
What did he look like?
He was, a little shorter than you. Dark. Kind of a... Wait.
What?
I just remembered. His name was Frank. That's what she called him. Frank.
That's what who called him?
The girl who was with him. A very pretty girl with red hair.
Here's a report on the check, Dan.
Was it a forgery?
Sure. Same guy who countersigned it forged it.
What's his name?
Kingston. Frank Kingston. We have a lead on where he's hiding. Williams traced a call the girl made him last night.
Well, let's get him then.
There's a catch.
What?
We can probably hold him on fraud, forgery, larceny,
But how do we get him on murder?
Yeah. As long as that girl sticks to her story, we'll...
You know, if there were only some way of getting one of them to double-cross the other...
Say, I have an idea.
What's that?
The old bellboy trick. It might work. They've never seen you. So if we can get that girl over to Frank Kingston's apartment tonight...
Isn't there anybody to run this elevator? Hey! Hey, isn't there anybody...
Take it easy, lady.
Who are you?
Bellboy, clerk, elevator boy, what do you have?
Now, since this is an elevator, what did you think?
Sorry you had to wait. We had a lot of checkouts today.
Dump like this, I'm not surprised.
What floor?
5.
5?
Yeah, do you mind?
No, I don't mind. Only I don't think there's anybody up there.
What?
Well, there was only 2 people. 503, she checked out this morning. And 514, he checked out a few minutes ago.
514 couldn't have. I just spoke to him on the phone.
Yeah, I know.
How do you know?
Also worked the switchboard. Lady calls, and 2 minutes later, 514 calls to say he's checking out.
I don't believe you.
Well, see for yourself. It's right over here.
But he checked out.
No, it's open.
Frank? Frank!
See? What did I tell you?
So he's gone.
Sure.
Oh, that's great. That's just dandy. Little Frankie's gone for a walk with his pockets stuffed with money. That's beautiful.
Something wrong?
No, nothing's wrong. Everything's fine. Where's your phone?
What are you going to do?
Call the police. That man who checked out murdered Martin Bessemer. I saw him do it.
I don't think he'll get very far, miss.
Mr. Sherman.
He's still downstairs waiting for you.
Downstairs?
Sure. This is 614, Lila.
6? But this elevator, boy.
Also, house detective and FBI.
So that's the way it is.
Yeah. What do you think Frank is going to say when he hears the news?
I think I know. He'll say we're in it together, baby.
Frank Kingston and his female accomplice were tried and convicted by local authorities on the charge of first-degree murder. Kingston's death reminds us that there are men in this land who say they are Americans, who perhaps think that they are Americans and yet speak openly and loudly against the principles of freedom and equality, the principles of democracy. There's little difference between such men and the enemies across the seas whom we have conquered. There's little difference between such men and the criminals they so often employ, for they are criminals themselves. In the end, they will be caught, because their crimes are crimes against the people, against the government, against the FBI.
You'll hear about next week's case in just a moment. Tonight, will you join the Equitable Society in a salute to an industry which shares the responsibility of passing on the wisdom of the world from one generation to another? An industry which makes possible the great system of free education for everyone, which is one of the foundations of our American democracy. Yes, a salute of gratitude to the book publishing industry of the United States. During the war, the publishers rose to the emergency and supplied over 90 million specially manufactured paper-bound books to the armed forces, almost 800 titles, about 8 books for every serviceman or woman. Now that peace is here, we will look to the book publishers for more than 10,000 new titles each year. These will range from the scientific works which carry forward the torch of progress to the fiction which relaxes you in your hours of leisure. For many years, funds of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States have been invested in the book publishing industry. In fact, Equitable Society funds have been a consistent factor in the growth and development of most of the great industries on which America depends for full employment and continued prosperity. Just as Equitable Society dollars were fighting dollars in wartime, so at all times they are security dollars for you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The file on The Desert Dictator.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Leith Stevens. The author was Arthur Lawrence. Your narrator was Reed Hadley, who appears through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Dick Joy speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI. Folks, the Equitable Society reminds you that tomorrow is Navy Day. We'd like to take this moment to say thanks, Navy, for a job well done. The U.S. Navy played a tremendous part in beating the Japanese. It was the tiny Pacific Fleet that stopped the enemy offensive at Midway. Navy ships turned the tide of the war in the furious night battles off the Solomons. Halsey's powerful Third Fleet crushed the Jap Navy in the battles of the Philippine Sea, making it possible for American warships and planes to blast enemy cities at will. Throughout the war, the Navy has spearheaded victory. Men of the Navy deserve the gratitude of their countrymen. One of the best ways Americans can show their appreciation is by guarding the goals for which these men fought, by maintaining a strong, peacetime Navy.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for Financial Security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight's file, The Desert Dictator.
There is an ancient proverb which says, "The sword of the wicked shall break against the wisdom of the righteous." History bears witness to the inexorable truth of that proverb. And likewise does tonight's case from the files of your FBI, in which a ruthless criminal, a killer, is defeated by it. On a desert in Arizona, two elderly men and a girl are seated before a campfire, watching the red sun poise for a moment over the peak of a distant mountain. Gradually, the red turns to pink, then to purple, then indigo. Now it is night.
Doc? If I freshen up that fire, you could see a little better.
See better?
Yeah.
He didn't hear a word you said, Mesa.
No?
Now, Larry.
Uncle Harold, you know that when you're making notes, you get so engrossed you could do it in the dark.
You exaggerate my talent.
You got company.
Wolf.
Yeah.
Well, he won't bother us. I don't imagine wolves are particularly interested in archaeology.
No.
Doc,
Yes?
I'd like to ask you something.
Go ahead.
I like you, and I like your niece here. You're paying me good money to guide you around the desert.
Well?
Just what satisfaction do you get out of digging stuff out the ground that's been there for hundreds, thousands of years?
Well, now, that's a fair question.
Let me answer it, Uncle Harold.
Surely.
You see, Mesa, the past can be a guide to the present. It's important to know what made one period of civilization die in order that this one shall survive.
In other words, Mason, what Larry means is if Hitler had used archaeology instead of mythology, he would have known better.
Well, that makes sense, all right.
Now, we came out here, Mesa, to compile data on the three ancient Indian cultures that followed each other in this country. The first period was called Basket Maker Number 1. See, at that point, the Indians were nomads, hunters. And then Basket Maker Number 2.
What's wrong?
It's just the horses, Larry.
That wolf may be flirting around with them. I better take a look. What's the matter with you critters? What you got your noses in the wind about? Settle down now, settle down.
They all right, Mesa?
They are now, Miss Larry.
Has that wolf upset them?
I don't know, but something has.
What do you mean?
I got a feeling that we ain't by ourselves out here.
What?
What's that?
I think I'll just get the old carbine
Drop
ready
that
and
gun, mister. You hear me? I said drop it. Now, look, I'm in the dark and you're in the light. That makes you a real easy target.
I ain't dropping no gun.
I'll leave it lay there. The next one slams into you.
Are you all right, Mesa?
Yes, ma'am.
You Wild West boys ain't the only ones that can shoot, you know.
Who are you?
This company,
Well, you're not exactly welcome.
that ain't what I'm after.
His arm is bleeding,
It's
Uncle.
been bleeding all day. Does it worry you?
No.
Thanks. What's the setup here? Well, speak up, one of you. Talk.
I'm an archaeologist. If you know what that means.
I know what it means. Mummies.
Well, that would be the common Egyptologist.
Never mind
connotation,
that. Where do you fit in the picture, sweetheart?
Me?
Yeah. Is this old Guy your husband?
He is my uncle.
Bet you couldn't help. Who's Buffalo Bill here?
Our guide.
I thought maybe you dug him out of the ground.
Now, just a
Shut
minute.
up. Got any bandage, sweetheart?
Bandage.
For my arm. Go get it. When I'm fixed up, I'll tell all of you what you gotta do to be able to see the next sunrise. Okay?
A few minutes before closing time that afternoon, a lone bandit had held up the Canyon National Bank in Flagstaff, Arizona, and escaped with $20,000 after a running gun battle. The FBI office in Phoenix was notified, and shortly after sundown, Special Agent Blake drove into Flagstaff, where he conferred at once with Sheriff Hickman.
Two of my boys, Mr. Blake, saw the bandit when he dashed out of the bank and jumped into his car.
And they opened fire on him?
Well, they yelled at him to stop first, but he had his car started by then when tearing off.
I see.
The boys fired a couple of shots, commandeered a car, and took after him.
How did he make his getaway, Sheriff?
Well, he managed to shoot out a tire.
Was he hit at all, do you know?
The boys weren't sure about that. But once after they fired, they saw his car swerve a little.
Which way was he heading?
He went east on the road leading through the Painted Desert.
Sheriff, did you get a description of him at all?
Yes, I got it written down here for you.
Thanks.
I've already phoned all sheriffs between here and New Mexico.
Oh, good.
He was driving a black Buick sedan. Here's the license number. California.
No, probably stolen. Well, we'll put out a 3-state alarm right away. And after we check with California, we'll start fanning out men all over the state.
All right. But if he gets off in that desert country, it's going to be hard to find.
Well, he can't stay in there forever. Sheriff, hand me the phone, will you? We'll get that alarm out.
Well, there you are.
Thanks, sweetheart. Yeah, it's a real good bandage. You put it on with love and care.
I put it on because I had to.
Stop being a female.
He's evidently evolved a theory, Larry, that you're really fascinated with.
Never mind the book talk, Doc. Let me give you the real feeling on me.
Please do.
I suppose you've all guessed by now that I didn't get shot cleaning a pistol. I borrowed the $20,000 that's in this bag from a bank today. I'm going to have to borrow your car to get it out of this country.
Our car?
That's right. I didn't waltz 2 miles across this desert to your campfire just to get a little first aid. My car burned out of bearing. I'd trade it in for yours, except that I pushed it over a cliff. What's so funny?
You're in a bad way, unless you can use a horse.
What do you mean?
We haven't got a car.
You're lying. You got a car around this camp somewhere.
You're at liberty to look for yourself.
Of course, if you care to wait until tomorrow.
Larry.
What did you start to say about tomorrow?
I was going to say the sheriff or whoever's after you would probably be here by then and be very glad to give you a lift.
You were talking about something else or he wouldn't have stopped you. What was it?
I just told you.
What was it, sweetheart?
My arm.
Come on, tell me.
Let it be. Wait, mister. I'll tell him.
Okay. There's somebody else in your party, right?
There's not anybody else in our party.
Okay. But somebody's going to be here with a car tomorrow.
Yes. We're expecting supplies.
I'm sorry, Uncle Harold.
Don't be sorry, sweetheart. That helped. I was beginning to figure I was in a pretty bad spot.
Well, since you think you see your way out of this now, perhaps you won't mind if we all retire.
Sure, go ahead. But you'll have to hit the ground right here by the fire.
Oh, yes, of course.
And, Doc.
Yes?
In case you think you got an edge because you went to college, I just got out of San Quentin University last week.
Apparently it didn't teach you much.
I taught myself, Doc. I taught myself how to stay up 3 days and nights without sleeping.
Oh?
Yeah. So go ahead with the sleeping act. But don't count on me passing out. I'll be sitting right here waiting to say good morning to all of you. And a very special good morning to whoever's coming with that car.
Morning, Sheriff.
Good morning, Mr. Blake.
Sheriff, this is Special Agent Tanner.
Hello, Sheriff. How do you do, Mr. Tanner? I just talked on the phone to the Los Angeles police. That black Buick sedan the bandits used was stolen there 3 days ago.
We know who the bandit is now, Sheriff.
Oh, yes?
Tanner here checked your description of him with our Washington office.
His name is Matt Ricker. He just got out of San Quentin last week.
Well, gone back to work again already, huh?
Here's his full description. 5 feet 10, 165 pounds, black hair, dark skin, has a knife scar on his right cheek.
Want me to put that out?
We've already sent it out as a follow-up on your first alarm.
Sheriff, have you had any reports from any of your men?
No, sir. But by now, they're pretty well spread out over this part of the state.
Oh, good. Tanner and I are just getting ready to take a run across the Painted Desert Road to Gallup. Now, if you get anything, communicate with the sheriff there.
Yeah.
We'll be in touch with him. Then we'll double back here to Flagstaff.
All right.
Good. Come on, Tanner. Let's get started.
Well, how did everybody sleep?
How do you think?
You should have knocked it off real good, knowing somebody was standing by, watching over you.
That was very comforting.
Thanks. Hey, Pop, pour me another cup of that... Hey, what are you doing there?
Just fixing the fire. Why?
You're lying. You're doing tricks with the smoke, trying to make a signal.
I
Get
told
away
you
from
I
there
was
before I
only-
slam lead in you. And pour me a cup of that Java.
I ain't waiting on you.
I said pour me a cup of that Java.
I'll get it for
Pop's
you.
going to get it for me.
I ain't getting you nothing.
Okay, Pop, you asked
No,
for
don't.
it.
Wait a minute. Listen.
Oh. This is what I've been waiting for. All right, just stay put. If anybody lets out a crack before I get that guy under control, there'll be some blood on his hand.
Well, howdy, folks. Howdy.
Morning, Marshal.
How's everything going?
Just fine, Mr. Marshal.
I got a good mess of supplies for you.
Is that so?
Yeah. Well, looks like you took on a new member since I was out here last, Doctor.
That's right.
Who is he?
He just joined us last night.
Oh, that's funny.
What's funny?
You look quite a bit like a man I heard about yesterday. A man they're looking for back in Flagstaff. And if I'm not mistaken, his name is Matt Ray.
Well, that's it.
It didn't help you, Ricker.
What do you mean?
Look at the car.
Huh?
Your bullet pierced the gas tank. Instead of shooting your way to freedom, you've destroyed your only avenue of escape.
We momentarily close the Equitable Society's presentation of the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the Desert Dictator. We will return to this case in just a moment. Tonight, I'd like to tell you a tale of 2 cities and 12 letters. One city is New York, where the home office of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States is located. The other city we'll call Your Town, a prosperous manufacturing community somewhere in the United States. Now, on a certain day, 12 letters were exchanged between Your Town and the Equitable Society. 9 came from Equitable members living in Your Town, enclosing payments on their Equitable life insurance policies. On the same day, 3 letters from the Equitable Society, also enclosing checks, arrived in Your Town. One check was for a very large sum of money, an investment of Equitable Society funds in Your Town's most important industry. A second check went to a respected doctor who was retired under the Equitable Old Age Security Plan. The third check went to a young man in Your State University, a payment on the educational insurance his father provided for him years ago. Well, that's one way that life insurance works. Money comes from Your Town to the Equitable Society. Money goes back to Your Town from the Equitable Society. Now, in place of Your Town, substitute any town, city, or village in the United States in which some of the Equitable Society's 3.25 million members live. And then multiply those 12 letters into several million a year. And it becomes very clear why we say that by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now back to the file on the Desert Dictator.
The cynical irony of quicksand is that the more desperately one struggles to escape from it, the deeper one sinks into it. Matt Ricker feels the grim touch of this same irony as he watches the gasoline flow from a bullet hole in the tank of the automobile in which he had hoped to escape from the desert and the vicinity of his crime of bank robbery.
All right, so I blew that chance for getting out of here. Don't waste any breath laughing at me, because I'm not worried a bit.
We'd hardly laugh with the body of an innocent man lying there.
You got a lot more to answer for now, mister.
You don't think I'm going to sit here and wait for the law to come and get me, do you?
Ricker, I wasn't very interested in you before, but now I am.
What do you mean?
Up to this point, you've just been a petty annoyance, which we've been helpless to remove.
From where I stand, you're still helpless, Doug.
That remains to be seen.
What do you think you're going to do?
That depends entirely on what you do.
No matter what I do, the odds are all in my favor as far as you're concerned.
You're all in favor of the rabbit, too. But he didn't win the race.
Look, Doc, I got 2 more days and nights before I even have to think about sleeping. Well, let's get moving.
Any particular direction?
I'm going to put that up to Buffalo Bill here.
Put what up to me?
You know this country like the Doc knows a book.
What if I do?
You're going to take us out of this desert to a good hideout over in the mountains somewhere. I'll figure out the rest when we get there.
I ain't taking you nowhere.
Mesa, his time is running out. I'd like for us to be there when it does.
Whatever you say, Doctor.
We'll pack up and let's get moving. Or maybe this will get a word out of you, sweetheart.
Well?
I'll have to ride double with somebody. Guess who I've picked?
Thanks. That way I won't have to look at you.
Stop playing hard to get. Okay, let's get out of here.
Failing to pick up any trace of Ricker on their run to Gallup across the desert, Special Agents Blake and Tanner of the FBI started back to Flagstaff. And late that afternoon, as they drove along the desert road, Blake saw something to the left of the road where ground broke sharply off into a shallow canyon.
Uh-oh. What's that?
What do you see, Bob?
I didn't notice that when we passed you this morning.
What?
Yeah. Look back there where the ground drops off.
Well, looks like car tracks.
Yeah. Come on, let's take a look.
A car turned off the road here, all right.
And the tire marks go right out to the edge there, too.
Yeah. Hey, Bob, look down below.
It's Ricker's car, all right.
Let's get down there.
Oh, wait a minute. Ricker won't be in it. See? These heavy footprints in the middle of the tire tracks. He must have pushed it over the side himself.
Yeah. I guess it either broke down or he decided it was time to make other arrangements.
Look, these footprints go across the road toward the desert.
Yeah. Yeah, there they go.
If I'm not mistaken, Ricker was wounded. Look. See those little dark spots here? There's some more here.
Uh-huh.
Hey, I just happened to think. You remember that archaeologist we met in town a couple of weeks ago?
Dr. Endicott?
Yeah, that's him.
Uh-huh.
Well, from what he told us, I believe his camp is right out in this direction.
Hey, that's right.
And if Ricker were here last night, he probably saw Endicott's campfire and made for it. He could have seen the fire for miles.
We better get out to that camp.
Where's that trail start?
A few miles up the road. Come on.
Isn't that Tom Marshall's car there?
Yes. Endicott seems to have broken camp.
There's something wrong about this, Bob. What do you think?
Hold it. It's Marshall.
This must be Ricker's work. He's evidently taken Endicott's party with him. There are no supplies here.
Well, then he's trying to get somewhere to hide for a while. Come on, it's getting dark fast. Look around for any sign of what direction they took.
Here are some hoof prints. A lot of them. Leading north.
Well, there's nothing but open country to the north. Well, maybe the trail turns later and... Hey, wait.
Find something?
Yeah, give me a flashlight.
I hear you.
Now, look at that.
Looks like somebody's been drawing pictures in the sand.
Well, those are Indian symbols.
Well, that's your dish, Bob. What do you make of it?
Well, I'd say Dr. Endicott left him. That first sign is a snake.
Ricker.
Yeah. The stair-step pyramid represents a mountain. The sun going down behind it means west.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but what's that twisting line across the mountain?
Well, that's the symbol for a trail or a road.
Oh.
Come on, let's get Marshall's body back to the trading post and call Flagstaff. I want to get a map of this region.
This is real nice. I like mountains. Smells good, don't it?
With you around, Mr. Ricker, it's difficult to tell.
I get it, Doc. Very funny. How about you, sweetheart? Don't that moon kind of hit you?
I have to agree with my uncle.
Thanks. Hey, wait a minute, Pop. I told you not to fool around with that fire.
I'm just putting on some more wood.
Well, none of that signal stuff.
I said I'm just putting on wood.
Okay. You know something? These mountains really get me. The guy I knew in San Quentin used to make big talk about country like this. He'd talk about a row of trees like they were beautiful follies dames or something. Now I know what he means.
How did he feel about killing people?
What do you mean?
How did he feel about shooting someone in cold blood, as you did today?
That's why he was in San Quentin.
Let's turn in, Larry.
Hold it. You guys can turn in. She's going to stay up.
What?
I want someone to help me look at that moon. Come on, sweetheart. Let's take a little walk.
With you?
Yeah. You're going to be sorry you done that. All of you are going to be sorry. I'm just about fed up with all this fooling around.
The car.
Car? A car way up here?
I forgot to tell you there's a road runs 50 feet west of here.
Put out that fire.
You're a little too late, Mr. Ricker.
Oh, no, I ain't.
Give me that gun. You...
Let go of me.
All right, Ricker. Drop that gun. Drop it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. I gather you found the symbols.
Yes, Dr. Endicott. There's one you neglected to draw, sir. The electric chair.
Matt Ricker was tried and convicted on the charge of first-degree murder. He was put to death in the state penitentiary. The career of crime is a losing game, and neither the criminal's wit nor his cunning nor his guns can overcome it, for they are no match for the thing which inevitably defeats him: the collective skill and intelligence of those who enforce the law. He is but one. They are many. He is fallible. They are sure-footed. He is wrong. They are right. And as the ancient proverb says, the sword of the wicked shall break against the wisdom of the righteous.
You'll hear about next week's case in just a minute. This week, at the Equitable Society, Thomas I. Parkinson, president of the Society, showed me a letter he'd received from an American mother who was mighty proud of her son. He's just been released from the Army Air Corps, holds 2 decorations, and is a veteran of 47 bombing missions. In her letter to President Parkinson, this mother said, "I think the members of the Equitable Society can be proud of my son, too, because the Equitable Society helped his father and me plan his education. The Equitable Society helped me keep my home after his father died and bring my son up as his father wanted me to." Well, you can imagine how happy that letter made us all. For no matter how often it happens, we're always glad to see what a warm, friendly feeling Equitable members have for their society. Also, that letter reminded us that years ago, when that mother's son was still a baby, the Equitable Society's management was just as alert to the needs of the future as the Equitable management is today. It made us happy to know that as we work hard today to keep the Equitable Society progressive and forward-looking, we're following a great tradition. Yes, this week and every week for over 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the bogus bankruptcy.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. And now this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight's file, the bogus bankruptcy. The honest merchant who files a petition of bankruptcy does so to protect both himself and his creditors against total loss. But there are criminals who have made a major racket of fraudulent bankruptcy in this country, who establish a legitimate business, then conceal their assets and resort to bankruptcy for the purpose of robbing their creditors. Tonight's case from the files of your FBI is a recent page from the record of its constant war against this federal crime. After a hard day in the office of the Davis Wholesale Fur Company, where he is credit manager, George Russell has just finished dinner and stretched out on the divan in the living room to read the evening paper.
Oh, that phone would ring just as I get settled down.
Oh, don't get up, George. I'll answer it.
Thanks, Helen.
Hello?
Good evening, Mrs. Russell. This is Mr. Davis.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Davis.
Is your husband there?
Yes, he's right here. George.
Oh, what does he want with me, I wonder?
Well, he didn't say, honey.
Oh, heavens, I hope nothing's wrong.
Here you are, dear.
Thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. Davis.
Russell, I'd like you to come down to the office right away, if you will.
Yes, sir, of course. Is there anything wrong?
No, nothing that I'm sure you can't explain all right.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, I've just been going over your books, Russell, and I find several...
The books?
Well, I'll just wait till you get here. You'll come right away, of course.
Why, yes, sir, right away.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, dear.
George, what's the matter?
I don't know, Helen, but I've got to go down to the office.
Well, George, something's wrong. What is it?
I didn't know anything was, but...
Well, what is it, darling?
Well, something about my books, he said.
The books?
Oh, where's my coat and hat?
But what about the books, George? What does he mean?
I have no earthly idea, Helen. But don't worry now. I'll get it all straightened out and be back home soon.
But you're worried, George, and I
I've
can't...
got to hurry now. Bye, honey. I'll see you in a little while.
Goodbye, darling.
Bye.
Pardon me, mister.
Oh. Yes?
Are you George Russell?
That's right. Why?
I got something here for you. Okay, Red. Let's throw him in a car.
Sit down, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
I was just ready to go out to lunch.
I'm sorry, Judge Forrester, but this is an urgent matter.
Oh? What's the trouble?
Well, it was just about a year ago that as my attorney, you helped me set up my wholesale fur business west of it.
Yes?
Now you're going to have to help me take it apart.
What?
I want you to file a petition in bankruptcy for me.
Bankruptcy?
Yes, and I want you to file it today. My credit manager, George Russell, has left me no other choice, Judge.
Well, what's he got to do with it?
I found a few things wrong with his books last night and called him to come down to the office after dinner, but he never arrived.
What happened?
I don't know. He's just disappeared. I think you'll find the whole answer in these papers here.
I see.
I spent all night and this morning checking up. Through a system of false invoices and other juggling, Russell has gotten away with over $100,000 in furs.
100. Why, it's incredible.
Payments to my creditors are due, and I can't possibly meet them, Judge. I've got to take bankruptcy immediately.
You reported Russell to the police, of course.
Well, I thought I'd better consult you first.
But Mrs. Russell, she must have reported it.
No, I asked her to let me handle it.
I see.
Now, here are all the personal facts about Russell, and I made up a statement here of my true assets and liabilities.
Yes?
And a record as nearly accurate as I could make of Russell's jugglings. Everything's here.
I see. And you really want the petition filed today?
Well, it's much better for my record for me to take action before my creditors do, Judge.
Yes, of course.
Well, shall I call the police now?
No, just leave everything to me, Davis. I'll check with you as quickly as I can.
Good. I'll either be at my home or at my office.
Very well.
Good day, Judge.
Good day. Miss Myers.
Yes, sir?
Get me the FBI.
I'm glad you were cautious enough to call the FBI first, Judge Forrester.
Well, it's like I said, Mr. Wells.
The facts may be exactly as Davis presents them, but...
How long have you been his attorney, Judge?
Since he established his business a year ago. But I've served him in only a couple of minor matters in all that time.
And you suspect there might be something wrong with this case?
I have no basis in fact for any suspicion, Mr. Wells, except that it all happened so quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Russell disappears last night. And this afternoon, Davis has statements all prepared and asked for a petition in bankruptcy.
I see.
And I certainly have no desire to be a party to any proceedings involving a possible fraud.
Well, of course not. Judge, I want you to know that you must use your own judgment on Davis's request to file a petition in bankruptcy.
I understand that.
I'd like to have access to Davis's books as soon as possible.
I can have them ready for you this afternoon.
Good. I'm going to go out and have a talk with Russell's wife. Mrs. Russell, the FBI works as hard to prove a man is innocent as it does to prove a man guilty. But we do have to find your husband.
Oh, I know, and I want you to find him.
What time did Mr. Davis call him last night?
Right after dinner, about 8 o'clock.
And Mr. Russell left for the office right away?
Oh, yes, he wouldn't keep Mr. Davis waiting.
When did you learn that your husband hadn't reached the office?
When Mr. Davis called again to see what was detaining him.
When was that?
About 10 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. How long would it have taken him to have gotten to the office from here?
Oh, not more than 20 minutes.
Seems strange that Mr. Davis would have waited 2 hours before calling.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Russell. We'll keep in touch with you on any developments.
It is shortly after dusk now, and to anyone looking at it from the outside, the ramshackle building down in the now deserted warehouse section of the city would have appeared empty and unoccupied. But behind the padlocked loading doors stood a motor truck, and at a table sat two men playing gin rummy.
Come on, pick a card, will you, Red?
Oh, wait a minute. I'm adding something.
You need under 10 to knock.
Yeah. 3 on top of 6, 8 on 5. I knock.
How many?
10.
Well, lay him down, will you?
Yeah.
You got 14 points, stupid.
How?
3 and 6 is 9, and 5 is 14.
Since when?
Look, Red, how many times you...
Davis.
Yeah. I get it. That's you, Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Come on in.
Thank you.
Well, how's things going uptown, huh?
Right now, Mac, I'm more concerned with matters here.
Everything's okay here.
Red,
Yes, sir.
did you call my apartment this morning?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Well, to tell you everything was okay.
I don't want either one of you to call me unless there's an emergency. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
How's our friend, Mr. Russell?
Sleeping like a baby.
No trouble with him?
Not since we slugged him. Trying to make a break for it a while ago.
That's why he's sleeping like a baby.
Does he know why he's here?
No, sir.
You haven't mentioned my name.
No, sir.
What have you done with the first?
Took him off the truck. Got him hid under that bunch of empty crates and boxes over there in the corner.
Yeah, I see.
It looks just like a pile of empty crates and boxes.
I gather that, Red.
Look, Mr. Davis, you got any idea when we'll be pulling out? Huh?
I just stopped by the lawyer's office to leave the books. He's filing the petition sometime tomorrow.
Oh, you ought to get action pretty quick then, huh?
That's right. Well, I have to be getting along. You boys just lay low here and everything will be all right.
Right.
Okay.
And, by the way, Mac.
Yes, sir?
I'll be back a little later on tonight to take care of Mr. Russell.
What have you got there, Bob? I stopped by Judge Forrester's office to pick up Davis's books. Here they are.
Good.
I also checked Russell's bank account.
And?
He hadn't bothered to draw anything out of savings or checking.
With $100,000 worth of furs, he wouldn't need to.
Probably not.
It really looks like he's our boy.
Why, what have you got?
A clean report on Davis from his bank and from the Credit Association.
Which doesn't prove anything.
But Davis didn't take a run out, and Russell did.
Maybe Russell did, and maybe not.
What do you mean?
I want to go to work on these books first. And in the meantime, let's get out an 8-state alarm on Russell.
What do we say he's wanted for?
We can't say he's wanted for anything yet. All we know for sure right now is that Russell is a missing person.
Yeah? Okay. Well, I didn't think you'd be back tonight, Mr. Davis.
I told you I would. Where's Russell?
In that room there. Red's with him.
I want to see him.
Okay, come on.
Is he conscious?
Yeah. You want he shouldn't be?
No, it doesn't matter.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Russell.
Oh, Mr. Davis. Oh, Mr. Davis, I'm so glad to see you. These men, they've been holding me here, holding me a prisoner.
Yeah, I know.
I don't understand it. I've tried to tell them that they've made a mistake. They've got the wrong person.
They've made no mistake, Mr. Russell.
What do you mean?
I ordered them to bring you here.
What?
Sorry, but this is how it had to be done.
I don't understand.
It has to do with our books, Mr. Russell.
Books?
They show a deficit, a shortage of over $100,000.
That's not true.
Shut up and listen. Oh. As I was saying, there's a serious shortage. So serious, in fact, that I'm forced to go into bankruptcy.
I had nothing to do with any shortage.
But you must have. Otherwise, why would you have disappeared? Now do you see why you're here, Mr. Russell?
Yes. I believe I do.
Unfortunately, keeping you out of sight until the bankruptcy case is over isn't enough. Your return even then would be very embarrassing.
But you can't keep me here forever.
That's right. So the next best thing, Russell, is to get rid of you. Get rid of you now.
What are you saying?
Red?
Okay, Mr. Davis.
Oh, wait. Please, Mr. Davis.
No shooting, Red.
I know.
No. Keep away. Keep away.
That helps us balance the books.
We momentarily close the Equitable Society's presentation of the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the bogus bankruptcy. We will return to this case in just a moment.
They say that a man has a young mind as long as he keeps his eyes fixed on the future, as long as he doesn't dwell in the past. Well, if that is true, then the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, in spite of being 86 years old, is one of the youngest-minded organizations in the country. You see, the future is our business. For example, during the past few days, we signed several contracts which will not be paid up until after the year 2000. We provided for the college education of some boys and girls who will graduate in the class of 1966. Took steps to protect the old age of men and women who have not yet turned 30. With the investment of Equitable Society funds, the same principle holds good. When we put the premium dollars of Equitable Society members to work, we're not thinking merely of 1947 or 1950. We're thinking of 1965 and 1975, of the future of the entire nation. And that is why Equitable Society funds are invested in ways that promote the long-range prosperity of our country, in farms and home ownership, in basic industries like steel, oil, textiles, aluminum, railroads, and many others. Yes, by serving the future of 3.25 million members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now, back to our file on the bogus bankruptcy.
A criminal can plot only his own operations and the actions of his victims and confederates. The discoveries and movements of his law enforcement opponents he has no control over whatsoever. And in this handicap most always lies his nemesis. At this point, however, things seem to be all in the bogus bankrupt's favor. And they still were when he entered his lawyer's office the following day.
How's everything going, Judge?
Fine, Mr. Davis.
That's good. Have Have you filed our bankruptcy petition?
To tell you the truth, I haven't.
What? Why not?
I didn't finish checking your statements and figures in time.
They were all checked before I gave them to you.
I know, but I wanted to recheck them to make doubly sure no error would appear in the petition.
You don't think I might have made some mistake on purpose?
Oh, of course not. It's just normal procedure on the part of any attorney to make sure that his client...
Judge, I want that petition filed today.
It's being drawn up now.
And you'll file it today?
If the papers are finished in time, yes.
Look, I'm paying you a good fee. I expect to get action.
I'm doing the best I can.
You wouldn't be stalling me, would you?
What do you mean?
I don't like the way you're handling this.
This is all routine procedure.
Where are my books?
They're not here.
Where are they?
They're being re-audited.
Why?
For your protection against any possible error.
I'm getting a little too much protection here, Judge. If you're not going to file today, I want my books and my statements back.
As you wish.
I think I'll take my case to someone who'll give his client what he asked for. I'll be back here for my books at 5 o'clock.
Can I come in, Dick?
Sure, Bob. What have you got?
I just had a call from Judge Forrester.
Yeah?
Davis was in to see him. Kicked up quite a fuss about not getting any action.
Uh-huh.
Said he wanted his books back. In fact, he wants them no later than 5 o'clock today.
I wonder what that's all about.
I don't know, but I don't like it. That only gives us a couple of more hours. Let's take a look at those books again.
Okay. Bob. If Davis is the bad boy in the case, where does Russell and his disappearance fit in?
If Davis is the bad boy, then he caused Russell's disappearance. That's another reason we've got to move fast and get the facts. If there's something to get on Davis... Hey, wait.
What is it?
Why hadn't I noticed that before?
Noticed what?
Look at the figures on that sheet.
Yeah?
Those with the check marks by them are the false entry figures. The others are on the level. Notice any difference?
Sure. Sure, they're not made alike.
Exactly.
Two different people worked on the books.
And Russell was supposed to have done all the work. I'm going to run over to Davis's bank.
What for?
I want to pick up some of his canceled personal checks. And if Davis makes figures like any of these false ones here...
Get going, Bob.
Okay. Who is it?
Me, Mr. Davis. Mac.
What do you want? Thought I told you never to come here.
This is important.
Well?
We got trouble, Mr. Davis.
What's wrong?
Red kind of messed things up.
How?
Getting rid of that Russell guy's body.
What do you mean? What happened?
Well, he took the stiff out to dump it late last night, just like you tell him.
Yes?
He gets down by the docks. There were so many people around, a troop ship coming in or something, that he keeps the body in a car and he just keeps riding around. See?
Very smart. Then what?
Well, when it gets to be daylight, he gets a little panicky. Finally throws a body in an alley.
That's great. That's fine. Probably be found in the next 5 minutes.
It's already been found, Mr. Davis.
How do you know?
Red come back and told me what he's done. I went over to see if I could pick the stiff up again. There's cops all around the place. It was just a little while ago.
Oh, that's stupid. If the body'd been weighted and thrown in the river, it would have stayed there for months.
Yeah, I know.
Well, there's only one thing to do now.
What's that?
Go back to the warehouse. You and Red start putting the cases of furs on the truck right away.
Okay.
We're moving out tonight.
Dick, I just checked with the bank.
Yeah?
I think Mr. Davis is our man. The figures on his personal checks and the false entry figures in the books were made by the same person. I just confirmed it with the lab.
I think I have even better confirmation on Davis.
What's that?
I just had a call from police headquarters. Russell's body was found.
What?
Picked up in an alley just a half hour ago.
Well, are they sure it's Russell?
His wife just identified the body.
But that doesn't tie the murder to Davis.
Not 100%.
How was he killed? Did they find any weapon?
No. But he was slugged with a heavy instrument.
Of course, if Davis is our man, the murder makes sense. First, he has Russell snatched to make it look like a runout. Then he comes up with the book juggling charges and says $100,000 in furs are missing.
Yeah.
Then he kills Russell to keep him from ever telling the truth.
He should have done a better job of getting rid of the body.
Dick, we've got to find those furs. And if we can prove Davis stole them, then we'll have him for murder, too.
Where are we going to look?
The first step is to get over to Judge Forrester's office and deliver Davis's books in person. It's 5:30 now. I don't think Mr. Davis is going to keep his appointment with you, Judge.
No.
Have you his home address?
Yes, I'll get it for you.
Dick, I think you'd better get over there.
Okay.
I'll wait here. Hello?
Bob?
Yes, Dick?
I just had the superintendent let me into Davis's apartment. Everything's been cleaned out. He's gone.
I figured that. You'd better meet me back at our office. It's quite obvious that Davis has taken a run out.
Yes.
If we only knew where he's hidden those furs. Wait a minute. I seem to remember a certain item in his books.
What?
If I'm right, it might lead us to Mr. Davis. Shortly after 11 o'clock now, and down in the warehouse section of the city, a car with its lights off rolls quietly into an alleyway and stops. A man steps out and walks to a side door of one of the buildings. He knocks, pauses, then knocks again.
That's funny. Red. Mac. Where are you? Mac. Why, the dirty double-crossing. Took the furs and ran out.
Wait a minute, Davis.
Huh?
Your boys haven't run out on you. We have them in the office waiting for you.
Who are you?
Maybe I'd better flash this light on my credentials.
The FBI.
That's right. And thanks for that entry in your books covering the rental of this warehouse. Otherwise, the search for you might have taken longer.
What do you mean?
We have an interest in furs, too, Mr. Davis. Right now, we're concentrating on skunks. On the basis of subsequent evidence, Davis and his two Confederates were tried and convicted for the murder of George Russell. It is an ironical paradox that in many instances, a law designed to protect the interests of the honest citizen can be turned by the criminal to his own profit. Such a law is that provision of the Federal Bankruptcy Act which permits a merchant to take voluntary bankruptcy. It is a just law, as has been proved in thousands of cases involving honest American merchants. But criminals have seized the opportunity it affords for cheating and robbing, and have made a fraudulent bankruptcy a major racket with total potential profits running into millions of dollars. But, as in the case of the criminal Davis, they inevitably run against the FBI and ultimately lose. You remember the old expression, cheaters never win? The FBI is determined to preserve its truth. You'll hear about next week's case in just a moment.
This week, at the Equitable Society, I had one of the finest experiences of my life. After lunch, I happened to drop in at the Department of Policy Claims. That's where payments are made to Equitable Society members whose policies have matured. Well, just as I walked into the office, an Equitable Society executive was handing a check to a lovely gray-haired lady. She'd been a teacher for 40 years until 2 weeks ago. Now she was retiring and receiving the first of a long series of checks
which the Equitable Society will mail to her every month as long as she lives. Her eyes were shining when she took the check, and she said, "You know, if I had my life to live over again, I'd still be a teacher. But if I couldn't be a teacher, I'd want to work for the Equitable Society. Because life insurance people, just like teachers, can look around them and see the results of their life work in happy, contented, responsible men and women. Yes, you see, the Equitable Society is the guardian not just of paper dollars and silver coins, but the guardian of human happiness, of the plans parents make for their children, of the ambitions of young married couples to own their own homes, and of the hopes of older people to live their declining years in peace and contentment. So we of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States believe that our job is a good job, one that repays all the hard work we put into it. And so we're proud to say that this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Allotment Swindle. The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner. The author was Frank Ferris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is your narrator, Dean Carlton, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This Is Your FBI.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight's file, The Allotment Swindle. The war has now been over officially for 13 weeks, and all through the land, castles that crumbled 2 and 3 years ago are being rebuilt. Being rebuilt because our servicemen are coming home. From torrid China, from freezing Alaska, from hungry Europe, from all over the world, men are returning to this, their native land. In every man's life, there are moments of sheer exultation that tighten the muscles in his throat, that make speaking impossible. Such a moment is being enjoyed by men this very day. Being enjoyed as they sail into New York Harbor. Sail in past the lovely lady who still holds high the flaming torch. The torch they helped keep lit. Our story this evening opens in a small, unattractively furnished apartment on the west side of New York. Julia Parker, a sleazy blonde of 28, is half asleep in the second-hand Morris chair near the window. She is daydreaming, thinking of some of the men she could have married, and of some of the men she did.
Okay. Yeah?
Julia?
Yeah?
Open up. It's me, honey. Bobby.
Bobby who?
Your husband.
Julie, baby. Oh, gee.
Oh, it's you.
Oh, honey, it's so good to see you. Gosh.
Come on in.
Oh, sure. Just let me grab hold of this bag. There. Oh, gosh, baby. This is what I've been waiting for.
When'd you get in?
Yesterday. What a time I had trying to find you. This is the fifth address I tried.
I moved.
Gee, you look swell. You know, I used to dream about this. When I'd be laying in a lousy hole filled with mud, I'd think about you.
You getting out of the Army?
Yeah, I got a 30-day furlough. Then I go back to camp, guy gives me a paper, and I'm a civilian.
Oh.
Glad to see me, baby?
Sure, it's wonderful.
Let me hold you again. Gee. You know something?
What?
I almost feel, well, embarrassed about this.
What do you mean?
You know, like we were strangers or something.
Strangers?
We only knew one another a couple of days before we got married. Then me going right overseas. Well, we'll get over that. From now on, we're going to be together for a long, long time. Right, baby?
Yeah, sure.
Hey, got a couple of things for you in the bag.
Present?
Yeah.
What kind of present?
Oh, helmet, Nazi flag, pictures.
Oh.
You want to see them?
Not right now.
Oh, I can get them.
No, wait. Let them go till after, huh?
Okay.
I gotta go out for a minute first.
What for?
Well, you must be hungry, and I haven't got anything in the house to eat.
Oh, but...
Look, you get all cleaned up or something, huh? I'll be right back, honest.
But, Julie...
Just make yourself at home. I'll see you later. Hello, Mac.
Hi, Aunt Julie.
Still around?
Yeah, he's down the end of the bar.
Thanks. Phil.
Oh, hiya, baby.
I gotta talk to you.
Okay.
No, not here. This is important.
All right, come on back to the office.
Okay.
What's the matter? You got trouble?
Yeah.
What is it?
I'll tell you inside.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
What's wrong, kid?
Bobby's home.
Bobby who?
My husband.
Which one?
The blonde one. Bobby Chase, I think his name is.
The Marine or the sailor?
The soldier.
Oh.
What am I going to do, Phil?
How'd he find you?
I don't know. He says he went to 5 addresses.
Tough giver-upper.
Well, after all, it was important to him. I'm his wife.
It says here.
Look, this is real serious, Phil. What am I going to do?
What does he want to do?
He wants me to live with him, naturally.
That wouldn't be fair to the other guys.
It wouldn't be fair to you. Besides, what good is he now?
What do you mean?
He's getting out of the Army. No more allotment checks.
Oh, that's different. Where is he now?
At the apartment, waiting for me to come back. I told him I was going shopping. I got to get back, Phil.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Ain't you going to do something?
Well, look, give me some time, will you? I'll have to figure an angle on this guy. I'll get in touch with you tomorrow.
Back in the early days of the war, Phil and Julia hit upon the racket of having Julia marry servicemen who were about to be shipped out of the country. They repeated the process 3 times, and with the aid of 2 forged birth certificates,
Julia was able to get $100 a month in dependency allotments. $100 a month for each of her husbands. It was a pretty good racket for Phil and Julia, because all they had to do to collect their $300 a month was to wait for the postman to ring 3 times. Yes, it was a very good racket, and no one knows how long it would have gone on if the war hadn't suddenly ended. With the return of large numbers of servicemen to this country, allotment discrepancies began to turn up in such alarming numbers that the Federal Bureau of Investigation was called in. That morning, in the New York offices of the FBI...
Oh, come on in, Lee.
Okay. What's up?
I've just been going over this list here.
Tell me all of those people are wanted.
No, I guess maybe most of them are here by mistake. At least let's hope so.
Well, what is the list?
Suspicious allotments being paid by the Army's Office of Dependency Benefits. All of these names are in the New York area only.
Well, it'll take the whole Bureau to investigate that mob.
I don't care if it does. Neither does Mr. Hoover. If they're all guilty, we'll bring them all in, even if they have to build a dozen new jails to hold them.
How are you going to go about it?
Well, first I thought we'd make a spot check on the whole list and get a percentage.
Good idea.
Then we'll know approximately how many of the whole mob we'll have to deal with. We'll make a 5% check.
Well, sounds like enough. Suppose I take the list and have a new one made with 5% of the names.
Go ahead.
Now, how do you want me to pick the 5%? At random?
Just have Miss Jenkins list every 20th name. Then break that new list down by neighborhoods.
Right.
When they're ready, we'll go to work.
Mac, it's Phil back in his office.
Yeah.
Thanks. Excuse me, please.
Hiya, Julie. Come on in. I was just thinking about you.
Well, that's very nice of you. I thought you were going to get in touch with me.
I didn't have anything to tell you.
Well, I got plenty to tell you.
What's the beef now?
The guy is driving me nuts. All day I got to sit around and look at souvenirs. And what he said to the captain and what the captain said to him.
Okay.
And that ain't all. Remember that extra dough he sent home for me to save for him? That $2,800?
Yeah?
Well, he wants it. He wants it right away.
What'd you tell him?
Well, I couldn't say I gave it to you. I said it was in the bank.
Well, that ought to hold him for a while.
Phil, he wants the dough right away. Gonna buy a lunchroom or something. And another thing.
Yeah?
He wants me to go meet his folks.
Where?
Boston.
When does he want to leave?
On the midnight train tonight. Look, Phil, you gotta...
Wait a minute. I got an idea.
Well?
Tell him you'd love to meet his folks. Tell him you're going with him. Only you don't take the train.
You want I should walk?
Listen. Go back and tell him your brother will drive you both up.
My brother?
Yeah. Me.
Phil, he can't meet you.
Why not?
Well, if he was to know about us...
Look, all he has to know is I'm your brother. I'll take care of the rest.
What's the idea?
You'll see. This guy is good for one more touch, baby. A big one.
Bill, would you like me to drive for a while?
No, I'm okay.
Phil likes to drive.
With a road like this, I don't blame him.
How was the driving on the other side, Bobby?
Oh, not so good. Even when we found a good road, it was full of shell holes.
Guess you had kind of a rough deal, huh?
Yeah, it was rugged sometimes.
Bobby don't like to talk about it much, Phil.
I'm getting out next month. I want to forget about the Army.
Sure. I can't envy you, though. Must have been a great experience. I tried to enlist myself.
I know, Phil.
Bobby, tell me something.
What?
Did you guys ever think about dying?
Phil!
I'm just asking a question.
We thought about it plenty of times.
Well, you have insurance, don't you?
Oh, sure. GI insurance. I got $10,000 worth. That don't help much if you stop a bullet, of course, but at least I know Julie'd be okay.
That was very sweet of you, Bobby.
Well, can you keep that insurance up?
Yeah, sure. I'm keeping mine.
Just for me, Bobby?
Just for you.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, that left rear tire feels a little flat. Wait till I take a look at it.
Oh.
You need a light?
No, I got a flash right here. Yeah, it's going flat. Guess I'll have to change it.
Can I give you a hand?
Yeah, okay. Get the jack and the lug wrench from the back there, will you?
Sure.
It's open. Just lift it up and reach in.
Right.
Can I help, Phil?
No, just stay put.
Here they are.
You want to set that jack under there?
Yeah, sure. How about here?
That's fine.
Phil? Phil, what happened?
What do you think?
Oh. Now I'm an heiress.
We momentarily close the Equitable Society's presentation of the FBI file on the allotment swindle. We will return to this case in just a moment.
One of the most meaningful words in the English language is security. According to the dictionary, it means freedom from fear, anxiety, or care, freedom from doubt or uncertainty. To one man, security calls up a picture of a little house which he owns free and clear, so that no one can ever take it away from him. Another man thinks of protection against the hazards of illness and accident. A third sees himself receiving a regular monthly check during his old age. A fourth wants to be sure that no matter what happens to him, his children will get a good education and his wife will never be dependent on charity. For 86 years, men and women have been bringing these and scores of other security problems to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Now, please take particular note of that word society in the Equitable's name. Society means that the Equitable Society is entirely owned by its members, that is to say, by its policyholders. In other words, all the officers and employees of the Equitable Society, from President Parkinson down, are working for the members and are always ready to give problems their personal attention. So, no matter what kind of financial security a member may seek, he can be sure that the Equitable Society will do its utmost to help him attain that freedom from fear, anxiety, or care which makes him a happier man and a better citizen. Yes, by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now back to the file on the allotment swindle.
The basic ingredient in the character of a criminal is greed. The unhealthy desire to acquire what belongs to someone else without doing any work. Phil and Julia, being well supplied with greed, had evolved a novel racket. A racket particularly well suited to the times. Julia's 3 illegal marriages to servicemen about to be shipped overseas, so she and Phil could defraud the government out of the allotments, was a serious enough crime. But now, with their greed out of control, they had compounded the felony. They had committed murder. Bobby's body was found the next morning and quickly identified as the body of Private Robert Chase. It was removed to the local morgue, and the death was marked down as having been committed by a hit-and-run driver. The next afternoon, in the New York office of the FBI...
Can I come in, Nick?
Come ahead, Lee. How have you been doing?
I think I may have something.
Really?
Yeah, I paid a call a couple of hours ago on one of the names on our list, a Mrs. Robert Chase.
Yes?
Well, before I could even identify myself, she gave me a very teary greeting and went into a long spiel about her husband's insurance.
Oh?
It seems he was killed last night in a hit-and-run accident up in Massachusetts.
I see.
She evidently thought I was the insurance man. When I told her who I really was, she seemed quite startled.
What's her background?
According to the allotment records, she's been getting money for herself and 2 children.
You check on that?
Yes, I talked to several of her neighbors. They've never seen any youngsters.
Where was the husband killed?
Near a town called Highland, Mass.
Lee, I think this one's worth a thorough investigation.
Special Agent Price telephoned the morgue at Highland, Massachusetts, and learned that the Army was claiming the body the next day to take it for burial with military honors in the Chase family plot. Because of his suspicions, Price ordered the body held for further examination. And that night, he and Special Agent Adams left for Highland. The next morning at the morgue.
Here's the body, gentlemen. Poor devil.
Yes.
Was there anything on his uniform, Doctor? Any marks?
Yes, there were some tire marks where the car had apparently run over him.
Well, what do you mean, apparently? Wasn't he run over?
Yes, he was, but...
But what, Doctor?
Well, that isn't what killed him. He was killed by a blow at the base of the skull.
How do you know that?
Well, there was blood there, and it was clotted. If he had been killed in the accident with the car, and then sustained the injury to his skull, the whole appearance would have been different.
Can I join you, Doc?
Oh, yes, Joe. I want you to meet Mr. Price, Mr. Adams. They're from the FBI. This is Joe Benton. He's with our local police.
How do you do?
Joe?
I heard you were coming, gentlemen, so I got this stuff ready.
What is it?
It's a set of plaster casts of some tire tracks.
Oh, how'd you get them? Isn't the road paved?
Yes, but these were off the road. They're real good ones. Rained the night before.
Tell me, did the tracks show that the car backed up about 15 feet? Then when it started forward, it went back onto the road?
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to be much doubt from what Dr. Jones says that Private Chase was murdered.
Well, how do you figure that?
Well, let's assume that he was murdered by the people in this car that ran over him. They want the murder to look like a hit-and-run accident.
Yeah?
So they drag the body out onto the road and back up and run over it.
Yes.
So thanks for having the foresight to get these casts of the tar prints made, Benton.
Oh, glad to be of any help.
Now, Dr. Jones.
Yes?
One more thing. Can you tell me what instrument was used on Chase's skull?
Well, I'd say it was straight, like an iron bar.
I see. Thank you, gentlemen.
Oh, that's okay.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Should I call New York now and have him pick me up, Mrs. Chase?
No. I don't think so.
Why?
Not yet.
Don't you think she did it?
I think she was in on it, but she's not smart enough to be working alone.
You want to put a watch on her?
Yes. She should lead us where we want to go.
Just a minute. Who is it?
Me, Phil.
Oh, okay. You got my message, huh?
Yeah.
Gee, I thought you'd never get here. I got so scared, Phil. I didn't know what to do. I was
How do
going
you know
around.
the guy was from the FBI?
He showed me a badge or something.
What do you want?
Well, nothing really.
Talk sense, will you? He must have wanted something.
Well, he said he was looking for some guy broke out of jail.
Why'd he come here?
He said they were looking all through the building.
Now, that was a phony. Did he ask about your husband?
No, he didn't seem to care about that.
Uh-huh.
Not even when I told him he'd been killed.
Well, how'd you come to tell him that?
I thought he was the insurance man.
Oh, you
Well,
stupid.
how was I to know?
We ain't seeing any insurance man.
Why not?
We got a bump steer on that 10 G's.
How do you mean?
You don't get it in no lump. I checked up today. You get a measly $36 a month for life.
Oh, that's awful.
Well, that's the deal, sweetheart. And you may not even get that.
Why?
FBI came here for some reason, and I guarantee you it's not the one they gave you.
How would I know anything was wrong?
That happens to be the business they're in.
Oh. What do we do?
You got to blow town.
Oh, Phil.
And fast, baby. You're getting out tonight. I can put you up at Chuck's place for a couple of months.
In the country?
Yep.
With all them trees?
Baby, it's better to look at trees than be hanging from them. Meet me at my garage at 12 o'clock tonight.
Say, Nick, I've got the report on the Chase children's birth certificates.
Fakes?
Like a $3 bill.
I thought so.
Well, what do we do now?
Well, one thing we've got to do is to see whether our candidate has a car.
Well, who's our candidate? I wasn't here when he was nominated.
A fellow named Phil Taylor.
How does he fit into the picture?
Well, he endorsed every one of Mrs. Chase's allotment checks.
Well, who is he, a check cashier?
No, he's just a petty larceny crook. Done time a couple of times, but all small stuff.
Well, if he's mixed up in this, he graduated to the big leagues.
Yes, if this is the man we want.
What else have we got on?
He paid a call on Mrs. Chase this afternoon.
Well, why don't we grab Taylor?
We can't prove anything against him yet. It's not against the law to cash government checks, you know.
You don't look as unhappy as you should.
I'm gambling on a hunch. I'm having a check now.
Anything else come in from the Massachusetts police?
No, not a thing, but they did enough. Price talking. Yes? Yes. Yeah, let me write down those dates. That's fine, thank you. That was Johnson down at City Hall, Lee.
Yes?
When Robert Chase was married, his bride gave her maiden name as Julia Prescott. That was a mistake.
Why?
Because 2 years before that, on September 11th, 1940, this same Julia Prescott was married to our suspect, Phil Taylor.
Phil, I don't like this one bit.
Country air will do you good.
Oh, sure. Why don't you come along?
Because I happen to have a business to take care of.
Well, I ain't staying up there any 2 months. You can bet dough on that.
Look, baby, if the law nails you, 2 months will seem like a real short time.
I got a good mind to go back to one of my other husbands.
Stop your beefing.
It's open.
Hmm?
You don't need no keys. The garage door is open.
That's funny. Come on. Wait a minute, I'll put on a light.
Okay.
Just stay where you are, both of you.
Who are you guys?
Mrs. Chase should remember.
He's from the FBI.
That's right.
What do you want?
We've been comparing this plaster cast with your left rear tire. It matches perfectly.
Phil!
This lug wrench is important evidence, too.
Well, you get your way, Julie. You ain't going to the country.
On the strength of the evidence uncovered by the special agents of the FBI, Phil and Julia Taylor were tried and convicted for the murder of Robert Chase. The racket broken up by the FBI tonight was a wartime racket. But do not labor under the misapprehension that the underworld will not find peacetime rackets. They will. The FBI will continue to stamp out as many rackets and as many racketeers as possible. The FBI can help, but only you can really put a blockade on the underworld. Only you, by a concerted effort, can starve them out of their positions and force them to seek other means of livelihood. The servicemen now coming home after years of privation are returning to a country they've been dreaming about. They deserve to have you do your part to make their dreams come true. You'll hear about next week's case in just a moment.
This week at the Equitable Society, I happened to go up in the elevator with the secretary of the society. You know, he said to me, I'm a very determined man. About a month ago, my wife started talking about buying a dog, a Scottie. I said, no, dogs bark, I said. Dogs chew up rugs. Dogs have to be walked. We're not going to have a dog, and that's that. Well, he continued, that little Scottie and I are great pals already. He's the friendliest little pup you ever saw. Sure, my face is red, but I'll bet a lot of Equitable Society members know just how I feel. I'm thinking of all the people who say they don't want any life insurance, don't need any life insurance. And then one day you hear them bragging about how smart they were to buy it, especially from the Equitable Society. Yes, it's a great business we're in, this Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Think of how many happy people there are in this world because an Equitable Society agent kept on trying. Think of all the old folks that are enjoying security and independence. Think of all the kids who are getting good educations because someone from the Equitable Society didn't get discouraged, didn't quit. And that's why it's so important for every one of us in the Equitable organization to keep plugging, not to be disheartened by the perfectly natural human instinct to say no. Yes, for only by keeping our organization alert and progressive are we able to say that this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Bobby Sox Bandits. The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is your narrator, Dean Carlton, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This Is Your FBI.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI. An official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight's file, the Bobby Sox Bandits.
"17. That's an important and exciting age in the life of a boy or a girl. Some of you girls listening tonight are just 17, finishing high school or starting your first real job, or having your first real honest-to-goodness date, going hiking or wiener roasting with the gang, or sitting in the middle of the floor with your Vic and a stack of records, doing most anything except making it possible for this voice to say, as it reluctantly says now, tonight's case from the files of your FBI is the crime story of two girls, age 17. It's just about sundown, and on a highway out of Pittsburgh, Two girls with one suitcase between them stand by the side of the road.
This ain't good. Huh? We picked the wrong road. There ain't been a car pass here for 15 minutes.
What, Bonnie?
We ain't grabbing no lift.
Oh, that's okay. I'm catching up on what I should know.
About what?
About Hollywood. Oh, this is a wonderful magazine. The whole thing is about Barry Brooks. Bonnie, you just ought to read movie magazines.
Already have.
But you just ain't read about Barry Brooks. He's so wonderful.
Brooks, Smooks, we gotta get a lift.
Bonnie, when we get to Hollywood, I'm not going to eat or sleep until I see him.
Uh-huh.
Look at this picture.
What did you write on there with your lipstick?
Never mind.
Let me see it. Love Me Forever, co-starring Barry Brooks and Phyllis Tyler. Oh, Phyllis.
Laugh if you want to. But I'll star in a picture with him someday.
Yeah.
I never had any real feeling about my destiny until I saw Barry Brooks in his first picture. I saw it 6 times. And right from the very first, I just knew that my destiny was in his hands.
Wait a minute. Here comes the only destiny I'm interested in.
Huh? Oh, I hope he stops for us.
Yeah. Look, he's going to.
Can I give you young ladies a lift?
Oh, sure. We've been waiting for you for an hour, mister.
Then hop right into the back seat.
Okay.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
Okay.
All right back there?
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't make a practice of doing this kind of thing, but it was coming on night, and I didn't like the idea of you young girls being on the road by yourself.
That's awful nice of you.
I'm going on to Cleveland. How far are you going?
Oh, we're going all the way to...
We're going to my sister's in Detroit.
Detroit? But Bonnie...
Certainly Detroit. What's the matter with you?
Well, I didn't mean to be inquisitive. I was just thinking about you having to travel this way. I've got a daughter about your age, and I know her mother and I would have a fit.
Oh, wait a minute, mister. Could you stop the car?
What's the trouble?
I think I dropped something back there when we got in.
Drop what, Bonnie?
My bracelet.
Bracelet?
Well, I'll just back up. Is the road clear behind?
Yeah, it's clear, all right.
Good, then we'll just...
Bonnie.
No use thumbing rides when we can have a car of our own.
Daly speaking.
Police headquarters, Mr. Daly. Looks like we got one for you FBI boys.
Okay.
A couple of girls slugged a man, stole his car just a little ways out of town a while ago. Looks like interstate stuff.
You got the details?
Well, a man's here at headquarters getting his head fixed up. You want to come over?
Well, give me a description of the car and the girls first, and I'll get out an alarm right away.
Okay, here's a car. Black Plymouth sedan, 1941, Pennsylvania license number.
Wonder what town this is, Bonnie.
I don't know. But it's in Ohio anyway.
Wonder how long it'll take us to get to Hollywood.
Now, how would I know?
Wonder if that nice man is still lying in the ditch where we left him.
Will you stop wondering so much, Phyllis?
I'm sorry.
Look, you just sit there and dream about Barry Brooks holding you in his arms, and I'll...
Bonnie! Bonnie! That sounds like we've got a flat tire.
Don't you think I've got ears, Phyllis?
Oh, now what'll we do?
What do you think? We'll just borrow another car.
Good morning, Roland.
No, good. You're just in time, Daly.
What's up?
Teletype from the Cleveland office just came in.
Oh?
That black Plymouth sedan was found abandoned early this morning in a street in Niles, Ohio, with a flat tire.
Any sign of the girls?
No, they must have switched cars.
How's that?
Well, a man in Niles reported his Ford sedan stolen during the night, and the Plymouth was left about a block from his house.
Cleveland put out an alarm on the Ford sedan?
Yeah.
Well, let's start traveling. Where? Niles, Ohio first. See if there are any clues in that Plymouth.
Bonnie,
Huh?
I'm worried.
Now what?
I don't think we ought to be doing things like this to get to Hollywood. Hitting people over the head and stealing cars.
Why not?
Well, suppose they should find out sometime.
Who?
My public.
What are you talking about?
Well, suppose after I get started in the movies and I'm on the way to the top. Suppose it gets out that I got to Hollywood by stealing automobiles.
Oh, stop.
I'll be ruined, Bonnie. That'll be the end of my career right there.
Don't be stupid. It'll be good publicity. And besides, all of this will make you a much better actress.
I don't see how you figure that.
Aren't the best actresses the ones who live their parts?
Yeah.
And what are the best girl parts in movies? It's girls who work in gambling houses, who are spies or mixed up with gangs. Girls who live dangerously.
Guess you're right, but do we have to all the time steal cars?
No. I got another idea as soon as we get into Cleveland.
What?
We're going to ride in style on trains from now on.
Where are we going to get the money?
Somebody in Cleveland has money, and we're going to take it away from them.
Here's that Plymouth, Mr. Daly. Just like we found her.
Uh-huh.
We towed her up here to headquarters. Never touched anything inside the car at all.
Oh, that's fine. Now, if you'll give me a hand, officer, maybe we can get some clear fingerprints.
Sure, all right.
Wait, this may be something right here.
What's that?
Yeah, it's a movie magazine. Not hard to tell who their favorite movie star is. Favorite one of them, anyway.
How's that?
This picture of Barry Brooks has red lip prints all over it.
I guess you'll want to save some samples of the lipstick for your laboratory, huh?
This may be more important than the lip prints, this lipstick writing on the page.
Huh? What's it say?
Phyllis loves Barry. Love Me Forever. Co-starring Barry Brooks and Phyllis Tyler.
That must be one of the girls' names.
Yes.
But what's that business about co-starring?
Well, I'd say the kid already imagines herself in a picture with Barry Brooks.
Say, that sounds like the girls are headed for Hollywood.
Yes.
Daly?
Yeah.
Just got a call from Pittsburgh.
Oh, what's up, Roland?
The girls have been identified.
Is one of them named Phyllis Tyler?
Yes. How'd you know?
She left her name on this magazine.
Well, the other one's Bonnie Lawton. They're from Baltimore. Been missing 4 days.
I see.
And that Ford sedan they stole here in Niles has just been found abandoned in Cleveland.
Well, I'd say that's our next stop.
Later that night, somewhere in the area of Cleveland's ore docks on the Lake Erie waterfront, Bonnie Lawton and Phyllis Tyler sat in a booth in the corner of a juke joint sipping drinks.
Look, Bonnie, the sailor's looking over here again.
He hasn't looked at anybody else but you since we've been in here. Oh, this'll be easy.
He's darling.
Never mind that.
Look, he's getting up. I think he's coming over.
Well, I'll get out of here. Do like I told you, Phyllis. Remember?
He's got the cutest smile.
All right, but don't let it take your mind off business.
Oh, excuse me.
Excuse me. Hiya, Goldilocks. Do you mind if I sit down?
I beg your pardon.
Oh, now, look, don't play hard to get. You've been giving me the office all night.
Couldn't help but look at you. You very much resemble Barry Brooks.
The movie guy?
Yeah.
Hey, that ain't bad. Is your girlfriend coming back?
She just went down the street for a minute.
Oh, that's fine. Got any ideas about us?
Well, we don't have to stay here.
Well, then let's get going. Come on.
Okay.
We'll go to a joint where there's some dancing and stuff. Would you like that?
Oh, sure.
Right this way, honey. Which way did the girlfriend go?
Down that way.
Then let's go the other way.
Silly.
Say, what's your name, baby?
Phyllis.
Oh, well, that's very cute. You live around here?
Well, not really.
I just got in town
All
myself
right, put him up, sailor.
Huh?
This is a stick-up.
Are you kidding?
I said put him up. Get his money, Phyllis.
Okay.
Well, I'm a...
Shut up.
Oh, look, sweetheart, give me that gun.
Sure. I'll give it to you.
Oh.
Now we travel first class.
We momentarily close the Equitable Society's presentation of the FBI file on the Bobby Sox Bandits. We will return to this case in just a moment. 324 years ago, the Pilgrim Fathers of Plymouth enjoyed their first Thanksgiving dinner on this continent and played host to 90 Indian braves of a nearby tribe. Apparently, the Pilgrims were unable to bag any wild turkeys, for the menu mentions only venison, roast duck, roast goose, clams and other shellfish, eels, plums, and wild grape wine. Among the 3.25 million members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, some are bearers of names which indicate that their ancestors may have attended that banquet. Other Equitable Society members have names that indicate an origin in a more recent wave of immigration. But whether their names go back to the Mayflower or a boat that landed half a dozen years ago, Equitable Society members have proved that they believe in the time-honored American virtues of thrift and self-reliance. Their life insurance policies with the Equitable Society are good evidence that they believe in saving for safety, believe in taking care of themselves by putting dollars aside for future security. And just as our forefathers banded together for mutual protection, so Equitable Society members have joined forces in a great mutual organization created for the common good of all. Self-reliance plus cooperation, that's the spirit on which this country was founded. It's the spirit which makes men and women better citizens and better Americans, which is a good reason for this organization to be thankful that by serving its members for 86 years, the Equitable Society has served America. And now back to the file on the Bobby Sox Bandits.
Do you know where your own 17-year-old son or daughter is tonight? And what he or she is doing? You probably do because you care. But hundreds of thousands of American parents don't know and don't care, and haven't known and haven't cared for so long that last year boys and girls under 21, and most of them only 17, committed over a third of all the robberies in the United States, over half of all the burglaries, nearly two-thirds of all the automobile thefts. The parents of Bonnie Lawton and Phyllis Tyler didn't care enough, and that's why we find them now in a cheap rooming house on Chicago's west side, after leaving a trail of crime halfway across the country.
380, 390, 395, 96, 97, 98. Gee, look, Phyllis, we're doing swell.
You mean we've got $398?
More than that. Here's another $5. $403.
Why did we stop here? That's enough to take us to Hollywood, isn't it?
You don't want to get there broke, do you?
But, Bonnie.
And if you're going to get in the movies, you got to have some swell clothes, don't you?
Yeah, but...
And suppose you do manage to meet Barry Brooks.
I'm going to.
So what are you going to meet him in? A pair of dirty slacks, scuffies, and a sweater?
Golly, I hadn't thought about that.
Then let's go get us a couple of good-looking outfits.
And then what?
With those, we can step out in the better spots and take somebody for a lot of money.
Oh, all right. But there's something else I want to buy, too.
What?
I read all about it. Barry Brooks collects all kinds of cigarette lighters.
Oh.
I'm going to get him one and send it to him from here.
Okay, come on. Let's go shopping.
That same morning, back in Cleveland, Special Agent Daly is just entering the field office of the FBI.
What'd you find out, Daly?
Well, the two girls who robbed that sailor last night were Bonnie Lawton and Phyllis Tyler.
You sure?
The sailor positively identified them by these pictures.
Well, that's good, but that didn't put us any nearer to catching them.
No, but something else I found out does.
What's that?
They took a midnight train for Chicago.
How do you know?
I dug up the night ticket agent who sold them the space.
Well, we better phone there and have them cover trains going west.
Well, they might be smart enough to stop off in Chicago and hide out a while.
Yeah, but I'll phone anyway.
Okay, and then we'll catch the next plane for the Windy City ourselves.
Here you are, girls. Is this the lighter you saw in the window?
Yeah, that's it. Isn't it darling, Bonnie?
It's okay.
Do you think Barry Brooks will like it?
Did you say Barry Brooks?
Yeah, the movie star. I'm going to send this to him.
Oh, I see.
How much is it?
Well, it's probably more than you want to pay.
How do you know? How much is it?
Well, including tax, it's $15.
Oh, that's easy. Here.
Say, where'd you girls get all that money?
None of your business.
That's a pretty big bankroll.
Do you want to sell us the lighter or don't you?
Bonnie, let's get out of here.
Okay. Keep your lighter, mister.
Just a minute, girl.
Come on, Bonnie, hurry.
Well, welcome to Chicago, boys.
Thanks, Bob.
I'm afraid I haven't got any good news for you.
Oh, no trace of the girls, huh, Turner?
We covered all buses and railroads right after you called, but nothing has turned up yet.
Well, they could have taken a bus or a train before we called.
No, all ticket agents have been checked, and they don't recall any girls answering the descriptions. Come in.
Here's something just came in from the police, Mr. Turner.
Oh, thanks. Well, they're in Chicago, all right, fellas. They tried to buy a lighter about noon in a little shop on Randolph for Barry Brooks.
Yeah?
The clerk got suspicious when they showed so much money, and the girls ran out.
You sure it's the same girls?
Well, their descriptions checked, and one of the girls called the other one Bonnie.
Well, if they'll just stay here long enough, I think I've got a way to catch them.
Phyllis. Phyllis. Come on, wake up.
Oh, well.
Anybody think you were a movie star already the way you sleep all morning? Come on, wake up.
Oh. Hello, Bonnie. Have you been out already?
Yeah, I went to the store.
Did you get a paper?
Yeah. Here.
Thanks.
Want some coffee?
Sure. Now, let's see. What page is the funnies on?
I figure we can break in our outfits tonight, Phyllis, and make it pay off. I got a plan.
Bonnie. Bonnie.
What's the matter?
Bonnie, listen to this. Barry Brooks.
What'd he do, get married?
No, he's here. Here in Chicago. Oh, Bonnie, think of it. Barry Brooks, right here in Chicago.
Well, don't tie yourself in a pretzel about it. What does it say?
Barry Brooks is believed to have slipped into Chicago last night, and according to reports, is staying at the State Hotel. And, Bonnie, we're going over there.
Wait a minute, Phyllis.
Oh, it's destiny, Bonnie, don't you see? Barry Brooks and I in Chicago at the same time. Come on.
You can't get in to see him.
Of course we can. He's good about giving his autograph, and that's what we'll say we want. Come on, Bonnie, let's hurry.
Well, aren't you going to bother to dress first?
Oh, sure. But it'll only take me a minute, and I can wear my new outfit. Oh, just think of it. I'm going to see Barry Brooks.
Girls, I'm the manager of this hotel, and I say you must go away.
We're going to stay in front of his room until he comes out. Oh, Barry, come out.
Oh, girls, please. I tell you for the 100th time, Mr. Brooks is not in the room.
Oh, yes, he is. You wouldn't be trying to get us away.
He is not.
He is.
He's not.
He is.
I tell you, he is not.
Oh, yes, he is. We want
girls, stop.
Come on, move over. Let us through the door, please.
What makes you young ladies think you can get in?
We have an appointment with Mr. Brooks.
You have an appointment?
Well, just knock at the door and you'll find out. Go ahead, knock.
I'm not Barry. Miss Lawton, Miss Tyler, will you come in, please?
Goodbye, girls. Better luck next time. Pardon us.
Where is Mr. Brooks?
Yeah, where is he?
Well, I'm sorry to tell you the report in the paper about Mr. Brooks being in the city was not correct, girls.
What? But we called up the room.
Well, I'm responsible for the story being in the papers. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Bonnie, this is a pinch, huh?
You're under arrest. Yes.
Gee, I certainly had a very short career.
Because of their extreme youth, Bonnie Lawton and Phyllis Tyler were put in a reformatory, where every effort will be made to guide them to a better future. But far more serious than the sentence passed on the two girls was Bonnie Lawton's indirect charge against her own parents. In court, she said, "I've had to learn everything else the hard way, so I guess I couldn't very well skip this one." The rising tide of juvenile delinquency in America amplifies that charge into a tumultuous indictment of the tragically large number of American parents who don't care enough for their children. America's homes are the birthplace and training ground of her citizens. What, then, is the hope for America's future? The answer is in the hands of you, the mothers and fathers of America. The FBI can protect only the lives and property and laws of America. You must protect its future through your children.
You'll hear something about next week's case in just a moment. This week, at the Equitable Society, a group insurance serviceman suggested I take a trip with him. So the two of us jumped into his car, and after an hour's ride, we parked at a large factory that has just taken out group insurance with the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. First, we got the president of the company's angle on the new insurance program. Among other things, he said, "You know, since I started this business 25 years ago, I can't think of anything I've done that's given me more satisfaction than group insurance with the Equitable Society. I consider it a big step forward in our relations with our employees." A little later, we heard the same story in different words from a veteran worker. "This group insurance is swell stuff," he told us. "It gives me a real lift to know that I've not only got extra life insurance, but also hospital and surgical benefits in case anything goes wrong with me." Yes, there's no question about it. Group insurance is something on which labor and management see eye to eye and stand shoulder to shoulder. And that's why we of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States take such pride in the fact that group insurance is an equitable first. This plan is one of scores of examples of the Equitable Society's leadership and progressiveness. One of the many reasons why we say that this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Big Breakout.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Carl Frank, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI. You know, it's kind of fun to plan what you're going to buy in future years with the bonds you're buying now. Maybe the woman of the house has her heart set on a new washing machine. Dad can see that new radio and television set. And the youngsters have super deluxe, extra special bikes and toys in mind. But buying time isn't here. New, low-priced goods aren't on the market yet. More important than that, we still have a debt to pay before we go on a spending tear. A debt to the veterans who fought in the war and their families. Many veterans will require hospitalization. Others will want loans and educations. We have a debt in the war contracts that were canceled with the coming of the peace. And that's why the government is asking us to buy bonds now, during the victory loan. This will be the last bond drive. It won't be long before we can go back to a facsimile of living as usual. But until then, let's put over this victory loan by buying that bond.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight's file, the big breakout.
All criminals suffer from the same organic disorder, enlargement of the ego, and sooner or later it proves fatal to their career of crime. For as an ancient thinker once said, he is most vulnerable who believes himself invincible. For some criminals, one heavy prison sentence is enough to deflate their ego. But in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, Earl Dixon accepted his first set of prison bars not as a defeat, but as a great opportunity to prove himself smarter than the law. In a Midwestern penitentiary, Dixon, serving a term for hijacking, and two fellow inmates are seated in their cell after the evening meal.
Cigarette, gentlemen? Rock?
Thanks, Dixie.
Louis?
If that's the best you can do, Dixie. Of course, I'm used to lighting a Corona after a pheasant
You're
dinner,
used to talking too much, Louis.
Somebody's got to keep the art of chatter alive in our little home.
Rock is a man of action rather than words, Louis.
Well, you ain't exactly the gabby type yourself, Dixie.
I've been interested in only one subject since matriculating here.
But you ain't talking about it, huh?
I never talk on a subject until I'm qualified by research.
And when'll that be?
No.
Oh, yeah? Then what's the title of your subject?
Escape.
Escape? Shut up, Louis.
Are you gentlemen interested?
Gee, Dixie, I don't know. I only got 3 more years here.
Just the weekend, huh, Louis?
No, it's not that, but guys can get shot trying something like that.
I wonder what your girl is doing tonight, Louis.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Just curious.
Well, I know what she better not be doing. What's that got to do with it?
3 years is a long time to sit and wonder. Maybe it'll be too late after that. What about you, Rob?
Count me in, Dixie.
Good. We'll make it a twosome then.
I don't know. Wait a minute.
Yes, Louis.
What did you really mean about my dame?
I told you. 3 years is a long time.
Oh, she better not pull no double deal on me. I'm in.
Splendid.
What's the gimmick, Dixie?
Well, the doctor is on duty in the hospital until 11 o'clock.
Yeah?
He lives outside, drives home when his relief comes.
Yeah?
Lights out in here at 9. The turnkey makes a round of inspection at 10.
Uh-huh.
Tonight, when he comes around, you and
Hospital ward, Dr. Wilson. Oh, hello, Evelyn. Yes, honey, I'll be on my way home in about 10 minutes. As soon as Dr. Blaney comes in to relieve me. Huh? Oh, sure, I'll bring some. Okay. Bye, sugar. What are you doing in here?
keep a watch of that door, Louis.
Okay.
Doctor's about your size, Rock. His jacket should fit you rather neatly.
Just so it helps me drive us through the gate okay.
Here you are. You do it quickly now.
Yeah.
I'll take a look outside. Everything's all right, boys. Come on. Quietly, please.
Right.
This is his car. Take the wheel, Rock. Louis and I'll crouch on the floor right behind you.
Okay.
All right. Make for the gate. Keep your head down, Louis.
Don't worry. I want to keep it.
Okay, Doc. I'll open the gate. Leaving kind of early to... Hey, wait a minute. You're not the doc.
Rock's hit. I'll grab the wheel, pull Rock over. Okay. You make it?
Yes.
Hey, Rock's hit bad, Dixie.
Really?
Yeah, what can we do for him?
Throw him out.
Huh?
I said throw him out.
But he's still alive.
Do as I say.
Okay. Sorry, Rock. Gee, I hated to do that.
Consider yourself fortunate. It could easily have been you.
What do you mean?
I had anticipated that whoever drove the car would get killed.
After the jailbreak had been accomplished and the convicts had made a successful getaway, the penitentiary warden immediately contacted the nearest office of the FBI just across the state line, where Special Agent Connor took the call.
Gray Pontiac two-door sedan. License number? 754. All right, I've got it. Which direction was it going when it left the penitentiary? Thanks, Warden. We'll get on it right away.
Jailbreak, Fred?
Yes, 3 made the break, but 1 got killed.
Who are the other 2?
Take their names.
Uh-huh.
Earl Dixon and Louis Muncie.
Muncie. I've got him.
While I'm getting out an alarm, you contact Washington and ask them to teletype all information they have on Dixon and Muncie.
In Dayton, Ohio, a few hours after the prison break, Two men walked quietly along a fog-shrouded street. They stopped in front of a modest apartment building. A minute later, a young girl occupying a ground-floor apartment was aroused by the insistent sound of the door buzzer.
Just a minute. Oh. I'm coming. Who is it?
Open the door.
Earl.
Hello, sis.
Earl,
Go in, Louis.
Okay.
what are you...
Be quiet. Lower that window shade, please, Louis.
Right.
Earl, what are you doing here?
Okay, Louis?
Yeah, all right.
What are you doing here? How did you get out of prison?
Quite cleverly. I escaped.
Oh.
It was a very monotonous life. I needed to change. Well, you don't seem very happy to see me.
I'm not.
Now, I ask you, Louis, isn't that a shocking admission for one's own sister?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Annette, allow me to present my fellow Houdini, Louis Muncie.
Pleased to know you.
Why did you come here?
Seemed the natural thing to do.
Earl, you can't stay.
Now, Annette.
I mean it. You've got to leave here at once.
Hey, what is this? I thought she was okay.
She will be.
Earl, listen to me. In the past, I've always weakened and tried to help you, always thinking maybe you'd straighten out. But this time it's different. I'm not harboring any criminals.
I'm staying, Annette.
Oh, no, you're not.
Where are you going?
I'm calling the police.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Hold it, Louis. What are you going to tell them, Annette? That you're turning your brother in? That you want him sent back to prison?
Yes.
Then I'd better acquaint you with just what that would mean. A man was killed when we escaped.
Oh.
Now, my dear, could you make us some coffee?
Is that teletype from Washington, Fred?
Yes, with the dope on Dixon and Muncie.
What does it say?
It looks like Dixon was the brains behind the break.
Yes?
College education and always boasting how much smarter he is than the law.
What was he in for?
Hijacking. He was sentenced in federal court. Suspected of a killing, too, but there wasn't enough evidence to pin it on him.
What about Muncie?
They're just finishing up on him now. Here we are. Muncie seems to be a kind of a stooge in a gang that was mixed up in hijacking, too.
He'd probably stick with Dixon then for guidance.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Any reports on the fugitives while I was out?
No.
They could be clear out of the state by this time.
Yes, that makes them our game more than ever.
Any leads on Dixon and that stuff from Washington?
I was just looking it over. It says Dixon lived with his sister in Cincinnati just before he was sent up. You know, he might make for there again.
Wouldn't that be an obvious move?
Well, since Dixon considers himself smarter than the law, he might think the obvious thing to do would be least expected.
Let's get Cincinnati on the phone. We'll tell him not to wait until daylight to check up, but go out right now and keep a watch on her address.
Right.
Remember this piece, Annette? How I used to slave to learn it? As I recall, it was Mother's favorite...
Stop, Earl, please.
What's the matter?
The difference between then and now, I don't want to think of it.
Dear Annette, always the sentimentalist.
Earl.
Yes?
How long is this going to go on?
What?
This staying here.
Oh. Oddly enough, I was just thinking about that.
Police are bound to come here sometime. You saw the morning paper. They're combing 3 states looking for you.
I know.
Oh, please, won't you give yourself up?
Oh, stop being childish.
What else can you do?
I have a very definite plan in mind. You're right about their eventually coming here, but when they arrive, we'll be gone.
What do you mean?
We still have that little houseboat on the Ohio River.
Yes.
Then I think we should use it.
We?
Yes. You and I.
Oh, no, please.
I'll aid you, Annette. You'll have to drive.
Oh, why can't you leave me alone?
Very pleasant, like a vacation.
Vacation with 2 murderers.
Oh, I forgot to mention, my good companion, Mr. Muncie, who sleeps so peacefully in your bedroom, will not be with us.
Do you intend to leave him here?
Not exactly.
I don't understand.
Well, he has already served his purpose.
How are you, folks?
Oh. Greetings, Louis. Well, I was just talking about you.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, I was telling my sister that we are going to take a little trip.
Oh, blowing out of here?
Yes.
Where are we going?
Well, unfortunately, Louis, you're not really coming along.
What do you mean?
I needed you for the getaway just as I needed Rock, but now your usefulness has ended.
Oh, wait a minute.
Sorry, Louis. Darling, he'll be with us in spirit.
We momentarily close the Equitable Society's presentation of the FBI file on the big breakout. We will return to this case in just a moment. Let's look at America through the eyes of a GI just back from the Pacific. He's flying cross-continent to his home in the East. And perhaps he's wondering what sort of job he'll land when he takes off his uniform. Well, no matter what route his Army transport plane follows, at some time in almost every hour of the flight, he's looking down on places where Equitable Society investments are helping to provide jobs for ex-servicemen. Whether his plane soars over the cattle-studded plains of Texas or the waving wheatlands of Minnesota, over the cornfields of Iowa or the tobacco plantations of Kentucky, Equitable Society dollars are right there, soundly invested with progressive American farmers to promote farm prosperity. Or take practically any industrial center in which his plane might land. Take Chicago or Detroit, Cleveland or Pittsburgh. These also are centers for the investment of Equitable Society funds in steel mills and mines, in railroads and shipyards, in textile mills and industrial plants of all kinds. Yes, with Equitable Society dollars at work in every section of the country, and with the Equitable Society's 3.25 million members living in every state in the Union, this great mutual organization is well named the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. For since 1859, Equitable Society dollars have helped make the whole United States the land of opportunity. Yes, by serving its members for 86 years, the Equitable Society has served America. And now back to the file on the big breakout.
FBI agents make no pretense of infallibility. And although highly trained in their profession of criminal investigation, things happen so fast at times that human judgment is bound to err in one step or another in their investigative procedure. But this they have never failed to do: readjust. The long hours of the day have dragged past, and now darkness is falling. Earl Dixon sits with his sister in the living room of her apartment.
Who's that?
How do I know?
See who it is. I'll stand just behind the door, and don't let anyone in. Understand?
Very well.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You're Miss Annette Dixon, are you not?
Yes.
I'm Special Agent Connor of the FBI.
The FBI?
Yes. We just learned that you had moved here from Cincinnati.
But why are you interested in where I live?
The automobile in which your brother escaped from prison last night was found early today, abandoned just outside of town. May I come in?
But my brother isn't here.
Then there's no reason why I shouldn't come in, is there?
No, that is
Thank you.
I have a gun here, Mr. Connor. I've often wanted to match wits with the FBI. Don't reach for yours.
I wouldn't have any wits left for you to match if I did.
I was sure they trained you to be practical.
Yes. That's one of the reasons we usually win, Dixon.
Have you always won until now?
I wouldn't say that now is exactly over.
You fellows travel in pairs. Is your partner outside in the car?
No. I came here alone.
Where is your partner?
I'm afraid you'll have to proceed without that knowledge.
He and your office must have known you came here.
You think so?
Yes. In that event, I think you'd better come along with us.
Where to?
My sister and I are taking a little trip. You'd be a very welcome companion.
Really?
Yes. With an FBI agent driving us in an FBI car, we should find it rather a safe journey.
At your service, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, you wouldn't mind transporting a corpse, too, would you? It would be rather awkward leaving him here.
Louis Muncie?
That's right.
Bring him along. I'd be very glad to have his body as evidence of murder against you.
What makes you think you'll be able to produce this evidence?
This was to be a match of wits, remember?
When Special Agent Connor did not return to Dayton Police Headquarters within the designated time to rejoin his partner, Special Agent Whitman, Whitman and a police officer drove to Miss Dixon's address. Whitman is now returning to the car.
There's something funny about this, Sergeant.
I saw you go inside after you got no answer.
I found this on the floor in the living room.
What is it?
Connor's wallet.
What?
And dresser drawers had been pulled open like somebody had packed and left in a hurry.
Well.
I'd say Connor ran into Dixon, all right. And possibly Muncie, too.
And he dropped his wallet to let you know he'd been here and something was wrong.
Yes. With his car gone, that means only one thing. Let's put out an alarm on that car.
Oh, this is such a pleasure. The rolling fields, the green trees. You know, I've looked at penitentiary walls so long I'd forgotten this even existed. Isn't it lovely, Annette?
Please don't talk to me.
My sister doesn't approve of me, Mr. Connor.
I'd say she has excellent taste.
Poor Louis. Poor Louis would have enjoyed this so. Which reminds me, I've decided not to dispose of his body anywhere along the way.
Really?
The river will be a much better place.
Bodies have a disconcerting way of rising to the surface.
Not when they're properly weighted, Mr. Connor.
Oh.
And that should offer a cue to your own fate.
Thank you.
Too bad you won't be able to enjoy a weekend on our little houseboat. You'd like to have his company, wouldn't you, Annette?
Please, Earl.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Car trouble.
Accidental, of course.
What other kind is there?
That sounds like a flooded carburetor. What have you done to it?
The car stalled. Would you like to get out and diagnose the trouble yourself?
You'd like that, wouldn't you? You go ahead and fix it, and I'm warning you. If you take too long...
I won't, I assure you.
Why don't we get some word, Sergeant?
Well, we've done everything we can, Mr. Whitman. Something should come in.
Well, that's the toughest thing about this business. The waiting.
I know.
They must have taken Connor along as cover. If they did, Connor's driving the car.
We put all that on the alarm. Is there any more background on the Dixon family? Any place he'd be likely to go to?
I'm having that checked now. In the meantime, the clock is running out. Running out fast.
I'll get it. Police headquarters, Sergeant Gillen speaking. Yes? Yes? Where was this? Just a minute, Mr. Whitman.
Yes.
This is state police. They got something on Connor.
Let me talk to them, please.
Sure, here you are.
Hello? This is Special Agent Whitman speaking. What have you got? I see. Will you read it, please? Yes? Thank you very much. Goodbye. Come on, Sergeant. We've got a definite lead on Connor. I just hope we're not too late.
Where did my sister go, Connor?
Into the houseboat.
Oh. Oh, I guess you've got Muncie's body weighted sufficiently now.
Enough to keep it from drifting. That'll make it easier for us to locate.
Us?
Mm-hmm.
I admire your optimism. Now, if you will just drag the body out onto the deck. There, that will do nicely. And now I'll ask you to hoist it over the side.
You're really running up a big score, Dixon.
Just remember this gun. Go ahead, Connor.
Okay.
And now I suggest that we return to the cabin. Go ahead. After you, Mr. Connor.
Thanks.
Annette. Annette, will you stop that crying?
Leave her alone.
Well, Sir Galahad. Will you have a drink?
No, thanks.
Then I guess we'd better pass on to the next item on the program. That turns out to be you, Mr. Connor.
Earl, you can't.
Hold it, miss. Dixon.
Yes?
You said this was to be a match of wits.
That's right. And it's been rather unbalanced in my favor, wouldn't you say?
No, I wouldn't.
What do you mean?
You had that pistol on me all evening. But it didn't keep me from working.
Working?
You didn't see me drop my wallet on the floor of your sister's apartment back in Dayton, did you?
Now, don't pull
I
that.
saw it.
What? Annette, why didn't you...
I left it there because I knew my partner would find it very shortly and know something was wrong.
Look, Connor.
I'm just trying to get my wits on the record.
Very well.
And you were right in suspecting I caused the car trouble back on the highway.
All you gained was time, if you did.
No. I left a note under a tool when I was under the car. It must have been picked up by now.
And what did the note say?
That we were coming here.
Well, that makes you almost even.
I'd say that puts me a little bit ahead.
Annette, I think we're getting out of here.
I hate to keep piling up points, Dixon, but the keys to the car are in the river with Muncie's body.
Why, you...
Now, don't be a bad loser, Dixon.
I haven't lost.
Oh, no? Look at that car coming along the riverbank.
Where?
Oh, thank heaven. Is it the police?
It isn't even a car. That was an old trick, Miss Dixon. But I won the match.
Earl Dixon was returned to the penitentiary and subsequently tried and convicted for the murder of his fellow convict. Like all criminals, Dixon had an inflated estimation of his own ability to beat the law. And this was one of the most effective contributing factors to his inevitable downfall. No one is smarter than the law. Sooner or later, this inescapable fact is known to all criminals.
You'll hear about next week's case in just a moment. This week, at the Equitable Society, I was shown 3 checks that were ready to go out in the afternoon mail. One was the biggest check I've ever seen in my life. A 6 followed by 6 zeros. A $6 million investment of Equitable Society funds in a great industrial concern which will employ several thousand men, many of them returning servicemen. The second check was for $16,000, a loan to a farmer in Iowa who came to his Equitable Society so that he could buy a piece of land he's had his eye on for many years. The third check was for $6,000, and it was going to help an ex-sergeant of the Marines buy that little house he dreamed about while he lay in a hospital recovering from wounds received on Guadalcanal. Now he's going to own that little home with the aid of the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan. And there you have 3 of the principal ways in which Equitable Society dollars are put to work. In promoting home ownership, in lending farmers a helping hand, in keeping the wheels of industry turning. And that's why we think this life insurance business we're in is a good business. We collect premium dollars from our members for their good and then invest them in ways that are good for the entire nation. Yes, this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country.
Next Friday, December 7th, is the 4th anniversary of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Our program that evening will present a thrilling and factual account of the FBI's work on that momentous day.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. And now this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, we bring you a special FBI presentation commemorating the 4th anniversary of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor.
Stretching tonight from the quiet meadows of France, the hillsides of Italy, and across the sands of North Africa to the jungle islands of the Pacific, are gardens of little white crosses, where almost 275,000 American boys lie in eternal condemnation of that day 4 years ago, which will live forever in infamy. Sunday, December 7th, 1941. The day that Japan stabbed America in the back at Pearl Harbor. But long before Pearl Harbor plunged us into global war with them, the Axis nations, through their agents in this country, were plotting and working against the internal security of America, protected against the interference by those same principles of freedom they sought to destroy. Then, on September 3rd, 1939, Hitler began the murder of Poland, the first flame of world conflagration. America had to prepare her defenses and take aggressive steps to safeguard them. 3 days after that ruthless invasion, Director J. Edgar Hoover of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, your FBI, assembled his staff in extraordinary session.
Gentlemen, I have here a directive from the President of the United States.
The Attorney General has been requested by me to instruct the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Department of Justice, to take charge of investigative work in matters relating to espionage, sabotage, and violations of the neutrality regulations. This task must be conducted in a comprehensive and effective manner on a national basis, and all information must be carefully sifted out and correlated in order to avoid confusion and irresponsibility. To this end, I request all police officers, sheriffs, and all other law enforcement officers in the United States promptly to turn over to the nearest representative of the Federal Bureau of Investigation any information obtained by them relating to espionage, counter-espionage, sabotage, subversive activities, and violations of the neutrality laws. Well, I know the Bureau is fully prepared for this undertaking, gentlemen, so we shall proceed to put it into action at once. That's all.
Your FBI was ready, but it was nevertheless a mammoth undertaking. For on the day that the President's directive was put into force,
over 1,200,000 persons born in Germany were living in the United States.
Nearly 85,000 foreign-born Japanese were living in the United States and Hawaii.
Nearly every major city in America had large quotas of foreign-born Italians living among the American-born Italian populations.
And thousands of special agents of the three Axis nations were actively at work throughout continental United States and all American territories.
ever since the rise of the pompous political criminal Benito Mussolini to the throne of dictator, Italian fascist societies had been at work in America, seeking, first by propaganda, and when that failed, by brutal force, to convert American-born Italians to the service of Il Duce. And they didn't stop with threats. In a large eastern city one night, an elderly, gray-haired foe of fascism was preparing to leave his office when...
All right, just stay put, Baroni.
Huh? Who are you men, and what do you want here?
You've been warned 3 times to stop talking against Il Duce.
Oh. So you have come to warn me again?
No. This time we come to make you stop.
What I have said about Mussolini and fascismo is the truth.
I said we come to make you stop.
What Mussolini and fascismo do in Italy, I cannot fight against. But I am an American citizen, and I can fight against what they are trying to do in my country. And I shall continue to fight against it.
More insidious and of greater danger to the security of America than the work of fascist agents had been the operations of the foreign-born Japanese. Executed with oriental cunning and fanatical worship of their sacred Son of Heaven, and behind a false face of friendship. For how often did we read or hear such words as,
Japan has always considered America her greatest friend, and it is the supreme desire of the government and the people of Japan to perpetuate peaceful relations between our two countries.
But throughout the country and in Hawaii,
Japanese Buddhist and Shinto priests preached the doctrine of absolute loyalty to the homeland.
Japanese children learned that it was glorious to die for the emperor.
Japanese consulates spread literature defending Japan's actions in China.
Crews on Japanese fishing boats sounded harbor depths and photographed defense installations.
Japanese admirals and army officers posing as civilians gathered vital information on America's military strength and production capacity.
behind the locked doors of a ceremonial hall, the secret society known as the Rising Sun Order met quite often for this purpose.
The candidates for membership will come forward. You will kneel before the sacred shrine. You will repeat the pledge now. I swear allegiance unto death to His Imperial Majesty, Son of Heaven, and Emperor of Japan, and declare that through unity of purpose and complete cooperation, we intend to show our friendship to our comrades at war, and to express the great spirit to build up the Japanese Empire.
As for Germany's part in the picture which now confronted your FBI, the Nazi Party had been active in America as far back as 1926, 8 years before Hitler at last became the Fuhrer. And through the ensuing years, it spread its tentacles until they reached into every stratum of American life.
Nazi agents tried to work their way into all branches of American military and naval service and into the merchant marine.
They were workers and even executives in our vital industries. They were editors, authors, and lecturers.
They were landowners at strategic points along our Atlantic and Gulf Coast lines.
They were merchants and bankers and lawyers and doctors. They were social leaders.
And Nazi sympathizers taught in our schools,
preached in our churches, and got elected to public offices low and high as servants of the American people.
And more than that, thousands of Nazi youth in America and their elders put on gray shirts and uniforms. And by day and by night, secluded valleys echoed with the goose-stepping of these fanatical legions. Then they boldly came out into the open, held public rallies, and one night 20,000 Bundes jammed New York's Madison Square Garden.
The day is speeding toward you when you will be called upon to contribute your part in building this new world. A world of order. A world rid of these corrupt peoples who have been a cancer on the advancement of civilization. I say that day is near at hand. Be prepared. Be strong. Be resolute. Be ready to smash the enemy. Heil Hitler!
That was the picture that confronted your FBI on September 6, 1939. The day the president said, "Take defensive action." Director Hoover said, "We are ready." And to his staff, "Go into action at once."
Operator?
Get me the Chicago field office.
Operator?
Get me the Boston field office.
Operator?
I want the Dallas field office. Denver. San Francisco. Honolulu.
Within the space of a few minutes after Director Hoover had read the presidential directive to his staff, the nerve center of your FBI in Washington had transmitted the impulse for action along every thread of contact in the vast web of its organization. And soon, special agents were
surveying America's defense plans and taking precautionary measures against sabotage,
setting up protection for America's transportation and communication systems, watching the movements of Axis diplomatic officials using their immunity to carry on hostile operations, and embarking on the widest spread spy hunt in the nation's history.
But the biggest task of all was that of checking on all suspected Axis aliens and compiling dossiers on those who might become active enemy aliens. Day and night, from Seattle to Miami, from San Diego to Bangor, this work went on. In an Italian bar and grill.
Don't talk so loud.
What do I care? When Mussolini gets in the war, it'll be all over in Europe. He'll come over here.
I beg your pardon. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
FBI?
You an American citizen?
Sure, I'm an American.
You have an alien registration card?
Well,
I think you'd better come with me.
In a rowboat one night in the murky waters lapping the pilings of a Jap fishing village on the west coast.
If I'm not mistaken, that secret radio receiver's in that shack over there.
We can't raid the place.
No. We can't tell them that's what we're looking for.
All we need's a reaction.
In a plane factory, turning out medium bombers for the British.
Just a minute there. What is your name?
Carl Wilson.
Think again. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
My name is Carl Wilson.
Our records say that you were born in Germany, entered this country illegally, and your name is Carl Schmidt. Come with me.
24 hours around the clock, 7 days a week. The checkup went on throughout the 48 states and territories of the United States. The checkup and all other parts of the vast program of defensive action, with the result that FBI agents were able to report
2,300 defense plants surveyed and protected against sabotage.
Railroads, airlines, harbors, bus lines, and vital inland waterways protected against sabotage.
Coordination of all local and state law enforcement agencies with the FBI into one internal defense unit ready for any national emergency.
All potentially dangerous Axis aliens cataloged and whereabouts known at all times.
Complete record of activities of all Axis diplomatic officials in the United States.
And all 42 members of 2 German spy rings taken into custody.
Yes, by the summer of 1941, the President's directives had been carried out in full. America's internal security was protected. There remained only the important job of keeping a constant vigil. And this your FBI did during the remainder of the summer, through the fall, and this it was still doing when it was another Sunday in America. Christmas was hardly more than 2 weeks away, but still the people were following their usual Sunday habits. In some parts, it was time to go to church. Elsewhere, it was Sunday dinner time. Some were playing golf, driving in the countryside, visiting friends, seeing movies, or dozing in a big chair at home. In the telephone switchboard room of the FBI in Washington, the operators on duty took care of routine calls. Then a yellow light glowed on panel number 6.
Washington.
This is the agent in charge in Honolulu. I want to speak to Mr. Hoover.
Right away, sir.
Yes?
Honolulu calling, Mr. Hoover.
Put them on.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Honolulu.
Mr. Hoover? Yes. Japanese planes are bombing Pearl Harbor. What? Listen. You can hear the bombs exploding.
We will return to our FBI file in just a moment. Meanwhile, look over our shoulders while we open some of the mail that arrives at the Equitable Society every day from your neighbors and, who knows, maybe from yourself. It's a very good thing for a man to be happy in his work, to feel that his job benefits others as well as himself. Well, that's the way we of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States feel about our jobs. You see, Equitable Society members think of this society as a friend, for they know that the Equitable Society is a society, not only in name, but in fact, and that they, the members, are the sole owners of this society, which is run for their benefit and theirs alone. Consequently, every day in the Equitable mailbox, there are letters from our members, the kind of letters a person writes to a good friend. Here's a letter from a widow, telling us how her Equitable Society policy stepped in to save her family from disaster. Here's one from a farmer asking our advice in financing the purchase of a piece of land. And here's one from the officer of a large corporation with a suggestion about our group insurance plan. Yes, in every mail we get pats on the back and friendly criticisms, problems to solve and suggestions to consider. And we firmly believe that these close contacts with our members are important in keeping the Equitable Society alert, progressive, future-minded, with life insurance policies exactly suited to present-day needs
and with forward-looking investments that promote the prosperity of the entire country. Yes, by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now back to This Is Your FBI.
Through the telephone transmitter which the Honolulu agent held out of the office window, Director Hoover listened to the exploding bombs which were taking a terrific toll of lives, leaving Honolulu and Pearl Harbor an inferno of smoke and flame, and turning battleships of the Pacific Fleet into a mass of twisted steel at the bottom of the bay. Then the agent came back on the line.
Mr. Hoover, have you any special instructions?
Put our emergency plans into operation at once. You'll receive further instructions shortly.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir?
Operator, this is Mr. Hoover. Have a staff call issued immediately and have all members of the Bureau not on duty report for duty at once.
Here's Mr. Hoover.
I'd like a status report, gentlemen.
Well, all employees here at Bureau headquarters have reported for duty.
I see.
Special agents and employees of all field offices are now on duty and standing by.
Well, from now on, the Federal Bureau of Investigation is on a 24-hour basis. You'll put our general plan of action into operation at once. And here are some further steps to take immediately. Give these priority over all other messages sent by teletype. That's all.
All special agents in charge. Contact all commercial airlines your district immediately. Request no Japanese, civilian or diplomatic, be permitted to travel by air. Hoover.
Arrange immediately with all transportation companies, your district, to stop all travel by Japanese individuals on train, bus, or vessel. Hoover.
Arrange immediately with all telephone and telegraph companies, your district, to discontinue all telephonic and telegraphic communications by Japanese to points outside the United States. Hoover.
Advise all press associations immediately. Suspend all service to Japan and occupied China. Hoover.
Contact all defense plants, transportation and communications companies, your district, and request them take prescribed steps to prevent sabotage. Hoover.
Barely more than 2 hours after the first Japanese bombs rained down on Pearl Harbor, your FBI was fully mobilized, operating on a 24-hour basis, and with its prepared plan of action moving at top speed. Special agents had located and had under close surveillance those who, they had reason to believe, would try to sabotage the United States. Then there came chattering over the teletypes into every field office in the United States and Hawaii this climactic order, which every agent was waiting for and eager to execute.
Immediately arrest all Japanese individuals on A, B, and C lists. Also all other Japanese aliens on whom you have information indicating arrests necessary for best interest internal security of this country.
These are very urgent instructions we are receiving.
How much longer do you think it will be safe to stay here?
We are cleverly concealed. We will never be found. What's it?
Grab that radio, Tom.
Right. What is meaning of this outrage?
We're special agents of the FBI. You're both under arrest.
You're Saito Fuji?
Yes. Are you interested in Oriental antique?
I'm a special agent of the FBI. You're under arrest. We'll take your suitcase full of dynamite along, too.
In cities up and down the West Coast and all the way across the country to New York. And all through the night, the arrests went on. And they were still going on next day when Congress, in special session, formally declared war against Japan. This was quickly followed by other declarations against Germany and Italy. And the FBI was being rewarded for its years of preparations. at a railroad station in Dallas, Texas.
All aboard!
Just a minute, you.
But the train is about to leave.
It'll have to leave without you, Lockman. We're from the FBI.
The back room of a bar in Cincinnati, Ohio.
All right, stay where you are, everybody. What's the idea? We're agents of the FBI. You're all under arrest.
In a cabin overlooking the Jersey coast.
Drink to the Führer!
Stay where you are, all of you. The house is around us. We're special agents of the FBI. You're all under arrest.
The roundup continued, and by nightfall of December 8th, scarcely 30 hours after Japan's sneak attack on Pearl Harbor, nearly 2,000 enemy aliens on the highly dangerous list had been arrested. And the war against espionage and sabotage was to continue, along with every other phase of the FBI's internal defense program until VE Day and VJ Day brought total victory to America and her allies. And when the end had come, Director J. Edgar Hoover said this.
My co-workers throughout the Federal Bureau of Investigation and I are proud to be able to report that during the 4 long years of war, not one single act of enemy-directed sabotage was successfully carried out in this country. But the credit is not alone the FBI's. It belongs also to those local and state law enforcement officers of yours who worked faithfully and around the clock with us, and to the alertness and cooperation of you, the American citizen.
Is there not something highly significant in that? By working side by side together in common cause, each forgetting self, the American people have won a great victory in war. Is not a victory in peace dependent on that same unity of mind and heart and purpose? Before you answer, think a while of those 275,000 sons and husbands and brothers and sweethearts of yours lying under those little white crosses.
And now, before we tell you about next week's thrilling case from the files of the FBI, here's an important message about an unusual classroom in which adults are back at school. This week at the Equitable Society, I sat down in a classroom where grown-up men were going to school. The students in this class were ex-servicemen. In rank, they ranged from first-class privates and naval petty officers to colonels and commanders. One was a fighter pilot with a distinguished record. Another was a Marine, a veteran of many hard-fought landings on the islands of the Pacific. Before going into the service, all of them had been agents or field representatives of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now they're taking what you might call a refresher course to bring them up to date on recent developments. You see, life insurance is one business that never stands still. Here in the Equitable Society, we are constantly finding ways to improve the many protective services we render to our 3.25 million members. And this means that every Equitable Society representative must be well trained, qualified on the subject of life insurance. Life insurance is their profession, and they must at all times be prepared to offer professional advice and assistance to Equitable Society members, present and future. We of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States take particular pride in the men and women who have been chosen to represent us. It is due in a great measure to their conscientious efforts that we are able to say that this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Highway Hijackers.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The role of J. Edgar Hoover was impersonated. All other names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time for This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight's file, The Highway Hijackers.
With opportunities for black market operations rapidly vanishing, the professional criminals who won distinction on that field of dishonor during the war are now carrying out their own programs of reconversion, which is one of the reasons for the increase in robberies and hijackings over the country. The ink is barely dry on tonight's case, telling of your FBI's encounter with two criminals who discovered recently that a certain road in the Southwest offered rich profits for highway robbery. A few miles inside New Mexico from the Arizona border, Marty Jennings and her husband, George, operate a tourist camp. But Marty does most of the operating because of her husband's ill health. It is shortly after dark now, and Marty enters the bedroom with a tray of supper.
Here you are, darling. I want you to eat every bite of it, too.
Thanks, Marty.
Did you take your medicine, honey?
Yeah, sure. Whatever good that does.
Does plenty. Now you start on your soup while it's hot.
Marty, don't you ever get tired waiting on me?
I said start on that soup, young man.
Fine husband I turned out to be, huh?
Are you going to be stubborn about it, are you?
Thought you were marrying a he-man, didn't you? Who could take care of you. But
George.
his health goes on a blink, and he has to bring you way off out here in the desert. You have to do all the work. He lies up in bed most of the time, and... Marty, why did you do it? Why don't you go back east where you were doing okay until
George. George, I'm here because I want to be here. I love you more than anything in the world. And I'll never leave you.
Thanks.
Sounds like new business in the office. You eat your supper. I'll be back after a while.
All right.
Good evening.
Hello, Marty. remember Mac here.
How are you, Marty?
Nick, what are you doing here?
We come to see you.
How did you know where I was?
Well, after you'd done that run out, we did a little checking up. Heard you'd married yourself a sucker and come out here.
Yeah. What's the matter? Ain't you glad to see us, Marty?
Why did you come here and what do you want?
We figure you owe us a little favor and we come here to collect.
Nick, I don't want any more of that life I was mixed up in, and you know it.
But Marty, Nick don't want
I'll
you
do the talking, Mac.
There won't be any more talking, Nick. The only good break I ever got was a chance to play it straight with a guy like I'm married to. And nothing's going to get a chance to mess it up.
They tell me he's got bad lungs.
But he's going to get well out here.
They also tell me that worry is the worst thing in the world for people with bad lungs.
What are you getting at?
Mac and I are out here on business, and all we want is one of your cabins for headquarters.
Now, look, Nick, I just got through telling
And
you
I
that-
just got through telling you that worry is bad for that husband of yours. Now, either we get the cabin or he gets the whole story on you. Well?
Marty, can I help you?
George, you get right back.
Just a minute, lady. Did you say you had a cabin for us? Or not?
Yes. We'll take care of you.
It was nearing noon next day when a trailer caravan winding through the Arizona uplands began to approach the New Mexico border. A caravan of some of those families who, a few years ago, had trekked to California in search of relief from their wretched poverty. Okies, they were called. Today, thanks to years of good wages in war plants, they're rolling homeward in droves, for the first time in their lives, adequately fed and clothed, and carrying a few $1,000s in savings, which at last to buy their dream, a piece of good land all their own. Most of them travel in caravans for mutual protection. But as this particular little caravan rolls along, Sarah Barlow doesn't feel too secure.
I tell you, John, I just don't like traveling across country with all this money hid under the seat.
Now, don't fret about it, Sarah. That's why everybody going home travels together like this, 'cause it's safe that way.
Well, maybe I wouldn't feel so skittish about it if we wasn't the last in line.
Oh, somebody's got to be last.
Yeah, I suppose so, but just the same, I
Now,
wish
stop your worrying about it. Just think we're going to be home in about 3 or 4 days. Home, Sarah. Kind of does something to you when you think about it, don't it?
yes.
Yes, sir, those old green hills are going to look good to us this time, Mother. Because instead of scratching around on top of them and going hungry, we're going to have a piece of rich land down in the valley and a good house. Then we can look up at them and see how pretty they are.
Oh, it'll be wonderful, John, just wonderful.
Look at that car speeding around that curve, Sarah.
Why, that looks like the same one as passed a while back.
Yeah. Look at them cutting over in front of us.
But, John, they're waving to us to stop.
Must be something wrong up ahead.
They're getting out.
What's wrong up ahead, mister? I say, what's the trouble?
Look, John, they got pistols.
Huh?
All right, you, this is a stick-up.
Oh, no.
Give me your dough and make it fast.
Oh, John.
Be quiet,
And don't
Sarah.
try any stalling.
Now, listen,
I
mister.
said don't stall.
I'm not stalling. Sure, we got money, but let me tell you something.
Shut up and hand it over.
No, I won't, and I'm not telling you where it is either.
All right, pal, you asked for it.
No, wait, please don't. I'll tell you where the money is.
Sarah. Mister, we worked years to save that money so we could buy it.
Oh, no, John.
Shut up, lady. You get the same thing. Hurry it up, operator.
Hello?
Hello, FBI?
Yes, Special Agent Yeager speaking.
This is Sheriff Williams, Lordsburg, New Mexico.
What's the trouble, Sheriff?
2 men in a black sedan robbed a man and his wife a few hours ago just over the Arizona line and disappeared back across the line with $10,000.
10,000.
Yeah.
They were the tail end car in one of those Okie caravans. Money they'd been saving for years.
Well, I've been wondering when this would start. There's been a lot in the papers about those caravans.
One of the bandits knocked a man out with a gun, but the doctor here in Lordsburg patched him up all right.
Well, where's the man now?
The caravan's stopping here the rest of the day and night. The man and his wife are camping with him just outside of town.
Good. We'll get over right away.
That you, George?
Yeah.
How was the sunset?
Huh?
You went out to look at the sunset, George.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was beautiful. Marty,
Yeah.
those two men who rented a cabin here last night,
What about them?
who are they?
Well, how would I know? Their names are on the register over there.
Well, what I meant was, did you talk with them at all?
No, not much. They said they were from the east. They're looking over ranch properties, I think.
Well, did they tell you that?
Why, what's the matter?
Well, Rancher stopped by a little while ago on his way back from Lordsburg.
Yeah.
He said two bandits robbed a couple in an Okie caravan today just over the line in Arizona. They got away with over $10,000.
Oh, that's terrible. Well, George, you don't think...
All I'm thinking right now is that the two men in that cabin back there sure drove back here in an awful hurry this afternoon.
Mr. and Miss Barlow, these are Special Agents Yeager and Hickman of the FBI.
How do you do? Mr. Barlow, the sheriff tells me neither of you was able to give much of a description of the bandits.
Well, what little I might have remembered, Mr. Yeager, I'm afraid the blow on my head knocked it out of me.
And I was too upset to remember how they looked, what with John hurt and all.
Oh, yes, of course, but maybe one of you might recall how they talked.
Well, they just talked tough, son.
Did they have a Western drawl,
Well,
or...
if you ask me, they sounded just like gangsters in a movie.
That should help.
Well, what good's that do you?
That means they're outsiders who've moved in here for the express purpose of robbing the caravans.
Then they must have a hideout somewhere in these parts.
Exactly. And they're not running out after just one strike, Sheriff.
But they might move on after the second.
Yes. Meantime, we'll try to find that hideout.
Marty?
George, I thought you'd gone to bed.
Honey, my hunch about those men was right.
What?
I had to find out, and I did.
What have you done?
Well, I slipped around outside their cabin a minute ago, and I heard them talking about plans for holding up a caravan.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm going to call the sheriff at Lord's...
No, George, wait.
What for?
You mustn't call the sheriff, George.
Well, honey, those men are dangerous criminals.
You can't call.
Well, why not?
There's something you don't understand.
What?
George, it's about them and me.
Marty, what do you mean?
I know those men, George. I know them from, well, the days before I met you.
Oh.
That's why they came here.
Well, Marty, you mean you're mixed up with them in this thing they're doing?
No.
Well, then I don't get it, Marty.
Look, darling, I told you there were some things in my past that weren't very pleasant, that I could never talk about.
Yeah, I know.
Well, those men were part of that past.
Marty, this is the present. You're shielding those men, and I've got to know why.
Okay. I used to go around with a man named Crandall. Don't ask me why. He was mixed up with these two out there.
Yeah.
A few months before I met you, Crandall was killed. They killed him. I have no proof, but I know they killed him. They tried to pin the crime on me.
Well, how?
They planted my fingerprints on a gun.
The police arrested you?
No, nobody was arrested. They just held that over me in case they were ever picked up for the crime.
And they're holding it over you now.
They threatened to tell you. They knew that you were sick and that I didn't want to upset you.
Oh, baby. Baby.
I didn't know what to do.
Darling, look, I love you. I don't care about whatever happened in the past.
Are you sure?
Sure. Now can I call the sheriff?
I'll call him.
Hang up that phone, Marty.
What?
Mac thought he saw this husband of yours snooping around, so I thought I'd better find out why.
So you did?
Yeah. Marty, I said for you to hang up that phone.
Honey, let me have that phone.
You keep out of this.
Let me have it.
Okay, punk.
Operator.
You asked for
Operator.
No!
Now we'll hang up the phone.
You've just heard the first half of the FBI file on the highway hijackers. As you know, the action took place in New Mexico and Arizona, states renowned for starlit nights. But other stars, imaginary stars on maps, hold special interest for members of the Equitable Society. Let me tell you about them. Suppose you were to take a big map of the United States and start putting stars on every spot where funds of the Equitable Life Assurance Society are invested. Before long, every section of that map would be so covered with stars that you wouldn't be able to see the state boundaries or the names of cities and towns. Thousands of stars would point out farms, ranches, or plantations where Equitable Society dollars are helping to promote American agriculture. Thousands of other stars would indicate homes that are being purchased through the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan. More stars would mark industrial plants, large and small, in which Equitable Society funds are now invested. There would be stars on steel mills and power plants, on railroads and textile mills, on coal mines and refineries. Yes, every single state would be covered with stars showing places that Equitable Society dollars are at work, which goes to prove that the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States has every right to use the last 4 words in its name, of the United States. By serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now back to the file on the highway hijackers.
When there are no clear-cut clues to a criminal's identity, such as fingerprints, physical description, or even microscopic evidence that may be developed in a laboratory, the FBI agent is forced to improvise his own methods of ferreting out his quarry as he goes along. After interviewing the robbery victims at the caravan camp, Special Agents Yeager and Hickman are driving Sheriff Williams back to his office in Lordsburg.
Well, what's your next move, Mr. Yeager?
We'll start looking for the bandits' hideout.
This is pretty big country.
Well, since we're convinced that our men are Easterners, that'll narrow the search down some.
How do you mean?
Well, they wouldn't be likely to go in for roughing it in caves or hills if more homey comforts were available.
Oh, I get you.
Sheriff,
Mm-hmm.
what's the tourist camp situation around here?
Well, Mr. Hickman, there's 3 or 4 between here and the Arizona line, and a few more from there on to Sunset that I know of.
That'll do for a start.
You really think they mean to strike again?
I hardly believe they'd come all the way across the country for just one job. Otherwise, they'd have figured out a way of robbing a whole caravan at once for a big haul, instead of just taking the tail-end car.
That sounds reasonable. Mr. Yeager, here's my office right here.
Oh, okay.
What time you aiming to start checking on the tourists?
Right now.
Oh, tonight, huh?
Well, every minute counts. We want to locate that hideout if we can before they strike again.
What can I do to help?
Well, right now, just stay where we can reach you. We may need a lot of help in a hurry.
I'll be ready.
George, darling, try to drink this.
Now, ain't that sweet?
Please, Nick, leave us alone.
Look, the guy is going to be okay. I give him a very light drink.
That's right, darling.
It's like what you might call a sample, you know. Next time he don't get off that easy.
There'll be no next time.
Now, look here, Marty.
Hey, Nick, somebody's here.
Somebody's where?
Just drove up outside. 2 guys.
You stay in here, Mac.
Okay, Nick.
Marty, you go in the front office.
What for?
You run the joint, don't you? Things have got to look normal.
Suppose it's the police.
You gotta get rid of them without telling them anything, you understand?
And if I don't?
I get this gun, baby. And if it has to go, George takes it first. Now get in there and play it straight.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening. I hope you're not looking for a cabin.
Well, that's all right. We didn't want a cabin.
No?
We're special agents of the FBI.
Oh.
Did you hear anything about the highway robbery just over the line today?
Yes, I did. A rancher stopped by and told us.
Us?
My husband.
Oh.
We're looking for two men who drove a black sedan. Have you rented a cabin today or yesterday or any time recently?
No, I haven't.
Perhaps your husband has, or maybe he's seen them. May I ask him?
Well, I'd rather you didn't disturb him now. You see, he's in bed.
Well, I can understand, but it is rather important.
Well, my husband is ill. He's quite ill.
No.
He's in bed most of the time, and I handle all of the business.
I see. Well, I'm very sorry, and sorry to have bothered you.
Oh, that's all right.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Nice going, Marty.
You know who I was doing it for. Don't you worry, Nick. You're going to get yours soon enough.
Maybe, but not out here.
What do you mean?
The way things had turned out, I decided to pull one more job tomorrow and head back east.
Good morning, Sheriff.
Morning, Mr. Yeager. What luck?
None, I'm afraid.
I stayed on here all night hoping you'd call for help.
I'm sorry, but Hickman and I covered every tourist camp and ranch house between here and Sunset, Arizona.
I had every sheriff between here and Phoenix on the lookout. They haven't turned up anything yet.
I still think they're hiding out around here somewhere.
But how are we going to smoke them out before they make another strike? Which they're just as apt to do today as not, if they figure things are getting too hot around here for them.
Wait a minute.
What you thinking?
What I should have been thinking before.
What's that?
I think I've got the answer, Sheriff. But we're going to have to do some fast traveling to make it work.
Well, I'm ready to go.
Then I'll get Hickman and we'll get started.
Marty.
I'm right here, darling.
Oh, my head.
Darling, don't try to move.
What happened? That man.
He's still here.
Oh. Marty, what about the sheriff?
I never got the chance to call.
Well, look, we've got to get him tonight.
Darling, it's no longer night.
Hey, I really passed out.
That's right, you did.
What time is it?
Almost noon.
Well, how's the patient?
Keep out of here, please.
Sorry, I got some business to attend to. Come on in, Mac.
Okay.
You heard my wife say to keep out of here?
Look, mister, I don't want to have no more trouble with you. Take care of him first, Mac.
Right.
What are you going to do?
Don't get excited. We're just tying the guy up.
You keep away from me.
Take it easy.
Keep away.
You leave him alone.
Hold it, Marty. You're next.
No, let it go.
You're getting a lucky break. We just tie you both up and get out of here.
Caravan's coming about 2 miles back down the road, Nick.
How many cars?
14. Most of them got trailers.
What's bringing up the rear?
A car with a trailer, and the driver's the only one in the front seat.
How many in the trailer?
I couldn't see.
All right, move over, Mac. Let me take the wheel.
Okay.
We swing the car around the curve a little further and head it this way. Then when the caravan starts coming around, we'll count off 13 and move in.
That's number 12, Nick.
Yep. And here comes 13.
Next one's our baby, Nick.
Better move the car across the road and block it.
I know. Here comes 14.
Hey there, what's the idea?
All right, you. This is a stick-up.
A stick up? Why, you dirty low
Shut up. Around back and open that trailer door, Mac.
We'll save you the trouble.
What?
Drop those guns, both of you.
What the?
Cover that man there, Bob.
What's going on here?
Well, you might call this a double stick-up, mister, only our part of it is legal. The man at the wheel is the sheriff at Lordsburg.
Sheriff?
And we're special agents of the FBI. Come along with us.
The roundup of the hijacking gang resulted in their ultimate trial and conviction. They were sentenced to serve 10 years in a federal penitentiary. With the end of gasoline rationing, and with auto travelers once more streaming over the highways of America, criminals have taken to the road again. But your FBI and your local and state law enforcement officers are determined to wage war against them day and night, until the only ones for whom auto travel will be unsafe will be those who seek to make it unsafe for others.
Before hearing about next week's thrilling case from FBI files, imagine for a moment that you're a kid again. It'll help you to understand a message from the Equitable Society. This week at the Equitable Society, I heard a young veteran talking about cellar doors. He was holding a picture of a white colonial house in his hand, and he said, "You see that cellar door? Well, I used to slide down one like it when I was a kid. And now my kids are going to slide down one, too." You see, I lived in a house like that until I was 10 years old, and I've always thought it was a swell old place. Well, after I got back from France last month, I looked around and was fortunate enough to find a new house very much like it. Of course, I had to have a mortgage, and I guess it was my lucky day, because on that same day, I heard about the Equitable Society's home ownership plan. Well, I signed up right away for an equitable, assured home ownership loan. So next week, you'll see me teaching my little girl how to slide down a cellar door. Well, you know, no matter how often we of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States hear stories like that, we never grow tired of listening to them. After all, that's our business in the Equitable Society, helping to make dreams come true, helping ambitious men and women reach their goals, starting young married couples on the road to an assured future, helping fathers and mothers send their boys and girls to college, bringing peace and contentment to old age. Yes, this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Sorrowful Swindler.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Tonight's file, The Sorrowful Swindler. Before opening tonight's file, it is my pleasure to bring you season's greetings from the Equitable Society. This week at the Equitable Society, in the lobby of our home office building, we have decorated one of the tallest Christmas trees in New York. And this very afternoon, as we gathered round this tree and the sound of the traditional carols echoed through the halls, there was one pleasant thought that kept coming to our minds. We thought of all the homes in this country that are celebrating Christmas more merrily, more securely. We thought of all the children to whom Santa Claus will be more real, because someone in that home had the forethought to purchase life insurance. And we of the Equitable Society and the Equitable Society representatives all over America are happy to have done our share in bringing that kind of happiness to so many American homes this Christmas time. And so to each of our 3.25 million members and to the other millions of Americans who enjoy this radio program, we of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States wish a very Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year. And now to the file on the Sorrowful Swindler.
With America virtually on the eve of celebrating her first peacetime Christmas in several years, the topic of crime seems hardly in keeping with the mood of the day. But then there is a negative kind of relationship between the two. Because it can be said truly that the doctrine of crime is the direct antithesis of the philosophy of Christmas. One is the religion of taking, the other, the religion of giving. And to the criminal, Christmas time is no more than just another time in which to ply his profession of cheating, his profession of cheating, as demonstrated in tonight's case from the files of your FBI. Several years ago, during another Christmas season, a man using the alias of Colonel Weatherford and a companion in larceny were speeding eastward on a crack train headed for New York.
You know, Colonel.
Yeah?
I still can't figure out how come we leave Chicago so quick.
I think, Michael, we may sum it up in one word of 2 syllables.
Like which?
Police.
You mean they were hep to us?
They would have been, Michael, shortly after that check I cashed began to ricochet.
Yeah, but suppose they get an idea we caught this train and they got the New York police waiting for us when we roll into Grand Central.
Please, Michael. I'd rather not have to wrestle with that remote contingency for the moment.
Huh?
Allow me, if you will, to revel in a vision of the unbounded joy of my dear Valerie when I show her the fruits of this little mission to the west.
You ain't gonna give her the whole $5,000.
Valerie has demanded a mink coat of Santa Claus. And Valerie, my dear Michael, knows who Santa Claus is.
Have your tickets ready, please?
All right, get them right here, Colonel.
May I check your ticket, please, madam?
Oh, yes. Here's my ticket, right here.
Thank you.
What time do we get to New York in the morning, Mr. Conductor?
9 o'clock.
Well, I do hope my daughter is there to meet me.
Sweet little old lady, ain't she?
Yes.
You may keep this part, madam.
Oh, thank you. Oh, just a minute, please.
Yes?
I wonder if you'd help me. I have some stock certificates with me, which may be very valuable.
Colonel.
I'm listening.
I'm kind of afraid to keep them in my berth with me tonight.
Well, I'll be back directly, madam, and we'll make some arrangements, I'm sure.
Oh, thank you very much.
Michael, I think Donder and Blitzen and the other tiny reindeer are about to make a landing on our own roof.
Since crime never takes a holiday, neither does your FBI. And at about the same moment that the pompous gentleman on the New York-bound train became stock certificate-minded, Special Agent Barclay in the New York office of the FBI was handed a teletype from Washington.
What does it say, Alan?
Well, Jim, there goes my Christmas shopping push with Marjorie today.
Oh?
They want us to go to work on a swindler.
Oh, anybody we know?
No, he's avoided federal violations up to now.
Well, what's the up to now?
He put over a fraudulent deal in Denver a few days ago by posing as a United States attorney.
Uh-oh.
He may have stopped over in Chicago, but they believe he's headed for New York.
Oh, is this his home?
He's got a record here.
Well, who is he?
Several persons, it seems. Colonel Josiah Weatherford and about 6 others.
Well.
Here, look this over and let's get busy.
Right.
While you're digesting the teletype, I'll check with the New York police. And also put a cover on railroad, plane, and bus terminals.
I didn't quite catch the name.
Weatherford. Colonel Josiah Weatherford.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm Mrs. Greeley.
How do you do?
Will you please sit down?
Thank you. I came primarily to apologize for staring at you as I did.
Oh, I didn't think anything about it.
You see, you look so much like my own dear mother.
Oh, then I feel quite honored.
She passed on last March.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
This is to be my first Christmas without her. It'll be most desolate.
Yes, I know it will.
You live in New York, Mrs. Greeley?
Oh, land, no. It's too big a place for me. I'm just going there to spend Christmas with my daughter.
How fortunate for your daughter.
Oh, I suppose that you live in New York?
Well, I sort of divide my time between Chicago and New York. I have an investment business with offices in both.
Investment business, did you say?
Yes.
Well, then maybe you'd know about my stock certificates.
I beg your pardon?
I mean, know whether they're any good or not.
Oh. Well, I don't know. May I see them?
Oh, dear. I've already let the conductor put them away in a safe place for the night.
Oh.
You see, I was going to have them looked into while I was in New York.
I could do that for you.
You see, my husband has been dead about 10 years, and I didn't know he'd left anything like that till the other day. I was rummaging around in his old desk, and, well, there it was, 1,000 shares, all tied together.
1,000 shares of what?
Lodestar Mining Company.
What was that again?
Lodestar Mining Company.
That's what I thought you said.
Do you know something about it?
Well, it's not listed on the exchange anymore that I know.
Oh, then Then you mean it's no good?
I wouldn't say that. I want to look it up for you.
Oh.
You will let me serve you in this, won't you?
Oh, I'd be very glad if you would. Especially since that's your business.
Well, now, you just leave everything to me, and I'll be talking to you again in the morning before we get off the train.
Oh, thanks. Oh, thank you so much.
Well, how'd you make out?
Santa Claus is not merely knocking at our door, Michael. He's trying to break in with a pack full of gold.
Special Agent Farrell speaking.
Morning, Jim. This is Alan.
Hey, say, where are you?
Grand Central, waiting to cover the Manhattan Limited when it gets in.
Good. I was just going to have to hop over there myself.
What's up?
Well, Weatherford's on that train.
How do you know?
A teletype just came in from Chicago. He passed a bad check there yesterday. And the ticket agent at LaSalle Station remembers selling Weatherford and a man with him space on the Manhattan.
Then I better run. It's about to pull in.
Right.
Yes, sir, Mr. Barclay. A man of that description occupied space in car 254.
Then what happened to him, Porter?
Well, he and the fellow with him got off at Harmon this morning.
Uh-oh.
I sure wish I'd have known earlier.
Well, we didn't know ourselves in time to be prepared for that trick. Well, thanks anyway.
Say, wait a minute.
Yes?
There's somebody might know something about him, and maybe she's still in the station.
Who?
A little old lady who had the space across the aisle from them.
Oh?
This man gave me a note when they got off at Harmon to give to her when she got up.
What does she look like?
Well, her name is Greeley, and she's about 5'2", gray hair, and she's wearing...
Michael.
Yeah?
Valerie's waiting in the apartment here for me. I prefer to see you alone.
Yeah, I prefer the same thing. I'll wait for you downstairs.
Splendid. Valerie? Valerie?
I'm in here.
Valerie, my darling, come here.
Wait a minute, not so fast.
But, my dear, aren't you glad to see me?
I don't know. How was your trip?
How was it? Look, my sweet. Here. $5,000.
Let me see one of the bills.
They're genuine, every last one of them.
Oh, my darling, I am so glad to see you. I have missed you so much. And now I can go right down this very day and get my mink coat.
Oh. Well, you see, Valerie...
What's the matter?
Well, naturally, you're going to get the fur coat, Valerie.
That's right.
But tomorrow will be ample time. What is, my sweet?
I'm waiting for the hook. What is it?
I merely want to retain possession of the money for the balance of the day.
Go on.
For $5 a share, darling, I can pick up 1,000 shares of Lodestar mining stock from a party who doesn't know their true value.
Have they got any true value?
Have they? Lodestar merged a few years ago with Rocky Mountain. Each share of Lodestar is still exchangeable for 1 share of Rocky Mountain, worth today $100 a share.
You mean put out 5,000 and get back 100,000?
Exactly.
Look, a mink coat on the back is worth 40 in the window. Nothing doing.
Well, darling, you can't.
You just dreamed this up to keep from coming across.
I swear I didn't, Valerie. She's going to call me any minute.
What? She...
Now, don't get excited, my dear. Don't get excited. It's a little old lady, a Mrs. Greeley I met on the train. She has the stock.
Oh, yeah?
That's probably Mrs. Greeley now. Colonel Weatherford speaking.
This is Mrs. Greeley.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Greeley. Are you at your daughter's now?
No, she lives in the country and she didn't get my telegram until this morning. Oh, but she'll be in for me this evening.
Oh, I see.
It was snowing, so I took a room in a little hotel not far from the station to wait for her.
Of course. Well, Mrs. Greeley, I have some good news for you about your stock.
Oh, you have?
How would you like to have $5,000 in cash for a Christmas present?
$5,000?
That's right.
Good gracious me.
Now, you just give me the name of your hotel, and I'll be right over in a few minutes.
You mean we'll be right over?
Alan.
Yes, Jim?
Well, I mushed over as soon as I could.
Good. I think this is our best prospect of getting a line on Weatherford.
The Greeley woman checked her bag at the station, huh?
Yeah.
You got anything out of the conductor?
Mrs. Greeley gave him what she said was some stock certificates to keep safe for her last night.
Oh?
Weatherford was across the aisle and saw it all.
I see.
10 to 1, he's trying to pull a swindle on her for that stock.
Well, I hope she comes back for her bag before the job's done.
Yes, but she checked it 2 hours ago. And a lot can happen in 2 hours.
Colonel Weatherford,
Yes?
if the Lodestar Mining Company is out of existence, I don't see why the group this young lady represents wants to buy my stock.
Oh, you should make that clearer, Colonel Weatherford.
The group still controls the Lodestar Company's property, Mrs. Greeley.
Oh.
And they're going to start operating again. And they're willing to pay $5 a share for all the old outstanding stock.
Well, maybe I'd better hold on to mine, then maybe it'll be worth more after a while.
Oh, explain it to her, Colonel.
It may be years before it's worth a cent more, Mrs. Greeley, and after all, $5,000 is a lot of money.
Well, I'll trust your judgment, Colonel Weatherford.
Good. I'm sure you won't regret it.
Do you have all that money with you?
Yes, here it is. $5,000, $5,100 bill.
Gracious me.
Now, if you have the stock, please.
Oh, of course, yes. It's right here in my handbag.
Splendid.
Yes. Yes, here we are.
Mm-hmm.
And now I want you both to put up your hands.
What?
What's the meaning of that gun?
Oh, it merely means that I know as much about Lodestar as you do, you old swindler. And I wish I did have some of the stock.
Well, now, look here. You can't...
asked her if she didn't want $5,000 for a Christmas present, didn't you?
But I...
Well, I'm not going to give up my mink coat this easy.
Be nice now. And back into that closet over there. Both of you. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe somebody will open it before Christmas.
Crooks don't qualify as men of goodwill, do they? So let's leave them for a moment while I tell you about someone you like. A man who is bubbling over with the contagious good humor that infects all good people this time of year. This week at the Equitable Society, I met a senior vice president coming out of the building. He was carrying a regular pyramid of packages in his arms. And just as I said hello to him, something went wrong with the middle of the pyramid, and half of his packages fell out of his arms and slid to the floor. Serves me right, he laughed as I helped him to pick them up. Just what I deserve for putting off my Christmas shopping till the last minute and then trying to do it all at once. He paused and chuckled. And I'm the man who's spent his life telling folks not to put things off. My business in life is telling folks not to put off buying the life insurance protection they need. Well, I said, that's not such a bad way to spend your life, is it? He smiled and answered, saying, yes, there are a lot of people in this world who are much happier right now because someone from the Equitable Society kept urging a husband or father not to put off buying life insurance. Believe me, that's a pretty pleasant thought for a fellow to entertain this time of year. Well, as I said goodbye to him, the thought came to me that it'd be a very fine thing if all members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States had the same opportunity to know the officers of their society that I have. Could get to know the sincerity and human understanding that they put into their daily work, managing the life insurance of 3.25 million Equitable Society members. I've met all these men. And I've yet to find any stuffing in any one of their shirts, or any brass in any one of their hats. No matter how important their jobs are, their doors are always open, and their time is always at the disposal of members of this Life Assurance Society. You see, the officers of the Equitable Society are the kind of men who take pride in the thought that this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country. And now back to the file on the sorrowful swindler.
There is a saying that no one is so easily swindled as a swindler. And the victim, intending himself to commit a crime, can ill afford to complain to the law. Therefore, being denied recourse to the law, he usually takes matters into his own hands, and generally with the same net result. Both are caught. At the moment, however, the little gray-haired confidence woman is trudging through the snow away from the hotel with $5,000 in $100 bills, while behind the locked door of the closet in the hotel room.
But, Valerie, darling.
Don't darling me, you financial wizard.
Nagging me is not going to get us out of here.
You just be glad it's a closet where there's not room enough to swing at you.
Michael's waiting just outside the hotel.
Sure, probably building a snowman.
But he's surely seen the woman leaving by herself.
Oh, of course, of course. He probably helped her across the street.
You'd think he'd suspect something and come up here to see about us.
Oh, no, that calls for thinking.
Valerie, if you'll help me push against the door just once more, I'm sure we can force it.
I should knock myself out getting you out of a closet.
Look, you're in here, too.
You got us in, you get us out.
Very well.
5,000 and get back 100,000.
Please.
Can't miss. It's a sin.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Valerie, shut up. There. Come on. Let's get out of here quickly.
Wait a minute. Now, I'm warning you. I'm getting a mink coat tomorrow, or else.
Or else what?
Or else the police are going to learn where you got that 5,000 in the first place.
But, Valerie, darling, you can't...
You heard me? It's the mink or the clink.
Well, it doesn't look like our Mrs. Greeley's coming back for a bag.
She only checked it a couple of hours ago. Give her time.
Yes, but in the meantime, this Weatherford
Hey, wait
could
a
have...
minute. This looks like our little lady now.
Yeah, seems to fit her description all right.
And she's going over to the baggage counter. Come on.
No, wait a minute.
What?
For one thing, somebody's trailing her.
Huh?
Look over there. And according to the conductor's description, that would be Weatherford's pal.
Yeah, you're right.
And item number 2, do you know who our Mrs. Greeley really is?
No.
I had dealings with her a couple of years ago. That's an old-time operator who's known as Larceny Annie.
What?
So far as Weatherford and she are concerned, I'd say at this point it's a question of who has done what to whom.
Well, then let's pick them up and ask some questions.
And Miss getting Weatherford?
Hey, look, there she goes.
And her shadow, too. Come on, Jim. Let's make it a convoy.
What good is it going to do to come back here to the apartment?
Michael wasn't in front of the hotel, was he?
So what?
Darling, please. Patience and fortitude. Probably saw the woman leave and suspect... Oh, just a minute. Hello?
This is Mike. Say, what's going on?
Where the devil are you, Michael?
I seen the old lady leave the hotel by herself, and I said something's crazy about this.
Where's she now?
I'm in a telephone booth at the State National Bank.
I said, where is she?
She's standing in line with a deposit slip and a fistful of dough.
Oh.
What happened?
We've been robbed, Michael.
Yeah?
Don't take your eyes off her until she holds up somewhere, and then call me, do you hear?
Sure,
If you slip up, Michael, it'll be a cheerless Christmas for you and me.
What do you mean?
Did you ever spend Christmas behind the bars, Michael?
Not yet.
Then do what I tell you, or you will.
Here comes Larceny Annie's shadow back from the phone.
He must have contacted Weatherford.
What do you make of all this?
I'd say that Weatherford has now learned how it feels to be swindled himself.
He took somebody for the money first, and now Annie's taking him.
Yes, which puts it up to us to take them both.
What's your idea?
You stay here and keep your eyes open.
And you?
If Weatherford's pal saw me talking to Annie, what would he probably think?
Well, that you were a Confederate of hers, maybe.
That's all I wanted to be sure of.
What?
Maybe this'll do the trick, Jim.
Come, darling. Let me help you trim the Christmas tree.
You better get out and trim somebody for that mink coat.
I tell you, I'm waiting on a telephone call from Michael.
I'm surprised he can even use a telephone.
You should not disparage Michael's intelligence, my dear.
Ha! Providence beat me to it.
Michael is a simple soul, but a loyal one with a great amount of common sense. And on occasion displays a flash of superior intelligence.
Maybe you ought to be working for him then.
May I fix your cocktail?
No, and don't try to soften me up because I'm...
Yes?
It's me, Colonel.
Well?
I done what you told me.
Where is she?
You better meet me quick, corner of Madison and 91st.
There are 4 corners, Michael, you know.
Yeah, but I'll be standing on just one of them, boss. East side downtown. You better hurry.
I'll be there right away.
You mean we'll be there?
Then come on quickly, my dear. Now you shall have that mink.
Here you are, sir.
Valerie, my dear.
Okay. Here you are, driver.
Oh, thanks, miss.
All right, where is he?
Right over there.
Michael,
Oh, hiya.
Where's the woman?
I done a good job of trailing her. You ought to be proud of me.
I said, where is she?
Right in that brownstone house.
Well, what are we waiting for? Lead the way, Michael.
Okay, come on. She went right in here, the ground floor.
This better work.
Please, my dear.
Yes?
Greetings, Mrs. Greeley.
Well, come right in.
Go ahead, darling. Michael. I dare say you're a trifle surprised to see us again.
Well, as a matter of fact, Colonel Weatherford, I am a little surprised the way things turned out, but we rather expected you'd come here.
Who's we?
Yes, what do you mean?
What she means, Weatherford, is that you're all under arrest.
What? What is this?
We're special agents of the FBI.
Huh?
This is an apartment that we used on another case. It was also convenient to bring Mrs. Greeley here for questioning. We hoped you'd follow her.
You mean she's working with you?
Oh, not willingly, Colonel. But as you know, this is the Christmas season, and it's full of surprises for everyone.
And now, your FBI would like to take this opportunity to wish for all of you a Merry Christmas and a happy, peaceful, and prosperous New Year. And through your continued support and cooperation, it will go on protecting your right to enjoy them year after year.
Before we tell you about next week's thrilling case from the files of your FBI, a word about a man worth knowing. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for the financial security of life insurance. In the past 86 years, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States has weathered 4 wars and 7 major depressions. During that time, over $5.5 billion have been paid to policyholders. This tower of strength, security, and stability is represented in your community by a man whom hundreds of your fellow citizens know as their good friend, the Equitable Society agent, who, like your FBI, is dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Murder on the High Seas.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Midway through tonight's program, we shall have the special pleasure of bringing you once again one of America's best-loved businessmen, Thomas I. Parkinson, president of the Equitable Society. Tonight's file, Murder on the High Seas.
The international thief, whose criminal activities were curtailed by wartime restrictions on ocean travel, is now at work again along the ship lanes of the world. The international thief is the cleverest of his breed. Because of the scope of his activities, it is difficult for the law to detect his work and track him down. But when he commits a crime on a vessel flying the American flag, he finds himself up against the forces of your FBI. It is 9:30, and the small American freighter Edna May out of Maracaibo continues steadily on its northward course toward New Orleans. In his cabin under the bridge, Captain Peterson has been dinner host to two of the ship's passengers, Dr. Myler and his secretary. They have just finished their coffee.
Have a cigar, Doctor?
No, thank you, Captain. I prefer my pipe. Yeah, it's been a delicious dinner. Do you agree, Karen?
Well, with two such charming companions, I must say I hardly noticed the food.
Now you can see, Captain, why I engaged her as my secretary.
Indeed I can.
Beg your pardon, Captain.
Yes, Mr. Ramey?
Glass has fallen, sir. Looks like it's making up in the northwest.
Secure everything. I'll be along.
Right, sir.
Well, I'm afraid, folks, it's going to get a little rough.
Oh, then we better make for our cabins while we can still stand up. Good night, Captain, and thanks for your hospitality.
Yes, it's been charming.
This was my pleasure.
Good night, Captain.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Karen, give me your hand.
Mm-hmm.
A very entertaining man.
Yes, he's delightful.
We go around the radio shack here.
Very well. Oh, wait a minute.
What is it?
My bag, I've left it in the captain's cabin.
Oh, I'll get it for you, my dear. You're going ahead to your cabin.
I'm awfully sorry.
Oh, nonsense.
It's getting rougher. Be careful.
I will. Who are you? I say, who are you and why are you standing...
But I left him just a few minutes ago, Captain. It's incredible.
I know, Miss Brenner.
How did it happen?
Your fellow passenger here, Mr. Hanley, found the body.
Yes, purely by accident. I was taking a turn around the deck when I fairly stumbled over the doctor. He was between the radio shack and the captain's cabin here. Where did he leave you, Miss Brenner?
At the after ladder. He was coming back here to get my bag.
I see. Can you think of any motive for his being killed?
Yes. Yes, Captain, there was plenty of motive.
What do you mean?
Dr. Mahler was in a Nazi concentration camp. The report was that he had died there. Actually, with the help of friends, he escaped to South America.
Yes?
In South America, he fought the Nazis just as he had fought them at home.
But the war is over now.
All the Nazi troublemakers have not been caught, Captain.
You think he was killed because of this?
He must have been. He was on his way to the States to tell what he knew.
Do you know of anyone on board who might have had a reason to kill Dr. Myler?
No. We never knew Mr. Hanley or your other passenger, Mr. Dargan, until we boarded ship.
Excuse me, Captain. Yes, Hanley? Of course, I don't wish to create any trouble for a fellow passenger, but... Well? I saw Mr. Dargan on deck just before I discovered Dr. Mahler's body. What was he doing? Walking rather hurriedly away from where the body was found. Well, I think we should have a talk with Mr. Dargan. I'll have the steward get him up here at once. Come in.
I have Mr. Dargan here, Captain.
Bring him in, steward.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Hi, Miss Brenner.
Mr. Dargan.
Hanley.
Hello, Dargan. Mr. Dargan, do you know why I sent for you?
Yeah, the steward gave me a fill-in. It's too bad.
I'm trying to check on everyone's activities. Can you tell me what you've been doing for the past hour?
Yeah, I was in my cabin most of the time.
Were you on deck at all?
For a while. Why?
Mr. Hanley here discovered the body. It was between my cabin and the radio shack.
Yeah?
He told me that just before this discovery, he saw you on deck.
So what?
You were walking away from where the body was found.
If it was near the radio shack, he was right. I was in there sending a message. You can check that with your operator.
I will.
Who was with Hanley when the body was found?
I was alone. Why?
Maybe somebody ought to check up on you.
Now, see, I believe you're in the mining business, Mr. Dargan.
That's right.
Have you ever had any dealings with the Nazis in South America?
Are you kidding? We just fought a war with them, remember?
Captain, I wonder if I might go to my cabin.
Oh, yes. Go ahead, Miss Brenner. I'm going to question these men a bit further and then radio a report to the federal authorities. Steward.
Yes, sir?
Take Miss Brenner below.
Yes, sir.
Good night, everyone.
Good night,
Good night,
Miss
Miss
Brenner.
Brenner.
Good night.
Go ahead, miss.
Thank you, Steward.
This way, miss.
Never mind the act, you fool.
What do you mean?
You bungled the job.
What are you talking about?
Why didn't you throw the body overboard?
I never had the chance.
Why?
Somebody beat us to the job.
Oh, Tom.
Yes, Nick.
Radio message from the captain of the freighter Edna May, bound for New Orleans. There's been a murder on board.
Oh?
Dr. Heinrich Myler escaped to South America 2 years ago from a German concentration camp.
Oh.
He was accompanied by his secretary, Karen Brenner. Oh, and seems both originally from Vienna.
Radio the captain to send us a list of his passengers right away and all details he has on them.
What about the crew?
There's a possibility he took on a hand or two at Maracaibo we can't check on at this end. Get that information, too.
Right.
Meantime, we'll go to work on Myler and Brenner.
Who is it?
Message for you, Miss Brenner.
Mr. Dark.
That's right, baby. The first name is Sam.
What's the meaning of this?
I guess you might call it a business call.
I don't know what you're talking about, but please leave.
Look, baby, I just came here.
Please, I don't feel well. I'm terribly upset.
Over the doctor?
Yes. Now get out of here.
I told you this was a business call. The business is why the doc died.
What do you mean?
Well, it's kind of a long story, but if I were you, I'd listen, baby.
Well?
When the Nazis invaded France, they helped themselves to a lot of things that didn't belong to them. When they left France, some of those things weren't returned.
Yes?
One of these light-fingered Nazis was a guy named Karl von Ritter. His touch was paintings stolen from a gallery in Paris.
Look, I am not interested
Just listen. This von Ritter guy took these paintings to South America with the idea that eventually he'd bring them to the States and make a nice score. Only he didn't quite make it. You know why, don't you? You know that the doc was really Karl von Ritter.
That's not
true.
true.
Now look, baby, I did a lot of research on this.
It's a lie, I tell you.
Suppose we let the captain decide that. Come on, let's tell him the story.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
What do you want?
Now you're talking, sweetheart. Where are the paintings?
I don't know.
Now, wait a minute.
I swear
Look,
I don't.
You were working this thing with him, weren't you? Weren't you?
I knew who he was, yes.
And you know about the paintings?
I didn't know where he kept them.
Somebody did. That's why the guy was killed.
Then find out from whoever killed him.
Oh, baby, that's why I came here.
I had nothing to do with his death.
Look, you and that guy Hanley are working on this thing together.
Hanley?
I pegged him the minute he came aboard ship. He's a larceny guy from way back.
I never saw him before in my life.
Stop, will you?
I swear it.
Okay, maybe you're leveling. But if you are, you got real trouble.
How?
Hanley must have killed the doctor. The chances are you're next on his list.
Oh.
You still got one chance.
What?
We become partners.
How do I know you didn't kill the doctor?
You don't. But I didn't.
How do I know I can trust you?
You don't. But you gotta play ball with me. Now, where did he keep the paintings?
In a secret compartment in his trunk.
That's my girl. Let's nail him now.
Here's the Edna May's passenger list, Tom. Just came in.
Good.
There are only 4 passengers aboard.
I see.
Did you get a call back on Myler and Miss Brenner yet?
Not yet, Nick. They're still checking.
Mm-hmm. Captain Peterson took on 2 hands at Maracaibo.
Yes, I see. An oiler and a steward.
Shall I start a check on them, Tom?
Yes, and on these passengers, too. Grady speaking. What? Definitely, huh? What about Brenner? Uh-huh. All right, send over the files on them, please, and thanks. Well, Dr. Heinrich Myler died 2 years ago in a concentration camp.
Then who was the murdered man?
We've got to find that out.
Tom, what about Miss Brenner?
Been in South America 4 years, suspected of having worked with Nazi agents, but nothing was ever proved.
You think she could have killed the man?
We can't think anything yet, Nick, until we get the answers to an awful lot of questions. When is the ship due at New Orleans?
Sometime tomorrow, if the storm she's in now doesn't delay her too much.
Well, we got some fast work to do. We can make that 8 o'clock plane for New Orleans. Radio the captain. We'll board the ship when she drops anchor in midstream for inspection.
Right.
Meanwhile, we've got to find out who Dr. Myler really is.
Isn't this his cabin here?
Yes.
There we are. Go ahead, baby.
Right. The lights are right
we
over...
ain't putting on any lights. I've got a flash here. There. Now, where's the trunk?
Right in the corner.
Okay. Where's the secret compartment?
In the bottom.
Hey, this trunk is locked.
I have a key for it. It's back in my cabin.
That's great. Go get it quick.
Very well.
Who's that?
This week at the Equitable Society, I happened to hear President Thomas I. Parkinson talking about New Year's resolutions. And some of the things he said impressed me so much that I've asked him to repeat them in person to our radio audience tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, I take pleasure in introducing Thomas I. Parkinson, President of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Thank you, Carl Frank, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In 3 days and a few hours from now, the bells will be ringing, the whistles will be blowing, and people will be saying Happy New Year to one another. Since I won't be able to be with you at that moment, I'll have to give you my good wishes in advance. So a happy and prosperous New Year to all of you, from me personally and from the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. I think everybody realizes that this year, 1946, we are soon to enter, will be a critical year in the history of civilization, the beginning of a new age for the whole world. So when we make our New Year's resolutions, isn't this a good time for all Americans to reaffirm their faith in the traditional American virtues of thrift, neighborly cooperation, and self-reliance? In all past times of crisis, those three qualities have stood us in good stead. We've depended on them before, we can depend on them again. Of course, when I say traditional American virtues, I don't mean that we Americans have any monopoly on them. The Scotch, for example, are celebrated for their thriftiness. The Scandinavian people are famous for the success of their cooperative movements. But in all history, in all the world, no other nation has ever beaten America on self-reliance. I believe that this is a matter of inheritance. After all, every citizen of this country, if he goes back far enough, is descended from emigrants. And that's something to be proud of. Any emigrant is a man or a woman who had the courage and initiative to leave his homeland and cross an ocean in search of greater opportunity and greater freedom. That's the pioneer spirit. And this same spirit of self-reliance is the backbone of our American system of free enterprise today. Self-reliance is what makes a man start a little business and then develop that little business into a big business. Self-reliance is what makes a man buy a farm, build a home of his own, and plan things so that his children will get a first-class education. For 86 years, the organization of which I have the honor to be president, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, has been working with Americans who practice the virtues of thrift, cooperation, and self-reliance. You see, when a man buys future security in the form of life insurance, he gives a perfect demonstration of self-reliance. He proves that he believes in taking care of himself and his family, no matter what happens. He proves that he believes in standing on his own 2 feet. Furthermore, our society is strictly a cooperative enterprise, owned entirely by its members and run solely for their benefit. Thanks to the thrift of our 3.25 million members, a great protective fund has been built up which gives every individual member far more security than he could achieve by his own unaided efforts. Thrift, neighborly cooperation, and self-reliance. These are the qualities that have made the Equitable Society strong. They are also the qualities which have made America strong. The more we practice those 3 virtues in the future, the more certain we can be of a Happy New Year in 1946 and of Happy New Years for many years to come.
And now back to the file on Murder on the High Seas. Many unusual methods have been employed by your FBI in the solution of crimes. Tonight's file is an example of this. A murder is committed on the high seas. FBI agents have neither seen the corpse nor interviewed the suspects. Nevertheless, they are already gathering facts, building evidence that will ultimately lead to the apprehension of the killer. The killer is still at large, however, and aboard the freighter Edna May in a cabin below deck, Sam Dargan, victim of an unknown assailant, lies unconscious on the floor.
Dargan. Mr. Dargan. Mr. Dargan, what's wrong? What happened?
Oh, my head.
What happened to you?
Somebody slugged me.
Who?
I don't know. I was... Wait a minute.
Yes?
Did you really leave this room?
But of course. Why?
I heard the door close, but I might have stayed here. I didn't look around.
Look, here's the trunk key. I went to my stateroom.
Put on those lights.
I did when I heard you
Turn
moaning.
them off.
Look,
Huh.
the trunk, it's been opened.
Hey, what is this?
It's been rifled. The secret compartment is open. The paintings are gone.
Hanley.
What?
This is Hanley's work, baby.
You mean he has the paintings?
Sure. But he ain't gonna have them for long.
Good morning, Captain. Well, good morning, Mr. Hanley. May I fall in with you? Of course. You're up and about rather early, aren't you? Oh, yes. I'm always an early riser at sea. You sleep well? Yes, like a top, sir. Anything new on the killing? No. I'm just waiting now to turn it over to the FBI.
Good morning, Captain.
Well, Mr. Doggan, Miss Brenner.
Good morning, Captain.
Looks like a lot of early risers this morning.
Yeah.
Good heavens, Doggan.
What?
Your head, the bandits, what happened?
I took a pretty good wallop last night, Hanley.
Oh, how was that?
I got a little restless and took a walk. And just as I came to Dr. Myler's cabin...
Yes?
That's where it happened.
What do you mean?
Oh, the ship did a half roll, Captain. I banged my head on a brass fitting.
Oh. Well, that's too bad, old man.
Yes.
What time are we due at New Orleans, Captain? We ought to drop hook in about an hour. Good. Well, shall we continue our stroll, sir? Very well. Will you join us, folks?
No, thank you.
See you later, then. Cheerio.
I was watching Hanley's face when you told the story. He's the one, all right.
Sure.
We arrive in an hour. What are you going to do?
You make sure that he stays on deck. I'm going down now and case out his cabin.
Well, what happened?
No dice.
What?
I went through everything in Hanley's cabin. The paintings aren't there.
What'll we do?
Where's Hanley?
Up forward there.
Come on, we're going to talk to that guy.
What good will that do?
At least I can find out if he really slugged me. It still could have been you, sweetheart.
Now, look.
Shut up. Hanley.
Yes, old boy?
I want to talk to you.
Very well.
A slug on the head I got last night. You know how it really happened, don't you?
Yes, I heard your story.
Quit stalling. I know all about you, Hanley. You work on the same side of the street that I do.
I'm afraid I don't follow you.
Larceny Boulevard, mister. You gave it to me last night in the doctor's cabin, and you were there for the same reason I was.
Mrs. Brennan, what's he talking about?
Look, she belongs to the same club, too. Now, where are the paintings?
What paintings?
I'm giving you one chance, Hanley. Either you play with us on a three-way cut or everybody falls.
There's a boat pulling alongside.
That's probably the G-men, Hanley. You know, the FBI. Now talk fast.
Very well, but what I have to say will be very disappointing. I give you my word, I have not got the paintings.
Captain, I think you should know some of the facts we've already assembled on this case.
You mean you have something just from that list of names I sent you, Mr. Grady?
Yes. Dr. Myler's real name was Karl von Ritter. He was a Nazi who fled to South America. I understand he had in his possession some very valuable paintings.
Stolen, I suppose.
Yes. We can assume that he had them with him aboard ship here, that he hoped to dispose of them in the States.
Yes? Oh, come in, Mr. Jackson.
Thanks, Captain.
How'd you make out, Nick?
I searched Von Ritter's cabin.
And?
I found a trunk that had been forced open.
Mm-hmm.
There was a secret compartment in the bottom. It was empty.
Yeah. Paintings were probably in that trunk.
They must have been found. There's no trace of them anywhere else.
That Brenner girl sounds like the logical suspect, gentlemen.
Could have been either of your passengers, too, Captain.
Hanley or Dargan?
Yes, we're waiting for information on them now. It also could have been that steward you took on at Maracaibo.
What?
In fact, he's the first man we'd like to talk to, if you'd be good enough to send for him, Captain.
Surely.
You send for me, Captain?
Yes, steward. This gentleman is a special agent of the FBI.
I see.
He wants to talk to you about the death of Dr. Myler.
I'm afraid I know nothing about it.
Then let me tell you something I know.
What do you mean?
Your real name is not Paul Mason. It's Max Schmidt.
That's true, but I tell you, I didn't...
Wait a minute. You and your oiler friend jumped a Swedish ship 6 weeks ago in a South American port.
Well, what if we did?
Police down there keep pretty good track of strangers, Schmidt. That's how they were able to tell us about your contacts with Miss Brenner. Shall I go any farther?
All right. Miss Brenner did hire us to make this trip and help forge our papers and everything so we could sign on the ship.
And you were supposed to kill Dr. Myler and get part of the money from the sale of the paintings.
But I tell you, I didn't kill him.
No? What happened?
The oiler and I decided not to go through with it.
Excuse me, Tom.
Yes, Nick.
The wireless room just gave me this.
I see. Oh, that'll be all now, Stewart. You can go.
Yes, sir.
Well, this is the information we wanted on Dargan and Hanley. Both of their records would fill a book.
Well.
Captain.
Yes?
I'm going to call on you for some help. Now, here's what I'd like you to do.
Well, Captain, it's very gracious of you to tender us a farewell dinner.
This was by request, Mr. Hanley.
Really? Whose request?
The special agents of the FBI.
What was their point?
Well, for one thing, Mr. Dargan, they wanted to be sure they'd know where you all were.
Stewart,
Yes, Smith?
some more coffee, please.
Surely.
They also wanted to acquaint you with a few facts.
Like what?
Like who murdered Dr. Myler.
They have learned who the killer is, Captain.
They have plenty of suspects.
For instance?
All of you know that Dr. Myler was really Carl von Ritter. He was attempting to smuggle some valuable paintings into the States.
And how could we know that, Captain?
Well, for one thing, Mr. Hanley, you dropped your initial cigarette case in von Ritter's cabin last night while you were rifling it for the paintings.
The cigarette case doesn't prove that.
The lump on Mr. Dargan's head does.
What?
There was no blood on the brass fittings outside of von Ritter's cabin, Mr. Dargan, where you might have bumped your head. But there was some on the floor inside the cabin.
That doesn't make me the killer, Captain.
I'd say whoever has the paintings committed the murder.
The paintings have been found.
What?
Where?
In one of the crew's quarters.
Oh, stay where you are, all of you.
Put down that gun, Stewart.
Huh? Oh!
Take care of him, will you, Nick?
Right.
He is the killer?
Yes. He told us all about his deal with you, Miss Brenner. We figured if he'd do that, he'd also double-cross you. That's why we searched his quarters. Now, Captain, you may proceed if you wish to dock the Edna May.
The subsequent finding of the murderer's weapon led to the trial and conviction of the ship's steward on the charge of first-degree murder. Hanley, Dargan, and Miss Brenner were sentenced to the federal penitentiary for their part in the conspiracy. Their apprehension is a reminder that wherever the American flag flies as a symbol of civil authority, your FBI is on the job day and night, enforcing the law of the land on all who conspire against it.
Before you hear about next week's thrilling case from the files of your FBI, may the Equitable Society again wish you a happy and prosperous New Year. Just as you look to the FBI for national security, you look to the Equitable Society for the financial security of life insurance. In the same spirit in which it has lived through 86 years, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States shall, throughout 1946 and the years to come, continue, like your FBI, to be dedicated to the security of you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Crime in the Roaring Twenties.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. And now this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time For this is your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Before opening tonight's file, this first broadcast of 1946, this first week in January, is a good time to look forward into the future and back at the past. We of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States are happy to report that the end of World War II finds our society in a stronger position than ever before. Our membership, our assets, and the amount of life insurance owned by our members increased during the war years. So the Equitable Society has weathered this war as successfully as it did 3 previous wars and 7 major depressions. We wish to report also that in the future, as in the past, the premium dollars of Equitable Society members will be invested in ways that benefit the entire country. And by serving its members, the Equitable Society will continue to serve America. Tonight's file, Crime in the Roaring '20s.
This week, as America begins the first year of another post-war era, she faces here at home, just as she did some 25 years ago, those many grave problems which grow out of war. But of them all, none is a greater menace to the right of American citizens to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness than that problem which is splashing more and more black ink across the front pages of our newspapers every day: crime. Addressing the International Association of Chiefs of Police recently, Director J. Edgar Hoover of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, your FBI, uttered this warning.
After every great war, there has been a recession of moral fortitude. This one will be no exception. I hope, as you do, that the racketeers, the overlords, the desperados, and the criminal scum who characterize the Roaring '20s will not come back to the American scene. I fear, however, that this is wishful thinking. Once they get a start and find they can succeed, we shall face very serious trouble. It is the delinquent youngster of the war years who is now graduating into the ranks of seasoned criminals. They are now becoming the postgraduates of crime and are committing the more despicable offenses.
It was the delinquent youngsters of 1917 and 18 who graduated into the seasoned criminals of that post-war era, who made the Roaring '20s roar. Roar with the explosions of pistols, machine guns, and pineapple bombs. Will it happen here again? This is how it happened then. This is how one delinquent youngster of 1917 became a postgraduate of crime in the Roaring '20s. In a cellar room of the Black Cat Club, a roadhouse just outside a large Midwestern city, the slot machines and dice games, as usual, were taking more than giving. While upstairs on the main floor, the young hip flask set were drinking bootleg liquor in dim corners and dancing the black bottom to a pasty-faced orchestra. Presently, young Red Martin and 2 companions sweep into the room and take over a booth in a corner.
Hey, waiter. Yeah? Give these guys a setup and bring me a Coke, will you?
Okay.
What's with the Coke? Why don't you take a real drink, Red?
None of that rot gut for me, pal. You can't make dough out of it, and ulcers, too. And I'm gonna make dough out of it.
Yeah? How do you mean?
Tell you all about it in a minute.
Hey, look.
Yeah?
Couple of dames over there making a big play.
Forget 'em. I'll show you something with real class.
Where?
That blonde.
Huh?
There she goes now, toward the back.
Hey.
That's for me, fellas.
Are you kidding, Red? You know who that is? That's Legs Miller's dame.
I know.
Guy that runs this joint?
Yeah.
Look, stupid. Don't you know who Legs Miller really is?
Yeah, I know. He does a little bootlegging.
A little? He ain't in the pint and quart business. He runs the stuff by the truckload.
Yeah?
Sure. And he's the guy I'm here to do business with.
Are you kidding, Red?
Here's your setup, boys. Your Coke, Red.
Okay, say, tell Casey I want to see him.
Sure.
Now, before this Casey gets here, I want to tell you guys something.
Okay.
Up to now, we've just been playing a nickel and dime rackets. It's time we graduated.
How?
We'll hook up with a gang like Legs Miller's, make some real dough, and if we're smart, we'll have our own business before you know it, okay?
Well, gee, Red,
What's the matter, you yellow?
No, of course not,
You want to see me, Red?
Yeah.
What about?
You know what about, Casey.
Yeah, but Legs ain't...
Don't give me that. He's here. I saw his dame go back a minute ago.
Look, Red, the guy is busy.
I want to see him. Now.
Okay, kid. Come on.
Stick right here, boys. I'll be back with a deal.
Legs.
Yeah, Casey?
You got a minute?
What is it?
I got a guy here. Wants to talk to you.
Okay. Bring him in.
You want me to leave?
No, stick around, honey.
Go ahead, Red.
Okay.
This here is Red Martin.
Hiya.
Hi, Legs.
What do you want, kid?
I want to talk business. I'm not a kid.
He means now he's shaving, honey.
But where did he get those big shoulders?
You like him, sweetheart?
What do you mean by that crack, kid?
Darling, he means do I like him? And I do.
Look, Legs. Do you want to talk business or don't you?
Okay, Mr. Martin. What kind of business?
Did Casey tell you anything about me?
Yeah. What's on your mind?
Well, I got a proposition for you.
Yeah?
You've been doing pretty good for yourself, but you could be doing a whole lot better.
No kidding.
Yeah. Here's my deal. This'll really put you on top. I got some guys, you got some guys. I bring my guys in and join up with you and work on a commission. Before you know it, everybody in the whiskey business is working for us.
That's your proposition?
Yeah. How's it sound to you?
Casey.
Huh?
Bounce this bum.
Wait a minute.
I said bounce him.
Keep away from me. I'll walk out of here under my own power. But I want you to remember something, Legs. Next time you and me get together, it'll be you that gets the bounce.
What?
And your dame here will get to stick around and try out these big shoulders.
Why, you...
What happened, Red?
Let's make a deal?
No. But I made a promise. So let's get started on it.
What are we going to do?
First, we're going to get lots of power on wheels somewhere. Come on.
Crime, like history, repeats itself. This juvenile delinquent product of World War I has his counterpart today. Somewhere in the nation, a youngster like Red Martin may be planning a similar career of ruthless violence. Let him listen, then. Listen and learn. The first report on Red Martin is received in the local office of the FBI.
Special Agent Brown speaking.
Morning, Mr. Brown, Police Headquarters. I think this is one for you FBI fellas.
All right. What is it?
Morristown across the state line last night.
Yes?
3 young fellas stuck up an all-night garage and auto storage, slugged the man on duty, and escaped with a black Cadillac sedan.
Mm-hmm.
Believe they came back across the state line with it.
What are the details?
The garage man gave a pretty fair description of him. I've got all the facts about the car.
Good. What do the thieves look like?
One of them was about 5 feet 11, big shoulders, red hair, seemed to be the leader. The other two...
Give me your light, will you, Casey?
You better wait. We
Gotta stop for this railroad crossing, you know.
Don't worry. I ain't taking no chances with a load of legs booze. Well, looks clear to me. Give me that light before
Okay,
we
put
can...
your hands up and get out of that
What
truck.
is it?
Hey, what's the idea?
Shut up and get out of there quick.
They ain't fooling, Casey. We better haul out.
Yeah. Go ahead, kid.
Right.
This is for not moving when I told you. Drag him over to the ditch, Al, quick.
Okay.
You know where to drive the truck, Joe. Get at it.
Sure.
Casey, I guess we better rough you up a little, too, so everything will look on the up and up for you when your pal comes out of it.
Okay.
And you better not ride the next load we knock off. Legs might start wondering. Just tip me off about it.
Right.
Hey, you know something?
What?
Knocking off this truck makes me and Legs partners after all.
What's the story, Bob?
It's the Cadillac we're looking for, all right. And I've got some fingerprints.
They abandoned it right at the scene of the hijacking?
Yes. The watchman at the crossing who saw it take place said one hijacker drove off with a truck. And while he was calling the police, the other two disappeared on the run down the tracks.
What about the two men in the truck?
He was sure one of them was slugged. But by the time he made the call and got over there wasn't a sign of anybody or anything but the Cadillac.
Since the victims didn't bother to report to the police, that tells what was in the truck.
Liquor.
Exactly.
But why did the hijackers leave the Cadillac there?
They don't have to worry about a hot car anymore. They can buy their own now. They obviously stole it to pull this job and get a stake.
The start of a new gang, eh?
Yes. So let's get busy and find out who they are and see how soon we can stop them.
Hiya, Red.
Oh, hiya, Joe.
I've been looking all over for you.
What's the matter?
Huh? Nothing. I just thought we might get a couple of dames and go dancing.
I'm a scratch.
Why?
I already got a date.
Oh, yeah? With who?
Legs Miller's dame.
Huh?
Yeah, I sent word to her. I told her I'd be here.
Oh, you did, huh? What makes you think she'll come?
She'll come.
You know, can mean plenty of trouble, Red.
This kind of trouble I like.
Yeah, but if Legs finds
Wait a
out...
minute.
Huh?
She's coming in the door. Blow, will you?
Okay, but take it easy, will you, Red?
Hello, Shoulders.
Hi, honey. Sit down.
Thanks.
You want a drink?
No.
Okay. How's Legs?
He's all right.
Did you, tell him you were coming here?
Now, what do you think?
Well, he's got to know sooner or later.
What do you mean?
About us.
You're wonderful.
That's right.
What about us?
We're in business, baby.
Just like that, huh?
Look, I had this figured months ago. And when I got ready for you, that's when I sent you the word.
Really?
Yeah. You see, there was a lot of things I had to do along the way. Get cars, which I got. Get dough, which I got. And now you.
Which you ain't got.
Don't be a sucker, baby. I'm your kind of guy.
How do you figure that?
You hear that music? Hear what the guy is playing?
Yeah. That's my favorite song.
That's why he's playing it. See the box there?
Yes?
It's loaded with them orchids. Your favorite flower. And I got an order in with the jeweler for a ruby ring. That's your favorite rock.
How did you know all this?
I done research on you, honey. Now you see what I mean? I'm your kind of guy.
You're forgetting something, Red.
What's that?
Legs.
What about him?
He's gonna have something to say about this.
I figured that too, honey. You know something? I'm gonna give him a chance to say it. Gotta pay a call on Mr. Legs Miller tomorrow night.
I found the dealer finally, Jim.
Good.
He sold them 2 second-hand Cadillacs. Here are the descriptions.
Registered in what name?
Jack Smith, obviously an alias.
What did Jack Smith look like?
The one with the red hair, according to the dealer.
There's a report from Washington, those fingerprints, Jim.
Thanks.
Did we get anything?
On the redhead, yes. His name is George Red Martin. Served 6 months in a reformatory in 1917. Here's the full description and photos on the way.
Good.
I think I'd better get over to police headquarters and see if they have anything on the private life and public habits of said George Red Martin.
All right, you guys, listen to me a minute, will you? Now, here's what I figure we do. Yeah?
Hello, darling.
Oh, hi, honey. Come on in.
Hey, what is this, Legs? A convention?
No, sweetheart. It's sort of like a reception committee.
For who?
Mr. Casey.
Oh,
The boys here got some kind of bad reports on him.
like what?
He's been hanging around with that punk Red Martin, which just about accounts for a lot of that liquor we've been losing lately. Yeah?
Hiya, Legs.
Come on in, Casey.
Okay. What is this, meeting or something?
Yeah. A real important meeting. It's about you.
What do you mean?
Where have you been tonight?
Oh, I was just down collecting a little dough I had riding on an egg. Why?
Let's see the dough.
Oh, sure. Here,
Get up.
Oh, wait a minute, Legs. What's the matter with you?
The horse's name was Red Martin, wasn't it?
Red Martin? I don't know what you're talking...
Okay, boys. Pick him up and take him out for a little ride.
Now, wait a minute, Legs. Give me a chance, will you?
Get him out of here, quick.
All right, get him in the air, everybody. Cover him, boys. First one he makes a move for his heater gets a belly full of this. Hiya, honey.
Hello, Red.
Legs, this is what I told you would happen, remember?
Yeah?
I want all you guys to listen to me. I'm in it, I'm taking over. Any of you don't want to play ball with me, line up against the wall, and I'll check you off right now. Okay, then you're working for me. Hey, you come just in time, Red. Casey, get over there with Legs. What? I said get over there. Oh, sure, but what's the idea? There ain't going to be any double crosses in my outfit. Huh? You double-cross Legs, you might double-cross me. Now take it, both of you. Oh, all right, wait a minute. Wait. Honey, from now on, as long as you play it straight, these big shoulders are yours.
Now, for a moment, let's talk about another kind of youngster. The kind of clean-cut American boy in a typical American home who is going to be one of America's worthwhile citizens. This week at the Equitable Society, one of the agents told me a story that gave me quite a kick. It seems that when he got home the other evening, his young son, Jimmy, aged 8, was chewing candy. Well, like fathers everywhere, he said, "Don't eat that candy now, Jimmy. You'll spoil your dinner. Where'd you get the candy, anyway?" "Fred gave it to me," said Jimmy. "His father's in the candy business, and he brings home samples." "Say, Dad, why don't you ever bring home some life insurance samples?" Well, Jimmy's dad tried to explain. "Look, son," he said, "life insurance isn't like candy. Candy is something you can see and feel and touch and taste right now. But life insurance, well, now let's suppose that Fred's dad should die. There wouldn't be any more candy unless Fred's dad had arranged for life insurance to keep Fred supplied with candy and food and clothes." Well, Jimmy thought a minute, and then he said, I get it. Life insurance is candy for when the samples run out. Candy for when the samples run out. That's something to think about. Life insurance is candy for future delivery, security for tomorrow. Well, thinking about that makes us of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States feel pretty happy about the work we do. There's a real satisfaction in being in a business like this. You see, we always know that what we're doing today will benefit boys like Jimmy and millions of other young Americans far, far into the future. Yes, this week and every week for more than 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country. And now back to the file on crime in the Roaring Twenties.
Red Martin and his companions, delinquent youngsters of 1917, had now graduated into major crime. And together with thousands like themselves, whose potential counterparts after this war were to be far greater in number, had added the explosions of their guns to the roar of the Roaring Twenties. It is now some 30 or 40 minutes after Red Martin's blazing Tommy gun put him on the little throne which had been occupied by the man called Legs Miller. The murdered man has been discovered. The police notified. They, with special agents of the FBI, are now viewing the bodies.
That's Legs, all right.
The other one I've heard him call Casey.
Who did it, waiter, do you know?
Let me answer that, officer. It was Red Martin, wasn't it, waiter?
Well,
It's Red Martin and his gang who've been knocking off Legs Miller's trucks. Is that right?
I've seen Casey and Red Martin together.
But why did Casey get it?
I guess Martin doesn't want any double crosses on his staff. Find anything, officer?
Couple of slugs on the floor that went clear through him.
I'd like to have them for a lab check, if you don't mind.
Here you are.
Obviously, Martin doesn't intend to do business here.
No, he'll probably set up a new headquarters.
Waiter.
Yes, sir.
Did Legs Miller have a girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Is this her picture on the desk here?
Yes, sir.
With all my love, Honey.
That's what she was called.
We're taking this picture along, too, officer.
All right, Sprout.
I guess we can go now. And let's keep our fingers crossed. This picture could be the clue to the whereabouts of Red Martin.
Assuming you mean that when Red Martin takes over, he takes everything over.
Right.
Red,
Yeah?
what time is it?
Little after 10.
Thanks.
What's the matter, you tired?
No, darling, bored.
What's the matter?
Well, these past few days haven't been what you might call exciting.
Now, look, honey, I told you.
I know. We have to stay here until the heat's off. Couldn't you have picked someplace else for a hideout? Did it have to be 2 dingy rooms above a garage?
We ain't gonna be here forever.
We already have been.
Who is it? Me, Al. Come on in.
Hi, Blondie.
Hello, Junior.
Want to see me, Red?
Yeah. Tell the boys that tomorrow we start expanding.
You do? How?
We're gonna start taking over Mr. Cicero's customers.
It's a big order.
I'm a big guy. Tomorrow the boys start calling on Cicero's customers to tell them from now on they're buying from us, okay?
It'll be okay until Cicero decides to pay us a visit.
That's what I want. It'll be a quick way to take over. We'll be here waiting for him. Pass the word on, Al.
All right. See you later.
After Mr. Cicero, do we hide out again?
Come here, baby.
Well,
Look, just play along with us for a few more days, will you?
oh, I wish you didn't have those big shoulders.
What luck, Bob?
Enough, I think.
What do you mean?
I checked the photographer this morning who made this picture of Honey.
Well?
He said all he knew, she was a nightclub singer.
Mm-hmm.
So I checked with the booking offices, and I finally got this address.
Whose?
Her mother's, on the north side.
I'm bound to see her mother once in a while. We'll keep a 24-hour surveillance on the house and wait for Honey to show up. Brown speaking.
Jim, the girl just came home to see her mother.
Yes?
Better get over here so we can follow her back and pick up Martin.
You follow yourself, Bob, and then come on in.
Why?
I want to pick up everybody at once.
Yes, but how?
You keep tabs on Honey and find Martin's hideout. I think I've got a way for seeing that everybody is at home when we go calling.
Joe?
Yeah?
Stand over there by the window.
Right.
Al, find yourself by the door.
Okay.
And don't take any chances. Have your rods on that door when she opens. And, honey,
Yes, darling.
for the 10th time, go on back home to your mother's.
Nothing doing. I'm staying here.
Look, baby, that was Cicero that called and said he was coming over, not a magazine salesman. Cicero.
I'm not afraid of Cicero.
So I suppose you like his shoulders, too.
Darling.
Okay, then get out of line of that door anyway.
Hey, Red.
Yeah?
They're here.
How many?
3 cars full.
Get set for anything. They'll be upstairs any minute.
But they won't all come up here.
Never mind what stays downstairs. Just take care of what comes in that door. That's all we have to...
Listen, Red.
Only one guy coming up.
Yeah. Must be Cicero himself.
Gonna try talking first, I guess.
Can we let him have it when he comes in?
I'll take care of him. Come in.
Evening.
That's not Cicero.
Hey, who are you, pal?
I'm Special Agent Brown of the FBI.
What? You better get out of here. There might be a lot of shooting in a minute.
There'll be an awful lot if any of you starts at Martin. Those are FBI agents down there, and they're ready to blast you to kingdom come.
But Cicero
I'm
just...
afraid I'm guilty of impersonating Cicero, Mr. Martin.
What?
We just wanted to show you how easily you boys can be taken over, that's all. Now, drop your guns and file quietly downstairs. We'll go to headquarters and arrange futures for one and all.
Young Red Martin's short and unprofitable career of crime ended with his death in the electric chair. The members of his mob were sentenced to long terms in prison. That was a page out of the Roaring Twenties, part of the criminal aftermath in America of World War I. Already the criminal aftermath of World War II is splashing black ink across the front pages of our newspapers. It happened before. It can happen here again. The FBI and your local law enforcement officers will fight it day and night. But it must be fought by all the people if it is to be licked. What are you doing about it in your community?
Before we tell you about next week's case from the files of the FBI, a word about a man worth knowing. To the FBI, America looks for national security. And to the Equitable Society, 3.25 million Americans look for the financial security of life insurance. These 3.25 million people are the sole owners of the Equitable Society. Because, you see, the moment they purchased life insurance through an Equitable Society agent, they became part owners of this great mutual organization. Yes, like your FBI, the Equitable Society representative in your community is constantly working for the security of you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Innocent Killer.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The role of J. Edgar Hoover was impersonated, but all other names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. And now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Before opening tonight's file, will you imagine for a moment that you're looking in the dictionary? There's one word in it of special importance for millions of you who have tuned in this program. If you look in the dictionary, you'll find that the word society comes from an ancient Latin word, societas, which means literally a group of allies. So don't you agree that the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States is well named a society? It is a group of allies. Every member of the Equitable Society has 3.25 million trustworthy allies. They are his fellow members, the men and women who have joined forces with him to provide the security of life insurance for themselves and their families. So now you know that the word society in the name Equitable Society has a very deep significance. It means that this great mutual organization is owned entirely by its members, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's file, The Innocent Killer.
Too often, grave injustices have been committed against innocent persons through circumstantial evidence and coincidence. Therefore, your FBI has never relied solely on either in fixing the guilt for a crime. Considering rather the establishment of innocence as a first principle of true justice. Your FBI, as tonight's case from its Alaskan files demonstrates, takes nothing for granted, suspects all evidence until proven valid, and never jumps at conclusions. All day long, the blizzard sweeping down from the Arctic has howled across the flat, bleak country surrounding the little Alaskan village of Rockland. And now, as the deeper gloom of night closes in, a woman sits all alone in John Miller's log cabin trading post. She is mending a sweater near the old pot-bellied stove. Suddenly, the front door swings open. A man enters.
What?
Where's the trader?
You got something to trade?
I said, where is he?
Mr. Miller ain't here.
When'll he be back?
He's up north, be down in about a week.
Anybody else here?
Would that be bad?
What do you mean?
What could I mean? You put up your dogs?
I haven't got any.
You haven't got any snowshoes either.
I rode with an Eskimo sledding this way. That thing on the counter behind you.
What does it look like?
Shortwave radio.
That's right. Works both ways.
Where does it reach?
Fairbanks?
Any news?
About what?
About anything.
Why should you be so interested?
Answer my question.
Okay. They signaled here about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah?
There was a report on some trouble in Fairbanks.
What kind of trouble?
The government assayer was shot and killed in his office earlier today.
Huh?
They asked me to be on the lookout for the guy that done it.
Any description?
Yeah. Real good one. They said he was a fella about your size.
Uh-huh.
He was wearing a red and black Mackinaw. Just like the one you got on.
Anything else?
That's enough, ain't it?
What'd they tell you to do if he showed here?
Call him back?
That might make trouble for you.
I know.
Well, what are you going to do, sweetheart?
Gets awful lonesome here. How about some tea?
Immediately after the body of the government assayer was found on the floor of his office, United States Marshal Henderson had contacted the FBI office in Juneau. Special Agent Rankin caught the next plane for Fairbanks, where he is now going over the scene of the crime.
The assayer must have put up a fight. Looks like signs of a struggle, Marshal.
Sure does, Mr. Rankin.
Do you have any opinions?
Could have been somebody had a grudge.
Somebody who thought the government was trying to cheat him on weight or quality?
Yeah.
How about robbery?
Could have been. Only nothing seems to be missing. Safe wasn't even touched.
How did you fix the time of the killing?
I was here myself at 11. Then just a little before 12:30, Charlie the barber stopped in to say hello and found the body instead. Charlie was the one who reported it.
Where does the man with the red and black Mackinaw fit in?
Charlie again. His shop's just across the street there. He saw the man come in here around 12 or so.
Did he recognize him?
No, he was too far away. According to the books, Uncle Andy was the only one in today. He brought a little panning in.
Who's he?
Old booze fighter. Does a little panning and trapping down around Ruckland, a few miles south of here.
You ever make any trouble?
Oh, he's rowed with the assayer some. Even threatened to blow his head off a time or two, but just liquor talk.
Or maybe. And maybe not. There's been a man killed, and we're not overlooking any angle, Marshal. Let's run them all down.
More tea, mister?
The name is Kurt.
Some more tea, Kurt?
No, thanks.
Nan.
Nan, huh?
Uh-huh.
Tell me something, will you?
What?
What's with you on a setup like this?
What do you mean?
How'd you wind up here?
I married the guy.
You like it?
What do you think?
And why do you hang around?
Because I've had no way of getting out.
Oh.
Now, suppose you tell me something.
Okay.
You are the guy the marshal's looking for.
That's right.
How'd it happen?
You kill him?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was kind of in the same spot you are, baby. So I made a stab at some getaway dough.
Which the assayer didn't want to give you.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get the money?
No. After the killing, I had to get out of there fast.
Oh.
Why do you want to know all this?
If you'd gotten the money, it would have made it easier.
Made what easier?
You're getting me out of here?
Huh?
That's what you're going to do, you know.
Are you kidding?
You're getting me out of here and back to the States.
Oh, look, baby, I got enough worries taking care of myself.
Ain't you forgetting the marshal? I told him I'd keep a lookout for a man with
Listen, you ain't blowing no whistle on me.
Then get me out.
How?
That's your problem. Get in the back room, quick.
Okay, but if he's wearing a badge, get rid of him or don't stand between us.
Okay. Just a minute.
Howdy, Miss Nan.
Oh, hello, Uncle Andy.
Gotta have a snort of antifreeze. I'm fresh out.
Wouldn't say you've been doing so bad.
No, but the whiskey run out on me between Fairbanks and here.
You were in Fairbanks today?
Yeah. And I had another row with that thick-headed assayer. Someday I'm going to blow his head plumb off his shoulders.
Uncle Andy.
I mean it, Miss Nan. Doggone it.
Haven't you heard?
Heard what?
He was shot and killed today.
It's about time. Huh? What'd you say?
I said the assayer was shot and killed today.
You mean that? When did it happen?
I got it over the radio. The marshal said about noon.
About noon? What? I was in round with him about that time.
Well, it must have happened right after. How come you didn't hear about it?
Well, I hit the trail right after. I was in his office. I wanted to take a look at some traps up the way before coming on here. Well, What do you know?
Here. Have a drink. That'll kick your pump over a little faster.
Yeah. Thank you, Miss Nan. Thank you. Who done it?
They don't seem to know.
Well, guess that'll get me over to my cabin.
Take the bottle with you.
Well, thank you, Miss Nan. Thank
Just
you.
a minute, pal.
Okay.
No need of you rushing off, mister.
Who's this, Miss Nan?
Oh, he's a friend of mine. Kurt, this is Uncle Andy.
Hiya.
Hi, son. What'd you want with me?
Just your company.
Well, no. Well, that's real nice of you.
Pull up a chair.
Don't mind if I do.
Man, you got another bottle of that stuff? I'd like to buy Uncle a little drink.
Well, now, Nan, this is a man after my own heart. I'll get some cups, honey. Let's be stylish.
What is all this?
You told me I had a problem to solve, sweetheart. Maybe now I got the solution.
Hello, Mr. Rankin.
Marshal,
Pick up anything?
I took a look at the slug they got out of the assayer's body.
Oh?
It's .32 caliber.
Well, that may be a help.
Will be when we find the pistol that fired it.
I did some more asking around, but nobody but Charlie seems to remember seeing anybody wearing a red and black Mackinaw.
Marshal, where did you say this Uncle Andy is located?
He's got a cabin down around Ruckland. Why?
Well, he was seen hitting the trail in a hurry a little after 12 noon today.
Yeah?
Maybe we ought to take a run down there.
Be kind of rugged going tonight. Yeah, I can get Miller's trading post down there on the radio. You want to do that?
Well, what for?
Uncle Andy's around there. Good deal.
No, there's no need letting him know we're coming. We'll get down there in the morning.
Say, you know, I'm beginning to like this young fellow an awful lot, Miss Nan.
You're okay yourself, huh? Give us another bottle, Nan.
Yes, another bottle, honey. And you know something? You ought to make him stay around this country. You and him might hit it off, you know?
Maybe I'm not his type.
Sure, you're his type. Sure, she's any man's type, huh? Ain't she, son?
That's what they tell me.
Rat.
What do you say, son, eh? Like to settle down here and kind of be a neighbor? Huh?
No, I don't think so. Can't make any money here.
What? Money? Why, you can make lots of money around here.
That's so? How?
Sure, prospector, trapper like me.
You make money?
Well, you just ask John Miller, when he comes back, if old Randy ain't doing all right.
Yeah?
Sure. He's keeping a lot for me over in that there safe right now.
You hear that, Nan? Huh? Unc's got a couple of bucks put away.
Yeah.
Couple of bucks. Wait, he's holding $5,000 for me if he's holding a nickel.
That's all I wanted to know.
Yes. Huh?
Baby, this guy's our passport.
What do you mean?
Yeah. You mean call me passport?
When's Miller coming back?
About a week. Why?
That's plenty of time.
Give me a little drink, son.
I got it all figured out now.
How?
Please, give me one little drink.
Sure, pour him one, sweetheart. A stiff one.
Yeah, a stiff one.
Okay. There you are.
Bottoms up, Unc.
Yeah. Here's to you, son.
Oh. Baby,
Yeah?
get on that radio and tell them they can come get the body of the guy who killed the assayer.
The frozen North, crime, the FBI, these are the ingredients of a thrilling story. But there's another kind of story that can be thrilling to Americans, the sort of kindly human story such as happened this week at the Equitable Society. This week at the Equitable Society, I read a very sincere letter of thanks received by the Equitable agent in Olympia, Washington. It was from a widow who had just received a totally unexpected check from the Equitable Society. I did not realize, she wrote, that I had anything coming on this old policy which my husband dropped many years ago. As I'm now well along in years, this money is surely a godsend to me, as it will give me something each month to live on. I didn't realize that a company such as yours would make all this effort to locate me. And I cannot thank you too much, and would you please give my heartfelt thanks to the officers of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, who are so kind and of so much help to me. Now, I'd like to point out that the Equitable agent in Olympia, Washington, didn't receive 1 cent of pay for the time and trouble he devoted to this widow's case. He did it gladly and willingly, because he is the kind of man who enjoys doing good turns for other people. And in that respect, he's typical of all the agents and representatives of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. The Equitable representative in your community is more than just professionally trained on security. He's a man who went into life insurance because he saw in it unlimited opportunities to benefit his fellow men. He's the sort of man who takes deep satisfaction in the thought that this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country. And now back to the file on the innocent killer.
The crime files of this country contain hundreds of cases in which criminals have temporarily escaped justice by manipulating circumstance and coincidence to pin the guilt on an innocent person. But invariably, the truly guilty person pays for his crime. Regrettably, however, as in the case of the unfortunate man lying dead on the floor of the trading post, justice occasionally comes too late to fully spare the innocent. It is now some 4 hours later, and Special Agent Rankin and Marshal Henderson have arrived at the trading post.
That's Uncle Andy, all right, Mr. Rankin.
Well, tell us what happened, Mrs. Miller.
Well, I'm still so upset. It's hard to remember everything, but he was awful drunk when he came in. He said he'd been to Fairbanks.
Yeah?
I asked him if he'd heard the news about the killing.
That was after I talked to you on the radio.
Yes.
And I believe the marshal told you to be on the lookout for a man with a red and black Mackinaw.
Yes, he did.
Well, didn't you suspect something right away when this man walked in wearing a Mackinaw like this?
Well, of course, I noticed it, but I just couldn't believe that Uncle Andy would...
What did he say when you asked him if he knew about the killing?
He just looked at me, kind of funny. I told him the marshal had warned me to be on the lookout for a man wearing a red and black Mackinaw.
Yes.
Then he pulled out a pistol and said, what was I going to do about it?
I see. Go on.
Well, he was so drunk, I thought maybe I could handle him, and I started fighting with him for the gun. And before I knew it, it went off, and he was lying there on the floor.
At any time during the struggle, did you get possession of the pistol?
No, I tried to jerk it out of his hand, but he was too strong for me.
What's this bottle here?
Oh, that. He asked for a drink when he first came in. I gave him the bottle.
Well, Marshal, I guess we'd better get the body into the sled and head back to Fairbanks.
All right, Rankin.
Is there anything else you want me to do?
Well, we'll let you know, Mrs. Miller, if there is. Marshal, will you give me a hand, please?
Sure.
I'll open the door for you.
That's all right. Good night, Miss Nan.
Good night. Good luck on the trail back. Get going, Kurt.
You did a good job, baby.
I was awful scared. Kurt,
Yeah?
what are we going to do now?
I got that all figured out.
Well, would it be asking too much to let me know about
Now,
it?
don't get jumpy, sweetheart.
Well, what are we going to do?
I pull out of here tonight. I'll take the old guy's sled and head down for Nenana. That's the first stop on the railroad south of Fairbanks.
You go alone?
That's right. I'll grab a train and go on to Anchorage and wait for you.
When do I leave?
You got to stick around here for a couple of days in case the law wants to ask any more questions. We get Uncle Andy's dough out of the safe, cut it up, take $2,500 apiece, and you...
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
You think I'd buy that deal? You're out of your mind.
Well, what's wrong with it?
Oh, not a thing. It's just peachy. You killed 2 men, get a gift of $2,500, use the dough for a getaway, and leave me holding the bag.
Now, look,
well, it just
sweetheart.
ain't going to work out that way. You're leaving here tonight, all right, but I'm going with you.
It'll make it look bad for you.
I'll take that chance. I'm going with
But,
you.
baby,
and
I'm-
furthermore, I take charge of the dough.
Can I come in, Mr. Rankin?
Oh, yes. Come in, Marshal.
How are you making out?
Well, the doctor just left here. He performed the autopsy.
Did he find the bullet?
Yes.
What's the story on it?
Well, there hasn't been time for a ballistic check, but I'd say it matches with the one taken from the assayer's body.
That figured.
I think it figured a little too well.
What do you mean?
I'm beginning to wonder if that woman at the trading post gave us the true story of what happened out there.
Why?
Well, Marshal, several factors have come up. First of all, remember you're telling me you never saw Uncle Andy ever carry a pistol?
Yeah?
Well, I confirmed that around town. He's never been seen with anything but a hunting knife and a deer rifle.
What else?
I checked the prints on that liquor bottle I picked up at the trading post. There were 3 different sets. One was the old man's. One, I assume, was the girl's.
What about the third?
Well, right now, all I can do is ask the same question. And there's another factor in this thing I don't like.
What's that?
Here. Look at this red and black Mackinaw that the old man was wearing.
Yes?
The woman said the bullet was fired at close range. But there's no trace of powder burns. In fact, there isn't even a bullet hole.
Well...
Of course, his coat might have been open when the struggle occurred.
There'd still be powder burns.
That's right. Marshal, I wonder if you'd go out and get Mrs. Miller and bring her in here for further questioning.
Sure.
Meantime, I'm going to try and find out who belongs to that third set of fingerprints.
Did you get the ticket?
Yep.
When's the train due in?
Any minute now, I guess.
What do we do with this dog team?
Just leave it here.
Oh, now, that ain't very smart. Somebody will find it.
So what?
They'll know we came here to take this train.
By the time that happens, we'll be in the clear.
I don't
Look,
see...
I'm the one that's got real trouble in this deal, remember? We leave the dogs right here.
Okay. What do we do when we get to Anchorage?
I got a hotel room there. I want to stop by and pick up some things I left. Then we head right for the States.
Here it comes.
Yep.
Take my bag, will you?
Okay.
Oh, how much for the ticket?
Why?
I gave you $50. There ought to be change.
Now, look, this ain't gonna work.
I told you I take care of the dough.
Okay, but I'm holding out 5 of it for carrying your bag.
Mr. Rankin.
Oh, how did you make out, Marshal?
Not so good.
What happened?
I went out to the trading post. The woman wasn't there. From the looks of things, she's gone for good.
What do you mean?
Well, I looked around the place. All her clothes were missing. The safe was open and empty.
I see. Well, that more or less ties in with the information I picked up around town.
What's that?
I talked with some friends of Uncle Andy's. They saw him the morning of the killing. He wasn't wearing this red and black Mackinaw.
No?
No, and I also learned that Uncle Andy let John Miller at the trading post keep money for him in that safe out there.
Oh, then she skipped out with Andy's dough.
Looks that way.
You think she killed him, too?
No. No, I have another theory on that killing.
What?
I believe that the murderer was the real owner of this red and black coat.
Oh, then that would be the owner of the third set of fingerprints.
That's right.
But who is he?
His name is Kurt Williams.
Well, how'd you find that out?
I'll explain that later.
You think he's run off with Mrs. Miller?
Yes.
Well, we'd better get an alarm out on him right away.
Yes, send out an alarm. But I have an idea we may be able to pick them up ourselves.
How?
Well, let's get the airport on the phone. We're taking a little trip.
Is that the hotel?
Yeah?
Crummy looking joint.
Honey, you weren't exactly living at the Ritz.
How long do we stay here?
I told you, just till I pack up and check out. And, dig into that bankroll, sugar. This hotel tab is on you.
Okay.
Open the door, will you?
Go ahead.
Thanks. While I'm upstairs packing, you find out about flights to Seattle.
That'll be a pleasure.
I gotta get my key. Let me have the key to room 27, please.
Yes, sir. Hello, Mrs. Miller.
What?
Remember me?
Yes. FBI.
The marshal and I had an idea we might find you here.
Who's your friend, Mrs. Miller?
You mean him?
Yeah.
I believe his name is Kurt Williams.
Tip you off.
Take it easy.
How'd you know we'd be here?
The red and black Mackinaw that you used to make Uncle Andy appear guilty established your own guilt. You see, I found a hotel envelope that had slipped down in the lining of that coat.
This hotel?
That's right. So I called here, gave them your description, Williams. They said you still had a room.
You
Now I think we ought to have a little talk about a double murder.
Kurt Williams was tried and convicted in a federal court on the charge of first-degree murder. His female accomplice was sentenced to a long term in the penitentiary. Yes, occasionally, justice comes too late to fully spare an innocent person of a malicious conspiracy to fix a crime on him through criminal manipulation of circumstance and coincidence. But the truly guilty will not escape justice. As for your FBI, we repeat, it never takes anything for granted, suspects all evidence until proven valid, and never jumps at conclusions.
There's another thrilling story from FBI files ready for next week's broadcast. Before we tell you about it, just a few words about a man in your community who is helping to bring this program to you. Just as you look to your FBI for national security, so to the Equitable Society you look for the financial security of life insurance. Yes, like the FBI agent, the Equitable Society representative in your community is a specialist on the subject of security. His job is to preserve homes, to help keep children in school, and to make old age a time of happiness and contentment. It's a good job, and one that has won for him the respect and confidence of his fellow citizens, who recognize his contribution in bringing security to you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the cold-blooded kidnapper.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. And now this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week for This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Tonight's important and exciting case will open in just a moment. First, a brief word on what's ahead for our returning soldiers, sailors, and Marines. 80 years ago, in the year 1866, America's number one problem was the same as we face today: jobs for ex-servicemen. And in 1946, as it did in 1866, at the close of the Civil War, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States is helping American business and American agriculture to create jobs and more jobs for the men who serve this country well. Funds of the Equitable Society are invested in thousands of farms and ranches, as well as in hundreds of the great basic industries on which our national prosperity depends. That is how Equitable Society dollars help provide opportunities for veterans in search of employment. That is why we say that by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. Tonight's file, The Cold-Blooded Kidnapper.
After nearly a decade of comparative freedom from his scourge, the kidnapper has gone to work again. The combination that defeated him before has gone to work again, too. The combination of your FBI working in cooperation with local law enforcement agencies. Tonight's case is the story of a kidnapping which did not make nationwide headlines. The victim was an average person. The family was a family of modest means, and the ransom demand was small. But in the eyes of the law, all persons are of equal rank, and a crime against any member of society is a crime against the whole of society. Back in the hills on the outskirts of a New England town, there's a squalid shack belonging to one Jed Monroe and his wife Clara. On a porch of this hovel, Jed is stretched out in the warm sunshine, sleeping.
Jed? You, Jed! Jed, wake up.
Huh?
Wake up, I said.
What is it, Clara? Time to eat? Huh?
Nope.
No, then leave me be.
Just a minute. I want to talk to you.
Now what?
I'm getting sick to death about what's going on around here. 365 days a year. You eat, you sleep, then you get up and eat again.
Well, don't go starting that again.
I tell you, I'm sick to death of it.
Oh, Clara, quit conniving.
When are you going to get to work?
I already told you. I don't like work.
Well, we need to eat and we need clothes. Working is the only way to get them things.
I know what makes you think that.
You've got some other way?
Maybe I have.
Like what, for instance?
Clara, a man don't make no real money working with his hands. He gets it out of up here, his head, thinking.
That lets you out then.
Now leave me talk. All the time that you've been yapping and nagging at me around here, I've been thinking real hard. And I got a way to make me some big money. More than you ever seen in your whole life. Now you just listen to me. Now here's what I'm aiming to do.
Later that afternoon, a young high school girl is walking down the street in a nearby town. She nears a corner. A battered old car pulls up close to her and stops.
I beg pardon, miss.
Yes?
Could I speak to you for a minute?
Well, what do you want?
Now, I wonder if you could help me.
How?
Well, my wife's sick, and I have to work all day. She's got to have someone to look after the children.
Yes?
We need somebody to come in the afternoon, till I get home.
Oh, I see.
Would you be interested in the job?
Gee, I don't know. I'd like to make the money, but I'd have to ask my mother first.
Well, sure, of course you would. What's your name, or where do you live?
My name's Dottie Barnes. I live over on Miller Street.
Why don't you just hop in the car and we'll drive around and see your mother right now. Hmm?
Well, all right.
Now, just get right up here in front seat with me.
Thank you.
Even if your mother won't let you work, this'll save you walking home. Huh?
Sure. Excuse me, but Miller Street is down the other way.
Yeah, I know.
Then why are we going this way?
'Cause this is the way I want to go.
Hey, wait a minute. Where are you taking me?
Keep quiet.
Look, you stop this car.
Shut up.
No, let me out of here. Let me out of here!
Shut up, I said.
Ow!
Special Agent Briggs speaking.
It's police headquarters, Mr. Briggs. This may be a kidnapping.
Oh?
Dorothy Barnes, 16 years old, daughter of J.A. and Mrs. Barnes, 1625 Miller Street.
Yes?
She left Central High School at 3:15 this afternoon. About 3 blocks from the school, 2 of her classmates saw her talking to a man seated in a parked car.
Yes?
She was seen getting into this car and driving away. Hadn't been heard from since.
You got anything on the car?
Only that it was a sedan, no license number.
How about the man?
No description of him at all.
Sounds like an abduction, all right.
The girl's father is a rug salesman at Gilby's. Not much money.
Well, some kidnappers aren't as ambitious as others.
What do you want us to do?
Well, if this is a kidnapping, officer, we must be careful to do nothing that would endanger the life of the victim. Our first consideration is the victim's safe return.
Yes, sir.
Alert your force. Furnish them with the girl's description. We'll be in touch with you later.
Right.
Wade.
Yeah, George?
I just got a report from police headquarters of possible kidnapping.
What's the story?
A girl named Barnes, 1625 Miller Street. She's been missing since 3:15 this afternoon.
I see.
I think we should set up an observation post and arrange to be near the family at all times. Now, let's get to work at once.
How are you feeling, miss? I said, how are you feeling?
Where am I?
This here's my home.
Oh, it's you.
Now, just take it easy. Cut out that crying.
Why did you bring me here? Why?
Well, it's a business deal, that's all.
What do you mean?
You stay here until your pop buys your way out.
This is a kidnapping.
I guess maybe you'd call it that.
Oh.
If pop pays off, no harm's going to come to you at all.
Oh, my head. It hurts so.
Huh? There's some cold water in the bucket here. Just fix a rag for you.
Oh, no. Go away. Just leave me alone.
Now, don't be afraid of me.
No, please go away. Please.
What?
You get away from her.
Clara, you get out of here.
I said let her alone.
What are you doing with that gun?
Just seeing that you get out of this room and get yourself into town. I didn't want to get mixed up in this, but there's some money due on this kid. Now that I'm in it, I want my share. Get started, I tell you.
Ugly old fool.
Don't get no wrong ideas, miss. It ain't that I'm sticking up for you. 'Cause that's what I think of you.
Can I get you some coffee, gentlemen?
No, thank you, Mr. Barnes.
How is Mrs. Barnes?
I think I've persuaded her to try and get some sleep.
Wouldn't be a bad idea if you tried to get some rest yourself.
Oh, I'm afraid that would be impossible.
You answer it, Mr. Barnes.
Very well.
This may be the call we're waiting for. You remember your instructions.
Yes, sir. Hello?
Who's this talking?
This is J.A. Barnes. Who are you?
I'm the one you've been waiting to hear from.
Is my daughter safe? Is she all right?
You're all right. You want to see her again, you do what I tell you. You understand?
I'll do anything. You want money, of course.
That's right.
Well, how much do you want? I haven't got a great deal, but I'll...
Hey, shut up and listen. Now, you know where the road crosses over Thompson's Creek, north of town?
Yes. Yes, I know.
Well, then you put $1,000, $5 bills in a paper sack under the north end of the bridge by noon tomorrow. You'll have your gal back by sundown.
All right. I'll have the money there.
The police are watching. You'll never see her again. You understand?
I understand. But how can I be sure my daughter will get back all right?
You just do like I tell you. I ain't talking no more.
He's hung up.
Let me have the phone, Mr. Barnes.
Yes, sir.
Operator. Operator.
Yes, sir.
Did you have a tracer on that call?
Yes, sir. The party called from a pay station in Drake's Drugstore, 3rd and Main.
Connect me with the drugstore right away, please.
Yes, sir.
Wade.
Yes?
Take this phone, and when the drugstore answers, tell them to get a description of anybody using their phone booths, if they still can. I'm going to run out there.
Hello, Wade. Oh, hello, George. Any luck?
I've got a pretty fair description of the man.
Oh, good.
He's about 6 feet tall, middle-aged, rough clothes, and unshaven. Looked like somebody out of the hill country around here.
Anything else?
The man out in front of the store remembered seeing him drive off in an old black Ford sedan, but didn't notice any more details.
What do we do now, George?
We'll arrange to deliver the $1,000 in marked $5 bills to Barnes in the morning to put under the bridge. And after sundown tomorrow, whether the girl is back or not, we move in and go to work fast.
Jed?
Yeah,
Well, how'd you make out?
I made out all right. How you feeling, girl?
Never mind how she's feeling. How much did you get?
I got $1,000 right here in this paper sack.
Let me see the money.
Never mind. I got it.
Then you'll let me go now, won't you?
What'd you tell him you'd do about her?
You will let me go now, won't you? Won't you?
Well, what'd you tell him, Jed?
I told him she'd back by sundown.
Well, then we better blindfold her and get started. And let her out somewhere.
What do you mean, we'd better?
'Cause I'm going with you. That's why.
You ain't going nowhere, Clara.
What do you mean?
I'm changing my mind about taking her back.
Oh, no.
You
No!
ain't going to vex me no more, Clara.
What are you saying?
I'm saying I'm through listening to that tongue of yours and looking at that ugly face.
Jed, what you got there?
I'm getting you out of my sight for good.
Jed!
Now, young lady, if you don't do like I say from now on, same thing will happen to you.
At the conclusion of tonight's file, which we will reopen in just a moment, you will hear an important message to parents prepared by Director J. Edgar Hoover of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. But now let me tell you a story from the Equitable Society that I think will tug at your heartstrings as it did mine. This week at the Equitable Society, I heard a sentimental story, but sentiment that rings true. The story of a threadbare overcoat. 40 years ago, the owner of this coat was a hopeful young man with a very small salary and a very pretty little bride. Well, one winter morning, this young wife surprised her husband by handing him a little roll of dollar bills that she'd saved from her household money. This is for a new overcoat, she told him. That old one is getting too shabby for a rising young man like you to be seen in. But that night when he came home, he was still wearing the old, threadbare coat. And from one of the frayed pockets, he took out a receipt for a life insurance policy with the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. He'd used his overcoat money as a first payment, and he told his wife that it meant more to his self-respect to know that she would have the security of life insurance than buying the finest overcoat in the world. And today, after 40 years, his wife still keeps the shabby old coat and sometimes runs her hands lovingly over the threadbare cloth. To her, it's a symbol of a husband's self-sacrifice. Well, when you come to think of it, almost every Equitable Society policy we issue is just such a symbol of a husband's love for his wife, a symbol of a father's forethought for his children, a symbol of unselfishness. And that's one of many reasons why we of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States are happy in our work. Happy and proud to say that this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country. And now, back to the file on the cold-blooded kidnapper.
Yes, the kidnapper has gone to work again. And we repeat, the combination that defeated him before has gone to work again, too. The combination of your FBI working in cooperation with local law enforcement agencies. Because the first concern of the FBI is the safe return of the victim, Special Agents Briggs and Wade stand by in the local FBI office awaiting development. Special Agent Wade glances at the clock.
It's 2 hours after sundown, George.
Yes, they've had enough time. Let's get moving. We'll phone the newspapers and press associations, tell them to release that list of serial numbers on those $5 bills.
Right.
Then let's put out an alarm on the descriptions of the kidnapper and the girl.
Here's that sketch from the artist, Mr. Briggs.
Thanks, Tom.
Hey, what's that, George?
I had an artist make a sketch of the kidnapper from the description we got from the druggist.
Boy, he's an ugly-looking devil.
Well, let's just hope for the girl's sake he's not too much of a devil.
Say you're from the FBI?
Yes, sir. We thought since you run the general store up here, you might be pretty well acquainted with most everybody in the hills.
Well, if they live in the hills, I know 'em.
Now, this is just a rough sketch, but do you know anybody it looks like?
Let me see now.
He's about 6 feet tall, middle-aged.
Drives an old black Ford sedan.
It can't be nobody else. But this is a heap better looking than him.
Who?
Old Jed Monroe.
Jed Monroe?
Yep. As mean a cuss as ever was born to.
Whereabouts does he live?
Oh, he's got a little shack, him and his woman Clara, about 3 miles from here.
Can you tell us how to get there?
Sure. You just keep right on up this road a piece, take a second left-hand turn, then after spelling you
There's the shack.
Yeah. No sign of a lamp. Don't flash your light. Let's make it up at the door. Come on. The door's unlocked. Flash your light inside the minute I open it.
Right.
Well, doesn't seem to be anybody in there. Let's go in.
Okay. Wait a minute, George.
Huh?
Look, here on this table.
What is it?
School books. Here's a name in one of them. Dottie Barnes.
Well, this must be the right place. I'm afraid we've arrived a little too late. Looks like they've cleared out.
Yeah. I guess we ought to... Hey, George.
What?
One of them didn't clear out. Look over in the corner.
Well.
Must be Monroe's wife.
Uh-huh.
She dead?
Yeah. Let's get back to the store and call the sheriff. He can send the coroner out to examine the body.
Okay.
Then we'd better catch Jed Monroe before the girl wishes she was in that woman's place.
You must be worn out. Riding all night this way, girl? Well, we're going to stop pretty soon, then you can rest up. Well, why don't you say something?
I want to go home.
Oh, now look here. I ain't meaning you no harm. You'll get home.
When?
As soon as me and your pop do a little more business.
But he's already paid you.
Well, that was just the down payment.
I'm sure he's given you all he could afford.
It ain't enough. See, the way I figure it, you're kind of like my meal ticket. Just like money in the bank. Anytime I need some, I just send word to your pop.
Then I'll never get home.
Oh, now you'll get home. Now cut out that moping and listen to me. Now we're going to stop at that filling station up the road. Gas up. If you do decide to start talking, don't say the wrong thing while we're there. Or I'll be doing the same thing to you I done to my old woman. You understand?
Oh, it's going on 8 o'clock, George. Not a trace of him yet.
Yeah.
That beats me. We throw a ring of police and deputies around this country 200 miles wide, and yet somehow Monroe seems to have gotten through.
I don't think he did get through, Wade.
Why not?
I think he's been moving around inside that circle.
How do you figure that?
Well, this is the only country Monroe's familiar with.
Well?
He's kind of apt to stick to familiar country, especially if they're on the run. I'll show you what I mean. Here, take a look at this map.
Yeah?
Here's Monroe's shack.
Uh-huh.
Now, follow the circle to the lunchroom that he stopped at 4 hours ago when he cashed one of the $5 bills.
Yeah?
The circle continues around to the farmhouse where he was reported to have stopped to get water for his car.
Yeah, he's moving around inside that circle, all right. All back roads, too.
Yes. Special Agent Briggs speaking.
Police headquarters over in New City, Mr. Briggs.
What's up?
Monroe and the girl stopped at a filling station outside of town about a half hour ago.
What? How do you know?
We checked the $5 bill he gave the station man, and it's on the list.
Which way did they go when they left the filling station?
I don't know, but they didn't come through New City or we'd have caught them.
That's all right. I think we'll catch him anyway now. Thanks a lot.
What was that?
Monroe and the girl stopped at a gas station in New City half an hour ago.
Let's see how that figures on the map.
He's following the same pattern, Wade, still continuing the same circle. Half an hour ago, traveling in an old car should take him to... Come on, Wade. I've got a pretty good idea of where we might find him.
Will you quit that sniffling now?
Oh, leave me alone.
I stopped here at this tourist camp so you could get some rest.
Oh, please, go away.
No. We've got some business to take care of.
What do you mean?
Well, it's time your pop was hearing from us again. This time, it's going to be direct from you.
How?
I want you should write him a letter.
Oh, no.
Now, look, you want to get home, don't you?
You won't let me go home. You just want to get more money from my father.
You're writing that letter.
I said no.
Now, you listen here. I don't want to do nothing mean to you, you understand? But you'd better be remembering what happened to my wife, Clara. Now, write me that letter.
Keep away from me.
I'm giving you one last chance.
Keep away, please.
Stay where you are, Monroe.
Huh? Who are you?
The special agents of the FBI.
What?
Oh, thank heaven.
And my hands are just itching for you to resist arrest.
Young Dorothy Barnes was returned unharmed to her parents' home. Although Jed Monroe could have been tried for kidnapping, he was first turned over to the local authorities, who tried and convicted him for the murder of his wife. He paid for this crime by death in the electric chair. With indications that kidnapping has once again threatened the security of the American home, J. Edgar Hoover, director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, has prepared this following important message.
In case of kidnapping, regardless of the hour, contact the nearest office of the FBI, whose number can be found on page 1 of the telephone book, or contact the Washington headquarters of the FBI by calling the celebrated kidnapping number, National 7117. Keep the details of the abduction together with details on demands for ransom strictly within the family circle. Talk only to law enforcement officers. Information regarding kidnappings is not public news so long as the victim's life is at stake. Turn all letters or communications relative to the kidnapping over to trained investigators. Do not permit them to be handled by others. Do not disturb evidence at the scene of the crime. Remain calm. Do not act disturbed. Carry on normal routine so far as possible.
Mr. Hoover is asking for the cooperation of you, the citizen. You were a vital part of that army which, over a decade ago, smashed the hordes of kidnappers who preyed on you and members of your families. With your help, they shall be smashed again.
In a moment, we'll tell you about next week's exciting case. Meanwhile, remember that to your FBI agents, you look for national security. And to the Equitable Society agent in your community, you look for the financial security of life insurance. And whatever special meaning that word security may have for you, a home of your own, an assured education for your children, or a retirement income for your old age, your Equitable Society representative will gladly do everything within his power to help you reach your goal. Like your FBI, the Equitable Society representative is dedicated to the security through life insurance of you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Unwelcome Guest.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The role of J. Edgar Hoover was impersonated, but all other names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. How we think about the future determines in large measure the way we act today. Before opening tonight's file, let me tell you how your Equitable Society views the years to come. Does the year 1996 seem a long way off to you? To us of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, 1996 often seems just around the corner. You see, the future is our business. Every week we sign life insurance contracts which may not be paid off until the 21st century. This means that we of the Equitable Society have to be constantly alert to the requirements of the future. We have to be progressive and forward-looking. Because the Equitable Society has to take a long-range viewpoint, it invests its funds in ways that promote the long-range prosperity of the country, so that by serving its members, the Equitable Life Assurance Society will serve America. Tonight's file, The Unwelcome Guest.
The valley of the Hudson River, which runs north from New York City, is very attractive country. Driving along the river highway, you can see the homes of people who lead normal, useful lives. We refer to these people, for want of a better phrase, as middle class. They live neither in mansions nor in slums. Their lives are well regulated. They work 6 days a week. They go out on Saturday night. They rest on Sunday. On rare occasions, their lives are disturbed by crime. On very rare occasions, as this case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation shows, they are victims of a dramatic crime. A crime like extortion. As our story opens, it is dinner time in the attractive home of the Fultons, located near a small city in upstate New York. Emma Fulton is in the dining room, doing what so many wives do every night. She's waiting for her husband to come home.
Emma? Emma?
Here I am, John.
Hello, dear.
Hello, darling.
Sorry I'm late.
Oh, that's all right. The food's still hot. Here, let me take your coat.
Oh, thanks, dear.
You look tired.
I am. These meetings every night are beginning to get me down. Say, you know what I've been thinking?
No, what?
I've been thinking maybe we ought to get away for a little vacation when these meetings are over.
Oh, sounds wonderful. This isn't another business trip, though, is it?
No, just the two of us.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, my goodness.
What's the matter, dear?
That man who called while you were out last night.
Hmm?
You know, the Connecticut call?
Oh, Mr. Parker.
Yes, I forgot all about him. He came here about an hour ago, and he's waiting for you in the den.
Parker. Just can't seem to place him.
Oh, but he said he's an old friend.
Well, I'll see him. We'll be back in a minute.
All right, dear.
Hello?
Hello, John. Leonard Parker. Remember me?
Well, I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Parker.
Think hard.
Afraid I don't.
And after all, we meant to each other, too.
Mr. Parker, you're obviously enjoying this, but I'm afraid I'll have to be getting back to my dinner.
Wait a minute. You aren't very hospitable to an old bunkie after 21 years.
Oh.
Remember now, huh?
Yes.
You don't sound very happy to see me.
Why did you come here?
Take it easy, John. I'm not going to blow any whistles.
I wouldn't if I were you. When I escaped from that road gang, you were with me, remember?
Like it was yesterday. There's one thing you don't know.
What's that?
I was caught about a year later and went back to finish my time.
Well, that's too bad.
I ain't coming for sympathy.
Why did you come here?
Because I'm hot. I'm so hot right now that if you touched me, you'd burn yourself.
Hot?
You mean you've been legitimate so long you don't know what the word hot means? It means the coppers are looking for me.
Look, my dinner's getting cold. Drop by the office, huh? Tomorrow afternoon we can...
Cut it, John. I'm not leaving. You're a solid citizen of this community. I checked on that. Nobody'd suspect you of running a hideout.
Well,
Look, I always wanted to live like this. Now I'm going to find out what it's like. I'm staying here.
John, may I come in?
Oh, Emma, this is an old friend of mine, Leonard Parker.
I introduced myself before.
Yes. Yes, would you care to join us for dinner, Mr. Parker?
Thank you. I think I would.
Emma,
Yes?
Mr. Parker's going to stay with us for a while.
Oh, that's fine. Welcome, Mr. Parker.
That same evening, in fact, at just about the time John and Emma Fulton and their guest were sitting down to dinner, there was a conference being held in the New York offices of the FBI. Special Agents Beckley and Preston were going over what facts they had on the robbery of a bank in Peekskill, New York, that afternoon.
Well, Bob, we've got enough to get us started.
How many were there?
As far as we can find out, only 2.
They entered the bank just as it was closing.
That's right.
Get any description?
Mm-hmm. If the bank teller and the guard are right, we've got a pretty good description.
Good.
I've already flashed the alarm to Connecticut, Jersey, Pennsylvania, and upstate New York.
Well, they couldn't have gone any further than that since this afternoon.
I don't think so. Also been watching LaGuardia Airport, Grand Central, Penn Station, the bus terminals.
The only way they can keep moving is by car, then.
Uh-huh. I have to steal a new one. Sent out the description of the car they used and even had the license plate numbers.
Something on the teletype. Description, your office, 4:25 p.m., covers Leonard Parker and Robert Keene. Complete records follow. Beckley speaking. Yes, Sergeant. One of them, huh? Okay, we'll be right up. The police found the car.
Where?
Up on the parkway, near Peekskill. One of them was in it. Dead.
What now?
Come on, grab your hat. We can talk in the car.
John,
Yes, dear.
I've got to talk to you about something.
What's wrong?
John, in all the time we've been married, I've never tried to pick your friends.
Well, I know that.
And I've never tried to tell you who you could or couldn't invite here as a guest.
Parker?
Yes. Since you invited him last night, dear, he's taken over the household. He even went into your closet today and took out one of your suits. He's got ashes all over the library rug, and when I mentioned it to him, he simply said, "Skip it, Emmy."
Well, I'll speak to him, dear.
John, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to do more than that.
What's that?
I'm afraid you'll have to ask him to leave.
If you feel that way, dear, I will. I'll go in and tell him right now.
Oh, John, come on in.
Leonard, I want to talk to you.
That's fair enough. You like me to pick a subject, or did you come prepared?
Leonard, this is very serious. You'll have to leave.
I thought you said this was going to be serious.
You can't stay here any longer.
John, that's no way to run a hideout. You'll never get any business that way. You got to be courteous to your guests.
I'm not joking.
Look, you want me to tell your wife about you?
No.
Then let's not discuss it anymore.
How long are you going to be here?
Maybe 3, 4 weeks.
I may have to go out of town before that, on business.
Go ahead. Emma and I can stay here alone. Oh, by the way, that reminds me. I wish you'd do something for me.
What?
Speak to your wife and tell her to be a little more polite to me. The way she acts, you'd think she didn't want me around here.
She doesn't.
I know that. She's got no choice. I'm your guest.
Leonard, I've got a proposition to make.
What is it?
I've got trucks that go from here to California with shipments of everything from fruit to pianos.
Yeah?
I'd be willing to ship you out there.
No doubt.
But you'd be perfectly safe.
John, I'm going to stay right here. Now, mix me a scotch and soda, will you? And nobody can say I'm not democratic. Take one for yourself.
Special Agents Beckley and Preston had discovered, upon examining the body of the man in the bank robber's car, that he was Robert Keene. Keene had been killed when the car ran off the parkway and crashed into a concrete bridge. There was no clues on which way Leonard Parker had gone. But there was one thing they could work on. One clue which might break open the whole case.
Hi, Bob.
Come on in, Dan. What'd you get?
Well, I checked that key we found in Keene's pocket.
Yes?
It was from a small hotel called the Benton Arms.
Never heard of it.
Neither did I until today. It's near Greenwich, Connecticut.
What'd they say at the hotel?
Parker and Keene were registered there under aliases, but I found enough fingerprints to show they used the room. The clerk remembered them, too.
How long were they there?
One night. They had no luggage, so they paid cash for the room when they checked in.
Must have had their plans pretty well set if they were in town for only one night.
Yeah. They made one phone call while they were in the room.
Who'd they call?
A number up in Westchester.
What was the number?
I've got it written down here. Belongs to the home of a fellow named John Fulton.
What about Fulton? Who's he?
I checked the neighborhood. He's a substantial businessman, owns a trucking company up there. And he's one of the town's leading citizens.
Did you call him?
Yeah, but he wasn't in.
You know what I vote for?
Going up to see Mr. Fulton?
Right.
Good idea. Let's go.
John.
Yes, dear.
Look at this.
What? What is it?
This newspaper. His picture's in it.
Whose picture?
Mr. Parker. And read this story. The police are connecting him with a bank holdup.
Oh.
I knew there was something about him. John, you've got to call the police at once.
Well, dear,
He's a dangerous criminal, dear. Call them, John.
Wait, Emma. Let's reason this out
But
first.
there's nothing to reason. If you don't call them, I will,
Just
John.
a minute, Mrs. Fulton. You're not calling the police.
But
You want me to tell her why, John? Okay. I'll tell her.
Leonard.
John and I were in prison together, and we broke out.
Oh, no.
That was a long time ago, 21 years ago. The cops are looking for me, but remember, they're also looking for John. If I go, he goes with me. Now, do you want him to call?
Perhaps he does.
Huh?
I want to thank you, Leonard. I feel better now than I have in 21 years.
What do you mean?
I never wanted to keep this story from the world. That didn't make any difference to me. But I did want to keep it from Emma. Because I thought it would hurt her.
Oh, John.
Now that she knows, I'm willing to take my chances with the law.
How?
The FBI called the night before I got in. It was undoubtedly about you. I'm going to call them back. Hand me the phone.
Why, certainly, John. Here you are.
Oh!
Now we can hang the phone up again.
We will return to the file on the unwelcome guest in just a moment. Meanwhile, let me tell you about an incident that might have happened at the drugstore just around the corner from your house. This week at the Equitable Society, one of the executives told me a story. He was treating his little girl to a chocolate malted down at Sam McGuire's drugstore, and the kids were having great fun watching Sam juggling glasses, putting on a show for the kids. Sam, he said, someday you'll miss, and there go your profits. I won't miss, Sam said. The kids would lose faith in me. I've got to be good. Well, if Sam, the soda man, has to keep faith with children, what about us who work for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States? The safety and soundness of Equitable Society policies are responsible for all the joy there is in a lot of children's lives. Yes, the big job of thousands of Equitable Society policies is keeping homes together and boys and girls in school. Maybe that will help you understand why we of the Equitable Society take our business so seriously, why we make every effort to keep ahead of the times, to keep our life insurance policies fitted to the needs of all Equitable Society members. You see, all of us in this society, we all want to be able to keep on saying that this week and every week for more than 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country. And now back to the FBI file, The Unwelcome Guest.
Roughly speaking, criminals can be divided into two classes: those who suffer from an inferiority complex and those who have inflated egos. The criminal with the inferiority complex takes to a life of crime because he does not feel equipped to make his living by ordinary methods. Those others, like Leonard Parker, suffer from too exalted an opinion of themselves, an opinion which makes it beneath their dignity to work for a living. That class is the group which practices extortion, because it gives them a peculiar pleasure to see their victims squirm, a peculiar pleasure to see their victims lose their every shred of personal dignity. Leonard Parker, through brutal assault, now rules the Fulton household.
What are you doing?
Just going to move this husband of yours.
Where are you taking him?
Well, I think I ought to move him to a bed so he'd be comfortable.
Well, I'll call the doctor.
No, you won't.
Oh, but he's badly hurt.
Look, I slugged a lot of guys like this. Nothing happens. They get a headache and then they get over it.
I insist that we call a doctor.
Shut up.
Oh!
I'm giving the orders around it. You got any ideas about calling the cops? Forget them. And one more thing. John said something about the FBI calling. If they call again, you tell them there's no such person here as Leonard Parker, that you never heard of anyone with that name, that your husband left town on a business trip.
Very well.
And if you remember all those answers, nothing more will happen to John. Is that a deal?
Yes. Yes, it's a deal.
As John Fulton was being dragged to his bedroom, a black sedan was being parked in front of the Fulton home. A black sedan which had carried Special Agents Beckley and Preston from New York. They walked across the snow-covered lawn, past the garage, up the few steps to the front door, and rang the bell.
This must be the house.
Yes.
Yes?
Good evening. Are you Mrs. John Fulton?
That's right.
My name is Beckley. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Oh.
And this is Mr. Preston, who's also an agent. Here are our credentials.
Well, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
Is Mr. Fulton at home?
No, I'm sorry, he's not. I just came back from driving him to the station.
Where'd he go?
To New York.
I see. When do you expect him back?
Tomorrow night.
Mrs. Fulton, your husband got a telephone call the other night from a gentleman named Leonard Parker.
Well, he may have.
Do you know Mr. Parker?
No. He must be a business acquaintance.
I see.
You don't remember hearing your husband mention Mr. Parker's name, do you, Mrs. Fulton?
No, I don't. But then my husband and I never discuss his business.
One more thing.
Yes?
Can you tell us where Mr. Fulton is going to spend the night in New York?
No, I'm sorry. I can't.
Well, thank you. We'll drop by tomorrow night when Mr. Fulton returns.
I'll tell him you called.
Thank you. Goodbye.
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 That story about Fulton being driven to the station's a phony.
Yes, I know. I noticed the same thing you did. There isn't a fresh mark in the snow in front of the garage.
I think we ought to go into the village, get a search warrant, and come back here.
You did okay, Emma. And I'm real proud of you.
I didn't do it for you.
I know that.
What do we do now?
Why?
Well, you heard them. They're coming back here tomorrow night.
Let them come. Where are you going?
I'm going in to see John.
Sit down.
No.
Sit down, I said. I gotta figure out something. You don't think I'm going to be here waiting for those coppers to come back tomorrow night, do you?
What are you going to do?
We're going to drive into New York. We leave in about a half an hour in your car. They know your car in this town. They won't stop it. You'll drive.
And what about John?
He stays here.
Oh, no.
Look, he's got to stay. He's dead.
That's the third time I've rung this thing.
The car's gone. She must have left. Look, if she doesn't answer this time, let's move in. We've got the warrant.
Let's move in now.
Hello in here.
Sounds like nobody's home.
Yes. They can't have been gone long. There's still a cigarette burning in the ashtray.
They sure left in an awful hurry.
Why?
Looking here in the kitchen.
What's that?
Something's still cooking in the stove.
Uh-huh.
Let's see what's in this room over here.
Right.
Hey.
Yes, I see him.
I don't know who he is, but my guess is that it's Fulton.
Looks as if he died about an hour ago. That means he was dead when we were here before.
Yes.
That also means that Parker must have had the drop on her when she was talking to us.
More than likely.
Say, look at the sleeve of this coat here.
Oh. What about it?
These spots are old bloodstains.
You think they might be Parker's?
Well, let's take a look inside the pocket. Here's a label with a name. But it's not Parker's.
Fulton's?
No. The name is Ralph Cousins.
Cousins. Let's call the tailor and find out who Mr. Cousins is.
Right. And send out an alarm on the Fulton automobile.
Right.
I think Mr. Parker has finally run into a red light.
Where are you taking me?
To my house
And where's that?
in New York. But don't worry, we won't get caught.
I'm not worrying about that.
That's good. You just let me do all the thinking. That way we'll be safer. See, I thought this out 1,000 times, so we're pretty well prepared. In the apartment house where I live, I'm a respected businessman named Ralph Cousins. Remember that?
Why?
Because when we go in, if you mention my name, call me Ralph or Mr. Cousins. Forget that Leonard Parker business.
When are you going to let me go?
As soon as we leave my apartment.
What are you slowing down for?
This is where I show you how to steal a car.
What?
First, we park here. Now, see that car up ahead?
Yes?
See the boy and girl sitting in the car?
Yes.
Now, you walk up there and ask the boy if he'll come back and give you a hand.
No.
Tell him you're stuck.
No.
Do as I say. Because if you don't, you'll be very, very dead. Well, here we are. This is where I live. Get out. You were nice enough to have me as a guest at your place. Now I'll return the company. It's this ground floor apartment. Here we are. Wait till I turn on the lights.
Stay where you are, Parker.
What? Who are you?
The FBI.
That's right, Mrs. Fulton.
Oh.
My name is Ralph Cousins, not Parker.
Either one will do. Just stand still while I remove this gun.
Okay. You win. But tell me one thing.
What is it?
How'd you know I was Ralph Cousins?
Remember the suit you were wearing when you arrived at the Fultons?
Yeah, sure. That pepper and salt job?
It had your name inside. That suit is going to convict you for murder.
You know something? I always liked that suit, too.
Leonard Parker was tried on a charge of murder, convicted, and sentenced to death in the electric chair. He was right when he said that you can't be too careful, especially if you're a criminal whose path crosses that of the FBI. John Fulton's life might have been spared if he had followed the simple instructions issued by the FBI. Criminals cannot be defeated by ordinary, decent, law-abiding citizens unless those citizens avail themselves of the help that lies at the other end of every telephone line, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Remember that. The reign of terror which struck at the home of John and Emma Fulton could have struck at your home. If it ever does, remember that the FBI works on a 24-hour-a-day schedule, a schedule which continues to prove beyond any doubt that crime does not pay.
Before we tell you about next week's thrilling case from the files of your FBI, a word about a man worth knowing, the Equitable Society representative in your community. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Life Assurance Society for the financial security of life insurance. In the past 86 years, the Equitable Society has weathered 4 wars and 7 major depressions. During that time, over $5.5 billion have been paid to policyholders and beneficiaries. This tower of strength, security, and stability is represented in your community by a man whom hundreds of your fellow citizens know as their good friend, the Equitable Life Assurance Society representative, who, like your FBI, is dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Sinister Souvenir.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Jerry Lewis, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Before opening tonight's FBI file, let's consider the slogan E pluribus unum that appears on every United States coin. It means one from many. In other words, get together, stay united. A perfect example is the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. In the Equitable Society, 3.25 million Americans have united for security, have pooled their dollars to give each individual member far more financial security than he could achieve by his own unaided efforts. These Equitable Society dollars are invested for the benefit of its members, and to promote the industrial and financial health of the entire country, so that by serving its members, the Equitable Life Assurance Society serves America. Tonight's FBI file, The Sinister Souvenir.
To all of you men who are now wearing discharge buttons in your lapels, here is a message from your FBI. It's about those souvenirs you brought back home with you, the shooting kind. You know, that rifle or pistol or Tommy gun. Well, already scores and scores of these weapons have figured in serious crimes committed by other persons who got possession of them. A little later, we'll tell you how you can keep your war trophy from becoming an instrument of crime. But first, listen to the recent case of one returning vet and the crime that came out of his gear bag. Most of the fellows kissed the good old USA's terra firma the minute they got off the boat. But not PFC Joe Williams. He saved his kiss until he came up out of the subway and planted it smack on Flatbush Avenue, Brooklyn. A little while later, he planted another kiss on the cheek of his sister.
Gosh, Joe.
Peg.
It's just so wonderful you're home. You're home.
Yeah, I'm home, baby.
I'm so happy I don't know what to say.
I feel pretty good myself.
Just let me look at you again.
Okay.
Oh, I've got to stop this. Now, let's get organized. You sit right down over there, and I'll go fix you something to
Now,
eat.
wait a minute. Food can wait. I've got some things to show you first.
You have what?
Presents, souvenirs, junk like that. I've got them right here in the bag.
But you must be hungry,
Hey,
Bob.
you just stay put. Here, now take a look at this. That's for you.
Oh, Joe. Perfume.
Yeah, that's genuine French perfume. Don't smell bad either. Here, take a sniff.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Good, huh? And look, here's something for Eddie. One of those fancy Heidelberg Steins.
Oh, that's beautiful, Joe.
By the way, where is that husband of yours?
Well, he's still sleeping. I'll call him now and tell him that you're
No,
here.
no. Don't bother. Here, look, take a look at the rest of this junk.
All right.
Souvenirs. Here, look. This here's a Nazi flag.
It is?
Yeah. Here's some Heine medals. Take a look at this. There's an honest-to-goodness German Luger.
Oh, that's a nasty-looking thing.
Yeah, that's one of the sweetest automatics there is. I took it from the owner personally.
How?
Well, it's a long story.
Hey! Oh, there's Eddie now. He's awake.
Hey, where did you put Hi, Eddie. Huh? Oh. Hello, Joe.
I was just going to call you, Eddie, and tell you that Joe was here, but I was so excited. Isn't this a wonderful surprise?
Yeah. Welcome home, kid.
Well, thanks.
Peg, where did you put my brown suit?
It's in the hall closet. Eddie, you talk to Joe for a minute now. I want to go out and fix something to eat.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, you look good, kid.
Thanks, Eddie.
But when'd you get here?
Oh, I just got in a few minutes ago.
Yeah, what's all this stuff?
Souvenirs, presents, junk, yeah. Oh, here's something for you, Eddie.
Oh, for me? Oh, Beermont, huh?
Mm-hmm. Right from Heidelberg.
Oh, thanks. Hey. Yeah, what's with the gun?
Oh, that's a German Luger.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good-looking job. Where'd you get it?
I took it off a guy.
Yeah. Look, you mind if I look at it?
No, go ahead.
Hey. Yeah, this is okay. Joe.
Yeah?
Look, I don't want to sound ungrateful, but could I maybe work a swap with you?
Oh, what do you mean?
This Luger instead of the beer mug?
Oh, gee.
Oh, I'd throw in a little cash on the side.
What do you want with a gun?
Well, just for a souvenir. What do you say?
I'm afraid not, Eddie.
Okay, kid. Come on, let's go in and eat.
That you, Eddie?
No, it's me, sis. Joe.
Well, did you visit all the neighbors?
Yeah, I saw a few of them.
Weren't they surprised?
Mm-hmm.
I purposely didn't tell any of them that you were home. I wanted them to
Peg,
be.
Yeah?
Yeah?
I got to talk to you.
What about?
Eddie.
Well?
Now, look,
Peggy, I know this is none of my business, and if he wasn't married to you, I'd keep out of it. But what does the guy do?
You mean his job?
Yeah.
He's a salesman.
What does he sell?
Lots of things.
Well, I mean, what? What, for instance?
Well, now, why do you want to know this, Joe?
Well, for one thing, I was talking to some of the guys in the neighborhood today. From what they said, Eddie's mixed up with the wrong kind of people.
Oh,
You knew that, didn't you?
yeah?
I had another reason for asking, too. You know that Luger I brought home with me?
The gun?
Mm-hmm. Eddie wanted it. He said he'd swap me the beer mug for it and give me some cash besides.
Yeah, but you didn't give it to him.
No, but I looked in my gear bag this morning.
Yeah?
The Luger is gone.
Yes, the Luger is gone. But it is no longer a war trophy, a souvenir. It has gone to a darkened warehouse on the Brooklyn waterfront. There, in the hands of Joe's brother-in-law and a companion, the Luger has now become an instrument of crime.
How many more boxes?
This is the last of them here.
Okay, let's get them out of the truck.
Look, we've been here long enough.
This'll only take a couple of more minutes. Come on.
Okay.
Easy now.
Wait a minute. Listen.
Probably the watchman. Dutch, quick. Told you we should have. Shut up.
He's coming right at us. He's going to spot us.
No, he ain't. Let's blow.
Mr. Forrest?
Yes?
My name is Hope. This is Mr. Rogers. We're from the FBI.
How do you do? The body of the watchman is in the main warehouse. Come with me, please.
Surely.
Any idea when the killing occurred?
Not more than 2 hours ago. That's the last time the watchman checked in.
I see.
When he missed making his last report, we investigated. After finding the body, we immediately called you. In here, please.
All right. Go ahead, Jack.
There he is, right over there. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go outside and wait for the coroner.
Surely, Mr. Forrest. Okay, Jack, let's have a look at him.
Okay.
Drilled him right through the head.
Yeah.
Well, we better start looking for where that bullet lodged. Now, let's see. He was standing right here at the entrance of this row of narcotic packing cases. The bullet entered low on the forehead, came out high in the back of his head.
Hey, look, Larry, high up on that post there.
Where? Oh, looks like a fresh chip.
Yeah. Come on, give me a hand with this ladder.
Okay.
Over here now. Yeah, that's good.
All right.
Now hold it steady and I'll go up.
Watch it. What'd you find, Jack?
What we're looking for, all right.
Good.
If I don't break my knife digging it out. Yeah, that's got it.
Okay, come on up. What's it look like?
It's not big enough for a 38. Doesn't look like a 32 either.
No. Well, let's not bother guessing. Let's see what other leads we can pick up and then get over to the lab.
Come in.
Somebody here to see Eddie.
Who is it?
He says he's your brother-in-law.
What's he doing here? Tell him I'm busy.
Now, you can't be that busy, Eddie.
Okay, kid, come on in. Wait outside, don't you?
Okay.
What's on your mind?
Well, Peg asked me to come here to your office. She was worried when you didn't come home last night.
I was working.
All night?
Yeah, all night.
Doing what, Eddie?
What's that to you?
Well, it's nothing to me, but, well, Peg's my sister.
Now let her ask the question.
Look, Eddie, I talked to some guys in the neighborhood, and they told me some things about you that didn't sound so good.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
Well, that you were mixed up with the wrong kind of guys.
What is this? Are you trying to pin something on me?
No, I just want to find out if it's true.
Of course it ain't true. Someone's trying to knife me, that's all.
And there's one more thing.
Well? That German Luger I brought home with me.
What about it?
You wanted it.
That's right.
I looked for it yesterday. It was gone.
Now, wait a minute. Are you trying to say I took that gun?
Eddie, all I know is it's gone.
Have you told all this to Peg?
Yes.
Oh, that's great. That puts me in a terrible spot. Look, could you go on home? Tell Peg I'll be home for dinner. Then the three of us can sit down and straighten this out. Okay?
Any lab report on that bullet check yet, Larry?
No, but they ought to call any minute.
Looks like that's going to be our best clue.
Why, Jack? What about those fingerprints we got off the windowsill where the thieves came in?
They were the night watchmen's.
Well, that's that. Targeted. Hope speaking. Oh, it's the lab.
Oh.
Yes. Yes, all right. Uh-huh. Send over the complete report, will you, please? Thanks.
What's the verdict, Larry?
Caliber of that bullet was 7.65.
Millimeters.
That's right. It was fired from a German Luger.
Peg. Peg.
She isn't here, Eddie.
Huh? Oh. Hi, kid.
I say Peg went out.
Well, didn't you tell her I was coming home for supper?
Yeah, I told her.
Where'd she go?
See the doctor?
Doc? What for?
Well, looks like you're going to become a father.
No kidding.
Eddie, have you seen today's paper?
Why?
There's a story in it about a holdup in a government warehouse.
Yeah?
The watchman in the warehouse was killed.
So what?
Well, let me read you something. The bullet which killed the watchman was found lodged in a wooden support. The FBI laboratory positively identified it as having been fired from a German Luger.
What are you telling me for?
When I was in your office today, I saw some boxes, Eddie. Boxes with government stencils on them.
Look, what are you driving at?
I know now what happened to my Luger.
Now, look.
You did that job, Eddie. You did it with my gun.
You're crazy.
Where's the gun?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Turn around.
Keep away from me.
Yeah, there's a bulge over your hip. I want to find out.
Stay where you are.
I was right.
Yeah, wise guy. This is your gun pointing right at you.
Let me have it, Eddie.
What?
I want the gun.
Keep away, kid.
I said I want the gun.
Okay.
Oh!
So long, sucker.
Tonight's FBI file on the sinister souvenir will reopen in just a moment. Meanwhile, perhaps you'll be surprised, as I was, to learn that there is more than one kind of security. This week, at the Equitable Society, I got a brand new slant on the subject of security from Thomas I. Parkinson, president of the Society. Did it ever occur to you, Mr. Parkinson said to me, that there's such a thing as having too much security? Well, how could that be, I asked. Well, Mr. Parkinson said, a convict in jail serving a life sentence has perfect security. His clothes, food, and shelter are assured for the rest of his life. But who wants that kind of security bought at the price of freedom? Of course, that's an extreme case, President Parkinson went on, but don't forget that the oldest trick of all dictatorial governments, from Julius Caesar to Adolf Hitler, was to promise the people bread and circuses and security, and then take away their liberties. Mr. Parkinson paused for a moment, and when he continued, there was a note of deep conviction in his voice as he said, that's one reason why all of us in the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States are glad that Americans believe in life insurance. Equitable Society members do not pay for their security with lost freedom. Life insurance security is the result of individual thrift and forethought, of initiative and self-reliance. And a man with life insurance is pretty sure to turn a deaf ear to the glib promises of demagogues and agitators. Yes, we're proud to say that this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security, the right kind of security, for you, your home, and your country. And now back to the FBI file on the sinister souvenir.
Of course, no returning veteran expects that the pistol or Tommy gun or other lethal weapon which he brings home as a war trophy shall ever become an instrument of crime. Joe Williams certainly didn't expect that to happen to his German Luger automatic. But 2 nights after he got home, one man had been murdered with it, and next day he himself was shot with it. A few minutes after the brutal shooting of Joe Williams, his sister returned to the apartment. Finding him on the floor, she called the doctor, then worked feverishly to bring him back to consciousness.
Here, darling, drink this water.
Thanks.
Now, don't move, Joe. I'll lift your head.
Okay.
That's fine. That's fine, darling. I bandaged the wound and checked the bleeding. The doctor will be right over. Joe, what happened?
It was an accident. I shot myself.
That's not true.
Honest, Peg.
Yeah, then where's the gun?
Well, it's...
Look, I've got a pretty good idea of what really happened. Eddie did this to you.
No, Peg.
Joe, I saw him run out of the building here as I was coming down the street. I called out to him, but he just kept right on going. Now, you tell me the truth, Joe.
Okay. It was Eddie.
Why'd he do it? Why?
He did take my gun. He used it in the holdup. He killed a man.
Oh.
I tried to take the gun back. He shot me with it.
Oh.
I'm sorry, sis.
Joe, we gotta call the police.
No, don't.
Joe, he killed a man.
He's gone. He won't be back. Look, you're going to keep out of this.
What about the doctor? He's gonna know that something was wrong.
We'll tell him it was an accident. Look, sis, you're going to have a baby. Let's do this for the kid, huh?
That's the right number, Jack?
Yep.
Yeah?
Good afternoon. We're special agents of the FBI.
The FBI?
Yes. We learned about your brother's accident. May we come in and talk to him?
Well, yes, I guess so.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jack.
All right.
This way, please.
Thanks.
Who's the company, sis?
These men are, special agents of the FBI, Joe.
What do you want?
Well, Joe, we thought you might be interested in something we found out about the bullet that the doctor dug out of your shoulder.
How did you know about it?
Our doctors have to report these cases to the police, you know. That's how we got hold of the bullet.
Well, what about it?
Well, under our microscopes in the laboratory, it exactly matches the one that killed the night watchman last night.
We'd like to see your German Luger, Joe.
I haven't got it.
We know you didn't kill the night watchman.
Yeah, I say I haven't got the gun, see.
Did your husband take it with him, Mrs. Oakland?
You know.
Yes. We've checked everybody in your house since we found out about the bullet.
Sis didn't know the truth about Eddie.
We're sure of that.
You see, she wanted to spill everything right away, but I kept her from it on account of...
Yes, we even know about the baby, too. What we want to know now is where is Eddie Oakland?
I wish we could tell you.
We need a good description of him. The police knew him, of course, but nobody has a photo of him.
I can furnish that.
Oh, good. Jack.
Yeah?
I'll stay here and get a full interview on everything. You go back to the office, get out an alarm on Oakland. I'll meet you there.
Right.
How you been doing, Jack?
No results from the alarm yet. How did you make out?
Very well.
What did you get?
Oakland's wife told me about an office he had. I went over to the place, found some of the goods stolen from the warehouse.
Well.
I also found a man there. I've had him booked as a suspect.
Could he tell you where Oakland was?
No, but he's being questioned now.
I've put out an alarm on his car.
Oh, you'll probably stay out of that. It's too hot. I'll get it. Hope speaking. Oh, hello, Howard. What? Yes, wonderful. Good work. We'll get on it pronto. Thanks.
Got something?
Oakland's on the Commodore, headed for Chicago.
Really?
At least Howard turned up a ticket seller who sold Oakland space on it.
Which section?
The second. Let's see, it's midnight now. Train hasn't gotten to Buffalo yet. Let's get the Buffalo office on the phone.
get you anything else, Joe?
No, thanks.
But you didn't eat a thing.
I wasn't hungry.
Now, you know the doctor said you've got to eat.
I know what the doctor said. Look, sis, I'm getting out of bed tomorrow.
Joe.
I don't want you waiting on me like
Now,
this.
Joe, I
I've
don't...
caused you enough trouble.
What are you talking about?
Well, if I hadn't brought that stinking gun into this house...
That gun's got no bearing on what Eddie did.
Well, it was my pistol that killed that watchman.
Eddie killed the watchman. Oh, if I could only get my hands on him, I'd...
Do what, Peg?
Look.
Tell me, what would you do?
Why, you
Take
dirty...
it easy.
Eddie, why did
Shut
you...
up and listen. I come back here for a couple of days until the heat cools off, then I'll be on my way again.
No, you can't stay here.
Well, this is the safest place for me to be. I'm supposed to be on my way to Chicago. Can I help it if I'm smart?
You're so smart, you've got the whole FBI looking for you.
That's why I come back. The FBI will never think of looking for me here until after I'm gone. That is, unless one of you tries to tell him something. In which case, there's plenty of bullets left in this Luger.
Tell him where he can go, sis.
Fix me something to eat, Peg, and some hot jam.
I said tell him where he can go.
Shut up, before I...
Eddie, don't. I'll get you something to eat.
Swell. Oh, and look. Nobody's leaving this house until after I do. Understand?
Larry, the Commodore left Buffalo 30 minutes ago. We ought to hear something.
Well, maybe it was late.
Maybe so, but...
Holmes speaking. Yes. Oh, it's Buffalo now.
Good.
Hello, yes. What? Uh-huh. Yeah, I see. Pull the old gag, huh? Well, thanks anyway. So long.
What happened?
The man riding in Oakland space wasn't Oakland. Pulled the old trick, booked space, then turned it over to a hotel porter to sell to somebody else.
Oakland's trying to be foxy, huh?
Well, Jack, there's another part that usually goes with that particular piece of foxiness.
What do you mean?
Come on. I believe I'll get to show you what I mean.
That tasted good.
I hope it chokes you.
Thanks. Any more Java there, Peg?
Yeah.
Pour me some.
Let him pour his own.
I didn't do a very good job on you, did I? Just swinging you in the shoulder. Maybe I can make up for it before I leave.
What do you mean by that?
Just trying to make him behave himself, that's all.
That gun makes you a real big guy.
I'm a big guy without it.
Yeah, as long as I'm in bed, you are.
Peg, will you tell this... Where did she go?
Well, you wanted more coffee, didn't you?
She had coffee right here.
Well, maybe she went to make some fresh.
Maybe she went to do something else, too, like getting on that phone.
Leave her alone.
Oh, no. Peg, what are you doing?
Operator, hurry, please.
Get away from that phone. Hang up, I said. Told you not to do that. Get back in there.
Take your hands off her.
Joe, get back to bed.
I'm going to fix this guy right now.
Look, kid, I don't want to blast you again. Keep away, I'm warning you.
Eddie, don't.
Drop that gun, Oakland, and don't turn around.
The FBI.
Ah, you see what I meant, Jack? If he was dumb enough to pull the old railroad gag, then he had to pull the rest of the act, too. Try to hide out at home. All right, Oakland. Come on.
Eddie Oakland and his accomplice were tried for the murder of the warehouse watchman. They were convicted on the charge of first-degree murder. As for Joe Williams, his war trophy, the German Luger, was returned to him, but after it had been rendered harmless by experts of the FBI. And that brings us to the final part of your FBI's message to you returned veterans who have brought back firearm souvenirs from the battlefield. No one wants you to give them up. You earned the right to keep them. Earned it the hard way. But please, for your sake, for the sake of your loved ones, and for the sake of society, have a firearms expert render your gun harmless. Do this now. Do it now without delay, and you can be certain that your souvenir will always remain just that, and never become an instrument of a crime. Next week, you will hear another thrilling case from the files of the FBI. Before telling you about it, here's a brief but important message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To the FBI, America looks for national security. And to the Equitable Society, 3.25 million Americans look for the financial security of life insurance. These 3.25 million people comprise the Equitable Society. Because, you see, the moment they purchased life insurance through an Equitable Society representative, they became members of this great mutual organization. Remember, like your FBI, the Equitable Life Assurance Society representative in your community is constantly working for the security of you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Cautious Killer.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Before opening tonight's file, it occurs to us that as you have listened to previous programs in this series, you may have wondered about the word society in the name Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Why is it called a society, you may have said to yourself? Why not a company? Well, the answer is very simple. The Equitable Society is called a society because it is a society. It is a voluntary association of men and women who have joined together for security. It is a cooperative enterprise maintained solely for the benefit of its members. And all its members receive the friendly service and personal attention that the word society implies. So, when you next consider the purchase of life insurance, remember that by becoming an Equitable Society policyholder, you automatically become a member of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Cautious Killer.
A crime of passion, such as killing in a rage of jealousy, is seldom committed by the hardened, cold-blooded professional criminal. It is more often the act of a normally law-abiding citizen. a store clerk or a banker or a doctor or a laborer, such as the coal miner in tonight's case from the files of your FBI. And because it is not a professional crime, its final solution may rest solely on getting a confession of guilt from the suspect. But many arduous steps between the start of the hunt and victory for the hunter. In most any small coal mining town, a pretty young woman storms out in sharp and refreshing relief against the dinginess of the community. And often she is the target for the idle gossip of the envious. In this particular mining village in Ohio, the pretty young woman was Mary Clifton, whose husband, John, always drank too much beer at the corner bar and sometimes got wind of too much gossip. Tonight, as usual, Mary has put supper in the warming oven while waiting for the sound of steps on the porch. Tonight, the steps are heavier than usual.
Mary? Mary!
I'm right here, John.
Oh. Supper ready?
Yes? Let me have your dinner pail, dear.
I can take care of myself. And don't call me that.
Call you what?
Dear. Let me have your dinner pail, dear. Supper's ready, dear. Wash up, dear.
John, please.
You know why I don't like the word?
No.
Because I know that's what you call him, too.
Who are you talking about?
You know who I'm talking about. He was here again today, wasn't he?
Who do you mean?
Jim Monroe.
Yes, Jim was here.
I knew it.
He came to see you.
Don't give me that. Everybody in town knows who he comes to see.
John.
He's in love with you.
John, don't say that.
Everybody in town is saying it.
Now, look, you've been drinking.
That's what you always say when I start talking about you and him.
Please.
You don't like to hear me talk about it, do you? But you like it when he comes here to see you.
Stop it, John.
You like it when he holds you in his arms and kisses you.
I can't stand this.
But you can't stand him loving you, can't you? Can't you?
Thank you, John.
Huh?
Thank you for slapping me. Help me get hold of myself so I can tell you something.
What?
I'm leaving you.
So I was right,
Wait
huh?
a minute. Let me talk. When I married you, I loved you as much as any woman ever loved a man. But through the years, you've done everything possible to kill that love. And now that it's dead, things around me have begun to matter. All I can see is this dirt and this filth and this shabbiness, and I can't stand it anymore.
Are you through?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Now let me tell you the real reason you want to leave. You want to go away with him.
Think whatever you like, John. I'm leaving tonight.
Oh, no, you're not leaving. You don't think I'm going to let you go away with him, do you?
I said think whatever you like.
Come back here.
Take your hands off me.
You ain't pulling any double cross on
John,
me.
let go of me. John, you're choking me.
This kind of spoils your plans, don't it? This kind of messes everything up for you and Jim. He can have you, all right, when I'm done with you. Sure. Now he can have you any time he wants.
Exactly 2 weeks after the brutal slaying of the miner's wife, in the adjoining state of Pennsylvania, Agent in Charge Leeds of the Pittsburgh office of the FBI has just received a caller.
Mr. Leeds, I'm Chief of Police Baxter from Larkin, Ohio.
Oh, yes, I've been expecting you. Sit down, won't you?
Thanks, I will. I think I have a case for the FBI.
Yes?
2 weeks ago in Larkin, the house of a coal miner called John Clifton caught fire and burned to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
We found the charred body of Mary, the miner's wife, on the floor of what had been the kitchen.
What about the husband?
Well, he was drinking at a bar when the fire alarm was turned in. He ran to the fire and he tried to get his wife out, but the fireman stopped him.
Where's the crime angle, Chief?
Mr. Leeds, I don't think Mary Clifton died in that fire.
Oh?
I've got a suspicion that she was murdered before the fire. Murdered by her husband.
Yes, but you just said that when the fire broke out, he ran to the house and attempted
I know. I haven't got enough material evidence to back up my suspicions, or I'd have him extradited.
Extradited?
Yes. That's why I came here. John Clifton left Larkin, Ohio, a week after it happened. We traced him to Ridgewood, Pennsylvania. And he's working there in the coal mines.
Chief, if you haven't enough evidence, I don't see where we fit in the case.
We can back into the murder. You see, Clifton was jealous of a man named Monroe. He tried to extort money from Monroe on the grounds that he was carrying on with his wife.
I see.
Now, let me give you the whole background on this fella Clifton. Here's the reason why I think that...
Did you want to see me, Mr. Leeds?
Yes, come in, Jeff.
Thanks.
Did you finish reading up on the Clifton case?
Yes, I just finished.
According to our vocation avocation file, you've spent some time around coal mines, Jeff.
That's right. I spent a couple of summers in the mines when I was studying engineering.
And I think you're our candidate to contact Mr. Clifton.
Good.
You'll have to work alongside him without him suspecting your plant.
I see.
Have you any opinions on the case?
Yes. The neighbors said they heard an explosion and saw a flash of flame in the kitchen. Mary Clifton cooked on a gas stove.
That's right.
And if her husband did it, he could have opened the gas jet in the oven, attached a slow fuse, like they use for a blowout in the mines, lit the fuse, going out the back door, and reached the bar before the explosion.
That sounds reasonable.
As for how he actually killed his wife, the neighbors heard no pistol shot. And even a half-charred body should have showed some trace of a stab wound, which hers didn't.
I know.
But it would have shown no trace of finger marks if he choked her.
That's how I think he did it. If he did it.
And I'm ready to start right now for Ridgewood to find out.
I've already telephoned the superintendent of the mine. You'll be working with Clifton starting tomorrow.
Right.
What are you drinking, fella?
Beer?
New here, ain't you?
Yeah, just came in this afternoon.
Signed up yet?
Yeah, start tomorrow.
Here you are.
Thanks. I'm supposed to work with a cutter named Clifton. You know him?
Yeah. Yeah, I know him all right.
What's he like?
Well, you can size him up for yourself. He's coming in now.
Oh?
Give me a Boilermaker, Sam.
Your name Clifton?
Yeah, what about it?
My name's Jefferson.
Come on, shove it out, Sam.
Here you are.
I said my name's Jefferson.
Yeah, I heard you.
I thought maybe you might like to know who's working with you.
What do you mean?
I'll be loading in your room starting tomorrow.
What's the matter with the two working there now?
One of them is switching shifts.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You don't look like any miner to me. Give me another one, Sam.
Right.
That was too bad about your wife, Clifton. I just heard about it this afternoon.
Never mind about that.
You don't mind a guy saying he's sorry?
I mind anything you say.
You act like I'm accusing you of something.
What do you mean?
Well, nothing in particular. It's just that...
All right, drink your beer and shut up.
Okay.
There you are, Sam.
Thanks.
Jefferson.
Yeah?
Now, get this. You're working with me. Okay, I can't do anything about that. But from the time we get in that cage tomorrow and start down the shaft until we quit and come out, don't bother me with talk. Understand? All right, monkeys, let's get in the cage and get down to midnight.
Okay, let's go. Step there.
Since we're first on, we must be working the same level.
That's right. You knew?
Yeah, just come on. Name's Jefferson.
I'm Hinton. What drift you working?
Don't know yet. But I'm working with Clifton over there.
Oh, that's number 3. You're working in a small head.
Tight fit and dead end, huh?
Yeah.
Jefferson.
Yeah?
I want to ask you something.
I thought we weren't talking, Clifton.
Where do you come from?
Still don't think I'm a miner.
I said, where did you come from?
Carter Mine in Kentucky.
Oh, soft stuff, huh?
Trying to do, Trippy.
What do you mean?
Carter's hard, same as here. That pass me okay?
All right, come on, let us out. This is our train here, Jefferson. Come on.
Okay.
Low seam. You better bend down.
Right.
Okay, let's go. What's the idea of stopping?
Ground fall blocking the track ahead.
Well, you can't prop up a roof with a toothpick and expect it to hold.
Well, you can get around the fall on foot, all right.
All right. You go back on the train, Hinton. Get a crew to come clean this stuff out, put in some real props, and wet the dust down.
Right.
Come on, Jefferson.
Okay.
Can't take the dust?
I'm not complaining.
Few more yards, we'll be in the head, and you can straighten up. Okay. This is our happy home, and we don't make money standing still.
You don't mean you're going to start cutting before they wet down?
Why not?
This cloud of dust. Suppose you hit gas.
Some dust ain't combustible.
Well, you know this kind isn't.
I hit some gas the other day in a dust cloud, and nothing happened.
Well, maybe it wasn't inflammable gas.
Oh, a book miner, huh?
Well, just cautious.
Time is money. I'm going to start cutting.
Hold it, Clifton, will you?
It's a fire damp. Let's get out of here.
We'll never make it before it hits the dust.
I said let's get out of here.
As you will learn from tonight's case, which will reopen in just a moment, training, the right kind of training, has plenty to do with security. This week at the Equitable Society, I learned something about training. The president of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, Thomas I. Parkinson, told me about it. Do you know, he said, that the FBI operates a school for law enforcement officers called the FBI National Academy? Policemen from all over the country attend its classes in modern crime detection and advanced police work of all kinds. Down there recently, I was astonished to find how closely this FBI school parallels our own Equitable Society schools and training courses, and for the same purposes, too: protection and security. Yes, representatives of the Equitable Society are always going to school. Classes run steadily at the Equitable Society, and special courses of instruction are given to Equitable Society representatives throughout the country, as field training instructors constantly bring new information to Equitable field men everywhere. That's why the Equitable Society representative in your community is so well versed in the things that are closely tied in with life insurance. Things like trusteeships, tax problems, mortgages, partnership agreements. And let me tell you that because many factors, such as taxes, are constantly changing, Equitable Society representatives must be progressive, must be forward-looking. So we can always say that this week and every week for more than 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country. And now, back to the FBI file, The Cautious Killer. The
The courage of Special Agent Jefferson of your FBI in risking the danger of a coal mine explosion to carry out his duty as a law enforcement officer. That kind of courage was not peculiar to him. Rather, it is exemplary of the courage of all law enforcement officers who daily risk their lives in the performance of their sworn and sacred duty. The protection of the lives and property of you, the American citizen. At the first sound of the distress signal at the Ridgewood mine, Superintendent Miller and Agent in Charge Leeds of the FBI rushed to the shaft head. Miller personally took charge of the rescue party, which is now making its way deep into the seam where the explosion occurred.
Think there's any possible chance that they're alive, Mr. Miller?
Well, if they are alive, Mr. Leeds, they're sealed up in a small head, and that's pretty bad. Even if the force of the explosion knocked out the gas fire before it burned up what oxygen was in the head, well, there couldn't be too much left for them to breathe.
I see.
Here's where the fall begins, Mr. Miller.
All right, men. Wet it down.
How far is it to where they are?
Oh, I should say about 20 or 25 feet. And that's many a ton of coal.
How long would it take to reach the head?
If they're alive, we can't wait that long. We'll clear out about half and then try to drive an air shaft through before we go any farther.
I see.
All right, that's enough, men. Now dig it away and keep it wet as you go. And I don't need to tell you to work fast.
Clifton.
Yeah,
You okay?
I think so.
I must have passed out for a minute.
Yeah,
You got any room over there?
not much. Jefferson. I wonder how bad off we are.
I don't know. That depends on how much fell between here and the main shaft.
I know.
At least the explosion snuffed out the fire. You still got a little stuff to breathe.
Talking burns it up faster.
You mean, why don't I shut up?
Yeah.
Hey, Clifton.
What is it?
There's just one trouble with this keeping quiet. It starts a fella thinking. In a spot like this, you don't know if you'll come out of it or not. Well,
what?
Well, you start thinking of all the bad things you did. Know what I mean?
No.
You mean you never did anything you're sorry for?
Well, keep quiet, will you?
No, I just asked you.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
Okay. I'll keep quiet. Let's both keep quiet. And think.
Haven't the men dug through halfway yet, Mr. Miller?
No, we've only made about 10 feet.
But it's been a couple of hours now.
Yes, I know, but we're not getting through as fast as I'd hoped.
Do you think they could still be alive?
If they were alive when we started, there's a chance. Just a chance. But I'm not going to wait any longer.
What do you mean?
All right, stop work, men. I'm going to see if they can hear us. Clifton! Clifton! Jefferson! Clifton! Jefferson, can you hear us? Clifton! Oh. All right, men. Bring up that shaft.
Right.
We're going to try to drive through them right now. Come on, hurry up with the shaft.
Coming up.
All right, now, start driving. And remember, if they're still alive, every second counts.
Jefferson. Jefferson.
Yeah?
I changed my mind. Let's talk.
Did the thinking get a little rough?
Just let's talk.
Okay. Got a subject?
Yeah. Getting out of here.
How?
There should be a rescue party digging through to us.
Yeah, that could take days.
Yeah.
That ended that subject. Got another one?
No.
I'll throw one in.
What?
Women.
I'm not interested.
Why?
Just not interested.
On account of your wife, Clifton?
What do you mean?
What happened to her?
What are you talking about?
Why did you do it, Clifton?
Do what?
You thought she was in love with somebody else, didn't you?
What are you talking about?
You were insanely jealous, weren't you?
I said, what are you talking about?
Look, why don't you get it off your conscience?
I don't know what you mean.
Your wife wasn't in love with Jim Monroe.
It's a lie, she was.
You just thought she was. That's why you choked her to death.
She said she was leaving.
That's why you choked her to death.
She was going away with him, I know it.
That's why you choked her to death and set fire to the house.
Yes.
You did kill her, didn't you?
Yes.
You did kill her, didn't you?
Yes. I killed her. I killed her.
Listen.
What?
They're coming through to us, Clifton.
What?
Listen. You can get hold of yourself now, Clifton. This part of your troubles are almost over.
What do you mean?
It's just like you said in the bar yesterday. I'm not a real miner.
What?
I work for the FBI.
John Clifton was returned to Ohio, where he was tried and convicted for the murder of his wife. Yes, a crime of passion is seldom a professional crime, and its final solution may rest solely on getting a confession of guilt from the suspect. And although many arduous and sometimes dangerous steps may lie between the crime and the confession, victory for the hunter over the hunted is inevitable. For there's always a limit to the capacity of the hunted to endure.
Next week, you'll hear a particularly exciting case from your FBI files. Before telling you about it, a word about one of your neighbors. Just as you look to your FBI for national security, so to the Equitable Society you look for the financial security of life insurance. Yes, like the FBI agent, the Equitable Society representative in your community is a specialist on the subject of security. His job is to preserve homes, to help keep children in school, and to make old age a time of happiness and contentment. It's a good job, and one that has won for him the respect and confidence of his fellow citizens, who recognize his contribution to the security of you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Corrupt City.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time, for This is Your FBI. Now I should like to read a statement from Mr. J. Edgar Hoover, Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The observance of Boy Scout Week should command the attention of the entire nation. At a time when our country is suffering from the ravages of youthful crime, the spirit of the Boy Scouts of America is doing much to influence the future thought not only of our nation, but the world. During this period of readjustment, there is a definite need for honor among men. The Boy Scouts' theme for this year is Scouts of the World, Building Together. All of us might very well adopt this theme. If we do, I am sure the family of nations will enjoy peace instead of war, truth instead of false ideologies. The keynote of scouting is good citizenship. A scout promises on his honor to do his duty to God, his country, and to help other people at all times. This is America at its best.
Friday nights, there are great programs on ABC. Next comes Fun with Alan Young and his guest, Rita Hayward. Don't miss this laugh-packed show. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Before opening tonight's file, let's give a few moments' thought to a frequently asked question. Since these programs began almost a year ago, a number of people have written to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States asking how they could become members of the Equitable Society. They agree with the aims of the society and want to know what they have to do to join. Well, of course, the answer is very simple. When you take out life insurance with the Equitable Society, you automatically become a member of the society. You become part of a great cooperative enterprise that is run entirely for the benefit of its members. Yes, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States is a voluntary association of men and women who have joined together for security, who, because they have banded together, are able to assure each individual member greater security than he could attain by his own unaided efforts. Tonight's FBI file, The Corrupt City.
Which of these two, standing before the Supreme Court of Public Opinion, would merit the severer judgment, the greater moral condemnation? The professional criminal whose business is violating the law for profit, or he who occupies a position of public trust and uses its power to protect the criminal for self-gain? It is eloquent testimony of the worthiness of a system of free elections that there is in America a minimum of corruption in public office. It is proof of the essential integrity of the overwhelming majority of those who seek office. Proof also of the conscientiousness of the people in selecting their public servants. And, as demonstrated in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, it is proof of the uncompromising devotion of America's law enforcement officers to their sacred duty to uphold the law against all transgressors, no matter who they may be. In a Midwestern city along the waterfront, midnight darkness and a light fog shroud the deserted docks and warehouses. A little while ago, a man standing in the deeper shadows behind a bale of cargo heard a large powerboat idle its motors and watched it drift in against the pier. Two of its crew clambered onto the pier, passed several heavy crates to those on board, and then...
How many more cases, Mike?
That's all of them.
Okay, get aboard and let's shove off.
The man in the shadows snaps on a flashlight and steps swiftly out along the pier.
Just a minute there.
Huh?
Stay where you are.
Who are you?
This badge will tell you who I am.
Oh. Cop, huh?
That's right. You have authority to move those cases of cargo?
Sure. Why?
Because there's been quite a lot of cargo moved from piers lately without any authority.
Hop aboard, Mike.
Wait a minute. I want to see your papers authorizing movement of those cases.
Mike, hop aboard.
Let me straighten this copper out first.
Well, go ahead, stupid. We're pulling out of here.
Stop that boat!
Looks like you missed them, copper, so you'd better arrest me.
Did you want to see me, Chief?
Yes, come in, Donovan. Donovan?
Yes, sir.
If I were asked what I think of you and your work, I'd say you're one of the most promising young men on the force.
Oh, thank you, sir.
And the thing that really sold me on your earnestness about your work was last fall when you asked for a leave so you could attend the FBI's National Academy. And at your own expense, too. And that diploma you came back with, well, I guess I was almost as proud of it as you were.
Thanks, Chief.
You have a great future ahead of you as a law enforcement officer if you can stand the test of hard knocks.
Well,
They can come in a million forms. Sometimes they're hard enough to break a man's spirit completely if it's not strong enough to take it.
Yes, sir.
Personally, I want to commend you, Donovan, for the arrest you made 2 nights ago at Pier 26.
Thank you, sir, but
I read your report. I think you're on the right track. And somehow that gang of river thieves has got to be broken up.
I bungled the job the other night by getting only one, but I'll get the rest of them, sir.
The man you arrested was released this morning.
I'll get... What did you say, sir?
Mike Haynes was released this morning.
Released? But
And here is your first test in the school of hard knocks, Donovan. A statement from the councilman in charge of our appropriation. You may read it all later, but I'll read only the last paragraph.
Okay, sir.
Therefore, in view of the evidence furnished me by reliable authority, it is my conclusion that Detective Donovan acted wholly without cause and recklessly endangered the lives of the crew by unprovoked and unjustified use of his pistol.
What?
Therefore, I demand his transfer to another assignment, patrolling a beat, and his promotion canceled.
Well, that's a pretty sordid story, Donovan.
Well, Mr. Craig, I didn't come here to the FBI office looking for sympathy.
You don't have to tell us that.
I don't blame the chief for not going to bat for me. His hands were tied. Apparently that goes for everybody on the force.
Yes, I know.
I don't know who the Mr. Big is who's running the show in this town, but... Well, whoever he is, there's one set of hands he can't tie. The FBI.
That's right. But where's our angle in the case, Donovan? There has to be one, or we can't touch it.
Well, those goods were part of an interstate shipment.
Where's your evidence?
Well, the river is the state line, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, the rest of the gang got away in the boat the other night, and they headed for the other side of the river.
But you don't know for sure that the boat went all the way.
No.
It could have turned and cut back to this side at a point farther up or downstream.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I guess I was just a little overeager to get you boys into the picture.
Well, we may get into it yet. But until there's a definite federal violation, I'd suggest you keep your eyes open for anything on Mike Haynes. Watch where he goes, who his pals are. Maybe you'll stumble onto something.
Yeah, something Mr. Big can't cover up.
Yeah. It might be pretty risky business for you.
I'll get on Haynes' trail starting tonight.
Busy, Sam?
No. Come on in.
Yeah, got me sprung, huh?
Yeah. I don't know why, though.
What do you mean?
That was a real stupid play, Mike.
What?
Playing the big shot for that copper. You acted like you had protection sticking out all over you.
Well, that's the deal, ain't it?
No, not for publication, sucker. They're still honest cops, you know.
Well, how was I to know?
The big guy didn't like it. Well, he sprung you this time, but from now on, take it easy.
Something's got to be done about that cop.
Why?
He's been tailing me ever since I was sprung. I go in for a beer, and he comes in for a beer. I go in the bowling alley, and he comes in. I go home, and he walks by the house.
Well, he hasn't tailed you across the river any time, has he?
How could he? That's out of bounds for him. Well, the guy's driving me crazy.
Maybe that's what he wants to do.
Huh?
Figures you'll get too jumpy sometime and make the wrong kind of move.
Oh, not me, Sam.
We're not going to take a chance on that.
What do you mean?
You want to get that copper off your neck?
Sure.
And here's what you do. Tomorrow, as soon as you know...
Can I see you a minute, Mr. Craig?
Oh, come ahead, Donovan. Any evidence on a federal violation yet?
No, but I've got a pretty good idea how they operate now. They've got a legitimate front here in River City.
What kind?
It's a small river freight business. They don't do much. I watched it for 3 days.
But he gives them a front just the same.
Yeah, and licensed to operate any kind of boat they want to anywhere on the river.
Mm-hmm. Who's the company?
It's Sam West, an ex-rum runner, but I'm pretty sure he's not Mr. Big.
Where do they keep the stolen stuff?
Across the river.
You have proof?
Well, I can prove that they go across the river.
How do you know?
I watched them with glasses last night in the moonlight.
Oh?
It was clear, you see, and I could follow the boat all the way across to the pier line on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And then it turned upstream, and I lost it in the shadows.
Were they carrying stolen merchandise?
Well, I couldn't swear that, but... Well, at least we know 2 facts now. They steal merchandise, and they operate across the river.
I'm going to send the Bureau headquarters a report on this, Donovan. But I'm afraid we can't move in yet.
Okay, but I'll make you a bet, Craig.
What's that?
Before I finish my war of nerves against Mike Haynes, you'll have something to move in on.
Well, don't stick your neck out too far. River City needs it.
What are you drinking, mister?
Well, maybe I'm not drinking.
That's about all you can do in here.
The sign outside says, bar and grill.
Okay. How'd you like some nice grilled salami on graham crackers? That's what we got left.
Thanks.
You looking for somebody?
Yeah, I thought I saw a fella come in here just ahead of me.
I guess I never seen him.
Uh-huh. You got a back door?
Yeah, it's out back.
Thanks again.
Looking for somebody, copper?
Yeah.
Mike Haynes?
That's right.
He's right behind you. There you are, Mike. Now the guy don't bother you.
We'll return to this FBI file in just a moment.
In the meantime, since it's still only a few hours past Valentine's Day, let's consider a subject that's very close to every man's heart and every woman's. This week at the Equitable Society, one of the representatives told me about a unique valentine which he helped prepare. The giver of this valentine was a young man who came home from the Navy just 3 months ago to marry his childhood sweetheart. It seems that this newly wedded husband made up a giant valentine complete with cupids, forget-me-nots, and all the customary fixings. And in the center of it all was a brand new life insurance policy in the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Well, when you come to think of it, what better proof of his love can a husband give his wife than to provide her with the security of life insurance? You see, here in the Equitable Society, we're not just guardians of the dollars and cents sent in by our members. We're guardians of human hopes and human happiness. Our job is to keep home fires burning and to give boys and girls wider opportunities for education and advancement. Our mission is to help banish fear from the hearts of men, to save widows and elderly people from the humiliations of poverty, charity, and dependence. So is it any wonder that we of the Equitable Society are proud to call ourselves life insurance men and life insurance women, and that we're equally proud to say that this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States has been building security for you, your home, and your country. And now back to the FBI file, The Corrupt City.
Every day and night, 24 hours around the clock, your law enforcement officers risk their lives to keep their covenant with you, to protect your lives and property, and to uphold the sanctity of your laws. And many of them risk their lives in keeping that faith. It is nearly noon now, the second day after Officer Donovan walked into the trap set for him by Mike Haynes of the River Gang. Agent in Charge Craig of the River City office of the FBI is sitting at his desk with Special Agent Tom Farrell.
I'll take it, Tom.
Okay.
Craig speaking. Oh, hello, Chief. What? Yeah, I was afraid of something like that. Where? Uh-huh. I see. Well, I guess that puts it up to us now, Chief. And we're moving in on the case right away. Thank you, sir. And we'll keep in touch with you. Right.
Trouble?
Yes, that young policeman, Donovan.
What about him?
A farmer on the other side of the river found him in a ravine this morning. 5 slugs in him, but he's still alive. He had to be kidnapped.
Okay, what's our first move?
Not much doubt about whose work it is.
Want to round up the gang now?
No, we've got to get the proof first. And we'd better start on that stolen goods angle. That might lead us to Mr. Big himself.
Mr. Big could be that councilman.
Why?
He made the chief break Donovan, didn't he?
Proving what?
Well, in his memo, he referred to evidence furnished by a certain reliable authority. But he could be that certain authority, you know.
Yes, it's possible.
The chief of police might be mixed up with him.
Oh, I doubt that. I'll bet my last cent the chief is honest. Chiefs of police are clean, Tom. They've got to be to get that far. Sometimes they've got to take a dirty order and like it, and ask no questions in order to do a bigger job.
Well, where do we start on this case?
Well, let's watch their boats first, and see if they'll lead us to a cache somewhere on the other side of the river.
Okay.
And then we'll figure out a way to get Mr. Big.
Hi, Mr. Adams.
Come in, Sam.
You want to see me?
Yes.
Okay, what's on your mind?
That policeman.
Who are you talking about?
Donovan.
Oh. Okay, so he was getting too nosy, so we got rid of him.
Did I tell you to?
I take protection from you, Adams, not orders.
Really?
Now, what are you squawking about Donovan for? He might have found his way all the way up to you, you know.
I could have handled that.
Are you kidding? It goes to the papers then, and you can't handle them. You may be the party boss, councilman, and run everything in this town, but you can't...
Shut up. Now listen to me.
Okay.
You know what you've done by kidnapping Donovan? Shooting him, dumping him across the state line?
What?
That's not a local police case. That belongs to the FBI.
Huh?
You heard me.
All right, but that ain't my worry. Protection's still your job, Adams.
You can't fix the FBI.
So, what are you going to do?
I'm going to give the orders from now on, or pull out. You and the boys lay low for a few days. No more jobs until I tell you. Understand?
Put a head on that for you, mister?
No, thanks. No, it goes better with the music when it's flat.
A comedian.
Tom?
Yeah?
Mike Haynes down the bar a ways.
Yeah. Wish we could take him in now.
Don't worry, we'll get him. Looks like he's about ready to shove off. I imagine he'll head for home.
Well, we've been watching them 3 days now. They haven't moved a boat.
Yeah, they must have gotten orders to lay off for a while.
Yeah.
Come on. Let's get back to the office and plan our next course of action.
What about Haynes?
Let him get home by himself. We've got more important work to do right now.
Sam.
Yeah?
I got a hot tip on something big, Sam.
Big like what?
Big like a big pile of dough.
Oh, the boss said to lay off.
Hey, he likes the cut he gets, don't he?
Well, sure, but
Then he'll drop his teeth when he hears about this.
What do you got?
Big shipment of nylon.
No kidding.
Yeah, and at present prices, we ought to split $100,000.
Oh, where is it?
It's on Pier 42, waiting for us.
Well, let me get Adams on the phone.
No, leave him out of it. We'll do it now and tell him afterwards.
Suits me.
It is nearly midnight on the river now, and a ferry boat crossing far upstream seems to be the only sign of life on the surface of the water. But 3 hours ago, shortly after dark, 4 small boats put out from the River City shore, deployed, and took up assigned positions. 3 are now hidden in the shadows at widely separated points along the pier line on the far side of the river. The 4th, on this side, is hidden among the pilings under Pier 42. A man speaks into a portable radio transmitter.
Hello? Hello? Agent in charge, Craig. Boat number 1. Report, please. Over.
Boat number 2 reporting, standing by. Boat number 3 reporting, standing by. Boat number 4 reporting, standing by.
I don't know how much longer we'll have to wait, men. Maybe the plan's not going to work at all, but we'll stick it out.
It's got to work, Craig.
Haynes fell for the tip anyway, I know. Agreed to cut me in.
Maybe Sam West or Mr. Big put the nix on it.
Time will tell. And it looks like time's beginning to tell a sad story, so I guess we'd
Craig,
better...
listen. Motorboat.
Yeah.
Making this way, too.
Let's not give the boys a false alarm until we're sure it's the boat we're looking for.
That's it, all right. It's cutting in this way.
Yeah. Hello? Hello? Craig speaking. I think we're in. There's a boat heading in for this pier. Keep radio silence and stand by. Hello? Hello? Boat number 2. Come in.
Boat number 2 reporting.
They've loaded and pulled away. Headed across the river for your position.
Hello, boat number 2 reporting. They've turned upstream and headed your way, number 3. Over.
Boat number 3 reporting. They've passed my position and continuing upstream toward your position, number 4. Over.
Had time to pass number 4 by now, Craig. What's happened, I wonder?
Maybe we'll hear something in a minute.
Don't want anything to go wrong now, just
Hello, number 4 reporting. They've just put in under a warehouse 50 yards from my position.
Good.
What are your orders, Craig? Over.
Stand by number 4 until we all reach your position. Then we'll move in. Number 2 and 3, let's go.
All right, boys. You can set those cases down right there. Put yours up on the table here, Mike.
Okay.
Break her open and let's see what we got.
Right.
Adams is going to be real sorry he passed this one up.
Yeah.
This ought to be worth $100,000. It's all for us.
I wouldn't be too sure of that.
Huh?
Adams.
Tried to pull one without me, didn't you?
So?
You pulled this job against my orders. So from now on, we never heard of each other. Understand?
I hear you.
And if you don't clear out of this county and stay out, I'll have you slammed in jail so far it'll take you 40 years to walk to the front gate.
That's enough, Adams.
Put down that gun.
Oh, no.
I said put down that gun.
No dice. Not until I...
Drop that gun, Wes. What? We're special agents of the FBI. You're all under arrest.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Save it, Adams. You're in this, too.
Now, just a minute. I'd like to explain.
Explain it to the people of River City. The people who trusted you. They'll want to hear it all, I'm sure. Put the handcuffs on them, men.
Right.
And by the way, I think you all should know that Donovan is recovering rapidly and will be happy to testify at your trial.
The vicious political influence of John Adams and his accomplices was broken up by their trial and conviction in a federal court. They were sentenced to long terms in a penitentiary. The significance of tonight's case can be best illustrated by a quote from an article written by J. Edgar Hoover, director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, in this month's American magazine. In this article, Mr. Hoover stated,
"A great menace to successful law enforcement is the crooked politician or policeman who places the pork barrel above the welfare of society. These politicians either corrupt policemen or destroy their morale. I must say here and now that if we are to stem the rise of crime, we must take police and sheriffs, the first line of defense against terrorism, out of the hands of venal politicians. The police department must be placed, like so many municipal fire departments and school systems, in the control of a nonpartisan commission. It may be a hard job, particularly when a powerful political machine exists in a city, but it can be done if every decent citizen puts pressure on his local lawmakers."
Before we tell you about next week's thrilling case from the files of your FBI, a word about a man worth knowing. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for the financial security of life insurance. In the past 86 years, the Equitable Life Assurance Society has weathered 4 wars and 7 major depressions. During that time, over $5.5 billion have been paid to policyholders and beneficiaries. This tower of strength, security, and stability is represented in your community by a man whom hundreds of your fellow citizens know as their good friend, the Equitable Society representative, who, like your FBI, is dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, revealing for the first time the inside story of South American espionage, the Pan-American Patriots.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The role of J. Edgar Hoover was impersonated. However, all other names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time, for This is Your FBI.
Friday nights, there are great programs on ABC. For a laughing good time, listen to The Alan Young Show with guest star Vera Vague, which follows next. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. In these programs, you may have noticed that we of the Equitable Life Assurance Society usually speak of the men and women who own equitable life insurance policies as members of the society. In calling them members, we're being strictly accurate. For when you purchase life insurance from the Equitable Society, you really are joining a society. Your policy is your certificate of membership in a great cooperative enterprise which is run solely for the benefit of its members. Get to know the Equitable Society representative in your community. He is the never-failing source of all those benefits which accrue to members and those who are to become members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Pan American Patriot.
During the past few months following VJ Day, many pages of your FBI's secret war diary have been made public. Pages which tell the thrilling story of your FBI's victory over Axis agents here at home. But until now, the seal on a certain other chapter has remained unbroken. A chapter which might be entitled Foreign Operations. Tonight, we shall break that seal and bring you for the first time a story of your FBI's foreign operations in South America. Among the most vital points along America's line of communications and supply to the Mediterranean and Middle East during the war were certain ports and relay bases in South America. But in the fall of 1942, information on operations at these points was still getting through to Berlin by secret Nazi radio transmitters. Here was a job for your FBI. And this particular story opens on a certain night in the capital city of a certain South American country, friendly to America, but not yet at war with the Axis. Easily the most striking couple on the dance floor of the famous Casa Managua nightclub this night is the very attractive blonde young girl, American or perhaps English, and the tall, handsome young South American, who, at this moment, suddenly presses the girl closer to him.
Raphael, if you don't mind, you're crushing my corsage.
Forget your corsage, my dear Vera. I'll get you a dozen more, 1,000 more.
Then you can enter me as a float in the flower carnival.
Darling, Can't you be serious for just one moment?
No, I'm allergic to it.
Vera, for the millionth time. Will you marry me?
No.
Oh, why not?
Because, for one thing, you're a slave to that old shipping company.
Well, then I'll give it up and be your slave, your humble, groveling, devoted slave for the rest of my life.
I wouldn't have that on a bed. Raphael, I'm going out on the terrace for some fresh air. And if you will put your hands in your pockets now and leave them there, you may come with me.
What a girl. What a girl. Go ahead, darling.
Thanks. May I have a cigarette?
Sorry. My hands are imprisoned in my pockets.
Oh, I'll grant them a temporary parole.
Good. Here you are.
Thank you.
And a light?
The moon is lovely.
Yes.
Do you know the lines, yon rising moon that looks for us again? How oft hereafter will she wax and wane? How oft hereafter, rising, look for us through this same garden, and for one in vain.
Oh, that's beautiful.
You see, I do have my serious moments.
Oh, darling.
Raphael, look behind you.
Das hast du gut gemacht, Müller. Jetzt tragen weg.
Jawohl, Abuna.
In a house in another part of the city, Special Agents James Phillips and Stanley Douglas of the FBI, working by permission of and in cooperation with the Director of National Police, have established a shortwave radio receiver for the purpose of locating and monitoring the illegal Nazi transmitter known to be operating somewhere in or near the city. 3 days ago, they had just picked up the transmitter for the first time when suddenly it stopped sending. It is now 2 nights after the incident at the Casa Managua. Douglas at the receiver keeps a listening vigil with the headphones.
Still dead air, Stan?
Yeah, not a peep.
Well, maybe they've been changing the location of the transmitter.
Shouldn't take them 3 days to do that, Jim.
Maybe they've also been waiting to get hold of important information.
Like what?
That I wouldn't know. But when they do start sending again, we'll know what they're talking about.
What do you mean?
The police arrested a Nazi agent this afternoon, and when he was confronted with the ironclad case built up against him, he told all he knew.
Oh.
Here's the whole breakdown on the code the Germans are using.
Hey, what a break.
Yes. Want me to relieve you a while there?
Yeah, I'd like to stretch my legs and get some coffee if you don't mind.
Right. Is the antenna angled in the direction we picked them up before?
Yeah, it is now. I've been all around with it, but I have... Hey, wait. Wait a minute.
Got something?
Yeah, I think so. It's awfully faint, and it may not be them.
See if you can bring it up with the antenna.
That does it all right. Jim, it's them. That's their call signal.
Good. You spell out the message. I'll take it down and decode it.
Right.
Come in, Senor Phillips.
Thank you, sir.
Have you picked up something?
Yes, and thanks to your men getting that code, we know what that something is.
Yes?
German agents have just transmitted to Berlin some very important information on American ship movements and cargo going out of this port.
Shipping information?
Yes, sir.
I see. And there could be a connection between the two.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Senor Phillips, not an hour ago we received a report here at headquarters that Rafael Corinto is missing. He's missing 2 days now.
Rafael Corinto?
Si. He's connected with one of the Allied shipping firms here.
Oh.
And he would have access to information on all shipping that enters or leaves this port.
Then I should say there could be a connection.
What is your suggestion?
I have an idea that if we find that German transmitter, we'll find Corinto, too.
But finding the transmitter, that is the problem.
A problem that my partner may have solved by now.
How?
Once a transmitter has been picked up, its position can be determined with mathematical precision. I'll get back over to our house, and as soon as my partner has the answer, I'll contact you, sir.
Corinto kommt zu sich, Herr Brunner.
Na, helfen doch ein bisschen nach.
Aha. Gern. So.
Ja, genug, Miller. You are sufficiently awake, Herr Corinto?
Who are you?
One of your hosts.
Where am I?
That is not important.
What? What happened to me?
It's quite obvious, isn't it?
You're Germans.
That's right.
Nazis.
Correct again, sir. And in the name of our Führer, I thank you for having rendered us a great service.
What do you mean?
You have given us much valuable shipping information, which is now in the hands of our intelligence in Berlin.
No. I don't believe you.
Oh, you didn't give it willingly. After 2 days, we had to resort to giving you the drug scopolamine.
2 days? I have been here 2 days?
Yes.
Well, what about the girl who was with me? What have you done with her? Well, answer me. Where is Vera? Oh, darling. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine, thank you.
Thank heavens.
What shall we do with him, Fräulein?
Just let him stay here.
Fräulein. Vera. He called you Fräulein.
That's right.
But why should he
These
call...
men work for me.
Vera.
You see, Raphael, as I said on the terrace the other night, I do have my serious side, too.
Mr. Solano, I think we have some good news for you.
You have found the German radio transmitter?
My partner here, Mr. Douglas, has determined its location on this map.
Good. Where is it?
Show him, Stan.
Right. I've checked my own calculations 3 times, Mr. Solano, and I'm pretty sure this is right.
Show me, please.
I'd swear the transmitter is located within this tiny circle I've drawn at this point.
In the mountains.
About 10 miles airline, west of the city.
Mr. Solano, are there any houses or vacation resort buildings around there?
Let me think. There is one small lodge hidden in a strip of woods and overlooking the valley below.
That must be the place, Jim.
What do you wish me to do now, Senor Phillips?
You have authority to arrest anyone operating an unlicensed radio transmitter.
That is right.
And Rafael Corinto is missing. And if he was abducted, whether by German agents or anyone else...
That is a crime.
Yes, and time is precious. They may decide to move the transmitter again any moment. And our work would have to be done over again.
Then we shall leave immediately. Pablo, diga al Capitán Otero que tenga pronto sus hombres. Tenemos que irnos en 5 minutos.
Brenner,
Yes, Fräulein.
is the transmitter dismantled and ready to go?
In a few more minutes.
Good.
I don't understand why we are moving. Only just established ourselves here.
We can't take the chance of having our position located.
But moving so often is a risk, too.
Brenner, let me handle things, please.
Very well. What shall we do with your friend?
I'm seeing him now. Let me know when the transmitter's in the car.
Right.
How are you, Raphael?
What do you want?
Oh, I've just come in to say goodbye.
Don't talk to me.
Darling. No pouting, please.
Leave me alone.
That sounds like the voice of frustrated love.
It's the voice of something that you wouldn't understand.
Really?
You've made me betray the friends of my country. A Nazi would not understand that.
Oh, Raphael, you are so delightful. I really hate to leave you.
Please go away.
Not until I've made our parting final. Sorry, Raphael.
The car's ready, Fräulein.
Oh, thank you, Brenner. It's a lovely day for a drive.
Tonight's portrayal of your FBI's efforts to protect American security will reopen in just a moment. Meanwhile, let's consider 2 qualities which have been fundamental to American security since our nation's birth: thrift and self-reliance. This week at the Equitable Society, we were talking of a young Virginian who landed his first important job when he was only 16 years old. In the year 1748, he became a surveyor in the backwoods of his native state. Within 1 year, he'd saved enough money to purchase 456 acres of land. The name of this thrifty, self-reliant young man was, of course, George Washington. And from his day to ours, good Americans have followed his example. And their thrift and self-reliance have helped America grow from 13 small colonies to the most powerful and productive country on the face of the earth. For the last 86 years of that period of national growth, millions of Americans who agree with Washington that thrift and self-reliance are good qualities have joined the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Yes, every policy we write in the Equitable Society is someone's declaration of independence. By taking out that policy of his own free will, its owner declares that he believes in personal independence, believes in taking care of himself. He declares that he doesn't want to be coddled or regimented, that he's not interested in paternalism or handouts. And here and now, let me say that we of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States consider ourselves privileged to be associated with men and women who feel and act that way. And we're proud that this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country. And now back to the FBI file, The Pan American Patriot.
Agents of an enemy country differ from the average professional criminal in their objectives only. Both employ the same general methods in achieving them: treachery, cunning, deception, surprise, violence. And both leave traces of their crimes, traces which eventually make a trail leading the forces of justice to them. It was barely 10 minutes after the girl Vera, the leader of the ring of German agents in the South American capital, shot Rafael Corinto, that FBI agents Phillips and Douglas, accompanied by the director of national police and a force of men, arrived at the mountain lodge. They have now just entered the deserted quarters.
Well, they've cleared out of here all right, Mr. Solano.
See? By all the signs, Senor Phillips, they seem to have left in a hurry.
Ordinarily, that would indicate they'd received a tip that we were coming.
Oh, there was no time for that.
I know. I guess they simply just decided to move again, and unfortunately for us, they timed it right.
But Corinto, what did they do with him if they... Huh?
Yes, Dan?
In here.
Oh.
Look.
Oh. That answers what they did with Corinto, Mr. Solano.
It was the work of an automatic, Jim. I just picked up this empty cartridge.
Small caliber, too.
Looks like it might have been fired by one of those little pearl handle jobs that women use.
Say, look in this ashtray. Cigarette stuff.
Lipstick on it.
Yes. It's not an American blend of tobacco, anyway.
English?
No. That'd be straight Virginia tobacco. And this one has a Turkish or Egyptian odor.
We can have it analyzed in the laboratory, senor.
Yes, and this cartridge, too.
And the bullet in Corinto's body.
Well, I guess there's nothing more to be done here.
Then I shall have the men take care of Corinto's body, and we'll return to headquarters at once.
If the police should have determined the other location of our transmitter, they will find Corinto's body.
What of it? His body won't tell them where we're going.
But that is murder, Fräulein, and the police may start a general roundup of all suspected German agents.
Is the risk of our job too great for you, Brenner?
It is not that.
Perhaps you would like me to send you back to Germany to fight.
What are your plans, Fräulein?
Your orders are to set up the transmitter when we've arrived at the new location.
Yes.
I'm returning to the city to the Hotel Esplanade tonight. You are to report to me there at noon tomorrow.
Very well.
Corinto has helped us to achieve one objective. Now we must move on to another. I must make a new contact, Brenner. I wonder what he'll be like.
Stan?
Oh, hello, Jim.
Get the ballistic report from Solano's office yet?
Yep, I just phoned it over. 25 caliber automatic, American make.
And I think I've got a lead on the girl who fired it.
What?
I've been tracking down the source of that Egyptian cigarette.
Oh?
Only one tobacco shop in the city imports them. And he has only 2 customers for them.
Well?
One customer is an attaché of the British Embassy who spent some years in Cairo.
Well, that eliminates that one.
And the other is an attractive young girl, a Miss Vera Morgan.
Who's she?
Well, the tobacconist thinks she might be American or English. But I'm going to find out if she's German.
How?
She lives at the Hotel Espionage.
Oh.
You think I'll look all right in swimming trunks, Stan?
What do you mean?
According to the assistant manager of the hotel, Miss Morgan usually takes a dip in the hotel pool every afternoon about 4 o'clock. And it's 4:45 now. So long, Stan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not. I planned it this way.
I beg your pardon.
I misjudged your last 2 dives, and you didn't bump into me.
Oh, so you deliberately plotted this collision.
Do you mind?
No.
Well, shall we sit down here and talk, or isn't that being done in 20 feet of water?
I'll race you to the side.
Right.
Oh. No good. It was a tie.
Well, may I help you up?
No, thanks. I can make it.
Now, what time are we having dinner this evening?
Oh, did you say your name was Swift?
No, it's Jim Phillips. Who are you?
Don't tell me you haven't already found out.
I'd rather hear you say it.
All right. Born in Connecticut. My parents moved to Paris when I was 4, to South America when I was 18. My mother is dead. My father's in France and can't get home. Now, how does your biography go?
Born in Cleveland. Went to engineering school. Came the war, and here I am working in South America and looking into a pair of the most exciting blue-gray eyes in the world. And how am I doing?
An engineer. How fascinating. If I'd been a man, that's what I would have been.
Personally, I'm glad you turned out this way.
Working in the mines down there?
No, doing a little stuff for Uncle Sam. They call it hush-hush, you know.
Oh, sorry.
You haven't answered my question. What time are we having dinner?
Why don't you call for me about 8:30?
It's a date. Well, I guess I just wasn't cut out for the job of tackling a Mata Hari, Stan.
Must be pleasant work, though.
It's 2 weeks I've been working on that girl now. Lunching, swimming, and dining, and dancing, and driving. I haven't tripped her up once.
How about you?
What do you mean?
You told her you were an engineer down here on a hush-hush job. What's she done about that? Questioning you, I mean.
She's been pretty neat about it. Nothing obvious enough to incriminate herself yet.
Well, maybe I've got some incriminating information.
What?
Solano's office called me just before you walked in.
Oh?
They found out where Corinto was the night he was abducted.
Yeah? Where?
Casa Managua. And he went there with Vera Morgan. And that was the last time Corinto was seen alive. Maybe we ought to go over there tonight and have a little look around and see what's what. Or have you got a date?
Tentatively, but... Oh, excuse me. Hello? Oh, hello, Vera. Yes. Why, yes, of course. Oh, I'd love to, you know that. Where? Where? Yes. Yes, I'll join you there. Bye. Well, I've got a date now, Stan. Yeah? She's giving a little dinner party for me tonight at the Casa Managua.
You danced beautifully, Jim.
Thanks for letting me hold you in my arms again, darling.
I wanted to get away from those stuffy people.
I know.
Jim,
Yes, dear?
I'd like to go out on the terrace and get some fresh air.
Wonderful idea. Let's go. After you, dear.
Thank you. May I have a cigarette?
Here you are.
Thanks.
Here's a light.
Oh, the moon is lovely. Do you know the lines, yon rising moon that looks for us again? How oft hereafter will she wax and wane? How oft hereafter rising look for us through this same garden, and for one in vain? You see, Jim, I do have my serious side.
And I have my serious side, too, darling.
Jim, look out!
Don't worry, we already have.
What?
Drop that gun. Stay where you are.
What's going on?
You're all under arrest.
I'm afraid that means you, too, Vera.
Well, what do you mean?
We searched your suite, senorita, after you left to come here tonight. We have found the pistol with which you killed Rafael Corinto. You will come with us now.
Jim, what is all this?
Well, Vera, it's like I said a moment ago. I, too, have my serious side. As a special agent of the FBI.
Vera Morgan and her Nazi accomplice were tried and convicted by the local authorities for the murder of Rafael Corinto. You have just heard for the first time a page from your FBI's secret war diary of foreign operations. While your FBI humanly takes pride in the success of its work against enemy agents abroad as well as at home during the war, this story was presented solely for the purpose of reporting to those whom the FBI serves. You, the citizens of America. Of reporting that your FBI has duly carried out its single obligation to protect the lives and property and welfare of your country, wherever flies the American flag.
Before you hear about next week's thrilling case from the files of your FBI, the Equitable Life Assurance Society wants to tell you about a citizen of whom your community can well be proud. Just as you look to the FBI for national security, you look to the Equitable Society representative in your community for the financial security of life insurance. He is a man ready to serve you in the same spirit in which throughout 86 years, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States has always served its members. Like your FBI, your Equitable Society representative is dedicated to the security of you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Castaway Killer.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
Friday nights, there are great programs on ABC. Maybe Washington never told a fib, but listen now for Frank Morgan on The Alan Young Show. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Tonight's file, which will open in just a moment, concerns, as all FBI activities concern, the future of America. Here at the Equitable Life Assurance Society, we also deal in futures. Yours, ours, the country's. The future is our business. And that is why, for 86 years, our constant endeavor has been and is to keep the Equitable Society up to date, well-informed, active, and progressive. That is why, when life insurance problems arise, your Equitable Life Insurance Society representative is a man worth knowing. A man whose business in life is building security through life insurance for you, your home, and your country. Tonight's FBI file, The Castaway Killer.
By far, the vast majority of our foreign-born population are good, conscientious American citizens, to whom the ideals of our way of living and the laws which govern it are as sacred as they are to any native-born citizen. But a small minority of our foreign-born are a part of the criminal element of our society. And from time to time, some of these, upon conviction, are ordered deported to their native land. However, as in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, this is not always the end of the story. Shortly after dawn one morning, the fleet of fishing trawlers off the coast of Maine made their last haul. And now, with a full catch, they're preparing to return to their home cove. Captain Brewster, the skipper of the Anna Girl, bellows to his first mate.
Let's be underway, Mr. Walpole.
Aye, sir.
Well, don't stand there glued to those glasses. There's a blow on the way. Personally, I'd like to run in ahead of it.
I think I see something, sir.
Now, don't tell me it's periscope, because the war's over.
I'm not sure what it is, sir. You have a look.
Where is it?
Far out off the starboard bow, bobbing in the water, sir.
Let's see. I don't see any...
But I'm positive, sir, there's something.
Wait a minute. You're right, Mr. Walpole. Lower a boat.
What is it, sir?
It's a man. We'd better get to him.
Aye, sir.
Man boat number 1, make ready to lower away.
Now, just take it easy, mister. You're going to be all right. Just take another swallow of this. Okay. Now, that's fine.
Who are you?
I'm Captain Brewster, skipper of the Anna Girl. She's a fishing trawler.
Oh.
We picked you up just after dawn this morning.
Where am I now?
You're at my house. I brought you ashore.
Uh-huh.
What happened to you?
Well, close as I could remember, I was on the fourth watch. We had heavy going. I went forward to batten down number 1. Bow took a dive. Well, here I am.
What was your ship? Name on your life belt is too dim to make out.
The Oriole. Cargo. 8,000 tonner out of New York.
What company?
North Star. Why?
I won't send a report.
I'll take care of that.
You'll be in the blankets for 2 or 3 days.
Look, Captain, you like a joke?
Oh, as well as the next one. Why?
I owe the bosun $50, and I'd like to let him worry those 2 or 3 days. Okay?
Sure.
I thought you'd understand, Captain. Thank you, sir.
John,
Come in, Anna.
how is he?
Well, he seems to be coming along fine. I don't think I know your name, mister.
It's Butler. Joe Butler.
Well, this here's my wife, Anna.
I'm pleased to meet you.
How are you?
Think you're up to eating something, Mr. Butler?
Well, I guess maybe I could.
Oh, fine.
Look, I don't want to put you in any trouble, though.
Nonsense.
Now, Butler, Anna just love to have someone around to fuss over.
Sure.
You're going to be around here for a while, so you just plain make yourself to home.
That same day, in the Boston office of the FBI, Agent in Charge Lanham is reading a radio message as Special Agent Wiley enters.
Wiley,
Yes, sir?
I have a report here you might be interested in.
What's it about?
Nick Corona.
Corona? Why, I thought immigration wished him bon voyage and no happy returns yesterday.
They did, but this radio message just came in a while ago from the ship he was aboard, the Oriole.
Yeah?
Corona went over the side sometime during the night.
What?
When they unlocked his cabin to take him to breakfast, he was gone. Evidently got out through the porthole.
Are they sure he went over the side?
He left a note saying he'd rather take a bath than take that kind of a rap.
So, he chose suicide, huh?
I don't think so.
Huh?
Nick Corona liked to live too well.
Yeah, I know.
I believe he went over the side all right, but I believe he stayed on top of the water, too.
You mean he arranged for somebody to pick him up?
No, Corona wasn't that important.
Well, what else then?
If the ship wasn't too far out, he could have used a life belt and counted on being picked up or washed in.
Yeah, but that's a pretty big chance.
Maybe, and maybe I'm entirely wrong, Wiley. But I'm going to have a lot more proof than this message before I'll believe Nick Corona committed suicide.
What's the next move, then?
Radio the captain of the Oriole and get him to try to establish when Corona went over.
Right.
And have him check with the ship's log and find what her position was at that time.
Come in.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have some coffee for you.
Oh, swell.
Yeah, just drink this and tell me what you'd like for breakfast.
Look, I wish you'd quit knocking yourself out over me.
Oh, I'm glad to do it.
You're okay.
How did you sleep, Mr. Butler?
Oh, real good. Real good.
I was afraid I kept you up too late last night, but I just loved hearing you talk.
Oh, look, that's the best thing I do.
All those wonderful places you've been to. Oh, I could have listened all night long.
Oh, now.
No, I mean it. Just to be free. To go wherever you please.
Sounds funny coming from you.
What do you mean?
Well, you're married to a sea captain, ain't you?
I'm married to a fisherman. I've never been further than 100 miles from here in my life. Some more coffee?
No, thanks. Tell me something, will you?
What?
How long you been married?
5 years?
You ever been married before?
No.
He's a lot older than you, ain't he?
Yes. Why did you ask those questions?
I just wanted to know the setup. And now I think I got it.
Well?
You kind of get scared of the calendar, didn't you?
I don't know what you mean.
The boat was sailing, baby. The parade was passing by, so you settled for the guy.
Maybe I did.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
You sold yourself short. You could have done better. Lots better. In fact, sweetheart, you could have...
Anna! I'd better see what he wants.
Yep.
What about your breakfast?
That can wait, Mrs. Brewster.
Call me Anna, please.
Okay.
Anna!
I'll be right there, John.
Wiley,
Yes, sir?
here's a radio message from the Oriole.
What's the word?
Looks like I might be right in my hunch about Nick Corona.
Yeah?
The captain questioned the crew, and one of the men on the fourth watch said he saw somebody standing by the starboard deck rail about 2:30 a.m.
Oh?
Didn't give it another thought, though. Just figured it was a passenger who couldn't sleep.
And did they check the life belts in Corona's cabin?
One of them's missing.
What was the Oriole's position at that time?
6710 west, 4340 north. That's only about 25 miles or so off the coast.
Well, what was she doing in that close?
The captain says they were trying to stay out of the gale.
25 miles is still quite a swim.
Well, there are a lot of fishing fleets in those waters now. But even if Corona missed them, there's a good chance he could make it all the way in anyway. Come on, let's get busy.
What's the move?
Alert the whole New England coast and keep our fingers crossed that Corona doesn't slip through.
Anna? Anna?
I'm right here, Nick.
Oh, I was wondering what happened to you. You said you were going to come in and see me as soon as the captain left.
I know.
Well, I saw his car pull out of here a half hour ago.
Yes.
I guess you finally got sick of hearing me talk. Huh?
Oh, no.
Well, then what goes?
I was listening to the radio a little while ago.
Yeah?
There was a news broadcast on it. Told about a federal prisoner named Corona who was being deported on the ship the Oriole.
Uh-huh.
When that ship was about 25 miles off our coast night before last, this man, Corona, jumped overboard.
Go on.
Nick, that was you, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I knew it.
Well, what are you going to do? Yell for the cops?
No, I know what it's like to be in a jail myself.
Thanks, sweetheart. Did the captain hear this, too?
Not while he was here.
Good.
But I'm afraid he will as soon as he reaches the village.
Well, then, looks like I'd better be getting out of here.
Nick, wait.
Well?
I want to go with you.
Huh?
Take me with you, please.
Now, look, you're letting yourself in for a lot of trouble.
I don't care. I can't stay here any longer.
Well, I guess you know what you're doing.
You will take me.
Yeah. Yeah. But look, we gotta hurry because... Hiya, Captain.
Hello, Mr. Butler.
You been in the village, John?
Yes, Anna.
Well, if you excuse me a minute, I was just telling your missus here. I guess I'll go out and take a little walk.
Just a minute.
Well?
I heard a story up in the village about a man who was being deported. Jumping ship.
Uh-huh.
Not much doubt as to who that man was.
Me, huh?
You're admitting it?
Yes.
Well, before I did anything, I wanted to be sure. I guess you know there's only one thing for me to do, sir.
Call the cops?
That's right.
John, you can't.
Huh?
You can't call the police.
Anna, now you keep out of
He
this.
ain't calling no cops, honey, so get in and start packing.
Now, just a minute. What is this?
I'm pulling out of here.
And I'm going with him, John.
Hannah.
Hurry it up, honey.
Hannah, do you realize what you're doing?
Yes.
This man's a criminal. He's a fugitive from the law. Don't you understand that?
I know all about him.
What's got into
I'll
you?
break this up, will you? We gotta move.
You're not leaving here, either one of you.
Keep away from that phone.
No.
Okay, Pop, you asked for it.
Nick. He ain't breathing.
That's right. Now you can take your time about packing.
The second half of tonight's program, dealing with the eventual downfall of Nick Corona, will open in just a moment. Meanwhile, let me tell you about a man who makes a business of worrying. This week at the Equitable Society, well, I've never known it to fail. Every time I go down to the Equitable Life Assurance Society, something interesting happens to me. Yesterday, as I was passing a group of executives, one of them called, "Come on over here. I've got a man I want you to meet." Well, a big, genial citizen stuck out his hand, and I said, "Gosh, you look so happy you must have had something pleasant just happen to you." Said he, "Happy? Well, I may look happy, but the truth is, I'm a professional worrier. Back in my hometown, I'm known as the town's official worrier for one and all. You see, I'm an Equitable Society life insurance representative, and people have been piling their worries on me for years. People worried about their children's education come to me. Families worried about keeping their home together ask my advice. Men and women worried about taxes, protection for old age, security for the future come to me, and generally, thank goodness, I'm able to say, "Forget your problems, friend. Let me do your worrying for you." That's my job in life. Well, there you have one of the Equitable Society's best assets. A responsible, keen, sympathetic man, trained and able to meet emergencies, and glad to help you solve your problems through life insurance. Multiply this Equitable field man by thousands, and you'll see why the Equitable Society has woven itself into the fabric of everyday life in towns and cities all over the United States. Yes, because Equitable life insurance representatives are professional worriers, proud of their calling, anxious to help, we are able to say that this week and every week for more than 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country. And now back to the FBI file, The Castaway Killer.
Nick Corona's treatment of Captain Brewster proves again that in dealing with criminals, the policy of appeasement does not work. Being kind to a criminal pays no dividends. You merely expose yourself as a potential victim. That is because the basic ingredient of every criminal is greed. Nick Corona had been in trouble with the police before, trouble which led to deportation proceedings. Now, the most recent manifestation of his greed had made him commit another crime. The number one crime, murder. It is an hour or so now after Nick Corona struck down the sea captain in the small fishing village on the Maine coast. In the Boston office of the FBI, Agent in Charge Lanham awaits possible reports after alerting the New England coast.
I'll take it, Wiley. Hello? Yes, all right. Long-distance radio station in Portland.
Radio station?
Wait a minute. Hello? Hello? Yes? What's that? Yes. Yes, I see. Where? I've got it. We'll get on it right away, and thanks for reporting it so promptly. Goodbye.
You got a lead?
Somebody in a little fishing village, Randall's Cove. They heard a news broadcast from Portland about Corona and called the station.
Yeah?
They said a Captain Brewster's fishing trawler picked up a man at sea night before last.
Corona?
Well, they weren't sure since they didn't see him. I'll contact the police up there right away and have them investigate.
Good, and I'll be ready to fly out of here if they nail him.
answer it.
Yeah, go ahead. But whoever it is, get rid of him fast.
All right. Yes?
Good evening, Mrs. Brewster.
Oh, hello, Constable.
The captain at home?
Why, well, no, he's not here now. He might be down to the pier.
Tell you why I'm here. It's about the man they picked up at sea night before last.
Oh. Oh, well, I'm afraid we're all a little too late to do anything about him now, Constable.
What do you mean?
Well, you see, we didn't hear the news broadcast until noon today, telling who the man really was, and, well, he'd already left here
When did he leave?
early this morning.
Did he say where he was going?
We didn't ask him any questions. Didn't have any reason to suspect anything then, of course.
No. Oh. Well, I better be getting along back. Got to report this to the FBI.
Yeah, I'm awful sorry he got away, Constable.
Oh, you couldn't help that. Well, good night, Mrs. Brewster.
Good night.
You handle that beautiful, sweetheart.
Oh, I was awful scared.
It's dark enough now. Let's get out of here.
But, Nick,
Yeah?
what are we going to do about John?
Well, we can't take his body with us.
Yes, I know, but...
Look, they won't pay another visit here before we put a lot of miles behind us.
Where are we going?
You leave that to me, sugar. Let's move.
Maybe this is it.
I hope so. Lanham speaking. All right, put him on.
The constable?
Yes. Hello? Hello, Constable. Yes. Yes. She said he'd already gone, huh?
Uh-oh.
You did what? You went back again later? I see. What was that? Yes. Yes. All right, get me the license number and description of the car and call me back as soon as you can, please. Thanks.
What's up?
Captain Brewster's been murdered. His car's
What?
gone, so's his wife.
Corona.
Definitely.
Where do you think he'd most likely head for?
Not where he's been recently.
Then I guess all we can do is wait for a description of the car and put out an alarm on it.
Yes. In the meantime, get me out the complete file on Corona.
Right.
Maybe if we do a little research, we might pick up a clue as to where he could be heading for.
You come across anything yet?
No. How about you?
I'm covering his career in 1931. I just got down to the part about his rum running days here.
Yeah?
Maybe I'll come across something in it that'll...
Wait a minute. Let me see that record, will you?
Sure. Here you are.
I had several encounters with Mr. Corona in those days. Seems to me there was something... Wait a minute. Yeah. Here it is. Wiley.
Yeah?
Slide that map over here. I've got a hunch where Nick Corona might be headed for.
Well, Anna, how you like the scatter?
It's real nice.
I used to use this cabin years ago when I was running liquor from Canada. It's a good hideout.
Nick,
Yeah?
where do we go next?
Are you kidding? We're going to be holed up here for a long, long time.
Oh, no.
Well, what else?
Well, I thought we'd, well, travel.
Look, sweetheart, I'm what is known in the trade as a very hot character. Right now, I'm wanted for everything up to murder. So we better just sit it up.
Oh, but that isn't how I planned it. All those places you've been to, we should see them together.
I didn't write any contract on that.
Oh, I know,
Oh,
but-
forget it, will you? I've been driving all night. I'm tired.
Please, I've got to talk about this.
What is there to talk about? You asked me to take you away from that fishing village.
I know.
So I did more than that. I got rid of that guy of yours for you, too.
I didn't ask for that. Not the way you did it.
Oh. Trying to cop a plea now, huh? Trying to hang the whole thing on me.
That's not true.
Then let's drop it.
Nick, if you really loved
Huh?
me, you'd...
Love? Did you say love?
Yes.
Well, that's a brand new entry. Where did that come from?
What do you mean?
I think I better straighten you out, baby. This ain't no love deal. You're strictly a convenience.
What?
You're a real good cover. Having a legit like you along made it possible for us to get here.
That's the only reason?
That's the only reason. Oh, no, not that.
What a fool I've been.
Stop it, will you?
I'm getting out of here.
Now, wait a minute.
Please, let me go.
Not a chance, sweetheart. You think I'm going to let you blow a whistle?
Take your hands off me. Turn me loose.
Out.
Let her go, Corona.
Who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI.
Oh, yeah? Well, you ain't going to take me now, are you?
We are taking you, Corona. Now get up. Come along.
Nick Corona's desire to remain in this country was fulfilled by a federal jury who tried and convicted him for the murder of Captain Brewster. He died in the electric chair. As we stated before, the vast majority of our foreign-born population are good, conscientious American citizens, to whom the ideals of our way of living and the laws governing it are as sacred as they are to any native-born citizens. But there are Nick Coronas among our criminal element, too, and it is the duty of your FBI to pursue them as relentlessly as any other criminal who conspires against the laws of the land.
Before telling you about next week's thrilling case from the files of the FBI, a message from the Equitable Society. To the FBI, America looks for national security. And to the Equitable Society, 3.25 million Americans look for the financial security of life insurance. These 3.25 million people actually comprise the Equitable Society. And as members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, they know that the Equitable Society representative in their community is a man worth knowing, a man constantly working for the security of you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Skyway Swindles.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Skyway Swindles, on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Here's an old saying you'll recognize. In union, there is strength. It appears in some form or other in ancient as well as modern literature. But it has special significance for the 3.25 million members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Through union in the Equitable Society, they have created the security of life insurance for themselves and their families, provided education for children, helped make old age secure and comfortable. Remember, too, the premium dollars of Equitable Society members are invested in ways that promote national prosperity. So that by serving its members, the Equitable Life Assurance Society serves America. Tonight's file, the Skyway Swindle.
You can cure an alcoholic, a drug addict, and sometimes you can even cure a golf player. But you'll never cure a flying man. Once he has learned to fly, his heart and soul forever after belong to the sun, wind, and stars. That is why the thousands of young Americans who flew the fighters, bombers, and transports during the war are finding it so hard to reconvert to peacetime pursuits on the ground. They know that America's civilian aviation industry cannot possibly absorb them all, and they are readjusting as best they can. But just let them see an opportunity to fly again, and, well, one young veteran of 30 missions over Tokyo saw such an opportunity recently. And here's what happened. For Bill Renton, Fairview's returned flying hero, the banquets and speeches and dinner parties in his honor were all over 4 weeks ago. And in a way, he was glad, because he wanted to forget all about the war. But life on the ground began to get pretty dull, and was getting no better fast until the phone rang one morning. Bill answered and heard a feminine voice say,
Is this Bill Renton?
Yeah,
The Bill Renton?
that's right.
Well, you don't know me, of course, but you knew my husband very well.
Oh,
He flew in your squadron, Jack Martin.
Jack Martin. Oh, I'll say I knew Jack very well. You say you're his...
I'm his widow, Carol.
Well, and you're right here in Fairview?
I just arrived this morning. I'm at the Central Hotel.
Well, gee, I'd sure like to see you.
Well, I'd love to meet you, too. Jack's mentioned you so often in his letters.
Well, then, hold everything. I'll meet you in the lobby in 10 minutes. Well, I'm certainly glad you thought of calling me, Mrs. Martin.
The name is Carol.
Okay. And I'm Bill.
I guess you can understand how I like to meet and talk to anybody who flew with Jack.
Oh, sure. Jack was a great guy.
He felt the same way about you.
Well, See, look, Carol, it's nearly 12:30. How about our having a bite of lunch together?
Oh, I'd love to.
We could talk about how you happen to be here in Fairview.
Well, how I happen to be here may come walking into the lobby any minute now.
Who's that?
My Uncle George. I'm traveling around with him as sort of a secretary.
Oh?
He represents a group of men in the East who are planning to establish a chain of airports and flying schools over the country.
I see.
And they're going to put one in Fairview. That's why he's here.
Well, there's a man I'd like to meet.
Why?
Well, if there's going to be an airport and flying school around here, I've certainly got to get in on it.
Well, I can certainly see to it you get to talk to Uncle George anyway.
Gee, that's swell. When?
Well, how about
Here at the hotel tomorrow morning?
All right. What time?
10 o'clock?
That's a date. Mr. Sterling.
Yes?
Your niece has already told me that actual operations of the airport and flying school are, well, probably still 6 months away.
About that, I'd say.
But I thought if I got my bid in early enough for a flying job, sir, well,
Brennan?
Yes, sir?
How would you like to start work right away?
Right away?
And how would you like to be head of the flying school?
Well,
And how would you like for it to be called the Renton Flying School?
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Sterling. One thing at a time.
Now, don't misunderstand. This is not a sentimental gesture to a war veteran. Nor is it because you're a friend of my niece's husband. It's strictly business.
Well, I'm afraid I don't understand, sir.
My group could easily finance 100 airports and flying schools, Renton. But we've found by experience that the community is more likely to support a thing if it has some money of its own invested.
Well, that's true, sir.
Therefore, in each case, we're going to put up half the money if the businessmen of the community will subscribe the other half.
Well, that certainly sounds fair enough.
All right. Noon today, I'm to lay the plan before the Fairview Businessmen's Luncheon Club.
I see.
And if I can introduce you and tell them you'll head the flying school, the Renton Flying School...
Well,
Why, those men will subscribe for $50,000 worth of stock before you can wink your eye. Now, is it a deal?
Well, gee, Mr. Sterling, that's awfully flattering.
Nonsense. It's just plain good business for us. Fairview will have an airport and flying school. You'll be in the flying business for the rest of your life.
Just say that last part again, Mr. Sterling.
I say you'll be in the flying business for the rest of your life.
That did it. Where's the contract?
In another part of the state that same morning, Agent in Charge Redding of the FBI field office has just finished reading a teletype from the Washington Bureau.
Well, Tom, nobody can accuse this swindler of laying down on the job of reconversion.
What have you got?
Washington Bulletin to all officers.
Who's wanted?
Man about 50, girl about 26 or 7. Here's all the information on him.
What did you mean about reconversion?
Well, this swindler's working on a post-war angle, promoting airports and flying schools, using a local war hero for bait.
Very smart.
Girl angle's smart, too. She poses as the widow of a former flying mate of a hero. That's how they get him.
I see.
But the swindler wouldn't have gotten away with it, Tom, if the people in the town had been a little bit more careful about checking up on him.
How long ago did he pull the job?
3 weeks ago. He'll probably strike again any time now.
But far away from the last one, eh?
Yes. So let's get ready for him in case he invades our district.
What's your plan?
Notify police chiefs in all towns over 7,500 without an airport. And suggest that they warn their chambers of commerce.
Right.
The girl is using the name of Carol Martin, widow of Lieutenant Jack Martin.
Well?
There had to be such a flyer. Let's check. See if the girl working with the swindler is the real widow.
Okay.
You start on that. I'll get busy alerting police chiefs.
Come in. Well, Uncle George.
Carol?
Bill.
Hello, Carol.
How did the luncheon go?
It was quite successful, Carol. Quite successful.
Oh, your uncle is too modest, Carol. He raised $20,000 for the airport and flying school right on the spot.
Where?
And the other $30,000 will be in his hands before the day is over.
Oh, that's wonderful.
But I can't take the credit for it, Renton. It was your name and their admiration for you that raised the money.
Well,
And now, if you don't mind, Renton, I want to dictate some letters.
Oh, of course. When do you want to see me again?
Check with me in the morning.
Right. Oh, by the way, Mr. Sterling, I think you told me you had optioned the Johnson land south of town for the airport.
That's right.
I thought I'd run out there before dark and have a look at it.
Well, I'd rather you'd wait until morning. We'll drive out together.
Well, all right. Whatever you say, sir. Goodbye, Carol.
So long, Bill.
Bye, Mr. Sterling.
Goodbye. Yes, they seem to be doing all right.
When do we get the rest of the money?
Well, they'll have it here by 5 o'clock.
Good. Then we can make the 6 o'clock train and head for the sea, sand, and sun.
For where?
Florida, darling.
Well, that's not on my list of things to do next.
Look, George, I want a vacation.
Yes, so do I, my dear, but we have other business to tend to first.
Look, I'm withering up inside these widow's weeds. I want to dance and swim and roll over on the sand and watch the beautiful brutes go by for a while.
Won't you ever get men off your mind?
Sure, when I'm as old as you.
Oh, thank you, my dear. Now, look, be practical about this. If we stick together and finish up our list of prospects, we stand to make plenty. With your half of the take, you can go anywhere in the world and do whatever you want all by yourself.
That's worth waiting for.
Well, Tom, anything happened while I was out?
Yes, I got the information on the widow of Lieutenant Jack Martin.
No.
The girl working with a swindler is faking.
I was pretty sure of that.
The real Carol Martin lives in a little town in Oregon. Hasn't been away from there for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how the swindler and the girl knew about her.
Well, let's go to work on that. Maybe we can get a lead on the pattern of the swindler's operation.
Oh, this teletype from Washington just came in, too.
Follow up on the swindle?
Yeah, he and the girl rigged another town last week. But somebody got suspicious and they made a quick exit.
Where was that?
Shenfield, Kansas.
That's 2 states nearer this way than the first job.
I know.
Have all the notices to the police chiefs gone out?
Well, it's still in the works, but they'll all be alerted before the night's over.
Good. And I hope the swindler does try to pull a job in our district. I guarantee it'll be his last one.
Will you hurry it up, George?
All right. Give me a hand with some of this stuff.
Oh, you're worse than an old woman when it comes to packing. Come on, cram it in. Let's go.
Yeah, what time do we get to Midland?
7 tomorrow night. Where's the money?
Locked up in the other bag.
All 50,000?
Do you wish to count it, my dear?
I just want to get out of here. We've only got 15 minutes to make the train.
Don't answer it.
Whoever it is must have heard us talking.
Go see who it is. But don't let them inside.
Yeah, but suppose... Oh, hello, Bill.
Going somewhere, Captain?
Urgent call, Renton. I've got to go to Chicago for a few days.
Too bad the flying school's not in operation. I could get you there in a real hurry.
Yes, that would be a great help.
But I'm afraid what I'd really do is bail out and leave you two to figure out the gadgets for yourselves.
What's that?
I let you two make a sucker out of me. But you're not going to do the same thing to those men who invested $50,000.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about.
I disobeyed orders, Mr. Sterling. I went out to look over the Johnson land.
But I told you...
I know. You told me you had optioned the land. But you were lying. Johnson says you've never even talked to him.
All right, but I can explain
Then maybe
that.
you can explain something else I found out.
What do you mean?
You said you had made a deal with Northrop to use their trainers in the flying schools. I just called Northrop, and they'd never heard of you.
Now, look here.
Hand over that dough, Sterling.
I'll do nothing of the sort. I tell you...
Give me that money.
Look, Renton, you're in on this too, remember?
I said give me
Put
that...
up your hands, Bill.
What?
And don't turn around. Pick up the bag, George.
Wait a minute. You've already stabbed me in the back, Carol, so maybe you'll shoot me in the back, too. But before you do, I'm gonna...
He was such a sweet boy. Come on, George.
Before telling you about the next exciting development in tonight's FBI file, let's talk for a moment about 2 very important elements in America today: labor and management. This week at the Equitable Society, I was invited to accompany a group insurance serviceman to a conference between labor and management. The purpose of the meeting was to announce to a certain group of employees that their company had taken out group life insurance with the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To start the meeting, the equitable man told the assembled employees about the benefits they would receive under this plan. Insurance on their lives, accident and health insurance, hospitalization and surgical expenses in case of sickness or accident to themselves or their dependents. Then the president of the company told his employees that he considered this group insurance with the Equitable Society one of the best things that had happened to the company since it was founded by his grandfather over 60 years ago. When a veteran shop foreman jumped up and said he could vouch for that because he'd been with the company most of those 60 years, well, I wish you could have heard the storm of applause. I wish you could have seen the expressions on the faces of the employees. And then you'd understand why we of the Equitable Society are proud that group life insurance is an equitable first. It is one of scores of examples of this society's leadership and progressiveness. One of the many reasons why we say that this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country. And now back to the FBI file, The Skyway Swindle.
To put it mildly, it must turn the stomachs of America's returning veterans when they come back home and encounter some of the people for whom they fought, and for whom so many thousands of their buddies gave their lives. People like, to cite only one of many types, people like swindlers such as George Sterling and his accomplice, the girl Carol. Greedy, conscienceless people who scheme day and night against the possessions and human rights of others, even victimizing the very ones who fought to safeguard the country from which they sucked their miserable existence. It must have been 2 hours after Sterling and the girl fled from the hotel in Fairview, leaving their victim, Bill Renton, sprawled on the floor, that the phone rang in the FBI field office some 100 miles away.
I'll take it, Tom.
Okay.
Redding speaking. Oh, hello, Chief. You got our warning, eh? Was that too late? I see. Yes? Yes, go ahead. I'm getting it all right. Uh-huh. All right. Good. We'll get busy right away. Yes, we'll leave here immediately. Thank you, sir.
Something on the swindler?
Yes. That was Chief of Police of Fairview calling.
What happened?
Same pattern. The man and the girl used a war hero for front and skipped town a couple of hours ago with $50,000.
Well.
The kid caught on to the swindle, went to their hotel room. They slugged him and escaped.
Is he dead?
No, thank goodness.
How did they get out of town?
Nobody knows. Come on. We're headed for Fairview. Mr. Renton, I'm agent in charge Redding of the FBI. This is Special Agent Willard.
How do you do?
How's the head?
Well, it's not my head that's bothering me now, Mr. Redding. It's letting those rats get away with $50,000.
I can understand how you feel. But after all, you were only a victim like the rest.
Yes, but it was my name that raised that money.
Let's hope we catch Sterling and the girl before they've spent too much of it.
Well, if we don't, I'll be working for nothing for a long time to come. I'm going to pay back every cent those men put up.
How did they first contact you, Mr. Renton? The swindler and the girl.
Well, she telephoned me from the hotel.
Uh-huh.
Said she was Carol Martin, the widow of Jack Martin, who flew in my same squadron.
Then?
Well, of course, I fell for it and said I'd like to see her. So I met her at the hotel, and when I asked her what she was doing in Fairview, she started telling me about this project that her so-called uncle was working on.
Naturally, that interested you.
Yeah. So I made a date to talk to her uncle about a job.
Uh-huh. Next thing you knew, you were fronting the project, raising money through the Businessmen's Luncheon Club.
How did you know that?
He's done it twice before in the same way.
Did you know Lieutenant Howard Jones?
Jonesy? Why, sure, he flew in the same squadron with me. Why?
He was their first victim.
How about Lieutenant Robert Lansing?
He flew with us, too. Did they get him?
He was their second victim.
Well, it looks like they're going right down the line of fellows in my outfit.
And those of you who live in the smaller towns, anyway.
But how did they know who we were or where we lived?
I've no idea. But we've got to get a roster of your squadron. That's about the surest way we'll have of catching him. You got a list of the men in your outfit?
No, sir, I haven't.
Well, then we better contact the War Department right away. As soon as we get the list, we'll alert all the men on it.
Good.
I've got an idea we're going to get all of that $50,000 back for you.
Well, that'll be plenty okay with me.
Good morning, my dear.
Who's kidding who?
What's the matter?
Look out the window.
It's just snowing a little.
I'll guarantee it isn't snowing down in Florida.
Come on, it's 10 o'clock. We better call our prospect here in Midland.
Okay. What's the sucker's name?
It's marked right there in the magazine article.
Lieutenant Fred Bristol?
That's the guy.
Give me the phone book.
Here you are.
CB. Bristol. Here it is. Yeah. Operator, I want 6087, please. That's right.
That magazine article was really something. I don't know how much the author made out of the glorious record of that squadron, but I feel like sending him a bonus for including a roster of the heroes.
Anytime you send anybody a bonus for anything, Greatheart, I'll buy you a bit. Oh, hello? Is this Fred Bristol? The Fred Bristol?
Well, you don't know me, of course, but you knew my husband very well. He flew in your squadron.
I sure wish that teletype would start sounding off, Tom.
So do I. My hands are pretty well tied until that roster comes in.
The swindlers may have already reached the scene of their next job, too.
Yes. One good thing for us, though, it takes them a couple of days to set the stage and cash in.
Hope it doesn't take us longer than that to
There she goes.
Oh, let's have a look. Following his list of men who served in... This is it. Get Barnes and Kennedy in here.
Okay.
Tell the switchboard operator to keep 6 trunks clear for us. We're going to get on long distance and stay on it until we make a strike.
Right. We'll keep on the alert anyway, Lieutenant. Thanks. That's 6 from me, Redding, and all blanks.
Take 6 more names. Start again.
Okay. Contacted 14 names by long distance. No luck.
We're narrowing the field anyway. Get some more. Keep going.
Right.
Take another batch of names, Barnes. See what you can come up with.
Ready.
Yeah, Tom?
We're in.
Oh, here comes Uncle George now, Fred.
Good. I'm awfully sorry, young man. I was late for our breakfast appointment.
Oh, I'm sure you're quite busy, sir.
So you're Lieutenant Bristol?
Ex-lieutenant.
My niece spoke to me about you yesterday, Bristol. Said you were interested in a connection with the airport and flying school we plan to establish here in Midland.
Yes, sir.
Bristol, how would you like to be head of the flying school?
Head of it?
And how would you like to have it called the Bristol Flying School?
Well, gee,
Now, this is not a sentimental gesture to a war veteran. No, because you were a friend of my niece's husband. It's strictly business.
Pardon me for interrupting, sir.
How's that?
There are 2 gentlemen just coming into the dining room I'd like to have meet you.
Oh, interested in the project, perhaps?
Oh, yes, sir. Well, here they are. Good morning.
Good morning, Bristol.
Mrs. Martin, Mr. Sterling, I'd like you to meet Mr. Redding and Mr. Willard.
How do you do? Won't you join us for a bite of breakfast, gentlemen? Mr. Bristol tells me that you're interested in the airport project, which brings me to Midland.
We're quite interested, Mr. Sterling, but...
Then do sit down, by all means. I should be glad to explain it to you, and perhaps...
Well, that won't be necessary, Mr. Sterling. We're quite well acquainted with it already.
Really, sir?
Yes. You see, Mr. Willard and I are special agents of the FBI.
FBI?
Yes, that's right. And if you are interested in the project that has brought us to Midland, we should be glad to explain it to you.
If I may quote you, sir, that won't be necessary. I'm well acquainted with it already.
George Sterling and his accomplice, Carroll, were tried in a federal court for their cruel swindle. They were both sentenced to long terms in a penitentiary. The swindler, the cheater, is one of the most loathsome species that crawls in the criminal scum of any society. And he is numbered by the thousands. But his whole breed could be wiped out overnight, for he lives solely by preying on the carelessness of his victims. The simple exercise of due caution in dealing with and checking on the stranger with a proposition, this one step alone on the part of each of us could exterminate the swindler.
Next week, the Equitable Society will bring you another exciting and thought-provoking case from the files of your FBI. Before telling you about it, let me remind you that just as you look to your FBI for national security, so to the Equitable Society you look for the financial security of life insurance. Yes, like the FBI agent, the Equitable Society life insurance representative in your community is a specialist on the subject of security. His job is to preserve homes, to help keep children in school, and to make old age a time of happiness and contentment. It's a good job, and one that has won for him the respect and confidence of his fellow citizens, who recognize his contribution to the security of you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Paroled Killer.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Paroled Killer, on This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. you've been listening to these programs, such as the one which will start in a moment, you doubtlessly have often heard someone say, "I'm insured in the Equitable Society." But just what does that much-used word equitable mean? Well, in the big dictionary, its synonyms are reasonable, right, honest, impartial, upright, fair. Pretty good list of pretty good words, isn't it? And we of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States do our best to live up to them. It's because we've worked along these lines for 86 years that the Equitable Society is a part of the life of your community. And whether you know him or not, the Equitable Society representative in your community is a good friend of yours, working through life insurance for the security of you, your home, and your country. Tonight's FBI file, The Paroled Killer.
There is not one of us, with his inborn American sense of fair play, who would deny the essential justice in principle of the parole system. The system under which certain categories of convicts may be conditionally freed from prison before the expiration of their full sentence. But the front pages of our newspapers almost daily bear violent witness to the fact, demonstrated in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, that some convicts are paroled whom, for the sake of society, it would be far wiser to leave behind the bars. Convict number 728056 of a certain state prison has just been ushered into the office of the warden. He is a rather tall, lean, blond young man with smooth, sensitive features. His artistic hands grow restless as he waits for the warden to look up from a sheaf of papers on his desk. Presently, the warden speaks.
Norwood?
Yes, sir?
I guess you're anxious to know the outcome of your appearance before the parole board yesterday.
Yes, sir. As you might well imagine, I spent most of the night wondering.
Did you ever hear of the Second Chance Society?
I think I have, sir.
It's a very worthwhile organization, and with a noble purpose. But I sometimes wish they were better informed on criminology before they exerted pressure on parole boards.
Well, what do you mean, sir?
The board was inclined to deny you parole, Norwood. But a representative of the Second Chance Society interceded in your behalf. Your parole has been granted.
That's fine, sir.
Norwood, I opposed your parole.
Why? My prison record is without a blemish.
That's right. But you didn't become a criminal by chance, nor because of environment or association with evil companions. A man of your intellect can pretty much choose his own way of life.
And can make mistakes, too, Warden.
Well, I earnestly hope you've resolved to go straight. All your instructions for reporting to your parole officer you'll find in this envelope with your other papers.
Thank you, sir.
You have my sincerest and best wishes. It's all up to you, Norwood. This is your second chance. Now make the most of it.
You can rest assured, sir, that I shall.
Carl. Carl. Wake up.
What?
Wake up, I said.
Oh, leave me alone. I'm tired.
Carl, I want to talk to you.
Look, if this is about where I was last night, I had to work, so leave me alone. I don't want no rhubarbs.
I don't want to argue, darling.
Oh, that's a switch.
I have a surprise for you.
Hmm?
Guess who's out of stripes as of yesterday?
Out of the jug?
Yeah.
Who? What are you talking about?
Sweating already.
Answer me, will you? Who's out?
Ray Norwood.
Ray? I thought he had 6 more months to go.
He was paroled.
Look, is this a rib or something?
No.
How do you know he's out?
He called about a half hour ago. He's on his way over here.
He's what?
You want to borrow my hanky, darling? Your lovely low-cut brow is covered with itsy-bitsy beads of perspiration.
Shut up, will you?
It's understandable, of course.
You got a perfect right to be scared. After all, it was your testimony that hung the rap on him.
Shut up, I said.
What are your plans, darling?
Let me think.
Now, what are your plans?
Don't answer the door.
But I told him we'd be here.
Tell him I ain't home.
That'd be childish.
Wait a minute. Come back here.
Oh, no.
Jane.
Hello, darling.
Hello, Ray. Come on in, won't you?
Thank you, sweet. Well, it certainly seems
Here we
like...
are, Ray.
What?
Stay put, I said.
Well, I must say that's hardly a way to greet an old friend.
Cole, put down that gun.
Oh, no.
Well, I think Jean's made an excellent suggestion. Why the gun?
What do you think?
Oh, my dear boy, you have nothing to fear from me. Absolutely nothing.
Are you kidding?
Why, of course not. You evidently imagine that I've come here seeking revenge for your testimony at my trial.
That's right.
No, I hold no grudge for that. From your standpoint, it was simply a matter of self-preservation.
Huh?
Well, one of the reasons I came here was to convince you of that. Oh, now, please, put down that gun.
Do as he says, Cole.
Okay.
That's better. And now you might be interested to know that I've been given a second chance. The warden asked me to make the most of it. So, to please him, let's get busy.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
It's all written down on this piece of paper, Mr. Teller. There you are.
Oh, let me see. You want stacks of 20s and stacks of 10s.
Right. 15 grand worth. You can put it in this bag. Yeah.
But your check, sir. Your check to cover.
This gun looking at you should be cover enough. And if you make one move to step on that alarm pedal, you won't be going home to your wife tonight. Put the stuff in a bag like I told you.
Well, you won't get away with this.
It better not be your fault, bud. Okay. That's a 20s, not a 10s. And get this, too. I'm going to walk out of here normal-like, which means my back will be to you. But that girl standing over there is a better shot than Annie Oakley. So, hold this pose until we're both gone. Okay?
It was about 2 hours later when Special Agents Griffin and Decatur completed their preliminary investigation of the scene of the bank robbery and started driving back to headquarters.
Did you get any leads at all, Fred?
Nobody I talked to saw anything.
What about the bank's special officer on duty?
Well, he was at the side door when it happened, overseeing the transfer of some money from an armored car.
Looks like they picked their time rather cleverly.
Yes. What about the teller?
Well, he gave a pretty sketchy description of the man. Too excited, I guess, for all the details to register.
Could he give you anything on the girl?
No. Just said she was an attractive blonde.
Well, it seems like they just walked in, picked up $15,000, walked calmly out, and disappeared without leaving a trace.
No, they left a trace, all right.
What?
Oh, I've got the note that the bandit handed the teller through the window.
Oh?
It's not much, but he might have left a fingerprint on it. We'll know when we get to the laboratory.
Oh, we're pushing time on this one. Let's step on it.
Just a minute.
Hello, darling.
Hello, Ray. Come on in.
Thank you. Where's Carl?
Out. I don't know where.
Good, I want to talk to you.
What about?
You and Carl.
Well,
How has he been treating you?
let's talk about something pleasant. He'd be back here before I could finish telling you what a dirty, lying, double-crossing, cheating, two-timing...
Well, that's quite convincing. That's just how I feel about him myself.
Hmm? Well, how come the Forgive and Forget Act the other night?
It netted us $15,000, didn't it? You and me?
What are you getting at, this you and me?
A two-way division of the spoils, darling.
Say, you know, I'd like to kiss that parole board for giving you a pass home.
Then it's a bargain?
How we're going to cut Carl out and make it stick.
I planned the bank job, didn't I?
Yeah?
Providing a way to cut Carl out was part of the plan.
I don't get you.
Let's wait for Carl.
Jane? Jane?
I'm right here, Carl.
Oh.
We're both here.
Good. Well, how about getting down to business now?
What business?
Splitting the dough.
Oh, I'm afraid I have a bit of bad news for you concerning that, Carl.
What do you mean?
I'm afraid something happened this afternoon that'll deprive you of any part of the money.
Are you kidding?
No.
What's this plush mouth talking about, Gene?
Just listen, darling.
You have a police record complete with fingerprints, you know, Carl.
So what?
The note you handed the bank teller was written on a piece of paper which you've handled several times. Your prints are on it.
What?
So you see, the police will be looking for you now.
Why, you double
I'm just evening our score, Carl. That's fair, isn't it?
You don't think you're going to get away with it?
Why not?
Well, you were part of the act, too, you know.
I wasn't in the bank.
Yeah, but you were parked a block down the street and drove Gene and me away.
The police can't prove that.
They'll prove plenty when I tell them where to go to look for the money.
You'll tell them?
Sure.
About Gene, too?
Why not? Look, if I take a rap, you're all going to take a rap. I'll yell my head off before I let you get away.
And that, darling, is my good deed for the day.
Before resuming tonight's FBI file, as we shall in just a moment, let me describe another little drama for you. A drama that, while it might be less exciting, nevertheless has a mighty important application to you and your loved ones. This week at the Equitable Society, I happened to walk into the building carrying a heavy suitcase. And suddenly the suitcase seemed to grow lighter in my hand, and a voice said, "Here, let me help carry that with you." Well, it was a friend of mine in the company, an Equitable Society representative who'd taken hold of the handle. "Thanks a lot," I said. "It's a pretty heavy load." "So I noticed," he answered. "That's why I'm helping you out. That's my business." And you know, he was 100% right when he said that. For it is the business of life insurance agents to help people. Help them carry financial burdens and responsibilities. Responsibilities like education for children, security for old age, the problem of keeping a home together. And that's just what the Equitable Society representative in your town stands ready to do for you. He's a man you can go and talk to any time. He's trained in all the uses of life insurance. And you'll find he gets a real satisfaction in helping you use life insurance to make your burdens lighter. Don't be backward about piling your troubles on him. His shoulders are broad. And the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States is strong. Yes, this week and every week for 86 years, the Equitable Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country. And now, back to the FBI file, The Paroled Killer.
In most cases, the parole boards throughout America are composed of conscientious and qualified men and women who perform well the difficult job of deciding whether a convict eligible for parole can safely be returned to society. But far too often, they yield to the pressure of well-meaning but uninformed persons and are forced to parole convicts who are loosed upon society with tragic and criminal results. As witness, 48 hours after convict Raymond Norwood was paroled, he had engineered a $15,000 bank robbery, murdered a man, and was still at large. It is some 30 minutes now after Carl Sterling crumpled to the floor with 2 pistol slugs in his body. Special FBI agents Griffin and Decatur arrive at the apartment.
Better stand to one side, Fred, just in case Sterling resents our visit.
I can't imagine him being dumb enough to sit here and wait to be picked up.
Well, he was dumb enough to leave his calling card at the bank, wasn't he?
Yeah, but... Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
We'd better get the manager to let us in.
Why?
Look at what's oozing through the crack under the door.
Uh-oh.
We don't need a key. The door's open. Come on.
Watch it.
Looks like one of them got the worst of an argument.
Mm-hmm. It's Sterling.
Oh. Is he dead, John?
Yeah.
Well, it's all pretty fresh. We couldn't have missed it by very much.
What's in there, Fred?
Oh, bedroom. A lot of pull-out drawers.
Mm-hmm.
It's her stuff that seems to be missing.
Sure. It would be now.
He doesn't seem to have started any packing at all. Everything of his is in place.
Well, then that's the answer. She wanted to be a widow and with $15,000 initial capital.
Yeah, it looks that way.
We'd better get a wanted notice out on her. See if we can get a line on what kind of car they own, too.
Well, that shouldn't be difficult to arrive at.
Wait a minute, hold it.
What is it?
The little pocketbook automatic.
Oh, her gun.
Could be. 2 shots fired. And that's the number of holes in Sterling, too.
But what's the idea of leaving her gun behind? That's pretty stupid.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe it's too stupid.
Huh?
Maybe, to coin an old phrase, there's a little more here than meets the eye.
Ray,
Yes, darling?
I'm not exactly the 90-mile-an-hour type, but considering our Class B movie exit tonight, don't you think we ought to be driving a little faster?
And have a state trooper arrest us for speeding?
Car's probably hot by now, anyway.
Well, that's true.
So what are we going to do? Keep on modeling it?
No, my pet. I have a much more practical idea.
Like what?
Like this.
Ray! Ray, are you crazy?
Why?
You almost plunged us down that ravine.
But I didn't.
Thanks to the good brakes. But how come you're parking here?
Well, I told you. I have a more practical idea. For me, anyway.
What do you mean?
Those skid marks across the road will look like you swerved over toward the ravine to avoid a crash. Right?
I swear. Oh, but you're driving.
But when they find the car piled up at the bottom of the ravine, I won't be in it.
What are you saying?
I'm saying au revoir, my sweet...
Oh.
And so the villain took the $15,000 and pushed the girl and the car over the cliff.
Oh, Fred, what's the lab say?
The slugs taken from Sterling were fired from that gun you picked up.
Well, that figured.
You're still convinced it was the work of a third person, huh?
Yes. Revenge work, too. Sterling's leaving his prints on that note at the bank wasn't a dumb move on his part. It was meant to be a smart move on the part of somebody else.
To pin the job on him.
That's right.
Couldn't that have been his wife?
No, she would hardly have been that clever and then left her pistol behind as obvious evidence.
Oh, and that's where the third person comes in.
Yes. Somebody who had good reason in his own mind to frame Sterling with a bank job and frame the girl with murder.
Who would that be?
Well, I've been looking over the police information on their background.
Yeah?
Sterling and his wife at one time were more or less stooges for a man named Raymond Norwood.
Oh.
Norwood was sent up a year and a half ago on a robbery charge.
But where's the revenge motive?
Well, Sterling turned state's witness against Norwood.
But how could Norwood get revenge if he's still in prison?
Oh, he was paroled 2 days ago.
Well, then what are we waiting for? Let's find him.
Well, we've got to get some tangible evidence on him first.
Like what?
Well, if we can prove the presence of a third party in all this, the bank job, the murder, and the girl's getaway, I'll take it. Special Agent Griffin speaking. Who? Oh, yes. State Trooper.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. Oh? Yes, I see. Well, what's that location again, please? Yes. Yes, good. Hold everything. We'll be out there right away.
What's up?
State Highway Patrol has just found Sterling's car piled up in the bottom of a ravine.
Well?
I'm afraid the third-person theory is shot to pieces.
How's that?
A girl's body is the only one in the car.
Oh, so she was getting away on her own.
Yes. Well, let's get out there fast. Oh, I agree with you, Fred. Those skid marks back up on the highway make it look like an accident, but then again, maybe it wasn't.
Sticking to the third-party idea, huh?
Well, where do we take a look at the wreck?
Oh, that looks like the heap over there by that state trooper.
Yeah. Oh, officer, do you mind if we have a look? We're special agents of the FBI.
Oh, go right ahead.
Thanks. Fred, throw your light over this way, will you?
Phew, what a mess.
Yeah. Oh, look, there's a traveling bag. Come here.
Yeah.
Lift up the side a little while I pull it out, will you?
Okay.
All right, now. Oh, okay, I got it. That does it. All right, shine your light down here, will you?
What's in there?
Just clothes. Yeah, that's all. No $15,000.
But that still doesn't
I
prove
know, I know. The third party. Well, let's look around a little more. Fred!
Yeah?
Come here.
What'd you find?
The evidence I've been looking for.
What, where?
This is the right front door of the car, isn't it?
That's right.
With the girl sitting next to it, she couldn't very well have been driving the car, could she?
No.
Come on. Next stop, Norwood.
But where?
I think I've got a good idea about that, too.
Can I help you, sir?
Yes, I'm Raymond Norwood. I'm making my initial appearance before the parole officer.
Norwood, did you say?
That's right. I hope I shan't have to wait long.
You won't. Just a minute, Mr. Norwood. Mr. Norwood is here now.
Will you send him in, please?
Come this way, please.
Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I presume you would like first to see my credentials.
On the contrary, Norwood, allow us to present our credentials.
What's this?
We're special agents of the FBI.
But I understood this was the office of the parole officer.
That's why we're here. We knew you had to report here, Norwood, and we wanted to talk to you.
What about?
About the robbery of the City National Bank yesterday, the revenge murder of your former associate Carl Sterling, the accidental death of Mrs. Sterling, which, of course, wasn't accidental at all.
But you have no evidence that I had a hand in any of it?
Norwood, if you had wanted it to appear that Mrs. Sterling was alone in the car, you should have seen to it that her dress wasn't caught in the door on the right side.
Very clever, gentlemen. I'm afraid I shall have to frustrate your plans for taking me.
Oh, no, you don't.
What?
Now, what were you saying about frustrating someone?
I suppose a retraction is in order.
Come on, get up. And this time, Norwood, there'll be no parole.
Raymond Norwood was tried for his murder of his two accomplices, was convicted and returned again to prison. This time, he was executed for his crimes. Now, we would like you to listen to a statement prepared especially for tonight's program by J. Edgar Hoover, Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, on the subject of parole.
Parole is a humanitarian and worthwhile institution designed to aid the wrongdoer who has learned the error of his ways by giving him another chance under supervision. Like all laws, its first objective must be the protection of society. Parole fails unless society benefits. The convenience of the wrongdoer must be subordinate to the safety of society. In far too many instances, parole is unworthy of its name. It is a liability rather than an asset to society when improperly administered. The fact that there are failures in parole, nevertheless, does not mean that the institution of parole is not worthwhile. It has not been adequately tried, except in few instances, notably under the federal parole system and a few states. Those experiments are notable examples of how parole should be applied. Not a day passes that does not find local, county, and state law enforcement officers and special agents of the FBI risking their lives to apprehend some criminal who has been freed by ill-advised parole. It is time that law-abiding citizens demanded and made provisions for adequate parole systems in their respective states.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's thrilling case from the files of the FBI. It will once again demonstrate the accuracy, the speed, and above all, the intelligence with which FBI men work. But now, let me introduce to you another expert in security, the Equitable Society representative in your community. You'll find him just as accurate, just as swift and intelligent in solving the problems of life insurance. Solutions that mean homes kept together, children educated, and old age made comfortable. In your community, the representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States is a man worth knowing, a man who likes his job, a man who is making a great contribution to building security for you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Wasteland Hideout.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The role of J. Edgar Hoover was impersonated. However, all other names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Wasteland Hideout, on This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. We exceedingly regret that due to unforeseen circumstances, Mr. Thomas I. Parkinson, President of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, will not be able to address you on the subject of inflation on tonight's program as has been announced. Mr. Parkinson will, however, speak on this subject over this same network at a later date. If you've been listening regularly to these FBI programs, such as tonight's case, which will open in just a moment, you have heard the word cooperation used a great many times. And that's because it's a key word in the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. 86 years ago, a group of self-reliant men and women cooperated to found the Equitable Society, to assure each member more security than any individual effort could provide. And now, the sound common sense of such an enterprise is revealed once more in the yearly report of the Equitable Society to its members. Just published, this report is so interesting that later on I want to tell you about this book. A book which proves once again that by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. Tonight's FBI file, The Wasteland Hideout.
Far more numerous than the so-called psychopathic killers, and dangerous to more people, are killers of the type dealt with in tonight's case from the files of your FBI. Professional criminals to whom murder is merely another tool of their trade, who kill without cause, real or imagined, solely as a means to an end. They are, indeed, the dealers of sudden death. In a small cabin somewhere deep inside the blackness of the Bitterroot timber country, separating Idaho and Montana, a man sits before a rough table in the yellow glow of a lantern, clenching his left arm from which blood oozes.
Eddie. Eddie,
Yes?
hurry up with that pan of water, will you?
Right with you. I wish you'd let me heat this stuff first, Rocky.
I don't want no fires.
Well, it's night outside. Who's gonna see?
Look, you can see smoke against the sky at night. I don't want no forest ranger getting hep that anyone's here.
Oh.
Now clean off this arm and get some bandage on it.
Are you sure the slug ain't still in there?
I told you it went clean through.
Oh. Well, just hold still then. How long you had this hideout?
I picked it up 5 years ago.
It sure is buried away.
That's why I nailed it.
Any hunting around here?
Sure.
How about fishing?
Plenty.
Hey, this can be a regular vacation, huh?
Not exactly. We just go under here until the heat cools off. Easy, will you?
Oh, sorry.
Eddie.
Yeah?
There's a job you're gonna have to do.
What's that?
You gotta rustle us some grub.
You mean go hunting?
Nah, stupid. You gotta get some store grub.
Hey, but you said there was plenty of hunting.
There's plenty of guys hunting for us. We ain't running loose in these woods.
Oh. Where's the store?
There's a joint about 10 miles from here.
You got any dough?
You don't use dough, you heist it.
Oh.
If I could make it, I'd go myself, but I can't, so I gotta send you. And look, just for once, do a job right, will you?
Oh, now, Rocky, you know
I know if it hadn't been for you, I wouldn't have this bum wing. Now, listen close. I'm gonna tell you how to get there, and you're gonna get it right if I have to spell every word.
Pop Culwell's combination filling station and grocery store on the highway through the Bitterroot country is not too heavily patronized, but enough to keep him going. And the radio on the counter is enough to keep him company. Pop is sitting on a box in his store reading a paper and listening to a musical program out of Spokane. Then suddenly,
we interrupt this program of music, ladies and gentlemen, to bring you a special police bulletin.
Well, what's
All motorists and persons living on highways in the area comprising southeast Washington, northern Idaho, and southwest Montana are warned to be on the alert for 2 men who escaped from the federal penitentiary this afternoon after killing a guard.
Well, what do
If
you know?
you should see them, go to the nearest phone and call the police or the FBI. Under no circumstances, engage them in conversation. They will kill without provocation.
Ornery
Here are their descriptions. Edward Corning, age 35, 5 feet
Turn that off,
6
mister.
inches tall,
Turn it off.
weighs 100...
Where'd you come from?
I just walked in.
You're one of them fellas
That's
that just...
right.
What you want here?
Groceries, a big stack of them. And I need a card, too.
Well, you ain't getting neither one.
Oh, no, you don't.
Pop, I gotta get my girl home and... Hey, mister, where's Pop?
Maybe I can take care of what you want.
I gotta talk to Pop. I gotta get some gas on the cuff. Where is he?
Don't come back here.
Oh, it's okay. I always... Oh, gee.
I told you not to come back here.
What happened to him?
He had an accident.
His head's bleeding.
Leave him alone.
You did this to him.
Dick, are you going to take...
Don't come in here, Midge.
What's wrong, Dick?
Stay back. Don't come in. Come on, Midge. Let's get back in the car.
Wait a minute. You're gonna stay here and give me a hand.
Now, look,
this
mister...
gun's giving the orders.
Oh.
You're gonna help me load some groceries. Then we'll all get in the car.
How are you feeling now, Mr. Caldwell?
Coming round all right, I reckon. Who are you fellas?
My name's Perry. This is Mr. Norton. We're special agents of the FBI.
How do you do, sir? How do you do? Well, now, that beats all. How'd you know I was in trouble?
We didn't, Mr. Caldwell.
Huh?
We're on the trail of 2 men who escaped from the federal penitentiary.
Yeah, I know. I heard it on the radio. It was one of them that walloped me.
Yes, we had an idea it was something like that. When did it happen?
Well, it was right after 8 o'clock.
That was only 30 minutes ago, Jim.
Yeah. We can't be very far behind them now, especially since they're on foot.
On foot?
We found the car they stole down the road, abandoned, burned out bearing.
What'd they come here for, Mr. Caldwell?
Well, there's only the one came in. He wanted some groceries.
Groceries?
Yeah.
Oh, then they must have a hideout somewhere around... Wait a minute.
What is it, Jim?
It's a girl's compact here on the floor.
Well, no. Where'd that come from?
The initials are M-E-L. You know who that might be, sir?
M-E-L. Oh, sure. That can't be nobody else but young Midge Ellen Lancaster. Lives back in Summit.
I see.
And if she was here, then Dick Barstow, who's sweet on her, was here with her for sure.
Does he have a car?
Yeah, he practically lives in one.
And that accounts for the fresh car tracks outside by the gas pumps, Jim.
Probably means more than that, too. Do the parents of these youngsters have phones, Mr. Caldwell?
Yes, they do.
All right, we'll call them, George.
Right.
And if neither of those kids is at home, the bandits have them in their car, too. No telling where they are by now.
Let's get on that phone quick.
Go slower going back. We don't want to miss that turn-off trail into the woods again, you hear?
I hear you.
Oh, Dick. If we'd only started for home before dark like I promised Mother, this wouldn't have happened to us.
I know. It's all my fault.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way.
Yeah, but it's true.
Hey, look, pay attention to your driving, will you?
Dick, Mother and Daddy will be out of their minds.
Don't worry about them. They're okay. It's us I'm thinking about. Especially you.
Oh, Dick. What'll we do?
I know what we'll do.
Hey, what are you stopping for?
Look, mister, I don't know what you're planning to do with us, but whatever it is, I'm not letting my girl in for it.
You better start the car going again.
I'm not driving another foot. I'm not taking...
Hey.
Oh!
Shut up, both of you. Now, let's move. And like I said, go slow so we don't miss the turn-off trail to the woods again.
Yes, sir. And try not to worry. I'm confident everything will turn out all right. Yes, we'll keep in touch with you. Goodbye, sir. Well, I guess that cinches it, Jim. Both kids are missing.
While you're at the phone, George, you better get out an alarm on the car and the boy and girl.
Oh, sure. Hello. Hello, operator. Oh, get me the FBI office in Spokane right away, please. Yeah, that's right. I'll hold on.
Say, George.
Yeah?
Those car tracks outside turn around going out of the drive and head east. Now, if they kept driving steadily after leaving here, they couldn't have made more than 50 or 60 miles.
What are you thinking?
Let's get the office to contact police at all points 100 miles east of here. That'll block all roads ahead of them.
Right.
Then if we don't get a report back here in a reasonable length of time, we'll know that they've holed up somewhere in this area.
Well, let's hope they keep driving through.
Well, if they take to the tall timber, that'll be rugged hunting.
Yeah, wait. I think I've got the office. Hello? Hello? This is George Norton. Get out an alarm right away on this car. Black Ford sedan.
Okay, stop here. Get out, both of you.
Come on, Midge. We have to do what he says.
Dick, I'm scared.
Just hold my hand.
Walk ahead of me. Head for the cabin. Come on, get moving.
Dick, what are we going to do?
We'll get out of this some way. Don't worry.
I hope you're right.
Yeah, this is it. All right, inside you kids.
Eddie, what is this?
Oh, hiya, Rocky. Hey, did you think I was never coming back?
Who are these kids?
They brung me here.
What?
I used their car.
Oh, you
I had to, Rocky.
Why?
Well, they come in the store right after I slugged them.
Slugged who?
The grocery guy.
Oh.
Well, you sent me for groceries, didn't you?
Look, mister.
Shut up.
I won't shut up. We want to go home.
Eddie, this puts us in a real jam.
Well, I couldn't help it, Rocky.
Anybody see you take those kids? Anybody tell you?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, there wasn't anybody in the joint but the grocery guy. Look, what else could I do?
You could drop dead. And, sister, cut out the crying.
Not till you let us out of here.
That ain't gonna happen, sweetheart.
What do you mean by that?
You're staying here, Junior.
No. No.
Shut up.
Why, you dirty...
Easy, Junior.
Oh, no, I'm gonna...
Hey!
Dick. Oh, Dick.
Hey, let's eat something, Rocky. I'm hungry.
In a moment, we'll reopen tonight's FBI file. Meanwhile, let's open another important record. This week at the Equitable Society, the advertising manager handed me an attractive little book. Here, he said, you might like to look this over. It's our annual report for 1945. Well, I expected to see the usual columns of dry figures. But this Equitable Society report was something else again. It was a 24-page book, bright with color, sparkling with interesting facts. Its title is Your Policy. And as I read it, I thought, here's one of the most forceful tributes to cooperation I've ever seen. It just shows what people can accomplish when they honestly and willingly work together for protection and security. Of course, this book, Your Policy, will be mailed automatically to members of the Equitable Society. But let me give all of you listening tonight some of its highlights. This book explains how the Equitable Society's investments aid government, industry, agriculture, homeowners. In short, how the society, by serving its members, serves America. The book tells about the $238 million that the Equitable Society paid out in 1945, paid to widows and children, paid on endowments, paid in annuities, paid in dividends to millions of members. It tells what every war veteran should do to keep his National Service life insurance in force. And it tells you how your Equitable Society representative is trained to serve you in many, many ways. This isn't all it tells, but it's enough to prove to anyone that this week and every week for more than 86 years, the Equitable Life Assurance Society has been building security for you, your home, and your country. And now back to the FBI file, The Wasteland Hideout. When fugitive criminals keep on the move, they're in the open, and their capture is largely just a matter of keeping on their trail until they can be overtaken. But when they go underground, when they hole up in some unknown hideout, the job of capture is not so simple. And if, as in tonight's case, the unknown hideout be somewhere inside several million acres of mountains and timber, the job may present a staggering handicap. Some 2 hours have now passed since the man called Rocky struck down the boy, Dick Barstow, in the hideout deep inside the Bitterroot timber country. Back at Pop Caldwell's filling station and grocery store on the highway, actually only 10 miles as the crow flies from the hideout, Special Agents Perry and Norton of the FBI are studying a map and hoping the phone will ring.
They couldn't possibly have had more than a 50 or 60-mile start from here when you put out the alarm, George.
Yeah, I know.
We've got police and deputies covering all roads east of here. I don't see how they could have gotten through.
Still, the phone doesn't ring with any report.
Then that's got to mean only one thing. They've stopped traveling.
Here's some hot coffee for you boys.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Caldwell.
Take milk and sugar in it?
No, not for me.
Oh, thanks. Say, Jim, if they've taken to the tall timber, what do we do now?
Well, I'm afraid there's not a great deal we can do tonight. We stand a much better chance in daylight of finding some trace of where they might have turned off.
Then let's be up at the crack of dawn and get at it.
Right.
You know something, boys?
What's that?
It'd be mighty funny if them convicts wasn't much more than spitting distance from here.
Oh, Dick. Dick.
Oh,
Oh, thank heaven.
Oh, my head.
Lie still, Dick. Don't try to move.
Mitch, what are you doing here? I mean that... Oh.
Please, Dick, just lie still.
Where are we? What happened?
Don't you remember?
Remember? Remember what?
Never mind. Don't try to think. I'm just so happy that you're alive. I thought that horrible man had killed you.
Killed me? What are you talking... Hey, wait a minute. I remember now.
He slapped me and you started to fight him.
And he slugged me?
Yes.
How long have I been out?
All night.
What?
Look outside. It's daylight.
Are we still in the cabin?
Yes.
Where are those men?
They went outside a few minutes ago.
Hey, then maybe we can get out of here.
No, please. They're just down by the car. I can see them through the window.
Oh.
Dick,
Yeah?
I don't think we're ever going to get out.
What do you mean?
I heard them talk. They're escaped convicts. They killed a guard and then got away. They're very desperate men.
Pop probably got killed, too.
Yes. Dick,
Yeah?
if that's how it's going to be, they may kill us, too. And, well, there's something I want you to know.
Yeah?
Remember the night at the school dance? You asked me something?
Yeah. About us getting married someday?
Uh-huh. I didn't know the answer then. But I do now.
Thanks, Midge.
Oh, Dick.
Don't, Midge. Don't cry, please. If we're going to have to die, then... Hey, wait a minute. Maybe we aren't going to have to die.
What?
Let me get up.
What are you going to do?
I've got an idea. If those men only stay out of here long enough, it might work.
Well, Well, George, we've cruised up and down this road for 20 miles and still no sign of where any car turned off up in the woods.
They must have covered up any signs like that.
I'm afraid so. Hey, I've got an idea.
Yeah?
If they've got a hideout in the timber, it must be an old trapper cabin or a hut in an abandoned logging camp.
So we start looking for all the cabins scattered through several million acres of tall timber.
No, we can make the job easier than that.
How?
There's a forest ranger lookout up in there, and he's probably got every cabin spotted on a map.
Say, you're right.
Let's go see him right now.
You FBI fellas have picked out a pretty good job for yourselves, I'd say.
How do you mean?
Reducing the area where the killers are likely to be hiding, even to that smallest circle.
Yeah?
I'd say there are probably 30 or 40 cabins sprinkled around in that area.
Well, I realize it's a lot of legwork, but it's got to be done.
And one of them might be the one we want.
Okay. Here's your map with the cabins spotted on it.
Good.
And I'll get a guide for you, and that'll save time. And look, where?
On that ridge, right over there to the east.
Mm-hmm. It's smoke from a cabin. I saw it just before you fellas drove up.
Yeah, but look at it now.
What about it, George?
Somebody's doing something with that smoke.
What?
Yeah. Looks like somebody was trying to signal with it.
Yeah. Say, where is that on the map?
I can locate it in a second on the fire finder here.
Good.
Jim, if that smoke is coming from a cabin in the circle we laid out, it'll be the first one we go to.
And in a big hurry, too.
Well, that's that.
Why'd you drive the car way under them trees, Rocky?
So nobody could spot it.
Nobody could see it where it was.
From the air, they could. That car's red hot. They'll use planes or anything to find it.
Oh. Hey, Rock.
Yeah?
Did you start a fire this morning?
What are you talking about?
Look. There's smoke coming out of the chimney in the cabin.
What?
Yeah, see it?
Come on.
Hey, what's the matter?
The kid started that.
Oh, I thought...
Shut up and hurry. Put that fire out, kid.
It's too late now, mister.
Give me that bucket of water, Eddie.
Right. Hey,
There.
What'd you set a fire for, kid?
I know what he set it for. How long you been at it, kid?
Long enough, I hope.
Well, we're not going to stick around to find out.
Are we leaving, Rocky?
Yeah, stupid.
What are we going to do with them?
What you should have done at the old man's place when they came in if you had any brains.
Dick!
Wait a minute, mister.
Got no time to argue now, Junior.
Look, kill me or do anything you want to, but let her go, please.
Not a chance.
Drop that gun, you.
Rocky, look out.
I'm not dropping any gun.
Rocky.
All right, keep this other man covered, George. I'm sorry, young lady, that you had to see that.
Thank you, mister.
We're special agents of the FBI. And I imagine they were your smoke signals, huh, son?
Yes, sir.
Good work. And now we're going to take you both home to your folks. Come on.
Rocky and his accomplice in crime were tried for the murder of the prison guard. They were both convicted for this crime and sentenced to death by hanging. And so ended the career of two more dealers of sudden death. There are, however, many more of their kind still at large. Unfortunately, neither your local law enforcement officers nor your FBI know just who and where they all are, nor when any will strike. But of this you and they may rest assured. When one does strike, he'll be pursued day and night, 24 hours around the clock. And let him hide out wherever he chooses, he will be found.
In next week's exciting program, which we'll tell you about in just a moment, This Is Your FBI, will present new evidence to prove how well the FBI guards national security. And in the booklet called Your Policy, the same one I was talking to you about a few minutes ago, the Equitable Society presents new evidence to prove how carefully and intelligently the Society protects your financial security through life insurance. If you're not already a member of the Equitable Life Assurance Society, ask the Equitable Society representative in your community for a free copy of this booklet. It's so interesting, so easy to read. Get a copy from your Equitable Society representative, a neighbor whom you ought to know anyway, for like your FBI, he is constantly working for the protection of you, your home, and your country.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Bogus War Brides.
We exceedingly regret that due to unforeseen circumstances, Mr. Thomas I. Parkinson, President of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, was not able to address you on the subject of inflation on tonight's program as had been announced. Mr. Parkinson will, however, speak on this subject over this same network at a later date. The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Bogus War Bride. On This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Before enacting tonight's timely case, I'd like to call your attention to a very significant fact about the sponsor of tonight's program, the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And that's the increasing number of women who are becoming members of the Equitable Society. More and more, women are seeking security through life insurance. They call on Equitable Society representatives eager to know of the many uses and applications of modern life insurance. In fact, a number of our Equitable Society representatives are themselves women. I'll tell you about one of them later. Just like the men, they realize the value of life insurance both to the individual policyholder and to the community. They know that by serving Equitable Society members, they serve America. Tonight's FBI file, The Bogus War Bride.
Tonight's case from the files of your FBI presents another in the series of demonstrations of gratitude for the heroic sacrifices of the returned veteran being performed daily by that lower rung member of America's criminal society. He who is first in lying, first in cheating, and first in the pockets of his countrymen, the swindler. In a certain bar off Times Square, which became a favored oasis of GIs during the war, 2 of the last 3 vacant stools have been quickly spotted by the deliriously happy couple just coming in the door.
Well, here we are, baby. Bartender, give us a couple of champagne cocktails.
Okay.
We got a lot of celebrating to do tonight, huh, Betty?
Rather.
Oh, listen to that. Rather what?
Rather be here than any sport on earth, that's what.
Oh, you kill me with those quick comebacks, baby. You know, that's what got me into this mess to start with.
Now, just what do you mean by that, George?
That night in Piccadilly when I asked you to marry me, you came back with yes so quick I didn't have a chance to change me bloomin' mind.
Well, if that's the way you feel about it, I'll get right back on the boat and go home.
Would you really, baby?
I say, what a jolly big lawyer I am, what?
Here's your drinks, mister. Oh, thanks. Here, baby.
Go.
Here's to the Queen Mary for bringing me Princess Betty.
Here's to you, love.
Congratulations, chum.
Huh?
Congratulations.
Oh, thanks, pal.
My bride's still stuck over there.
Oh?
May take another 6 months.
Oh, so, what a pity.
Yeah, it's tough.
Anyway, let me join in drinking to your reunion.
Thanks, it's awfully nice of you.
Yeah.
Well, here's to you.
Here's hoping you and your missus beat that 6-month rap.
Rather.
You know, confidentially, pal, my wife here would still be stuck over there, too, if I hadn't run onto a way to do a little finagling.
George.
What's the matter?
You want us to get arrested on our first night?
What do you mean, get arrested?
For talking about how we worked it, that's why.
Oh, look, baby, the soldier here's one of us.
Well, you can't tell who else might be listening.
Well, there's no police in here.
Just because you don't see any brass buttons is no sign.
Okay.
Look, I don't know how you worked it to get your wife over, but I'd sure like to know.
Well, I guess you can tell from the way Betty's putting the clamps on me that it's kind of a down-under proposition, if you know what I mean.
Anything that will get my wife over here is all right with me. After all, she's got a right to be here, hasn't she?
Come on. Let's all move over to that empty booth in the corner.
Okay.
Come on, baby.
Righto.
Excuse me, mister. Slide in, sugar.
Charlie.
Now, look, pal.
Yeah?
Maybe I better tell you first how much this deal cost me.
How much?
500 smackers.
500?
Can't you raise it?
I guess I can.
Well, these guys work fast.
Well, I'll have the dough tomorrow. That fast enough?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. What's the proposition?
Was it all right with you if I tell him, Betty? After all, I gotta help a buddy, you know.
Go ahead.
Okay. If you can raise $500 tomorrow, you can get your wife over here in 2 or 3 weeks, just like I did.
Really?
Sure. And here's how it works.
In the local field office of the FBI, Assistant Agent in Charge Everett has just summoned Special Agent Grafton to his office.
You sent for me, Mr. Everett?
Yes, Grafton. I just got a special teletype from Director Hoover. A swindle case he wants us to go to work on right away.
Yes, sir.
It's a fake passport racket being worked against returned veterans whose foreign brides are still over there.
Oh?
Due to the tremendous backlog of applications for passports and other necessary papers, it may be several months before some of the wives can get over here.
I know.
So the racketeer spots a veteran whose wife is way down the list and sells him a fake American passport to send to his wife.
Mm-hmm. Have we got any lead?
2 of these fake passports were picked up in London yesterday when 2 brides presented them for inspection.
I see.
They're being rushed to us by airmail. But in the meantime, here are the names and addresses of the 2 husbands here in the city.
Aren't they liable to arrest on a conspiracy charge?
Technically, yes. But Mr. Hoover has no desire to arrest a veteran for trying to get his wife over here. All we want is their cooperation in exposing the swindlers.
Well, then I better try to contact them right away.
One of them lives out in Jackson Heights. The other one up near Columbia University. Here are the addresses.
Okay.
See if you can get a good description of who sold them the passports and how and where they were contacted.
Right.
Got that passport for the sucker nearly ready, baby?
Just about, George, old thing.
Oh, look, can that accent, will you, when we're not working on somebody?
Okay, sugar. But if I slip out of character in the middle of a deal sometime, well, it just might be rather embarrassing for us, don't you know?
You and your British understatements.
Look, George, you better get some more of this kind of paper from the station, or we're about out.
Never mind. We'll get some more when we get to the West Coast.
Yeah, but we only got enough left for... What did you say?
I said we'll get some more paper on the West Coast.
What do you mean, West Coast?
That's where we're going.
How come?
Look, baby, we've been